Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 11. My home is not far from this club. Kaiwen asked. Which one of you will go with me to get it? Quan Zhongren, you go. Such a trivial matter could be left to a lackey to run errands. With Quan Xiongren's combat power, even if Kaiwen wanted to run, he could handle it. Understood. Quan Zhongren grabbed Kaiwen and left. Lin Baici looked at the cabbage heads kneeling on the floor and really wanted to ask, what about the princesses they promised? Why hadn't they come yet? Were they worried that he couldn't afford to pay Yingzhen? Come sing. Lin Baici turned on the television and handed the microphone to the Korean girl. Others came to the nightclub to play with princesses, but he was playing with cabbage heads. That was truly one of a kind. 30 minutes later, Lin Baici's stomach suddenly let out a rumble. Lin Baici frowned slightly. Was there a god-forbidden item nearby? He stood up, preparing to go out for a walk, when Quan Zhongren pushed the door open with Kaiwen in tow. God Lin, I've got it. Quan Zhongren held the god coin in both hands, bowed slightly, and handed it to Lin Baici. His attitude was very respectful. Burgle. Lin Baici swallowed his saliva and took the god coin with some surprise. He hadn't expected the hunger to be triggered by this thing. Could this be a god-forbidden item? This god coin was the same size as a regular 1 yuan coin, with a male portrait on the front and a hibiscus flower on the back. It was impossible to tell which era it was produced in. Currency created by the Bizan god. No matter what you buy, you can use this god coin to pay, and the transaction will be settled immediately. Forced transaction, the other party has a 90% chance of not refusing. Once they refuse, they must pay you a penalty for breach of contract. Damn, Lin Baici muttered. This god coin was powerful. If he were to buy a luxury mansion worth hundreds of millions, wouldn't he be able to settle it with just this one coin? The value of a god-forbidden item could not be measured simply by money. But for the current Lin Baici, god-forbidden items were no longer that rare. There is divine grace on this god coin, called Winter Chanting Long Fist, totaling proportions. Lin Baici was immediately overjoyed. He rarely had the opportunity to use the payment ability, but divine grace was different. It could improve his strength immediately, and there were proportions. Even if he sold them, he could earn a large amount of meteor coins. Lin Baici had come out this time just to catch a few cabbage heads. He hadn't expected such an unexpected joy. He was rich. Yingzhen, come with me. Lin Baici went outside. There were many natives of the god ruins here, and he didn't want them to see him eating divine grace. The VIP room next door was empty. Lin Baici went in, and before he could even stand steady, a pair of slender, transparent arms made entirely of light spots extended from his shoulders. Lin Baici held the god coin, raised it in the air, and the two hands reached down from above, grabbing a fist-sized ball of light each. The light balls were like soap bubbles under the sun, colorful and wrapped in a pale golden sphere, making one dizzy and reluctant to look away. Divine grace, Yingzhen, who had followed him in, felt her heart skip a beat. Thanks for nature's gift. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he opened his mouth, and the slender hand stuffed the light ball into it. A warm current surged through his body, and some mysterious knowledge was immediately branded onto his neurons. Lin Baici savored it carefully. This should be the fist technique with freezing energy that Kaiwen had used earlier. Appa, congratulations. Jin Yingzhen was very happy to see Lin Baici become stronger again. This one is yours. Open your mouth, Lin Baici urged. Jin Yingzhen had originally wanted to say it was too precious, but after thinking about it, she already owed Lin Baici so much that one more divine grace didn't matter. Thus, the Korean girl opened her red lips and consumed the divine grace. From now on, I am Appa's dog. If anyone wants to hurt him, they have to get past me first. Chapter 390. You are so weak. Does your mother know? Winter Chanting Long Fist. After activation, your fist technique will carry frost energy. Hitting an enemy will cause frostbite on muscle tissue, stiffening limbs and impeding blood flow. If hit continuously, the enemy will be frozen into an ice sculpture. The frost energy on your fists will invade the enemy's body, causing their immunity to drop rapidly within 1 to 2 weeks, making them very susceptible to catching a cold. Your fist technique can be used as a quick freezer. Lin Baici listened to the gourmet god's introduction and felt that this fist technique was alright. The direct lethality didn't seem high, it was mainly an attack with negative effects. For the Korean girl who had no combat skills to rely on, this set of fist techniques was extremely practical and would significantly improve her personal strength. Does every god coin contain a divine grace? Lin Baici felt it was unlikely, but what if? Are you dreaming? Divine grace isn't like Chinese cabbage. And even if it were, it would be in short supply in Korea. Lin Baici and Jin Yingzhen walked out of the private room, and saw Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju standing outside the corridor. Looking at them with eager eyes, God Lin, was that god coin a god-forbidden item? Quan Zhonggren couldn't tell. But for Lin Baici to be so cautious and avoid everyone's sight to enjoy it alone, it must have been something good, yes. Lin Baici did not hide it. Then, was there divine grace on it? Quan Zhonggren swallowed hard, feeling nervous. Correct. Lin Baici glanced at Quan Zhonggren. The other party must be feeling unwilling, right? But at his level of strength, he no longer cared about the other party's feelings. Quan Zhonggren felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Regretting it so much that his guts turned green, he felt as if he had lost 100 million. That was a god-forbidden item plus divine grace. He couldn't get the god coin, but surely he could have secretly absorbed the divine grace, and fortunately, his eyes were too dull. God Lin, was there any leftover divine grace on it? Jin Zhenju looked at Jin Yingzhen, her eyes red with jealousy. Lin Baici had called her over, so he must have shared a portion with her. None left, it's all eaten. Lin Baici shrugged. Jin Zhenju guessed there should still be some, but she didn't dare to question him. God Lin, how did you see that the god coin was a god-forbidden item? And how did you know there was divine grace on it? Quan Zhonggren asked humbly for guidance. Secret. Lin Baici refused to answer. It was my rudeness. Quan Zhonggren gave a bitter smile. Who was he to ask? Given Lin Baici's track record, even if Jin Xian came to ask, he would likely receive the same 2 words. Lin Baici pushed the door open and looked at the room full of vegetable-headed people. Vegetable head, you can go now. The vegetable head was stunned. Although it had guessed that Lin Baici would keep his word, it was still slightly shocked when the man actually fulfilled his promise. In its many years of social life, every human it had seen was a person who valued profit over righteousness and went back on their word. The vegetable head looked at its underlings. Boss, hurry and go. Remember to save us. SHH, are you afraid the boss will walk out alive? The vegetable-headed people muttered among themselves. God Lin. Jin Zhenju was a bit anxious. This guy clearly has a high status among the vegetable-headed people. Letting it go will cause endless trouble. Letting the small-eyed one go is fine, but this one absolutely cannot. Quan Zhonggren was also trying to persuade him. The vegetable-headed people heard this, their hearts jumping into their throats, terrified to death. Shut up! Lin Baici scolded, then looked at the vegetable head. What? Do you want to stay and be made into a dish? Thank you. The vegetable head left quickly. As it brushed past Lin Baici, it couldn't help but say, next time, I will defeat you. I'll be waiting. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he ignored the guy and stared at the room full of vegetable-headed people. If you don't want to be killed on the spot, then behave and listen. Under the custody of Lin Baici and the other 3, the group of vegetable-headed people were tied up with ropes, strung together like a bunch of grasshoppers, walked out of the Mermaid Club, and loaded onto a truck. The 2 vegetable-headed people who had been captured earlier were dumbfounded. No way, for people took down our entire nest. To be precise, it was 1. Everyone was dejected. Now they could only hope that Boss Vegetable Head would hurry and bring people to save them. Then, after the truck door was locked, they heard a sentence. If I didn't let the vegetable head go, how would the ordinary vegetable-headed people have the charisma and courage to save people or seek revenge? Seeing that Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju still didn't understand, Lin Baici simply explained, instead of me going to find them, isn't it better for them to come to me on their own? Lin Baici was now highly skilled and bold, incredibly arrogant. After the vegetable-headed people heard Lin Baici's words, they gasped, their bodies trembling in fear. feeling that the lightless truck compartment was just like hell, that human's appetite was too big. He intended to wipe out the entire vegetable-headed race. Lin Baici was preparing to leave when a sedan drove directly across the green belt, onto the curb, and screeched to a halt next to the truck. Huan Zhonggren, 2 men stepped out, one in his 30s wearing sunglasses, and one in his 20s with dyed yellow hair, Brother Yubin, Yongjun. Jin Zhenju was surprised. Your team also successfully arrived at this station. These 2 are god hunters from Sejong, belonging to another team. Yes. Han Yubin adjusted his sunglasses and observed Lin Baici and Jin Yingxin. How are you guys? Where are the others? Quan Zhonggren felt awkward. He couldn't just say that only the 2 of them were left alive. Don't worry about it. The big shots above underestimated the difficulty of this Bizen God ruins. Han Yubin comforted him. How many people are left in your team? Is team leader Shengzhu okay? Li Shengzhu was much more capable than Quan Zhonggren, so he was assigned to follow the Huangxi team. We lost 2 people, but Huangxi died even more than us. And that beautiful great shaman also suffered a big loss. Han Yubin chuckled. Li Shengzhu planned to find an opportunity to kill that great shaman and become the biggest winner. Of course, with outsiders present, it wasn't convenient to talk too much about such topics. By the way, what are you doing here? Han Yubin looked at the club's sign. You wouldn't be catching vegetable-headed people, would you? You guys too. Jin Zhenju was stunned. We heard that this is likely a nest of the vegetable-headed people. So team leader Shengzhu sent the 2 of us to take a look. Choi Young-jun brushed back his yellow hair, looked at the truck, and gave it a hard pat. What is inside here? He could hear people inside, quite a few of them. Kwon Sang-in and Kim Jin-soo exchanged glances, but did not answer. Although everyone belonged to Sejong and were colleagues, their interests were not aligned. What if the other party demanded the cabbage-headed people? Kwon Sang-in. Is it possible that there are cabbage-headed people in here? Han Woo-bin chuckled. In Korea, the seniority culture was very strict. One could tell from how Han Woo-bin addressed Kwon Sang-in that this man in sunglasses held a higher status. Get in the car. Let's go, Lin Baici urged. Choi Young-jun slammed his fist against the truck bed and cursed at Lin Baici. Scheibel, who do you think you are? Is it your place to speak here? In his eyes, Lin Baici was too young. Being able to walk to this point alive was entirely thanks to Kwon Sang-in's blessing. So, he didn't need to pay him any mind. In reality, Choi Young-jun wasn't targeting Lin Baici specifically. He was putting pressure on Kwon Sang-in to make him submissive. Kwon Sang-in was terrified when he saw Choi Young-jun's attitude. Hallelujah! Who do you think that is? Is he some stray dog on the side of the road that you can just kick? That is God Lin. He can smash your head in with one punch. Choi Young-jun apologized to God Lin immediately. Kim Jin-soo shouted. They were all colleagues who saw each other every day, so she wanted to help if she could. God Lin, please don't be angry. They don't know your reputation. Saving Choi Young-jun this time would surely earn her a favor from team leader Lee Seung-soo. Hey, apologize for what? Choi Young-jun was still being arrogant, but Han Woo-bin was more perceptive. Seeing the attitudes of Kwon Sang-in and Kim Jin-soo, he felt he might have overlooked a major issue. This guy from Kyushu, who seemed to be living off Kim Young-jin, appeared to be quite strong. Before Lin Baici could lose his temper, Kim Young-jin had already roared. And what kind of thing are you? Swish. The Korean girl reached back and drew her kukri knife from the travel bag on her back. Han Woo-bin was shocked. What was wrong with the eldest daughter of the Kim family? She looked like a house dog raised by this guy from Kyushu. Scheibel, Choi Young-jun. If you don't want to die, apologize immediately, Kwon Sang-in urged. Brother Woo-bin. Make him apologize. Fine, I'll apologize, Choi Young-jun shrugged. Then suddenly threw a punch at Lin Baici's head. Divine ability activated. Static paralysis. Zop, zop. Electricity surged on Choi Young-jun's fist. Once it hit the target, the current would flood into the opponent's body, paralyzing their nerves, causing their limbs to lose control, and making them lose control of their bowels. It's over. Kwon Sang-in covered his eyes when he saw this. This dead dog really has a death wish. Lin Baici shifted his feet, utilized the Dog King slide, tilted his head to dodge Choi Young-jun's fist, and then launched a counterattack, winter chanting long fist. Frosty energy immediately rose from Lin Baici's arms. Bang! Bang! Lin Baici landed to straight punches on Choi Young-jun's face. Crack! Crack! Frost flowers and icicles immediately formed where he was struck. Choi Young-jun wanted to curse, but his cheeks were frozen numb. And even his teeth were chattering. Go to hell! Choi Young-jun focused all his energy and threw punches in rapid succession. Lin Baici ducked and weaved. Every time he dodged, he took the opportunity to land a punch on Choi Young-jun. He wasn't in a hurry to kill the guy. Instead, he used this chance to test the power of the winter-chanting long fist. Bang! Bang! Each punch left a layer of ice on Choi Young-jun, like a mark left behind by a dirty basketball. Crack! Crack! Soon Choi Young-jun was covered in frost, and ice shards were falling off him. Why can't I hit you? Choi Young-jun grew more furious and anxious the more he fought. You're so pathetic. Does your mother know? Lin Baici shifted his feet, dodging with ease. As Choi Young-jun's limbs stiffened and his punches slowed, he didn't even need to dodge anymore. Kwon Sang covered his face with both hands. The face of Sejong Jang is going to be completely lost. Hearing this mutter, Kim Jin-soo couldn't help but roll her eyes at Kwon Sang. Don't you have a misunderstanding of the word losing face? Even without Choi Young-jun, our team has already lost all its face. Chapter 391. The bitch and the bastard. Enough. Stop. Han Woo-bin couldn't watch anymore and shouted. Choi Young-jun was being toyed with like a monkey. Brother Woo-bin, I can do it. Choi Young-jun was blinded by rage. If he didn't kill this guy from Kyushu today, he would write his name backward. Seeing Han Woo-bin about to intervene, Lin Baici suddenly took a step forward to accelerate, dodging Choi Young-jun's fist while closing the distance to him. Seeing Lin Baici suddenly approach, Choi Young-jun wasn't afraid. Instead, he was overjoyed. He immediately turned his fist into a claw, preparing for a takedown. He had studied judo, but Choi Young-jun was too slow. Before he could grab him, Lin Baici's iron fist, glowing with white freezing energy, arrived like a comet tearing through the night, smashing into Choi Young-jun's face. Choi Young-jun was sent flying. While still in the air, his entire head was visibly freezing over. Crack! Crack! Choi Young-jun's head was encased in a block of ice, and when he hit the ground, his head struck the concrete floor. Crash! Choi Young-jun's head shattered, and ice cubes scattered everywhere. Young-jun. Han Woo-bin was horrified and rushed over, but it was already too late to save him, because the freezing energy had entered his body. The blood flowing from Choi Young-jun's neck after his head was gone was quite sluggish. Kwon Sang and Kim Jin-soo gasped, their eyelids twitching. God Lin is truly ruthless. He kills without a second thought. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The other party has the strength, and they are competitors after all. So why should he let them off when faced with provocation? Scheibel. Han Woo-bin glared at Lin Baici and cursed, you Jujo person, you are too arrogant. So what? Lin Baici looked at Han Woo-bin and chuckled. Do you have an opinion? Swoosh, Han Woo-bin stood up. Brother Woo-bin, calm down. Kwon Jong-grin rushed over in a hurry. Brother Woo-bin, don't be impulsive. Jin Zhenju was anxious. Lin Baici clearly intended to kill. If you threw yourself at him, are you tired of living? Han Woo-bin's expression was uncertain. Choi Young-jun was a junior favored by Li Shangju, who had spent a lot of resources to cultivate him. Yet he had been killed by Lin Baici. If Han Woo-bin went back, he would definitely be punished. If Han Woo-bin wanted to be punished less severely, he had to kill Lin Baici to give Li Shangju an explanation. However, he was not a fool. The reactions of Kwon Jong-grin and Jin Zhenju made him realize that he was in big trouble. The fact that Lin Baici dared to kill in front of so many Sejong God Hunter sect members showed that he considered himself powerful and had nothing to fear. What does it matter if God Lin kills a person or two? Even if Li Shangju came, he would have to swallow this insult. Why don't you get lost already? Kwon Jong-grin stood with his back to Lin Baici. Although his words sounded harsh, he kept winking at Han Woo-bin, urging him to leave quickly. Scheibel, you just wait. Han Woo-bin threw out a threat and went to collect Choi Young-jun's headless corpse. Wait for what? If you have a grudge, settle it. If you have a grievance, seek justice. Come and do it now. Since Lin Baici had already made his move, he had no intention of letting these two go. Otherwise, Was he supposed to wait for them to group up and come back for revenge? It was definitely better to kill one whenever he could. Han Yubin also sensed Lin Baici's attitude. His expression changed, and he didn't bother with the corpse anymore, jumping up and running toward the car. "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Baici snorted coldly. The muscular Buddha appeared beside the car and smashed a fist onto the hood. The hood dented, and then the muscular Buddha ripped it off and hurled it at Han Yubin. Lin Baici charged forward. By the time he reached Han Yubin, the pipe wrench was already in his hand. He swung it down with fury. Han Yubin quickly wiped his belt with his right hand, flicked his wrist, and a black telescopic baton appeared. He didn't block, but instead lashed out at Lin Baici's wrist. An exchange of injuries. Once he blocked, he would definitely fall into a defensive position. Han Yubin didn't want that. He wanted to shock Lin Baici with a single strike and make him understand that he was not to be trifled with. But just as Han Yubin's baton swung out, his right knee felt as if it had been hit by a bullet. A sudden pain caused him to lose his support, and his body tilted. The pipe wrench struck Han Yubin in the mouth, knocking out to teeth. Whoosh, whoosh. Two more flying stones whistled through the air. Han Yubin twisted his body and swung his baton. Bang, bang, the stones were shattered. Although he had defended against this wave of attacks, Han Yubin's courage had dissipated. This man was not easy to deal with. Han Yubin patted his chest with his right hand, and his entire body vanished from the spot. Swoosh! The next instant, Han Yubin appeared 50 meters away. Hoo-ha! Han Yubin knelt on one knee, gasping for air. This was his divine grace. He could teleport at will within a diameter of 50 meters. However, it had a drawback. It consumed a lot of divine power, and immediately after teleporting, his muscles would experience a brief moment of stiffness and fatigue, requiring less than a second to recover. Lin Baici pursued him. Han Yubin looked back, and seeing Lin Baici charging over, he sneered and teleported again. "Want to catch me? Keep dreaming." But just as the smile appeared on the corner of Han Yubin's mouth, he saw the oldest daughter of the Jin family appear abruptly beside him. Her tall figure looked even more slender and upright in the sunlight, and the Napoli kukri in her hand was sharp and gleaming. "What is going on?" Han Yubin struggled to dodge, but because his body was stiff and fatigued, he was a bit slow, and Jin Yingjin slashed a blade across his back. Swoosh! Skin tore and flesh opened, blood spraying everywhere. Han Yubin teleported again, and then he saw Jin Yingjin lift her right foot and tap the floor lightly with the heel of her high-heeled shoe. Swoosh! Jin Yingjin vanished. Then she appeared right in front of him. Divine taboo item. Han Yubin felt completely numb. That pair of red-soled high heels was definitely a powerful divine taboo item, and it had no negative side effects after use. The Korean girl's pursuit speed was too fast. Han Yubin couldn't wait for his body to recover and could only dodge in a panic, but he was still a beat too slow. Swoosh! Jin Yingjin's blade missed, but the blade ore that erupted from it slashed across Han Yubin's neck. As blood sprayed, Han Yubin's head was severed into several pieces and fell to the ground. The corpse collapsed, twitched twice, and then went still. Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju watched in a daze, their brains momentarily crashing, their eyes twitching. Jin Yingjin actually killed Brother Yubin. Is this fake? However, when their gazes fell on the Korean girl's high heels and then looked at the kukri in her hand, they felt relieved. Her divine taboo items were simply to top tier. A god hunter's combat power consisted of physical fitness, divine grace, and divine taboo items. And divine taboo items were similar to equipment in online games. The kukri might not be anything special, but the high heels were definitely god tier gear. Han Yubin had been too careless. His attention was entirely on Lin Baici, and he hadn't expected Jin Yingjin to be so fierce, killing her own compatriot so ruthlessly. God Lin, you were actually willing to give such a good divine taboo item to someone else. Quan Zhonggren sighed with emotion. Jin Zhenju suddenly understood why Jin Yingjin was willing to be Lin Baici's dog. If it were her who received so many benefits, she would definitely be even more loyal than her. Jin Yingjin panted heavily, her chest rising and falling violently as she stared at the corpse on the ground. This was the first time she had killed someone of her own volition. She felt a mix of excitement and nausea. Lin Baici walked over and nudged the body with his foot. "You didn't have to do that, it's fine. I wanted to." Jin Yingxian glanced at Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju, not caring at all about what they thought. Lin Baici had saved her life. While this Han Yubin, other than both being Korean, was a complete stranger, why should she show any mercy? Lin Baici smiled slightly. Go ahead and loot the spoils. They are all yours. I don't want the spoils. I only want a reward. Jin Yingxian walked toward Lin Baici. What reward? As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, the Korean girl had already leaned in and kissed him. Unlike the delinquent girl who had to stand on a bench just to reach Lin Baici's mouth, Jin Yingxian, with her long legs, easily pressed her lips against his. Shameless couple. Quan Zhonggren muttered to himself, his entire being withering with jealousy. Lin Baici drove the truck back, fully loaded. He went to pick up fish selling can first. Big boss, please don't kill me. Even if I have to smash my pots and sell my iron, I will scrape together 5 vegetable head men for you. Fish selling Kang was tearful and sobbing, nearly kowtowing to beg for mercy. It wasn't even noon yet, and Lin Baici had already returned. Fish selling Kang assumed the other party must have come back empty-handed and was definitely going to take his frustration out on him. According to our agreement, half of the vegetable head men are yours. Hurry up and bring me those 2 coins. Lin Baici was in a hurry. I'll go get them right now, just don't kill me. Fish selling Kang thought Lin Baici was just finding an excuse to extort him. But when Jin Zhenju opened the cargo door, he was dumbfounded. The truck bed was packed densely with vegetable head men, because there were so many. They were crammed in like sardines in a tin. This many. Fish selling Kang stared in shock. Did you raid a vegetable head man nest? Even a professional vegetable thief with 20 years of experience isn't as capable as you. Lin Baici didn't want to waste words with Fish selling Kang and kicked him in the thigh. Fish selling Kang was very obedient. With half of these vegetable head men, he could finally give the proprietress an explanation. Honestly, it was fortunate that this Yuzhou man wasn't a vegetable thief. Otherwise, within a year, he would probably have hunted every single vegetable head man in Gwangju to extinction. Han Suing put down the phone and held her head in exhaustion. She had called all the restaurant owners she knew, hoping to buy a few vegetable head men at a high price to save the situation. But she hadn't managed to buy a single one. Some truly didn't have any, while others were just waiting for New World to go out of business. Her heart felt so tired. Boss Han, I heard you took a big order tonight. Why aren't you busy working, and instead have the leisure to be on the phone here? A middle-aged fat man in a suit walked into the restaurant lobby. He was bald and had a cigar hanging from his mouth. Han Suing looked up and saw it was the owner of the Huanghai Hotel. Are you busy whispering sweet nothings to a little lover? The owner, whose name was Huang Hai, bared his teeth and puffed a cloud of smoke at Han Suing. You're so lazy. I think your restaurant will go bust sooner or later. Get out. Han Suing slammed her fist on the table. You are not welcome here. TSK. Why are you so hot-tempered? I was actually planning to see if you needed any help and offer a hand. Boss Juan leaned against the front desk, eyeing the customers in the lobby. How many years has it been? Still serving these same old dishes? It would truly be against the laws of heaven if your New World didn't go bankrupt. Huang Hai had no intention of leaving. He was just here to watch Han Suing make a fool of herself. Without vegetable head men, let's see what you do tonight. You must be feeling pretty desperate, right? Chapter 392. Encountering a high-salary poaching attempt inside the restaurant. The fragrance of food wafted through the air, making one's appetite stir. Boss Huang couldn't help but sniff. Don't let the old-fashioned dishes of New World fool you. They were genuinely delicious. The only reason it could still operate was thanks to the patronage of regular customers. However, it wouldn't be long before those regulars became his own clientele. Han Suing looked at Boss Huang with a stern face and instructed the front desk girl. Go to the kitchen and get me a kitchen knife. Boss Huang's expression stiffened. What are you trying to do? The front desk girl was at a loss. Hurry up, Han Suing scolded. The front desk girl scurried toward the kitchen. By the time she returned with the knife, Huang Jingshan and Li Yintong had followed her out. That morning, Huang Jingshan had successfully passed a cooking test, conquering the proprietress with just 3 Cantonese dishes and securing a job. The delinquent girl, acting as his assistant, had also stayed behind. Boss, what's wrong? Huang Jingshan stared at Boss Huang. He had been bored with his cooking and, seeing a fight brewing, was itching to jump in. "Who are you? Coming to New World to cause trouble?" The delinquent girl brandished the kitchen knife, pointing it at Boss Wang's nose. "Do you believe I'll hack you to death, Han Suing? You have so few customers left. And you want to drive them away too." Huang Hai was a tough nut to crack. Although he was scared inside, he didn't show it on his face. And his words immediately cornered Han Suing. This was the lobby. And there were 7 or 8 tables of customers eating. Seeing the conflict, the 2 tables that hadn't ordered yet were immediately preparing to leave. "Get out of here," Han Suing cursed. "Guests are guests. What? Is the food so bad that you're afraid to let people eat it?" Huang Hai shouted loudly. He even walked straight to a table near the entrance, sat down, and picked up the menu left on the table. "What century are these dishes from? Even a dog would shake its head at them." Huang Hai clicked his tongue, looking disgusted. "Where's the waiter? Pour some tea." When Lin Baici walked in, he happened to hear Huang Hai's clamoring. He picked up a teapot, walked over, and poured it directly onto Boss Wang's head. "Saibol, what are you doing?" Boss Wang was furious. He grimaced in pain from the scalding tea and jumped to his feet. He had originally intended to slap Lin Baici across the face, but upon seeing his tall and sturdy build, his momentum instantly withered by half. "Here is some tea for you." Lin Baici smiled slightly. "Is it hot? Do you want me to change the pot, you?" Boss Wang took out his phone, intending to call the police. "That is enough." Han Suing was a loyal person. She would not let Lin Baici take the fall for her. She stared at Huang Hai and issued an ultimatum. "If you were competing based on your own ability, I would accept it if New World lost to you. But if you continue to stir up trouble, then don't even think about keeping any restaurant open in Guangzhou. I will play along with you to the very end." Han Suing felt quite satisfied that Lin Baici had poured a pot of tea over Huang Hai's head. It was just a pity the tea hadn't been hot enough. "Play along. You can't even host a single banquet right now. So what are you going to use to play along with me?" Boss Wang took out a handkerchief and wiped the tea off his face and clothes. Han Suing's expression darkened. "Boss, Brother Lin has brought the vegetable head men back. Should I put them in the kitchen?" Quan Sang chimed in at the right moment. "HMM." When Huang Hai heard this, his brows furrowed. He glanced at Lin Baici before looking at the fishmonger king standing to the side. "How many?" Han Suing asked casually, not holding out any hope. "Almost 20. Jin Zhenju shot a smug look at Boss Wang. There was no need to ask. This was clearly the rival who had played dirty and wanted to destroy New World. Before Han Suing could speak, Huang Hai let out a startled cry. "How many?" "Just shy of 20. Jin Zhenju shrugged her shoulders. "Bullshit. Do you think vegetable head men are cabbages that you can just go out into the field and chop whenever you want?" Huang Hai did not believe it. "Boss Wang, it is the truth." Fishmonger Kang was also angry. He knew that the vegetable head men running away that morning was no accident. It had been secretly orchestrated by Boss Wang. He just hadn't been able to afford to offend him or retaliate. Brother Lin caught all of these in just one morning. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old child?" Huang Hai scoffed. If vegetable head men were that easy to catch, they would have been on everyone's dinner table long ago. Fishmonger King understood Boss Wang's skepticism. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. "Is there anything my brother Lin cannot handle?" The delinquent girl walked over to Lin Baici and hugged his arm. Han Suing parted her red lips in surprise, but she quickly composed herself. "Cao Tai Wan, send the vegetable head men to the kitchen. You must be tired, right? Go and rest first. I will have the chef prepare a grand meal for you." Han Suing's eyes were filled with confusion. Why would such a capable young man come to work at her restaurant? There must be some hidden reason, right? However, being able to make Boss Wang unhappy made her feel very good. "Understood." Lin Baici nodded and looked back at Huang Hai. "Are you going to eat? If not, then get lost. Damn it, eat what?" "I am already full from the anger." Huang Hai left. He actually wanted to curse a few times, but looking at Lin Baici's face, he didn't dare. His intuition told him that if he cursed, he would get beaten, and it would be a miserable beating at that. After Huang Hai left, Han Suing immediately went to the storage room, where she saw the vegetable head men tied up together. So many. Han Suing was shocked. then let out a sigh of relief. The banquet tonight could proceed as planned. Baici, thank you. I will pay you according to the market price for the vegetable headmen. Han Suing had always been generous and never took advantage of others. Since these vegetable headmen were retrieved by Lin Baici, they were his property. Huang Jingshan, wearing a white chef's hat, couldn't help but give a thumbs up upon hearing this. No need. Lin Baici took out his phone and opened his photo gallery. But if you have these kinds of coins, could you give them to me? Han Suing looked at the coins in the photo and nodded. I have over 30 of them at home. I will give them all to you. Everyone felt delighted upon hearing this. And the delinquent girl couldn't help but pump her fist in the air. Following Brother Lin was definitely the right choice. The God's Taboo game had only been going on for half a day, and they had already reaped a huge harvest. The batch of vegetable headmen that ran away this morning was Boss Wang's doing. Lin Baici reminded her. I know. Han Suing had actually suspected as much for a long time. I will settle the score with him after the banquet is over. To avoid any further accidents, the boss lady specifically arranged for people to guard the vegetable headmen. The restaurant was too busy today, and there were no senior employees to train the newcomers. Furthermore, Han Suing felt that catching vegetable headmen was exhausting. So she gave Lin Baici and the others the day off and told them to start work tomorrow. Lin Baici returned to the inn to rest. He lay on the bed scrolling through his phone, looking at job postings and wanting to find some part-time work to earn God coins. Not long after, someone knocked on the door. He thought it was an employee. But when he opened the door, he saw Huang Hai, with a female assistant in a suit and skirt standing behind him. Hello, we meet again. Huang Hai laughed heartily and reached out his hand toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici did not shake Huang Hai's hand. He found it too sweaty. Haha, are you interested in coming to work at my hotel? Huang Hai didn't take offense. He had asked around with fishmonger Kang and, after learning how Lin Baici had managed to get so many vegetable headmen, he realized this was a talent and wanted to poach him. Otherwise, if he stayed with Han Suing, he might become her right-hand man and help New World rise. Not interested. Lin Baici prepared to close the door. Wait, Boss Wang's brows furrowed. Aren't you going to ask how much salary I am planning to offer you? I am not short on money. Lin Baici chuckled. I have never met a man who wasn't short on money. Boss Wang curled his lip. I will pay you 5 times your salary at New World. Boss Wang held out his large, chubby hand and stared at Lin Baici, his heart full of smugness. Money can make the devil turn the mill. I don't believe I cannot buy you off. Is that it? Lin Baici asked in return. Huang Hai looked somewhat surprised. What do you mean by is that it? Do you have any idea how hard it is for young people to find a job nowadays? People are fighting over jobs with a monthly salary of 500,000 won. I am offering you 2.5 million, 500,000 Korean won, converted to RMB, is only about 2,600 yuan. Go hire someone else. Lin Baici wanted to laugh. With someone who has been the god of hunger for years, with an annual income of over 100 million, care about your measly pocket change. Young people these days are too arrogant. If you don't hit a few walls, you won't realize that while money is hard to earn, life is even harder to swallow. Huang Hai was trembling with anger. If you miss this opportunity with me, you will never see this kind of income in your life again. Get lost. Lin Baici said concisely. Huang Hai really wanted to turn around and leave, but in order to crush New World and get his hands on Han Suing, he endured it and forced a smile. If it is not for the money, then it is for Han Suing, right? Huang Hai grabbed the arm of the female assistant beside him and pulled her over. What do you think of my assistant? She is a college graduate who just finished school this year. As long as you agree, she will be your assistant from now on. Although Huang Hai did not spell it out, the implication was self-evident. You can do whatever you want with her. Appa, hello. The female assistant greeted him with a sweet smile. She was a mistress Huang Hai had been keeping for 2 years. Damn it. Huang Hai looked at the female assistant and could not help but curse. He had told her earlier to accompany a man for a few days. The female assistant had not been very willing at first, but now, after seeing Lin Baici's looks and physique, her attitude changed immediately. Lin Baici glanced at the female assistant. She was wearing a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. She had no jacket on, just a white shirt, and the outline of her undergarments was visible. Apart from the black stockings, this was a complete imitation of Han Suing's style of dress. Too ugly. Lin Baici closed the door. Huang Hai's nose was almost hit. Is this guy stupid? The female assistant was very angry. Kid, you will regret this. Huang Hai cursed and gave the female assistant a hard slap on the buttocks. Damn it, he did not agree. Are you feeling disappointed? The female assistant was indeed disappointed, but she dared not show it on her face. I still prefer wealthy, middle-aged men like you, uncle. Lin Baici spent the afternoon looking at his phone, but he did not find a suitable job. By 4 o'clock, he was ready to go out for a stroll when he received a call from Huang Jingshan. God Lin, something happened at the restaurant. When the 4 of them arrived, they saw everyone looking dejected, waiting in the lobby for 2 police officers to take their statements. What is the situation? Jing Yingjin asked. If they were outside, she could rely on her family's influence to make the police leave. But this was inside a god's ruin, and the Jin family's reputation was worthless here. The head chef was stabbed by his mistress's husband, and 2 other chefs who tried to break up the fight were also injured. Li Yintong felt that New World was truly down on its luck. With this happening, even if they had the vegetable-headed people, the banquet in the evening could not be prepared. What were you and Huang Jingshan doing? Huang Zhonggren asked angrily. God hunters cannot beat ordinary people. There is nothing on the menu for the evening banquet that I can cook. Huang Jingshan and the delinquent girl had gone to sleep. They did not need to do chores like preparing ingredients. By the time they heard the commotion and came out, it was already too late. Han Suing sat on a chair, holding her head in her hands. Lin Baici walked over. Boss, pull yourself together. It is over. Everything is over. The head chef has been stabbed. How can we cook? You should have acquaintances in the culinary circle, right? Borrow a few chefs to help out in an emergency, Huang Zhonggren suggested. Only the head chef can handle the vegetable-headed people, and he has a signature dish that no one else can make. Han Suing sighed. Then change the menu, Jin Zhenju interjected. Just get through tonight first. If we do that, our reputation will be ruined anyway, so it is better not to do it at all. Han Suing stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Boss, where are you going? The employees were anxious. She wouldn't have a mental breakdown and go somewhere to cry, would she? I am going to apologize in person. Calling them would be too insincere. We are closed for today. Xiao Chui. Once they finished taking the statements, closed the shop. Lin Baici followed Han Suing out and saw her get into the SUV. He quickly sat in the passenger seat. Was this accident caused by Huang Hai? I do not know. There was too little time, and Han Suing had not had a chance to investigate. She started the car and drove onto the road. This trip lasted for 5 hours, apologizing in person, saying all the right things, and having to pay a large sum of money. Money was a small matter. The key was that New World's reputation had taken a significant hit. At 9 o'clock, Han Suing returned to New World. She looked at the tightly closed shop door, bit her lip, and remained silent. On the street, the lights were bright, and many shops were still open, but her own shop was pitch black. Han Suing did not get out of the car. She stepped on the gas and drove forward again. After driving for about 10 minutes, Han Suing parked the car on the side of the road. Will you have a drink with me? After saying that, the boss got out of the car and walked into an alley filled with the atmosphere of street food. Lin Baici followed Han Suing for more than 50 meters and stopped in front of a barbecue stall. Han Suing sat down on a plastic stool by the side of the road. Boss, 2 gin of barbecue and 10 bottles of soju. Han Suing ordered very skillfully. It was clear she came here often. Lin Baici sat down. The boss was clearly trying to drown her sorrows in alcohol. This is a barbecue place my father used to come to often. Back then, he would come here for a drink every day after finishing work. The proprietress waited for the owner to bring the soju, picked up a bottle, twisted off the cap, and poured it into 2 glasses. She then picked up one of them and downed it in 1 gulp. In the distance, Huang Jingshan and his group were silently observing. What kind of luck with women does God Lin have first? There was the head-wrapped white-collar woman. And now this curvaceous proprietress. Truly, exploring the god ruins is so much more stylish and enjoyable for him than for anyone else. Huang Jingshan was envious. It is a pity that one can only look but not touch. Li Yintang was not jealous of such a monster. Could they bear Lin Baici's children? Obviously not. Chapter 393 Divine Contamination, Endless Reincarnation. Perhaps because it was cheap. The barbecue stall had decent business. There was a family of 3, several couples, and a group of college students, all laughing and chatting about the beauty of life. Proprietress, be a little happier. Worrying won't solve any problems. Lin Baici picked up his glass and took a sip. Drink it all, the proprietress said as she filled her own glass and prepared to pour for Lin Baici. Lin Baici looked at the glass, which held about 25 milliliters, hesitated for a moment, but drank it anyway. The proprietress filled Lin Baici's glass with soju. I don't need anyone to console me. Just keep me company while I drink. The proprietress downed another glass. Then, why didn't you look for someone else? Lin Baici looked left and right. They say if a woman doesn't get drunk, a man has no chance. If you get drunk, I can't guarantee I won't do anything to you. The proprietress did not expect Lin Baici to be so blunt. She was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, rolled her eyes at him, and turned the tables. What do you want to do? That kind of thing between a man and a woman. Lin Baici hoped to scare Han Suing into stopping this behavior of drowning her sorrows in alcohol. I'll give you the chance. Han Suing drank another glass. As long as you can drink me under the table, you can do whatever you want to me tonight. Lin Baici was startled. Are Korean women all this intense? He glanced at Han Suing. She was wearing dress pants paired with high heels, and he could see she was wearing black silk stockings. Her upper body was a white shirt, and because she had been busy all day, she had sweated, causing the fabric to cling to her body and making the outline of her undergarments more prominent. Among the women Lin Baici knew, the proprietress was at the bottom in terms of beauty. Maybe a 7 out of 10, but her curvaceous figure and the aura of a young matron added to points. Lin Baici inexplicably thought of Nanggong Shu, the proprietress of the Dragon and Beauty Bar. She was also a young matron, very beautiful, with a figure as ripe as a honey peach. However, she was full of nobility. Every look and smile carried a sense of pressure that made men feel inferior. Han Suing, who was in front of him, was more down to earth, like a neighbor's aunt, the kind you might meet on the way to school. Meanwhile, the places Nanggong Shu frequented were either golf courses or equestrian clubs, the kind of person you would only catch a glimpse of in a passing luxury car on your way to school. Are all men from Juzhou this cowardly? Han Suing curled her lip and drank another glass. Damn it! Lin Baici tilted his head back and down the soju in one gulp. You can belittle me, but insulting the men of Juzhou is something I cannot tolerate. If word got out, people would think I couldn't even handle one Korean woman. Since she didn't appreciate my well-intentioned advice, then let's drink. I have the god of gluttony's blessing. What do I have to fear? Let's do a triple shot. Han Suing shouted at the barbecue owner. Boss, bring 3 more glasses over. Coming. The owner, who was busy stir-frying, responded. Soon, a girl of about 13 or 14, still wearing a student uniform, ran over and set down 3 glasses. The girl was likely seeing such a handsome foreigner for the first time and couldn't help but take a few extra looks at Lin Baici. Lin Baici smiled slightly. The girl blushed, lowered her head, and ran away quickly. I started helping out at the shop when I was this age too. The proprietress sighed, reminiscing about her childhood, but her hands didn't stop. She filled 3 glasses for Lin Baici and then looked at him. Lin Baici took a deep breath and then drank the 3 glasses of soju. Again? The proprietress made it clear she wouldn't leave until she was drunk, giving Lin Baici his chance. Lin Baici's head was spinning. If he were in Haijing, he wouldn't care. But this was the Bizan God ruins. Don't you know you're a monster? It's not like you haven't eaten a monster before. Has it only been a few days? And you've already forgotten the taste of the white-collar woman. Lin Baici's face darkened. Can we not bring up this dark history? The entire Gwangju city is under the radiation of the Bizan deity's contamination, becoming a mysterious zone. These people were once living, breathing humans, but because of the divine contamination, they have begun a different life. When the God-forbidden game in Guangzhou ends, their lives will be reset. From the God of Gluttony's commentary, Lin Baici keenly grasped a few key words. So there really is a deity in Bizan. Although deities are highly nourishing, you are too weak to eat it. Therefore, after you get the 3 videotapes, leave immediately. Lin Baici nodded. He was already satisfied with being able to earn a wave of God-forbidden items. What's going on with these people? Have they become like NPCs? Will they be reborn after they die? Yes, they are real people. But they are also NPCs. When the game ends, even if they die, have children, achieve great success, or are failures in life, it is all meaningless because they will be reset to the moment the train first entered the station. The God of Gluttony explained, meaning, whether this proprietress succeeds in running her business or not. As soon as the next train pulls in, she will start repeating everything she experienced today. Lin Baici frowned. Yes. The only difference is whether or not an outside god hunter has interacted with her. Lin Baici looked at Han Suing's lonely and conflicted expression and suddenly felt that she was truly miserable, having to constantly undergo reincarnation and suffer the blow of such failures. If Bizan had not become a god's ruin, with the proprietress's beauty and wealth, she could have lived a stable and peaceful life even without running a restaurant. By the way, how do you purify this god's ruin? By killing the god, Lin Baici asked curiously. For ordinary god's ruins, as long as the divine remains are contained, the god's ruin ceases to exist. Then, as time passes, the residual pollution in the area gradually disappears, and the ecological environment returns to normal. For you, it is to eat it. After purifying the god's ruin, this city will undergo various uncertain changes. Lin Baici had browsed the origin forum but hadn't seen any similar posts. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Things like containing a god were too rare and too confidential. Those who knew must be the high-level officials of various countries. What are you thinking about? Han Suing asked, reaching out to hand Lin Baici a skewer of grilled meat. The boss's skills were excellent. The red and white marbled beef was grilled until the fat dripped, and the charred, golden color was enough to whet anyone's appetite. With waves of meteor aroma drilling into his nose, "Thank you." Lin Baici took the skewer and took a bite, the fragrance lingering in his mouth. The proprietress can get pregnant, she can have a miscarriage, and she can die. When the next Bizan train arrives, she will become like this again, regardless of whether she has experienced love that is loyal until death, or hatred that makes her want to wipe out an entire family. She will forget it all. Lin Baici picked up his wine glass. "A toast to you." "A toast to me for what?" The proprietress tucked a strand of hair that had fallen onto her forehead behind her ear with her slender, fair fingers in the night breeze, under the bright moon. She exuded an infinite charm of a young woman, her eyes so moist that they seemed capable of drowning any man's soul. Lin Baici was speechless. Men really are all bad seeds. The proprietress curled her lips, lifted her slender neck, and downed the soju. "But it's not easy to get me drunk. One has to try." Lin Baici smiled gently. The proprietress looked at Lin Baici's smile, and her heart trembled violently. She didn't know why, but she felt a palpitation, a feeling of being cherished by someone. An indescribable emotion lingered in her chest. "Pour the wine." The proprietress placed her glass heavily on the table. A faint lipstick mark remained on the rim of the glass. Lin Baici complied respectfully. The ecological environment of the god's ruin was truly amazing. Lin Baici suddenly had an idea. Could he study the proprietress to gain insight into the god's ruin? What would happen if he took her out? The aroma of the wine and the beauty of the woman made the surrounding customers steal glances in their direction. Those young men looked at the white shirt on the proprietress and felt something growing vigorously within their bodies, as if it were about to erupt like a volcano. That woman is so shameless. Actually drinking with such a young oppa. They've finished drinking. They'll probably go to a hotel, right? No kidding, if it were you. Would you go? I would. The surrounding diners whispered among themselves. Quan Zhonggren and the other four also found a street stall and sat down, from where they could see the situation at Lin Baici's table from a distance. Is Lin Shen's ability to pick up women really that strong? Huang Jingxiang was speechless. This was inside a god's ruin, where money was useless. It was purely about personal charm. You should call him a monster, Li Yintong corrected him. What would happen if a god hunter slept with a monster? Jin Yingxin frowned. Would they be polluted? Huan Jingshan and Li Yintang exchanged a look. Don't know. The delinquent girl shrugged her shoulders. I heard that Japan has done research in this area, Jin Zhenju revealed. I increasingly feel that there is a god in this god's ruin. When Quan Zhonggren said this, his expression was proud. Look at our great Goryeo. Even our god's ruin is more impressive than those of other countries. Although that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Let's hurry up and finish this god-forbidden game so we can get out. Jin Zhenju didn't want to continue exploring. It was too dangerous. Yeah? Quan Zhonggren watched Lin Baici and the proprietress chatting happily and felt very frustrated. Even if she was a monster, she was Goryeo's monster. And Lin Baici was eating her up and leaving nothing behind. Plus, he had made a fortune this time and obtained quite a few god-forbidden items. So annoying. Quan Zhonggren felt unhappy inside. He glanced at Jin Yingxin. Thinking that these women were too unreserved, they didn't choose the many good men in their own country and insisted on throwing themselves at a foreigner. Actually, Quan Zhonggren also had to admit that Lin Baici was excellent. If he were a woman, he would also choose Lin Baici. That was what made it most helpless. Damn, look, someone is walking over. Are they looking for trouble? Li Yintang saw 4 men walking aggressively toward Lin Baici's table and immediately shouted with excitement. What was the point of drinking if there wasn't a fight? In any case, Lin Baici wouldn't be the one suffering. Quan Zhonggren didn't take it seriously. Han Suing was beautiful, and it was very normal for men who had drunk too much to want to hit on her. But when he looked up and saw the man leading them, he spat out a mouthful of soju. Cough, cough. Quan Zhonggren hurriedly stood up and started to run over. Huan Jingshan grabbed Quan Xianggren's arm. Do you know those 4? It's Li Shengju. There was no need to ask. They were definitely there to seek revenge for the dead Chui Yongzhen and Han Yubin. Chapter 390 for Street Stall Showdown. On the street, 5 young girls wearing denim shorts, sneakers, and tight camisoles were dancing. They were trainees who had just formed a group and didn't yet have the qualifications to get on stage. So they were performing on the street in this snack street, which was popular at night. To accumulate experience and popularity, the youthful atmosphere and vibrant bodies of the performers made many people stop to watch. It wasn't necessarily because they were dancing particularly well, but rather because the 5 of them were quintuplets, sisters, and 5 of them at that was quite a selling point. Jin Yingxin had been watching the roadshow out of boredom, but now that she saw trouble brewing on Lin Baici's side, she worried he might be at a disadvantage and immediately stood up, ready to rush over. Wait a moment. Huan Jingshan called out to her. Let's see how the situation develops first. Jin Yingxin was no fool. She instantly understood Huan Jingshan's meaning. Their side was effectively an ambush force that could strike at the critical moment, catching Li Shengju and his 3 companions off guard. What else is there to see? We need to stop them immediately. Quan Zhonggren was unhappy. Li Shengju was very powerful, but Lin Baici was even stronger. If a real fight broke out, Li Shengju might be fine, but his team members would surely lose 1 or 2 people. They were all colleagues from Sozhongjing. They should naturally help when they could. Jin Zhenju was definitely going to listen to Quan Zhonggren. But just as she left her seat, Li Yintang blocked her path with a long stride. What's the rush? The delinquent girl eyed Jin Zhenju, her butterfly knife already in her hand, spinning and flipping between her fingers like a butterfly. Team leader Quan. Whose side are you on? Huan Jingshan didn't stand up. He sat by the table, holding chopsticks and tossing peanuts into his mouth. Despite this plain and relaxed demeanor, it brought immense pressure to bear on Quan Zhonggren. He knew that if he acted rashly, he would likely get hammered. Huan Jingshan was, after all, an elite from the Kowloon Hall in Hong Kong, although he had suffered quite a bit in the monster apartment and looked miserable. When it came to fighting, he was no worse than Quan Zhonggren. I'm definitely on Godlin's side. Quan Zhonggren gave a bitter smile. I'm just worried that Li Shengju and his group will be killed. Are you related to him? The delinquent girl scoffed. Quan Zhonggren was depressed to the point of death, but he didn't dare to cause a real rift. If he did, Huan Jingshan would just have to make a small report to Lin Baici, and being kicked out would be the least of his worries. That Li Somethingju might not be able to get you out. but God Lin definitely can. So, you better think carefully about which side you're standing on, Li Yintong said, half persuading and half warning. Jin Zhenju looked at Quan Zhonggren, then at Lin Baiqi's side, and sat back down. If your skills aren't up to par, you just have to accept your fate. This type of soju was called Jinro. It wasn't very strong, only about 20% alcohol. Combined with the feast of meat and wine, Lin Baici drank it like water. After half a gin went down, he didn't show any reaction at all, just as the proprietress was teaching Lin Baici how to play finger-guessing games and drink during truth or dare. Four people walked over. Lin Baici turned his head. The leader was a middle-aged man, quite tall, wearing a camel-colored trench coat and a scarf, looking even more stylish than that Che Jingshuo. Whether he had undergone plastic surgery or not, he was a handsome uncle, which was highly lethal to young girls. Lin Baici noticed the barbecue restaurant owner's middle school-aged daughter peeking at this middle-aged man and even taking a photo with her phone. The others were two men and one woman. The woman wore a tight black leather outfit and had a denim jacket tied around her waist by its sleeves. The area under the jacket was bulging, clearly concealing weapons. The two men, one with a center part hairstyle and the other with a side part, were both handsome, though one could see traces of technology and hard work on their faces. After the three of them arrived in front of Lin Baici, they spread out to prevent him from escaping. Han Suing sensed their hostility. "What are you doing?" Li Shangju ignored her and stared at Lin Baici. "You killed our people for no reason. Even if you are Jin Xian's brother-in-law, you have to give us an explanation before entering the divine ruins." Li Shangju had reviewed the files on these foreigners. Lin Baici had obtained his spot through Jin Xian's recommendation. Because he had been a god hunter for too short a time, so Zhongjing hadn't had the chance to gather intelligence on him, only assuming he and Jin Yangshan were a couple. What kind of explanation? Lin Baici signaled to the proprietress, "You should go first." Han Suing was loyal and didn't leave. Instead, she took out her phone. "I'm calling the police, Zhang Shuan." The woman in the leather outfit was quick-witted and snatched Han Suing's phone, then squeezed with her 5 fingers. Crack, crack. The metal-cased phone was twisted into a pretzel by her small hand. Zhang Shuan let go. Clatter. The phone fell to the ground, and Zhang Shuan stomped on it a few times with her high boots. "Hand over all your belongings. Kowtow 3 times while naked, and then you can get lost," Jin Jiwen spoke, flicking his side-parted bangs. Han Yubin and the other man hadn't returned within the agreed time. Li Shangju had immediately gone to the Mermaid Club, and upon learning of their deaths, he had rushed to check the surveillance footage. They had seen the scene where Lin Baici killed Han Yubin and his companion. This Kyushu man was very strong. The fact that Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju were present but didn't intervene also showed from the side that their words carried no weight in front of Lin Baici. One had to know that no matter how bad Quan Zhonggren was, he was still a team leader. What Jin Jiwen said was a tactic they had discussed beforehand. The promise to let Lin Baici go was a lie meant to make him lower his guard, making him think they were just greedy people. Once he put down his divine taboo items and stripped off his clothes, his combat effectiveness would be reduced by at least 2/3. Li Shangju sized up Lin Baici. A person so young who could make it to this station definitely had some tricks up his sleeve, and he must possess top-tier divine taboo items. Such a big fish could not be let go. Besides, they also had the righteous cause of avenging their teammates. Haha, Lin Baici laughed. "What makes you think I would agree to your terms? For people totaling 51 divine graces, averaging 13 per person." Zhang Shuan looked at Lin Baici. "Is that enough for god hunters? Although they can strengthen their bodies through divine energy, meteor stones are rare, and the difficulty of obtaining them is too great. Therefore, in terms of physical fitness, the gap is generally not too large. The main difference lies in divine graces and divine relics. It is just like in a game. A player who possesses more skills and better equipment will naturally have a higher win rate during player versus player combat." Enough. Lin Baici picked up a skewer of grilled meat and took a bite. He had 22 divine graces, so the gap was indeed a bit large. It seems he still needs to work harder. Jin Jiwen could not stand the way Lin Baici sat there as steady as a fisherman on a rock. So, he kicked the table. The wine bottle tipped over. and the soju spilled out. This is the Bizen God ruins of Korea, not your Jujo. Kneel down and talk to us, Jin Ji-won cursed, clearly playing the role of the bad cop. The other diners were startled by this kick. The barbecue restaurant owner came over, wanting to persuade them, but was slapped across the face by Jin Ji-won. Get lost. Hand over the divine relic, kneel down and kowtow, and I will spare your life. Jung Shuan scolded. What is your name? Lin Baici looked at the man with the center-parted hair who had not spoken yet. The man with the center-parted hair did not speak. His eyes were cold, looking at Lin Baici as if he were looking at a dead man. Han Suing gave the owner a look, signaling him to hide to the side and make a phone call. But Jung Shuan noticed. She picked up a stool and smashed it onto the owner's leg. Saibal, if you don't want to die, don't get involved. Jung Shuan was incredibly violent. Just at that moment, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Her divine grace activated automatically, and her sixth sense, like a radar, told her that someone was launching a sneak attack. The target was her lower leg. Jung Shuan moved immediately. Whoosh! A flying stone grazed past the back of her leg. Lin Baici moved, lightning fast. He flipped the table with one hand while simultaneously lunging at Jung Shuan with the fastest speed possible. Saibal, get him! Jin Ji-won lunged at Lin Baici like a starving tiger, but the next instant, a sudden pain in his lower leg shin made him scream out loud. The attack route chosen by the red clay mud man was very clever, even if Jung Shuan dodged. The flying stone could still strike the next person, before Jung Shuan could react. A bronze sword was already held against her neck, so fast. Li Shangju saw Lin Baici take Jung Shuan hostage in the blink of an eye, and his eyelids twitched. Saibal. Everyone had guessed that this Jujo man was powerful, but they had underestimated him nonetheless. What kind of divine grace is this? The cold-looking man with the center-parted hair blurted out. The opponent had not only taken down Jung Shuan but even had the leisure to pull a sword out of his backpack. Terrifying. TSK. The four of you are a bit more like weaklings than I estimated, Lin Baici teased. He was not being foul-mouthed, but rather trying to make the other side lose their composure in this way. They've started fighting. Hurry up and help. Quan Zhonggren seized this opportunity and immediately ran over. He could not wait any longer. Once more people died, the situation would become impossible to handle. Damn it! Huang Jingxiang cursed and signaled for everyone to follow quickly. God Lin, team leader Shengju. Stop fighting, Quan Zhonggren shouted, rushing over with an anxious face, and pleaded. God Lin, let's talk this out properly. Please don't kill anyone else, Huang Zhonggren. Have you ever learned the phrase biting the hand that feeds you? Jin Ji-won mocked. Were you raised on rice from Jujo? The man with the center-parted hair looked at him with utter contempt, despising such traitors and lackeys the most. Saibal. Quan Zhonggren was so angry he felt like his lungs would explode. If I don't stop this, you will all be slaughtered by God Lin, insulting me. Do you even know that I am doing this for your own good? Team leader Li. God Lin is extremely powerful, Jin Zhenju chimed in. The problem now was that Li Shangju was relying on his numbers, thinking he was guaranteed a win. More powerful than Jin Xiang. Li Shangju curled his lip, not liking what he heard, feeling that he was being looked down upon. At the previous stop, the monster apartment, Jesus was killed by God Lin. From that moment on, the Statue of Liberty was officially removed from the circle of God Hunters. Quan Zhonggren felt that this achievement was enough to make Li Shangju put away his arrogance. Sure enough, when the four of them heard this, their expressions darkened. The way they looked at Lin Baici contained disbelief, confusion, and a hint of wariness that gradually rose from the depths of their eyes. Jesus, the leader of the Statue of Liberty, was killed by this Juju youth. Is that fake, team leader Li? We saw it with our own eyes. Jin Zhenju was almost crying. Lin Baici was not someone you could kill just because you wanted to. Do not ever think that you can win just because you have more people. Chapter 395 Girl Group Roadshow. Let me buy you a drink. I was wondering who had such a grand display. So, it's Li something big. Huang Jingxiang arrived, laughing loudly with a mocking tone, then respectfully apologized to Lin Baici. God Lin, I've let you be startled. Tell me, who should we slaughter first? Huang Jingxiang's gaze was murderous, roaming over the four Koreans as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Li Shengju glanced at Huan Jingshan. He recognized this person. He was an elite expert from the Kowloon Pavilion, only slightly weaker than himself. He had not expected that he would follow the lead of that Juzhou man. "Who are you calling a pig?" Jin Jiwen roared. "In your Korea, can someone with a bad brain also become a god hunter?" Li Yintong had a sharp tongue. In reality, neither Huan Jingshan nor the delinquent girl were pushovers. They only acted humble to curry favor with Lin Baici. If they were with anyone else, they would also carry themselves with the posture of the strong. "Everyone stop arguing. Calm down." Quan Zhonggren stood between the two groups, first putting his hands together to bow toward Lin Baici. "God Lin, please give me some face." After saying this, Quan Zhonggren turned to face Li Shengju, pleading earnestly, "Team leader Li, if you can leave the god ruins alive, you will know that what I said is true. Can we discuss any grievances after we get out of here?" Jin Jiwen felt that Quan Zhonggren was boosting others' morale while diminishing his own. So, he retorted angrily, "What the hell do you mean? Who says we can't get out of the god ruins? I will absolutely return with a full haul." The delinquent girl was highly amused. If they hadn't run into Lin Baici, this team might have actually made it out, but now, they could just wait to die. "You guys sure talk a lot of nonsense." Lin Baici hadn't been afraid when he fought for people at once just a moment ago. Now that there were a few more helpers, he was even less intimidated. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, preparing to slit Zheng Xuan's throat. But just at that moment, the few girl group members who had just finished a hot dance routine ran over, holding flyers. "OPPA, please support us." Although the quintuplets looked identical and wore the same promotional outfits, their temperaments were different. The one leading them, who was likely the oldest sister, was extremely enthusiastic. She didn't seem to care about the clearly tense, sword-drawn atmosphere here, and began shoving the flyers, which looked cheap at a glance, into everyone's hands. "Come to the venue to watch our performance, and you can drink milk tea for free, receive a small gift, and get an autographed photo." The oldest sister smiled so brightly that it was hard not to feel a sense of goodwill toward her. "We look forward to your visit." The oldest sister walked up to Lin Baici, glanced at Zheng Xuan, who was being held hostage by him, and still handed over the flyers. "Are you guys from some drama club?" I guess they were having so much fun drinking that they decided to go straight into character. One doesn't hit a person who is smiling. So Lin Baici took the flyer. Zheng Xuan was in a bad mood and couldn't be bothered to deal with these NPCs. When the oldest sister tried to stuff a flyer directly into her pocket, she slapped her hand away. "We look forward to your visit. You can take photos and shake hands with us too. My name is Jin Wu. I'm the youngest sister, and I have two dimples." The personalities of these quintuplets were indeed suited for debuting as idols. At least they didn't have stage fright, except for Zheng Xuan. Even the stoic man with the center-parted hair took a flyer. He figured he would just throw it away later anyway. Everyone did not relax their vigilance because of the intervention of these female trainees and continued to stare at each other. "Takeout has arrived, time to eat," the gluttonous god suddenly commented, interrupting Lin Baici's intention to kill. "What takeout?" Lin Baici looked around. On the snack street, the air was filled with the scent of cooking, and it was bustling with noise, with nothing unusual. Could it be? Lin Baici looked at the quintuplets. The second sister, Jin Ermai, ran to the shelves of a barbecue restaurant and carried over a crate of soju. The crate, with the words Jinro Soju written on it, slammed onto the table. "We five sisters thank you all in advance. I'm treating everyone to a drink." After Jin Ermai finished speaking, she took out a bottle of soju, twisted off the cap, took 2 gulps, and then handed it to Li Yintong, who was standing nearby. The delinquent girl looked at the lipstick mark on the bottle rim, curled her lip in disgust, and pushed it away with her hand. "I'm not some nerd. I don't follow girl groups. I'm treating you to a drink." Jin Ermai smiled, still insisting. "No thanks." Li Yintong was getting impatient. She was the type who would hit women. So, if the other party offered a drink again, she was prepared to take action. "Don't you like our performance?" Jin Ermai's expression turned dejected. While she asked the question, she gripped the green soju bottle and smashed it rapidly toward Li Yintong's head. Seeing the other party make a move, Li Yintong's expression changed. She gripped her butterfly knife, intending to stab. But she was actually half a beat too slow. The bottle smashed against Li Yintong's head and shattered instantly. The alcohol splashed down like a waterfall, drenching her face. "You damn loser." Li Yintong cursed loudly. Although she was furious, she didn't retaliate, instead retreating to Lin Baici's side. Why would a girl group member hit someone for no reason? It couldn't be that they were mentally ill, right? Therefore, there was only one answer: rule contamination. Damn it. The delinquent girl was both shocked and angry, scanning the quintuplets. What the hell is going on? Jin Zhenju was terrified. Rule contamination. That was Quan Xiongren's first reaction. Li Shengju hadn't expected to suddenly encounter rule contamination and felt a bit overwhelmed. He quickly glanced at Lin Baici and found that the man's expression was calm, without a single ripple. This person definitely had nerves of steel. Drinking contest. Drinking contest. If you don't drink, you'll die. Jin Ermai opened another bottle of soju, walked up to Li Yintong, and handed it to her. "Please, have a drink." The delinquent girl was conflicted. Her face twisted in a grimace as she looked at the bottle. Taking it was a problem, and not taking it was also a problem. Damn it. Why am I the first one? I don't want to be cannon fodder. God, Lin. The delinquent girl looked at Lin Baici for help. "Take it, and take a sip." Lin Baici whispered a reminder. Li Yintong followed instructions. After she finished drinking, Jin Ermai was very happy, clapped her hands, and then moved several tables from nearby to push them together. "Everyone, find a stool and sit down." Jin Ermai took out all the soju. "Come on, let's drink." In this situation, having more cannon fodder would certainly be more beneficial for gathering information. So Lin Baici pushed Zhang Xuan away. "I am the oldest sister, Jin Yinai. I am the third sister, Jin Sanshan." Two identical girls ran to the shelves and carried over to more crates of soju. "And I'm Dai Jiangjiam," Li Yintong muttered, wiping the alcohol off her face and seeing blood. One piece of bad news. One piece of good news. Huang Jingxiang sat down next to Lin Baici, watching Jin Yin arrange the soju on the table. "The bad news is that rule contamination has broken out." Jin Zhenji gave a bitter smile. "The good news is that God Lin is still here, to be honest." Because Lin Baici was present, everyone wasn't actually that panicked. Because this was inside the God Ruins, everyone was mentally prepared to encounter rule contamination at any time. It was just unexpected that the contamination would unfold in this manner. The proprietress did not know what was happening and looked completely bewildered. The passersby and the customers near the barbecue stall continued to watch, showing no signs of shock or abnormality. Seeing that Li Seung-su and his three companions were still standing, the quintuplets each grabbed a bottle of soju and surrounded them. With their denim hot pants, long legs, tight camisoles revealing their shoulders and fair collarbones, and sneakers, they exuded a youthful, sweet, and invincible aura. However, the addition of the liquor bottles in their hands made the scene feel incredibly incongruous. Shit! Kim Ki-moon was furious. He had originally intended to make some extra money, only to encounter a contamination. Was his luck really this bad? "Team leader, what should we do?" No Wumyang ran his fingers through his hair, slicking his center-parted hairstyle back. "Should we fight?" Young Seo-yoon whispered. "There are many of us. Why don't we just fight our way out?" Li Seung-su looked at Lin Baici and suggested in a low voice. If this were a normal purification of a contamination rule, there would be a high chance of people dying. So it would be better to use brute force to break the situation while they had the numbers. Li Seung-su's plan was to run as soon as the fight started. Lin Baici had many people, but they were a disorganized bunch and would easily be intercepted by the quintuplets. "Be my guest." Lin Baici did not trust this guy at all. Besides, as for a drinking contest, although he had already consumed quite a bit, he was perfectly fine. Kim Sam-soon suddenly swung a liquor bottle and smashed it onto the head of the man with the center-parted hair. The bottle shattered, but No Wumyang must have used some kind of hairspray, as his center-parted hairstyle remained undisturbed. This bottle made everyone afraid to keep standing, so they sat down first. "You don't need to sit." Just as Young Seo-yoon sat down next to Li Seung-su, she heard Kim Il-nai say this to her. "Ah!" Young Seo-yoon looked stunned and turned to look at Li Seung-su. "Run!" Li Seung-su hissed. Better to save one if they could. Young Seo-yoon tried to leave, But Huang Jinsang was quick-witted. He grabbed the flyer in his hand and stuffed it into the pocket of Yung Seo-yun's leather jacket. "What are you doing?" Yung Seo-yun was furious and hurriedly tried to pull the flyer out. "We share the blessings and the burdens together," Huang Jinsang shrugged. Yung Seo-yun was the only one who hadn't taken a flyer earlier, which was probably why she had been allowed to leave. Sure enough, when Yung Seo-yun threw away the flyer and tried to leave again, she was blocked by Kim Samsoon. If you take my flyer, you have to drink," Kim O-wol explained. "Shit." Yung Seo-yun immediately glared at Huang Jinsang, wishing she could tear him to pieces. Huang Jinsang acted as if he didn't see it. Seeing everyone seated, the quintuplets were satisfied. They brought nearly 100 glasses from the barbecue shop, arranged them densely on the table, and then picked up the liquor bottles to fill them. Looking at this, "Are we going to drink?" Li Yintong raised an eyebrow, feeling that she was on solid ground. As a delinquent girl who smoked, drank, and frequented bars, she couldn't say much else. But her alcohol tolerance was definitely superb. Even the great leader Kia Feng would have to call her sister. In fact, if it were just drinking, no one was panicked, because as god hunters, they had excellent physics and strong metabolic capabilities. "Appa, are you going to be okay?" Kim Young-jin was worried. Lin Baici had already drunk quite a bit just now. "What are you saying? There is no such thing as a man who can't hold his liquor." Huang Jinsang picked up a skewer of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. "Hurry up and line your stomachs." Without needing Huang Jinsang's reminder, Lee Seung-soo and his group snatched up all the barbecue that Lin Baici and the proprietress had ordered earlier. The glasses were filled. Under the neon lights and starlight, the liquor in the glasses was crystal clear, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Kim Il-nai picked up a glass of liquor. "On behalf of us 5 sisters, I invite everyone to drink." Chapter 396 Death Support at the Roadside Stall. Various scents of smoke and fire mingled together, stimulating the taste buds. After Kim Il-nai finished speaking, she downed the soju in her glass. Everyone looked at each other, observing one another, all wanting someone else to drink first. The 5 sisters separated and inserted themselves into the crowd. This made everyone very nervous. The person who drinks the slowest will be smashed with a liquor bottle and then punished by drinking another glass. Lin Baici heard this commentary, reached out to pick up a glass of liquor, tilted his head back, and poured it into his mouth. Swish! Everyone looked over. So brave. Yung Seo-yun pursed her lips. Although they were at odds, Lin Baici's action made her want to give him a thumbs up. After all, given Lin Baici's status, he could have completely designated a cannon fodder to test the waters. No wonder these people were loyal to him. As a team leader, he was the first to charge forward. He deserved praise. "God Lin, is there any difference from the soju you drank earlier?" Kwon Sang-in was worried there might be a problem. "No, drink up." Lin Baici signaled to his companions, "Hurry." Kwon Sang-in and the others had followed Lin Baici for so long that they had long since given him their unconditional trust. Upon hearing this, they immediately picked up their glasses. But Lee Seung-soo and his 3 companions did not move. Being cautious to an extreme degree, Lin Baici saw this scene and remained expressionless. But he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A good show was about to begin. The 5 sisters waited for Kwon Sang-in and the others to finish their drinks. A few seconds later, just as Yung Seo-yun felt it was safe to start, the 5 sisters moved. They each grabbed a liquor bottle and smashed them toward the heads of Lee Seung-soo and his group. Lee Seung-soo reacted the fastest and dodged. But the liquor bottle seemed like a precision-guided missile, following him along a trajectory that defied the laws of physics. Bang! Bang! 2 bottles hit their marks. Because he was clearly the leader of these people, Kim O-wol gave him extra attention. Kim Ki-moon and No Woon-young raised their hands to block, while Yung Seo-yun was the slowest and was hit directly. Bang! Bang! The liquor bottles shattered. The 5 sisters each picked up another bottle and stared at Kim Ki-moon and No Woon-young. "What are you blocking for?" Hwang Jingxiang chuckled. The wine bottles being smashed by the quintuplets were clearly impossible to dodge. And even worse, they could not be blocked. In short, they were going to be smashed on the head regardless. "Thank you, God Lin." Hwang Jingxiang made the sign of the cross over his chest. If it weren't for Lin Baici, He would have acted according to his past experience and definitely would have taken a solid hit. Jin Jiwen and Lu Yuming also realized this. After exchanging a glance, they lowered their hands and let Jin Sanshin and Jin Yina smash the wine bottles onto their heads. Bang, bang, it hurt a little. But it was mostly embarrassing, listening to the sound. Those are two solid heads, Li Yintong teased, glancing at Lin Baici. Seeing him sitting there as steady as a mountain, the delinquent girl couldn't feel nervous at all. Sure enough, hugging a big thigh is comfortable. After the head smashing, Jin Yina looked at Jin Jiwen and Lu Yuming and tapped on the table. Penalty drink. The two men dared not refuse and drank a cup. The five sisters were satisfied, clapping their hands before picking up another glass of wine. Thank you all for your support. Here is a toast to you. The five young girls downed their drinks in one gulp. As expected of quintuplets, their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if they were cast from the same mold. This time, Li Shengju and his group had learned their lesson and picked up their glasses immediately. Lin Baici and his group were not slow either. In any case, there was no need for the five sisters to urge them. Everyone started drinking. After finishing his drink, Huang Jingshan even showed the bottom of his glass to indicate that nothing was left. Shouldn't be getting hit anymore, right? Zhang Xuan looked at the five sisters. Suddenly, Jin Sanshin grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it onto the center-parted head of Lu Yuming, who was sitting next to her. The man with the center-parted hair swayed. He looked annoyed and confused. Did you leave wine at the bottom of the glass? Jin Jiwen guessed. Li Shengju had more detailed observation skills. He had seen the whole scene just now. Lu Yuming did not like to drink, so although he had finished it, he was the slowest to do so. In that case, it must be that the last person to finish the soju gets hit. Li Shengju covered his mouth with his hand and leaned into his team members' ears to share this intelligence. Penalty drink. Jin Wuyu handed a glass of wine to Lu Yuming. After Lu Yuming finished it, Jin Yina began to toast again. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Shengju and the other three scrambled to drink. Damn it! Huang Jingsheng cursed. Also in a frantic rush, the neon lights flickered, and everyone looked like death row inmates kneeling on the execution ground, waiting for their sentence. This time, Jin Sanshin continued to act, hitting Lu Yuming again. Lu Yuming was dumbfounded. He turned his head to look at Li Shengju. He definitely had not been slow to drink this time. Li Shengju frowned, also not quite understanding. Could it be because he spilled the wine? Lin Baici speculated. His observation skills were not bad either, and after comparing the situations, he felt this was the reason, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. If you spill the wine, you will get smashed with a bottle and have to drink another glass. Lu Yuming was penalized with another drink. Don't try to be clever. Just drink for your life. Lin Baici quickly reminded his companions. The drinking contest continued. Li Shengju and his group were also elites. After 5 rounds, they had summarized these 2 rules for getting hit. The quintuplet's goal was not just to hit people, seeing that everyone was drinking actively. Even the person who finished last would not be smashed with a bottle. Can we order some grilled meat? Lu Yuming rubbed his stomach, looking miserable. He didn't like drinking to begin with, so this kind of divine taboo game was a bit of a torture for him. How long is this going to go on? Jin Zhenju rubbed her temples. Over half an hour had passed, and the floor was covered in soju bottles, looking like leeks growing out of the ground. Everyone had drunk at least 10 bottles, although the alcohol content wasn't very high. This couldn't go on forever. Yingziachi and Kama, how are you feeling? Lin Baici supported the Korean girl. I'm okay. Jin Yingshan had not been a god hunter for long, so her body enhancement was not sufficient, and her metabolic rate couldn't compare to the others. As a result, her cheeks were flushed, and she was already showing signs of drunkenness. What about you? The Korean girl worried about Lin Baici. I'm fine. Lin Baici thought to himself that even if these people drank themselves to death, he would be fine. However, the landlady had already passed out from drunkenness, perhaps because she was a native of the Divine Ruins. The 5 sisters did not make things difficult for her. Can we drink on behalf of others? Li Shengju asked. If it was just about drinking, he was confident he could hold out until the end. Jin Yina looked at everyone. To express her gratitude, we will present a dance. Jin Wuyu turned on the amplifier, played the music. and ran to the middle of the street to pose with her sisters. They even pulled microphones out from the chest area of their small camisoles. Once the upbeat music started, they immediately began to sing and dance. As expected of Koreans who are said to be prepared to be idols from birth, every movement of the five sisters was full of power, dynamic and hot, making Huan Jingshan want to have another drink to calm his nerves. Cheer for them. Otherwise you will be penalized with a drink. Remember to take the glow sticks, otherwise it won't count. Lin Baici didn't follow idols, so he knew nothing about these things. Furthermore, he felt it was too shameful to scream in public. But fortunately, these people were all natives. If they were on the streets of Haijing, Lin Baici would rather drink himself to death than cheer. Follow me, Lin Baici shouted, ran to the amplifier, and took a handful of glow sticks from the backpack that contained flyers, posters, and small gifts for each person. Cheer for them, Lin Baici ordered. Seeing the remaining glow sticks, he took advantage of the five sisters not paying attention and stuffed them all into the black altar bowl. Damn it, this kid has a spatial type divine taboo item. Jin Jiwen was envious and wished he could snatch it immediately. Everyone had no objections and quickly followed suit. Cheer, cheer. The delinquent girl waved her glow stick with total commitment, even showing off some fancy tricks. She spun the glow stick so skillfully it looked like a dragon made of fire. Lin Baici stood where he was, intending to give it a few lazy waves and call it a day. But the food god chimed in with a critique. Loudly, louder. Move your body and let the idols feel the passion of you fans. The food god's words were like those of a fanatical head of a fan club. Lin Baici felt that if the food god were to appear in front of him, he would definitely beat it with a glow stick. Did this kid discover something again? Zheng Xuan was suspicious. He probably just wants to curry favor with these five sisters. Liu Yuming felt that cheering was a task that wouldn't bring any rewards, but it wouldn't cause any trouble either. It wasn't a loss to do it, just a bit embarrassing. Let's go to. Li Shengju ran toward the travel bag, but couldn't find any glow sticks. So, he had to make do. You will definitely succeed in your debut. The album must be a huge hit. Following Li Yintong's loud shouts, Zheng Xuan and the others also began to yell, spewing out all sorts of flattering encouragement as if it cost nothing. Thank you. Thank you everyone. The five sisters danced even more vigorously. As the song ended, Jin Yinai shouted happily. To thank everyone for your support, we will present another dance for you. What would happen if I smashed them with a wine bottle and booed? Jin Yingxin was annoyed. Is this never going to end? But even though she was unhappy, she waved her glow stick just as hard, like a pet dog frolicking in a back alley. 5 minutes later, the five sisters finished their performance and returned to the table, each picking up 2 bottles of alcohol and placing them in front of Li Shengju and his 3 companions. Because Liu Yuming hadn't been enthusiastic enough in his cheering, he got 2 extra bottles. Why do we have to drink? Zheng Xuan was unhappy. We didn't see your support, Jin Yinai explained. No, we didn't shout loud enough. Jin Jiwen was so angry he laughed. As she bowed, it must be because we didn't have glow sticks, right? Li Shengju realized what was happening and immediately glared at Lin Baici. Damn it, we got played. This guy is too clever. He actually knew to take all the glow sticks. Li Shengju suddenly felt a lot of pressure. This guy from Kyushu is a formidable rival. It was this guy who took all the glow sticks. Zheng Xuan pointed at Lin Baici to tattle. You could have gone to buy some. Jin Yinai wouldn't accept that excuse. Drink. Li Shengju accepted his fate. Next, the drinking competition continued, and they were drinking straight from the bottles. Can I go to the restroom? Jin Zhenju raised her hand. Solve it right here. Jin Yinai refused, making everyone's expression turn ugly. People might not get drunk, but if you drink too much, you have to use the bathroom. If you wet your pants, you would die of social embarrassment on the spot. Fortunately, a bottle of soju is only 360 milliliters, so they could still hold it. After drinking 5 more bottles, the 5 sisters ran back to the middle of the street again, preparing to perform. Li Shengju and his 3 companions reacted extremely quickly, reaching out to snatch the glow sticks from Huan Jingshan and the others. No one touched Lin Baici's, as they were afraid they couldn't beat him. Chapter 397 The Power of the Patron. Damn your mother. Are you looking for a beating? Could Li Yuntong take such a loss? She rolled up her sleeves, ready to start a fight. Huang Jingshan was submissive in front of Lin Baici, but in front of these Koreans, he was incredibly domineering. He held a wine bottle in one hand, intending to crack Jin Jiuwen's skull open. He had long found this guy with the parted hair an eyesore. And given Lin Baici's personality, he was sure a fight would break out anyway. So starting it himself would earn him some favor. Calm down. Quan Zhonggren hurriedly reached out to stop them. Everyone, calm down. You should be telling them that. Li Yuntong sneered. Snatching our glow sticks, do you think you're something special? God Lin. The rule pollution is erupting right now. How about everyone takes a step back and we get through this safely first? Quan Zhonggren pleaded in a low, submissive voice. Why should we back down? They don't have glow sticks. They'll be the first to die. Huang Jingshan was aggressive. Let's go. Li Shangju didn't want to argue. So, he took the four of them and ran toward the long street to start cheering. Ashiba. Quan Zhonggren was dumbfounded. I'm here trying to mediate for you guys. And you just run off. What is this? Jin Jiwen looked back and gave them the middle finger, looking extremely arrogant. Damn losers. I can't stand this. The delinquent girl spat on the ground. Follow the dance, or your body will explode. If you don't dance well, you will also explode, the food god critiqued. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. This god-forbidden game was indeed not simple. Explosive music began to play, and the five sisters started to twist their bodies, performing a sexy and hot dance. Hurry up! Lin Baici signaled for everyone to move quickly, but Jin Yina pointed at the guy with the center-parted hair and invited him. I like your hairstyle. You go first. I really thank you for that. Liu Yuming was caught between laughter and tears. Being appreciated by a monster, he didn't know whether to feel proud or unlucky. However, he didn't dare to delay and shook his glow stick vigorously with both hands. I will support you forever. There were so many girl groups in Korea, even if Liu Yuming hadn't eaten pork. He had seen pigs run. He knew how to cheer. Although it was embarrassing, he did as he was told to save his life. But things did not develop as he had expected. Wrong! Jin Yinai shouted into the microphone. I love you. Liu Yuming gripped his glow stick and waved it even harder. On. This time, all five sisters shouted together, Shiba. Just how much do I have to do? Liu Yuming was incredibly annoyed, but he had no choice. So, he mimicked the way fanatical otaku fans chase stars, roaring while waving his glow stick in a flurry of motion. The otaku in the Sakura Kingdom would even create slogans and choreograph entire sets of cheering routines. As for wearing sashes with their idols' names on them, that was just standard procedure. Are we really going to have to do this? It looks so stupid. Jin Yingxin, a wealthy heiress, had never chased after idols and never felt there was anything worth liking about them. The song ended. Liu Yuming stopped, panting heavily. He saw Jin Yina looking at him and gave his bangs a suave flick. Too pathetic. The five sisters shook their heads in unison, announcing the result. You are not qualified to be our fan. This sentence caused everyone's hearts to sink, and they immediately sensed that something was wrong. Liu Yuming also sensed the danger. Just as he was about to ask what he should do, his limbs began to swell irregularly, as if they were being inflated with hydrogen. His body even began to slowly float upward. Yuming, Zheng Xun was frantic. Team leader, what do we do? What did he do wrong? We can change it. We can compensate you double. Li Shangju shouted, racking his brain to find a solution. But before he could figure it out, Liu Yuming's limbs exploded with a series of loud bangs. Blood mixed with bits of flesh splattered everywhere. Liu Yuming screamed as he fell to the ground. His limbs were completely gone, leaving him as nothing more than a human torso. Damn it! Huang Jingshan's voice changed in terror. He instinctively clenched his glutes and leaned toward Lin Baici. It seemed that only here could he find a sense of safety. Aish, is it really that terrifying? Jin Zhenju looked at Lin Baici. God Lin, have you discovered the key? Lin Baici ignored her. Jin Zhenju felt snubbed and gave an awkward laugh. Yuming. Li Shangju wanted to rush over to bandage Liu Yuming, but a single sentence from Lin Baici froze him in his tracks. If you touch him, be careful of being targeted by the five sisters. You'll be the next one they choose. Li Shangju's expression was conflicted. Team leader, help me. Liu Yuming cried out. no longer possessing the arrogance and composure of the cold, handsome man he had been before. Team Leader Li, give it up. In this state, he's beyond saving, Quan Zhonggren advised. Liu Yuming's limbs were severed. Even if he didn't die now, he was a burden. And even if he managed to leave alive, he would be useless to Sejongjiang. Damn it, what did you say? Jin Jiwen roared. You dare to yell at me? Quan Zhonggren was so angry he laughed. Did they not know what was good for them? He glanced at Lin Baici and noticed his calm expression. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that God Lin had discovered the key to purification again? Could he really be that strong, right now? Quan Zhonggren was feeling painfully conflicted. He hoped Lin Baici would find the key. But he didn't want him to be this powerful, because, after all, he wasn't Korean. Leave this place. Li Shangju growled and immediately ran toward Lin Baici, who was standing by the side of the street. Damn it, trying to drag us into your mess. Huang Jingshan was annoyed. But there was nothing he could do. Why are you running? Don't you like our dancing? Jin Sanshin questioned. No, that's not it. Zheng Xun quickly explained. We can see better from over here. A penalty drink, 1 bottle. Jin Wuyu pouted. Who would dare to refuse that? They had no choice but to drink. Fortunately, it was soju, which wasn't very high in alcohol content. But the problem was they had already drunk quite a bit. They felt full, and everyone was starting to feel a bit tipsy. You come here. Jin Yuna pointed at Jin Yingxin. I like your temperament and appearance. Do you want to join us? And your figure, Jin Wuyu added, looking Jin Yingxin up and down. It's amazing, big sister. Our group doesn't need outsiders, Jin Ermai complained. 5 people make a group. It's just right, Jin Sanshin scolded. Come over here. When Zheng Xun heard this, a flash of satisfaction crossed her face. She waited to see Jin Yingxin get contaminated and turned into a human torso. It would have been better if they had chosen that Zhuzhou man, Jin Jiwen said with regret. Lin Baici immediately leaned in close to Jin Yingxin and whispered, covering his mouth with his hand. Don't cheer or encourage them. Just follow along and dance with them. Jin Yingxin walked onto the street. Directly facing the 5 sisters, the music started, and the 5 sisters began to dance again. Jin Yingxin immediately followed along. Because her family was wealthy, she hadn't spent much time on academics growing up. But she had taken many courses in dance, equestrianism, and piano. Gluttony was dancing now with a solid foundation, and furthermore, after becoming a god hunter, her physical fitness had improved, making her movements even more coordinated. They didn't say it was wrong, Jin Jiwen muttered. It seems that for this round, the key is to dance along with them. Zheng Xun felt a sense of loss. If they had discovered this earlier, Liu Yuming wouldn't have ended up like that. Li Shangju's expression was grim as he turned his head to look at Lin Baici. If it were a normal encounter with rule-based contamination, losing 1 or 2 people would be acceptable. But the problem was that this Zhuzhou man had found the key immediately. Comparing the two, it made him look incredibly stupid. A song didn't last long, just under 4 minutes. After the 5 sisters finished dancing, everyone waited anxiously for the result. Your dancing was a bit lacking. Jin Sanshin wagged her finger at Jin Yingxin. This made the Korean girl's heart skip a beat. I thought it was pretty good, the delinquent girl muttered. Anyway, she felt that Jin Yingxin's dancing was very evocative. If she were a man, she would definitely reward herself for watching it. However, your figure is excellent, enough to make up for the shortcomings in your dance technique, Jin Yuna commented. If you want to join our group, you are welcome at any time. Can you finish what you're saying all at once? It's so scary. Jin Zhenja patted her chest. She didn't actually care about Jin Yingxin's life or death. She said that mainly to show her team spirit in front of Lin Baici. Having danced 2 rounds in a row, the 5 sisters also needed a break. They ran back to the roadside stall and beckoned to everyone. Come, let's drink. This time, they didn't even bother pouring the wine into glasses. They just drank straight from the bottles. Everyone looked on with worry. This was no longer a matter of whether or not someone would wet their pants. It was about how they were supposed to dance while drunk and stumbling around. You guys should be thankful this isn't in the 9 provinces. Otherwise, with the high-proof liquor there, you'd all be dead from alcohol poisoning. Huang Jingshan had a decent tolerance for alcohol, After the 5 sisters finished another 3 bottles, they ran out into the street. Come on. Jin San-sun pointed at Jin Ji-wen, while the other 4 sisters pointed at Lin Baici, third sister. What kind of taste is that? Jin Wu complained. Jin San-sun just shrugged her shoulders. Appa. Jin Yingjin was worried. She knew Lin Baici's background. When it came to academics, he was certainly top tier, but dancing, Lin Baici had never even set foot in a dance club. Brother Lin, have you ever danced before? The delinquent girl was equally anxious. Does the children's broadcast gymnastics count as dancing? Lin Baici was also feeling a headache coming on. This wasn't even a question of losing face anymore. He genuinely didn't know how. Eldest sister, Jin Yingjin raised her hand. Can I dance in his place? I can do it too. The delinquent girl volunteered. She spent her time hanging out in bars and nightclubs, and her dance skills were superb. She could handle anything from suggestive moves to standard routines. Jin Yunai didn't even spare them a glance. Haha. Jin Ji-wen was amused. As Lin Baici walked over, he whispered a taunt. So you're the legendary god Lin. Bye-bye. Lin Baici remained expressionless. The upbeat music began to play, and the dance started. Jin Ji-wen immediately mimicked the moves, performing them with even more grace and power than the 5 sisters. He looked incredibly impressive. Damn, what's going on? Huang Jingshan was surprised. Jin Ji-wen smiled proudly. He had been a trainee for 2.5 years and was the main dancer of his group. If it hadn't been for the accidental absorption of divine grace that turned him into a god hunter, he would be a male idol right now. When it came to dancing, Jin Ji-wen was a professional. Not only could he dance, but he could also choreograph. Lin Baici tried a few steps, but he couldn't keep up at all. So, he simply stopped moving. Swish. The 5 sisters immediately glared at him, their expressions filled with anger. Brother Lin, even if you can't do it, you have to try, maybe because you're handsome. They'll let you off the hook. Li Yintang offered a suggestion. Quan Sang and An Jinjinsu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Appa. Jin Yingjin gripped her dog-leg knife, preparing for a fight. Just as Lin Baici was about to pull his bronze sword from his backpack, the gluttonous god provided a critique. If you can't be a fan, you can be a patron. Cover all the tickets for their underground concerts, and buy 10,000 copies of the girl group's albums. Hearing this, Lin Baici stopped reaching for his sword. He swapped it for the pipe wrench, tucked it into his belt, and adjusted his backpack. As it turned out, no matter how fanatical a fan was, they couldn't compare to a patron who spent real money. It was just like opening 1,000 accounts to collect free gifts. No matter how much you spammed, it was never as effective as a top-tier donor throwing money around. The dance ended. You danced wonderfully. Jin San-sun applauded, referring to Jin Ji-wen. The other sisters were also satisfied. And then it was Lin Baici's turn. You are terrible. The quintuplets spoke in unison. It doesn't matter if you dance poorly, but by not dancing at all, are you looking down on us? Kill him. Zhang Shuan secretly fumed. Bye-bye. Jin Ji-wen waved at Lin Baici triumphantly. Just as Huang Jingshan and the others were worrying, Lin Baici lunged forward, darted to Jin Yunai's side, and leaned in close to her ear. Our New World Hotel needs to build up its reputation, so we're planning to arrange a dozen roadshows. Are you interested? Lin Baici acted like a wealthy tycoon. Don't worry, money is no object. Jin Yunai raised an eyebrow. When the time comes, we'll also invite several media outlets. You'll be able to give interviews. Lin Baici casually put his arm around Jin Yunai's waist. Speaking of which, Jin Yunai wasn't a young married woman, so would the pipe wrench even have an effect? He could take off his shirt to gain Kung-won in charm, but Lin Baici felt too embarrassed. Don't talk about money. That's too formal. Just make sure we're fed. After Jin Yunai finished speaking, she paused and added, Can you invite the Korea satellite television station? That station broadcasted nationwide. No problem. Lin Baici smiled. I'll find a way to arrange a 5-minute interview for you. And where will you be holding your roadshows? I'll organize a group of fans to support you. Do you have albums? I want to buy 10,000 copies for my collection. It was just money, right? Robbing a bank would be enough. Jin Yunai smiled sweetly and leaned into Lin Baici. Appa, do you have time tonight? Let's grab a meal together. This was a patron. After all, she had to treat him well. The two of them interacting like this left the whole group stunned. Why didn't his limbs get blown off? Jung Shuin couldn't understand. His dance imitation was so pathetic. And even if he wasn't punished, why was the oldest sister acting like she was throwing herself at him? Is she the cheap, damn it? Has Brother Lin's charm reached such a level? Huang Jingxiang was shocked. Sure enough, a pretty boy is popular everywhere. Of course, jokes aside. Everyone understood that Lin Baici must have discovered the key to passing the stage. Besides mimicking the dance closely, there were other ways to be exempted from punishment. Aish. Li Xingsi felt a strong sense of frustration. Let's go. Let's drink. Jin Yunai hugged Lin Baici's arm and walked toward the table. Eldest sister. The four sisters were confused. Patron. Jin Yunai mouthed the words. He's the son of a chaebol family. The five sisters immediately beamed and gathered around. Appa, I'll toast you. Jin Wuyu raised her glass. We're safe now. We're safe. Huang Jingxiang finally set his heart at ease. He was a master in the kitchen, but dancing was not his forte. He had been worried, but now, he was completely unbothered. Trust in God Lin, and you shall gain eternal life. This isn't fair. Jin Jiwen could not accept this reality. I rely on my own strength. So what does he have to rely on? The five sisters glanced at Jin Jiwen and ignored him entirely. Sorry, but there will be no saying goodbye. Lin Baici flashed a grin. He finally understood that this rule-based contamination was not without its own logic. For a Korean girl group, the sponsor comes first. The people they are most afraid to offend and most eager to curry favor with are undoubtedly the chaebols. Chapter 398. The young lady of a chaebol family. Hearing Lin Baici mock him, Jin Jiwen turned green with rage. The expressions of Li Shengzhua and Zheng Shuan were also unsightly. In this round of rule-based contamination, Lin Baici was already safe, while they still had to struggle for survival. Quan Zhonggren raised his hand and slapped his own left cheek hard. If I ever play the peacemaker again, I am a dog. Knowing full well that Lin Baici is so formidable, why did I waste a favor just to annoy him? Quan Zhonggren began to reflect. Jin Zhenju was much more straightforward, immediately flattering him. God Lin, you really are the number one in Asia, please. When it is my turn to dance later, you must tell me the way to be exempted from the rule-based contamination. Jin Zhenju made up her mind that she would absolutely never do anything that might displease Lin Baici. Li Shengzhu heard Jin Zhenju being so servile and fawning over Lin Baici, and his face darkened even further. By saying that, where does that put the Koreans? The toasts continued. Everyone knew that once the drinking was over, the next round of dancing would begin. It wasn't clear who would be chosen this time. God Lin, what did you say to them? Jin Zhenju leaned in, asking out of curiosity. The others also immediately pricked up their ears. I just gave them a few compliments. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Jin Zhenju put on a smile, but in her heart, she was cursing. I believe you, you ghost. You people from Juju are truly wicked. Your bellies are full of dirty water. Yingzien. Lin Baici leaned toward Jin Yingzhen's ear and whispered a prompt. When I give you the signal in a moment, put on your airs as a young lady of a chaebol family. Putting on airs in front of monsters was likely to get one beaten, but the Korean girl agreed readily. 3 more bottles of soju went down. The 5 sisters acted as if nothing had happened and prepared to go back to the street to dance. Yunai, wait. Lin Baici smiled and picked up a bottle of soju. You danced well. I will toast you a bottle. The 4 sisters looked at their oldest sister. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Lin Baici struck the pose of a wealthy second-generation heir. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have had this confidence. But now, with an annual income of over 100 million and so many divine taboo items on his person, he was truly brimming with confidence. Before the oldest sister could speak, Jin Yingzhen, having received a look from Lin Baici, slapped the bottle down heavily on the table and stared at Yunai with a stern face. Why is it so hard to just have a drink? Before you came for this roadshow, how did your manager teach you? Jin Yingzhen scolded. Never mind a few trainees, even when dealing with top-tier, popular boy bands and girl groups, Jin Yingzhen would scold them like dogs. Dignity. If you don't want to do it, go commit suicide. Perhaps it touched upon a brand etched into their DNA. Or perhaps it was because in Korea, chaebols are at the top of the food chain. But the five sisters immediately lowered their heads and apologized submissively. I'm sorry. Jin Yunai picked up a bottle of liquor and, without waiting for Jin Yingjin to speak again, downed it in one go. I'm sorry. The four sisters bowed in apology and then drank. What is going on? Zheng Xuan frowned, while Li Shengju had a moment of realization. I only let you drink. As if I were bullying you. Let's all drink together. Although Lin Baici did not say it explicitly, the Korean girl was also a clever girl and understood Lin Baici's intention. She and Lin Baici had already passed the test, so it didn't matter how much they drank now. However, the more Li Shengju and Zheng Xuan drank, the worse their ability to mimic would be when it came time to dance. Li Shengju and Zheng Xuan did not move. They had not noticed Jin Yingxin's little scheme, but drinking too much would certainly affect their physical balance. These two don't seem to be giving us any face. After taking the sip, Li Yintang spoke up with a sneer. Jin Yunai immediately glared at Li Shengju. What do you mean by this? Drink? Li Shengju had no choice. 3 more bottles went into their stomachs. Oppa, Miss Jin. The next dance song is dedicated to you. Jin Wuyu forced a smile, then stared at Li Yintang and the others. You all join in too. Only with more people would it be lively and have an atmosphere. Furthermore, only if the fans were fanatical enough could it show the popularity of her sisters and make the descendants of the chaebol family look at them with higher regard. Those who hadn't danced before were all called out by name. Damn it! Huang Jingxiang rubbed his belly. How is he supposed to dance with a stomach full of soju? He really wanted to find a corner in an alley to relieve himself. Jin Zhenju looked back at Lin Baici every few steps, hoping he would back her up. The dance music began, and the 5 sisters immediately entered their state. Although they held microphones in their hands, they were just for show. The main focus was the hot dance. Li Yintang was worthy of being the little princess of the nightlife scene. Although she had never danced this kind of girl group choreography, her body was very flexible, and her movements were quite sultry. Huang Jingshan and Quan Zhonggren were stiff, one worse than the other. With their capital, they didn't need to rely on dance skills to act cool and attract women. Having money was enough. Jin Zhenju and Zheng Xuan actually danced quite well. At least it was watchable. If they changed into more revealing clothes, being a car model would be no problem at all. I wonder if this is a talent of Korean women. Li Shengju was quite average. Korea was inherently a society where men were superior to women. He had become famous at a young age, entered the Sejong government, and after becoming a team leader, he had gained wealth and power. Having become a superior, he paid attention to his personal image in any situation. Dancing on the street like this is truly too embarrassing. Leader, you cannot do this. Jin Jiwen was worried. Li Seung-soo also knew this, wanting to dance with more effort, but he suddenly heard laughter. He subconsciously turned his head and saw Lin Baici and Jin Yingxian laughing at him. Damn it! Li Seung-soo cursed and stopped. That Lin Baici is not dancing, so I can stop too. Li Seung-soo looked at Jin Yunai and then swept a glance at the other sisters. Although he did not hear what Lin Baici had just said, he guessed what he had done. Lin Baici had deliberately mocked Li Seung-soo, using his pride to make him give up dancing. But he did not expect him to actually do it. The song ended. You danced very well. Jin Yunai gave Li Yintang a thumbs up. The delinquent girl immediately returned the gesture and even gave a wink. You two. You are too terrible. Jin Wuyu looked at Jin Zhenju and Zheng Xuan and clicked her tongue. Even a dog would shake its head at this. We are indeed not as professional as you. Jin Zhenju humbly accepted the criticism, her heart jumping into her throat. HMPH, of course. We are trainees who have practiced for 2.5 years. Jin Wuyu was very proud. Let us go. Jin Sanshun waved her hand impatiently. If they were women, the 5 sisters would not be very strict with them, as long as they danced passably. It would be fine. I feel like I am done for. Huang Jingxiang gasped, and seeing the 5 sisters looking over, he immediately squeezed out a smile. Trash. Waste. The 5 sisters spat out insults. You two. You are ugly and dance poorly. You are not worthy of being our fans at all. Jin Wuyu pouted her little lips. Such fans would lower the class of their girl group. Godlin, help. Help me. Huan Jingxiang panicked. God Lin, give us a hand. Quan Xianren pressed his palms together. Lin Baici did not speak, but instead gave Jin Yingxian a look, signaling her to speak. It was not that Lin Baici was afraid of death, but rather that Jin Yingxian was truly from a chaebol background. He could not imitate that temperament and tone. These two are my friends. I will have them invest a sum of money to shoot an advertisement or a drama, and make you the leads. Jin Yingxian did not ask if the 5 sisters agreed, because in the eyes of a chaebol, girl group members have no say. How about the title of the drama be the quintessential quintuplets? Lin Baici interjected at the right moment. A story about a man and 5 sisters. Find the most popular male idol to star in it. Thank you, young lady. Jin Sanshan immediately smiled sweetly. Jin Yunai walked quickly to the table and picked up a bottle of alcohol. On behalf of my sisters, I toast you a bottle. You can drink as you please. I will finish mine. You drink as you like, big sister. Look at how well behaved I am. Can the 5th sister's screen time be a bit more? Jin Wuyu leaned next to Jin Yingxian, hugging her arm and calling her big sister while acting cute. Li Seung-su was left out on the street, ignored by everyone, feeling very awkward. Li Yuming was no longer moving. It was unknown if he had died from excessive blood loss or had simply fainted. But in any case, he would not last until the end of the rule-based pollution. Jin Yingxian turned her head and glanced at Jin Wuyu. The casual, contemptuous look in her eyes, as if looking at a toy, did not make Jin Wuyu angry. Instead, she became even more submissive and obedient. They are truly girl group members. They used to be ordered around by chaebols just like this. Drinking, sleeping, acting as playthings. What does this mean? Can humans also become godly cursed objects? Lin Baici was surprised. The gluttonous god did not provide an answer. After the toast, Jin Yunai remembered Li Seung-su. When she looked at him, her expression turned cold. Are you looking down on us? How dare you stand there without moving? Damn it! I am the youngest son of the president of the Samseon Group. Li Seung-su cursed. The Samseon Group was the oldest company in the history of Korea, and its influence was so great that it was said that in its heyday, it could even sway the choice of the president. Since Li Seung-su wanted to put on airs, he naturally had to pick the biggest name. He felt that even if these were monsters of Gwangju, they should have heard of the Samseon Group. Sure enough, when the 5 sisters heard this, they looked surprised, and their faces even carried a hint of respect. Seeing this, although Li Seung-su remained calm on the surface, he was overjoyed inside. This method really worked. Jin Ji-wen and Zheng Xuan, who had been anxious, also breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Ji-wen even looked at Lin Baici, his eyes filled with mockery. Do you think only you can do it? My leader can do it too. Shooting dramas, advertisements, holding concerts for you as long as you make me satisfied. I can pay any amount of money. Li Seung-su had the confidence to say this, because he was truly wealthy. The 5 sisters whispered to each other, another financier has arrived. Jin Wuyu giggled secretly. Although he is not as handsome as that Yujo man, he is Korean. He says he is a chaebol, but is he really? Why do I feel his temperament is not like one? Jin Sansheng questioned. I do not think so either. Jin Ermei glanced at Lin Baici, and he does not look like one either. The 4 sisters did not question Jin Yingxian. After all, the Korean girl was the real deal. Damn, brother Lin. If this guy manages to get away with it, what should we do? Li Yintong hoped to use the rule-based pollution to kill Li Seung-su, because this guy looked very strong. If he is not killed, he will be a big problem in the future. Chapter 399 Purification ends. Uninvited guests. If they wanted Li Seung-su to be polluted, the 5 sisters would definitely have to start with his identity as a chaebol. But Lin Baici was also a fake. So, he looked at Jin Yingxian, and without needing a hint, the Korean girl had already thought of it. You are there to the Samseon Group. How come I do not know about it? Jin Yingxian questioned. I am the only daughter of Jin Engsi, who is the favorite daughter of President Jin Mo of the Decent Conglomerate, and my family has been friends with the Samsung Conglomerate for generations. How is it that I have never seen you before? Zheng Xun heard this, raised an eyebrow, and immediately scolded. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Li Shangju also felt his heart skip a beat. He knew that Jin Yingxian was the scion of a top-tier conglomerate and that she was beautiful. He had even considered pursuing a marriage alliance to complete his own class ascension, even after becoming a god hunter and joining Sojong-jing. This thought had not faded. After all, who wouldn't want to increase their own capital? The heir of the current generation of the Samsung conglomerate is called Li Taiwu. I was at his manor in Seoul just over half a month ago, attending his birthday party. Jin Yingxian spoke with considerable confidence. By the way, Lin Appa was there too. Because of a small accident, he even became Li Taiwu's savior. There were several top-tier girl groups there at the time. Lin Baici took the opportunity to pick up the conversation, glancing at Jin Yina. Next time, I can take charge and invite you all to go and get to know some big shots. However, you would have to perform at the party and wear bikinis. Are you willing? We are willing. We are willing. Jin Wuyu nodded without hesitation, still wearing clothes. Who are you looking down on? We will take them off and dance. Li Taiwu's a huge favor. Jin Yingxian remembered that in the first stop, the corpse of Gorye, there was also a god ruins native named Li Taiwu. Perhaps he was an ancestor of the Li family. Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju exchanged a look, remembering that their survival was entirely thanks to Lin Baici, and that they would certainly need his help later, so they spoke up. I can testify that what Miss Jin said is true. Quan Zhonggren raised his hand. The decent conglomerate is currently at the height of its power in Gorye. Jin Zhenju added. This statement was pure flattery, with President Jin Mo suddenly collapsing. The decent conglomerate had fallen into turmoil over the struggle for family assets. Ashiba, you ungrateful traitors. Zheng Xun wanted to kill both Quan Zhonggren and his companion. He did not know that this was already Quan Zhonggren giving him enough face. Otherwise, he would have directly exposed Li Shangju's family background. Just because you say so, it must be true, Li Shangju argued, and nouveau rich. What are you pretending for? Huh? Jin Yingxian curled her lips and fired off 3 questions. Which presidential candidate does the Samsung Group support? How much political contribution did they give? Who is the person they want to arrange a marriage with? That female star surnamed Chue who committed suicide, who was it that abused her until she had a mental breakdown? Upon hearing these questions, the 5 sisters' eyes lit up, and the fire of gossip in their hearts immediately ignited. Damn, even female monsters can't get rid of the habit of loving gossip. Li Yintong sighed, though to be honest, she wanted to hear it to. Li Shangju's face darkened. Although he was a god hunter and his social status was not low, he was ultimately not in the same circle as the conglomerates. He knew nothing of these secret scandals. Do you want me to tell you, you fake? Jin Yingxian crossed her arms. You actually dared to deceive us. The 5 sisters were furious. Punishment drinks, Jin Wuyu shouted. Just punishment drinks. Huan Jingxiang was dissatisfied. If he drinks the alcohol we offer, he will explode, Jin Yina sneered. Everyone heard this and looked at the soju bottles lined up on the table like leaks. Shivering. How terrifying. Punishment drinks, 3 bottles, drink him to death, the 5 sisters urged. Li Shangju turned and ran, his speed extremely fast. His plan was to run first, and if he couldn't run, he would fight. In any case, he could not drink the alcohol. Seeing this, the 5 sisters threw the microphones in their hands directly at him. Whoosh, 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 but they all missed. Damn, don't let him run away. Li Yintong was anxious. Appa. Jin Yingxian looked at Lin Baici, waiting for his order. The red-bottomed high heels she was wearing could allow her to teleport and pursue him. Lin Baici certainly would not let Li Shangju go. But before he could act, Jin Yina pulled at her throat and roared with all her might. A high-pitched sound comparable to a dolphin's voice immediately radiated to the surroundings. The passers-by who were originally shopping, the diners eating at roadside stalls, and the vendors all turned into fanatical fans of this girl group at that moment, and they swarmed toward Li Shangju like a tide. Jin Jiwen originally wanted to follow, but seeing this, he didn't dare to move. While Zheng Xun followed in Li Shangju's footsteps. Leader, what should we do? A pair of passers-by who were closest to Li Shangju rushed in front of him and swung their fists. Li Shangju flicked his right hand, and a short blade over a foot long slid out from his sleeve into his hand. He gripped it and slashed twice. Slash, slash. The heads of the couple were cut off. but their headless bodies continued to charge forward, grabbing at Li Shengju. Li Shengju dodged to the side. Damn! Huang Jingshan felt his scalp tingle as he watched this scene. These passerby fans on the street, could it be that they were all immortal? Li Shengju had originally intended to kill his way out, but seeing that these corpses were immortal, his head grew heavy. However, he did not change his mind. If Lin Baici and the others were not there, he would definitely have chosen to kill the 5 sisters. Aishiba. Li Shengju cursed in his heart, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. Divine Grace activated, Fire Dragon Roar. Whoosh! It was as if he had turned into a flamethrower, spitting out a fire dragon more than 10 meters long. This flame possessed an extremely high temperature. Any passerby hit by it was instantly ignited and burned to a pile of ash within 3 seconds. Damn, he's that strong. Li Yintan felt her scalp tingle as she watched. It was fortunate that God Lin was capable and let the monsters take action. Otherwise, if she had fought him herself, she might not have won. Li Shengju burned a path through the crowd and sprinted toward a barbecue restaurant. He intended to rush inside, use the layout of the shop to restrict his pursuers, and then escape through the back door. It must be said that Li Shengju's response was very clever. If Lin Baici had not been there, he might have actually managed to escape. The moment Li Shengju stepped through the door, the little clay figure made its move, unleashing a barrage of flying stones. Pop, pop! Li Shengju swung his blade, shattering the 3 stones. The hidden enemy forced him to be cautious, causing him to falter for a split second. And that was all it took for Jin Yinai, who had been tailing him, to catch up. Whoosh! Jin Yinai threw a punch. Out of caution, Li Shengju did not block it head-on but dodged instead. However, Jin Ermai and Jin Sanshan had also arrived and were throwing punches of their own. Damn it! Li Shengju retreated further into the room, intending to unleash a burst of power to drive them back, when he suddenly heard Zhang Xuan scream, Team leader, don't take their attacks, Xuan. Li Shengju glanced through the crowd. Jin Wuyu had caught up to Zhang Xuan and punched her in the back. Zhang Xuan blocked with her left arm, but the spot where she was hit inflated like a balloon, followed by a loud bang as it exploded. Having succeeded with her strike, Jin Wuyu laughed happily. Hurry up and kill her, then go take out the other one. The 4th sister urged. Injured, Zhang Xuan's combat effectiveness plummeted. Team leader, don't worry about me. Jin Juan stood in front of the barbecue stall, his face full of anxiety. He suddenly shuddered and turned his head, only to see Lin Baici and his group staring right at him. Do you still have the leisure to worry about them? Huang Jingshan teased, cracking his knuckles. Jin Jiwan immediately turned to flee. Huang Jingshan and the delinquent girl gave chase. Quan Zhongren and Jin Zhenju instinctively looked at Lin Baici. Lin Baici shrugged. Quan Zhongren took a deep breath. Lin Baici hadn't said anything, but he knew how to read the room. If he didn't kill Jin Jiwan, not only would he fail to get on the good side of this powerhouse, but he might even be taken out himself. Take him down. As soon as Quan Zhongren finished speaking, Jin Zhenju was already in pursuit of Jin Jiwan. Jin Yingzhen wanted to join in, but Lin Baici held her back. Just watch the show. Lin Baici felt that everyone had become much more pragmatic within the God Ruins. The 5 sisters' attacks were incredibly overbearing. Any part of the body they struck would first inflate and then explode. Even though Zhang Xuan had been very careful, she still took a hit. Soon, Zhang Xuan's body was torn to shreds, and the area around her was stained crimson with blood. When she stumbled again and accidentally got hugged by one of the fans, Jin Wuyu's fist slammed into her head. Zhang Xuan's head inflated, then popped with a wet sound. The 2 sisters immediately went to assist their oldest sister, with the quintuplets working together, plus the little clay figure ready to ambush at any moment. Li Shengju lasted only 3 minutes before being beaten to death inside the barbecue restaurant. Lin Baici frowned. Honestly, if he were to face such monsters, he wouldn't have a solution either. He needed to get his hands on some top-tier defensive divine grace as soon as possible. On the other side, it was 4 against 1, and Jin Jiwan had no chance of winning. Moreover, because Quan Zhongren and Jin Zhenju were essentially traitors, they fought with lethal intent to avoid being mocked by Jin Jiwan. With Li Shengju's death, the punishment ended, and the fans returned to normal. The 5 sisters returned, After drinking 3 more bottles of alcohol, Jin Yina handed over a business card and said goodbye. They would continue their roadshow throughout the city. Some shop owners along the street took the initiative to come out and clean up the scene, hauling away the 3 corpses. I hope Hong Yao and the others don't run into this girl group. Jin Yingjin worried. Actually, it's not that hard. As long as you have a good tolerance for alcohol and can dance a little, you can pass. Quan Zhonggren thought Li Shengzhu and his group were just unlucky. Why did they have to go and provoke Lin Baici? Look, they lost their lives for it, didn't they? You guys head back to the hotel to rest. I'll take the landlady back to her restaurant. Lin Baici looked at Han Suing, who was fast asleep on a table, walked over, and hoisted her onto his back. This sensation. She was quite well endowed too. Be careful on the way, Jin Yingjin cautioned. Watching Lin Baici drive away in Han Suing's SUV, Wang Jingxiang urged, let's go. I don't want to stay in this dump for another second, although it was dangerous. We made it through safely and even killed a few competitors. Li Yintong felt the night had gone well and that this was a story she could brag about for 3 months. When we get back, I must get Uncle Nine to step in and recruit Brother Lin to the Kowloon Hall. When Lin Baici returned to the New World and had just helped the landlady out of the car, a group of people rushed out from the nearby alley and surrounded him. Chapter 400 Master Lin hit her in the center. Lin Baici looked up. The streetlights had been smashed, and only the bright moonlight fell to the ground, looking like a layer of white frost. The people who rushed out to surround Lin Baici all had their mouths and noses covered with scarves and held machetes in their hands. They were filled with murderous intent, yet they moved without making a sound. Clearly, they were veterans who were used to this kind of work. How when? You only brought 30 or so people. Don't you think you're looking down on me a bit too much? Lin Baici didn't even spare them a glance, focusing instead on the man leading them. With such a tall stature, combined with that burly frame he had personally beaten up before, how could he possibly misidentify him? I brought them just in case. As long as you release my companions, every single one of them, I will pay you the coins as agreed. As Kaiwen spoke, he pulled a piggy bank shaped like a bear holding a corn cob from the pouch at his waist. He shook the container first. Clatter, clatter. The metal coins collided inside the piggy bank, emitting a pleasant, light sound. Afterward, he unscrewed the corn cob and showed the container to Lin Baici. There were many coins inside, 78 in total. I brought everything I could find. Kaiwen stared at Lin Baici. The cabbage heads I captured are all in the storeroom. Lin Baici supported the proprietress as he walked forward. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Kaiwen waved his hand, and everyone cleared a path. Lin Baici took the keys from Han Suing's handbag and opened the restaurant's main door. Keep the coins, take the people. Kaiwen placed the coins on a table and gave his subordinates a look, signaling them to go rescue the others. While he waited there himself, he had urgently wanted to ask Lin Baici and Han Suing to stay, but after hesitating for a moment, he felt too embarrassed to speak. Boss, why did you let them go? They didn't leave, they just went upstairs. That human is so calm and composed. His aura is so strong. A group of cabbage heads muttered among themselves. To be honest, they had been intimidated by Lin Baici's aura. Otherwise, even if they didn't shove him, they would have at least cursed a few times. Kaiwen thought to himself that if they all attacked together, they might not even be able to beat him. So it was better to just play it safe. 10 minutes later, all the cabbage heads from the storeroom were brought back. Boss, not a single one is missing. Hurry and retreat. Let's set a fire and burn this big restaurant to the ground. The group was very excited, and some even planned to burn the building down. Isn't that a bit underhanded? That human male is so handsome. I want his skin. Should we pull a job on him? The woman isn't bad either. She would definitely sell for a good price. Among the cabbage heads, there were good ones and bad ones. When Kaiwen heard this, he immediately slapped them across the face twice. Snack, snack, get lost, Kaiwen barked. He was a good fighter and held a lot of prestige among the cabbage heads. Once he got angry, no one dared to act out, and they quickly scattered. After everyone had retreated, Kaiwen found a chair and sat down. On the 3rd floor of the New World Hotel, in the master bedroom, Lin Baici placed the proprietress on the bed and pulled a blanket over her. Just as he was about to leave, the proprietress reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Lin Baici braced himself with one hand, but half of his body still pressed down onto the proprietress. So soft. My heart is so tired. Han Suing opened her hazy, drunken eyes and looked at Lin Baici. Can you stay and talk to me for a while? After the proprietress finished speaking, she kissed Lin Baici. Lin Baici was speechless. Is this what you call talking? However, the proprietress's lips were very soft and radiated a gentle warmth. Han Suing's movements became more intense, and her hand reached under Lin Baici's clothes, touching his lower abdomen. Lin Baici grabbed the proprietress's hand, pressed it against the bedsheet, and then stood up. Get some good sleep. Although his experience with the female office worker had been pleasant, Lin Baici didn't want to do it again. The veiled woman and the proprietress were, after all, creatures of the god's ruins, which created a psychological barrier for him. Lin Baici was not a pervert. After all, if he were to get intimate with the proprietress, how would that be any different from a Welshman who loved sheep? He always felt that while people's personal preferences were free, there were some things one shouldn't do, or at least, shouldn't. Han Suing was too drunk. After struggling with Lin Baici for a bit, she suddenly vomited. Lin Baici frowned, went to the bathroom to get a wet towel, wiped the proprietress down, and then cleaned up the vomit. After half an hour of work, Lin Baici went downstairs. You didn't leave. Lin Baici was somewhat surprised to see Kai Wen sitting by the table. Master Lin. Kai Wen smiled. Can we talk? He had asked the two cabbage heads who had been captured and knew how Lin Baici hunted. So even if they successfully escaped New World today, their future days might not be peaceful. Because people like Lin Baici were not to be offended, Lin Baici couldn't find any hot water. So he grabbed two drinks and sat down at the table. Talk about what? Thank you. Kai Wen took the cola Lin Baici handed him. Is there anything you want to do but feel embarrassed to handle yourself? We cabbage heads can take care of it. Even killing people or setting fires, Lin Baici teased. Where do you think we cabbage heads get our skin? Kai Wen tugged at his cheek. There is a restaurant called Wang Hai that I don't like. Lin Baici gave the order directly. He wasn't afraid that these people would get hold of evidence and sell him out. At worst, I'll just slaughter my way through the street. I understand. Kai Wen nodded. He didn't ask what else Lin Baici wanted to do. He would finish this task first to gain trust, and then it would be easier to be friends later. Thus, Kai Wen began to humbly ask Lin Baici for martial arts advice. Lin Baici didn't really know much about this, but he had watched some videos on Bilibili and Douyin about traditional martial arts, sanda, and boxing. So he shared some techniques on generating power and training methods with Kai Wen. Kai Wen listened very carefully, even taking a piece of paper and a pen from the front desk to record everything earnestly. All right, it's too late. I need to rest. Lin Baici stood up. Master Lin, I won't disturb you any further. Kai Wen stood up, cupped his hands in a salute, and bowed deeply to Lin Baici, changing his form of address to master to show his respect. Go on then. Lin Baici waved his hand. Half an hour later, Lin Baici returned to the hotel and found that Jin Yingjin had already showered. She was sitting on the sofa in a bathrobe, her hair still damp, reading a magazine while waiting for him. The Korean girl didn't ask why Lin Baici had returned so late, only saying 3 words. Are you okay? Did that even need to be asked? Lin Baici pressed Jin Yingjin down onto the sofa, picked up her left leg with his right hand, and placed it on his shoulder. The red-bottomed high heel hanging from the Korean girl's right toe looked like a ripe fruit on a branch in autumn, swaying back and forth. Finally, with a clatter, the high heel fell off. Early the next morning, the 6 of them headed to New World for work. The physique of a god hunter is truly something else. After drinking so much shako, he was perfectly fine after just 1 night of sleep. Everyone ate breakfast at the restaurant and began their chores. By the time the morning rush hour had passed and it was past 10 o'clock, the proprietress finally walked downstairs with swollen eyes. Proprietress. Everyone greeted her in unison. Han Suing waved her hand casually, usually dressed in slacks and a white shirt, projecting the image of a powerful career woman. The proprietress had changed into a floral dress today. Proprietress. Drink it while it's hot. Wang Jingshan, quite the sycophant. brought over a bowl of porridge and 2 small side dishes. Han Suing sat down, took a few sips, and beckoned to Lin Baici. "Little Lin, come sit." Swish. Everyone immediately stole a glance over, as expected of God Lin, while others are working. He's living off a woman. Quan Zhongren felt envious. Lin Baici sat down and saw Han Suing looking at him with a resentful expression. The proprietress was, after all, a mature woman. She wasn't as awkward as a young girl, but she felt a bit dejected that she had finally taken the initiative for once, only to be rejected. Lin Baici touched the fair wrench tucked behind his waist. "Are you getting used to the work?" Han Suing turned on the large LCD TV hanging on the west wall of the lobby and selected a news channel. This TV was usually turned on in the morning so that diners could catch up on the latest news while they ate. "I'm used to it." Lin Baici felt that if he didn't find a way out of New World soon, he was going to be finished. The two chatted idly, and since there were no customers in the morning, they just talked. However, as they spoke, Han Suing noticed that Lin Baici was staring intently at the television. The proprietress took a glance. It was a live broadcast from the city television station. Thousands of people were holding banners, protesting and demonstrating, blocking the entrance of a dairy company. The cause was a brand of infant formula that had exceeded the limit for a certain additive, causing infants who drank it to fall ill. These people were demanding compensation. "Why is this matter flaring up again?" The proprietress was surprised. Wasn't it said that their public relations had succeeded in suppressing it? The camera was focused on the dozen or so people leading the protest. Lin Baici saw Zhao Hongyao and Yi Zhisheng. The two were filled with righteous indignation, shouting incessantly and trying to break through the security guards' blockade. They even had white cloth strips tied around their heads with the words "Return my child's life" written on them. "Isn't that Hongyao?" Jin Yingxin was astonished. What were they doing? Lin Baici looked around but didn't see Huoyu or Guqinkyu. But then again, considering the physical condition of those two girls, they certainly weren't suited for a protest. "Do you know those people?" Hearing this, Han Suing kindly warned, "That company is not easy to deal with. Tell your friends to be careful." "Ha ha," Lin Baici laughed. "Guqinkyu is truly formidable. No matter the influence of large corporations is immense." Guqinkyu was using the protest as a threat, clearly intending to force the company to pay in coins. This was much easier than going out to work like he was. Lin Baici could already imagine what Guqinkyu would do next. If the company compensated all those families, how much would that cost? But if they only compensated Guqinkyu to make her shut up, the cost would be minimal. Moreover, Guqinkyu didn't want money, she wanted coins. Once this job was done, Guqinkyu could go and cause trouble for other companies. Because she would have a successful track record, other companies would be even more wary and would choose to settle things quickly to avoid trouble. Of course, doing this carried a high risk of being killed or arrested. If this were the real world, Guqinkyu would certainly be targeted. But this was the God Ruins, with Zhao Hongyao and Yi Zhisheng as her powerful bodyguards. Guqinkyu would be very safe. A beautiful plan. Lin Baici almost wanted to applaud. He didn't know Guqinkyu's family background, but judging by her attire, behavior, and manner of speaking, she was definitely from a capitalist background. Look at her way of thinking, she never even considered working for a living. Lin Baici was filled with emotion. If it weren't for the guidance of the gluttonous god, he would be far behind Guqinkyu in this regard. But this was a matter of family background and innate disadvantage. "I must study more in the future," Lin Baici warned himself. The king sitting at the top of the food chain was not born perfect. The secret to strength is the ability to grow rapidly. Lin Baici's deduction was correct. Guqinkyu intended to rely on public opinion and evidence to threaten those large companies. And in a pinch, she could even target the government. She wanted coins. As for the interests of the people she incited, she didn't care. They were just natives of the God Ruins anyway. Guqinkyu had done far more than Lin Baici imagined. The reporters who came to the scene had been bribed by her, so the reporting was biased. There were also two security guards who would soon beat the protesters, blackening the company's reputation. She had even bought some other dirt on the company. In any case, with a multi-pronged approach, if this company didn't negotiate with her in time, its reputation and stock price would definitely take a hit. The proprietress used the remote to change the channel. After flipping through a few, she suddenly turned back. On the screen, a news report was playing. The background was a large hotel engulfed in flames. Firefighters were struggling to put out the fire, but it was clearly beyond saving. It has been confirmed that there were no trapped individuals inside the hotel. The cause of the fire is currently under further investigation. The female reporter's voice was crisp. "Isn't that the Huanghai Hotel?" a waiter shouted. When everyone heard this, they immediately gathered around. Evil has its retribution. Serves them right. Earned well. Watching the hotel that was destined to be reduced to ruins, the employees of New World cheered happily. "Extra meal at noon today," the proprietress announced. Lin Baici hadn't expected Kaiwen to act so quickly. On the TV, the middle-aged boss he had seen yesterday was wailing and lamenting, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. This fire had burned away most of Huanghai's life savings. In reality, the Huanghai Hotel also sold vegetable-headed people. And because business was booming, their consumption of vegetable-headed people was even higher. Kaiwen had long wanted to deal with him. This time, it was merely a coincidence. Once the news segment ended, Lin Baici changed the channel, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. "Boss, now that the Huanghai Hotel has collapsed, our business should start to pick up, right?" a waiter asked. Han Suing shook her head, her expression desolate. There was more than one restaurant in Guangzhou, and it would not be easy for New World to stand out. "Do you want to become famous overnight? Do you want a prize of hundreds of millions? Do you want to become the most dazzling star in Guangzhou? Come and participate in our variety challenge. Once you clear the challenges, you can obtain all of this." Taxi drivers, waiters, security guards, remember, we only want ordinary people, no celebrities. This is a carnival belonging to the common folk. What are you waiting for? Come and sign up to compete. The advertisement on the television was full of hype, drawing everyone's attention once again. "Boss, I think we should participate in this. If we win the championship, wouldn't New World's reputation be established?" Huan Jingshan suggested. "Appa, there are ancient coins among the rewards," Jin Yingshan exclaimed in surprise. In the list of rewards displayed on the screen, it was clearly stated, 1,000 collectible ancient coins. As long as they obtained them, everyone would complete the mission immediately. Chapter 401, The Variety Challenge, the first round begins. Lin Baici watched the television, his brows slightly furrowed. Right now, in the entire city of Guangzhou, besides his own team, there were certainly other god hunters. Everyone was collecting ancient coins to clear the stage, and then, a variety challenge just happened to appear. Was it too much of a coincidence? The question now was this orchestrated by a monster? Or was some god hunter team fishing for prey? "God Lin, let's sign up first. We can participate when we see the ancient coins. And if they aren't there, we can just withdraw," Quan Zhonggren proposed. Searching bit by bit like this. Although Lin Baici's efficiency was not slow, the problem was, would others continue to help him once they had collected enough for themselves? Quan Zhonggren was not arrogant enough to think that Lin Baici would help him to that extent. Therefore, it was better to participate in this challenge. If they won the championship, they would get 1,000 coins at once, which everyone could split, and they would clear the stage directly. "God Lin, are you worried that this is a trap?" Jin Zhenju was also weighing her words, thinking about how to persuade Lin Baici. Even if it is not a trap, there will definitely be other god hunters participating. A fierce competition and slaughter are inevitable. Jin Yingshan frowned. These people were too useless. Everything relied on Appa alone. Damn, it's those god hunters who should be afraid. Huan Jingxiang's tone was even more confident than Lin Baici's anyway. "No matter who comes in front of our god Lin, it's a death sentence." The boss took a sip of porridge, looking puzzled. "What are you all talking about? I understand every word. So why don't I understand what it means when they are put together? Are you familiar with this variety challenge?" Lin Baici felt that a native of the god ruins must know. It is held every 3 years, and it is very popular. You could say it is a carnival for the whole city, the boss explained. "What kind of challenge events are there?" Huan Jingxiang pressed. "They are different every time. Sometimes, In a few of the events, participants die accidentally. However, people still flock to it because one can become rich overnight. Han Suing looked at the clock. It was almost lunchtime. But there were not many diners. I have decided. I will participate in this challenge. The boss picked up her bowl and finished the rice porridge. If she didn't find a way, New World would really have to close down. I will make one last effort. If I still cannot save the restaurant, I will go back to the countryside to grow oranges. Han Suing stood up. Shaolin, let's go. Come with me to sign up. The off-road vehicle sped all the way, and half an hour later, they arrived at the television station. Today was only the second day of the challenge's advertisement, but there were many people there to sign up. The two of them waited in line for 3 hours before they received the registration forms. There were over 30 items in the terms and conditions. The most eye-catching first rule was that because some events in the challenge were relatively dangerous, a liability waiver had to be signed. This meant that if a participant died, it had nothing to do with the organizers, and no compensation would be given. For a man like Lin Baici, who had experienced life and death several times, seeing such clauses could no longer trigger any emotional fluctuations. To prevent citizens from participating in the challenge with a frivolous or playful attitude, each person had to pay a registration fee of 200,000 Korean won, equivalent to 1,000 RMB. As for the specific number of events in the challenge and what the content was, the organizers did not disclose them to maintain a sense of mystery. The qualifiers would only know when the events began. At the same time, this year's challenge had no individual battles. Participants needed to compete in teams. Each team needed at least 5 people, with no upper limit. If it weren't for the boss's assurance that this was a long-running variety show, Lin Baici would have even thought that someone was just trying to scam money. Are you participating on your own? Or will you be my team members? Han Suing asked. As there was a prize of 100 million Korean won, so it had to be made clear. Form a team. We don't want the money. We only want those ancient coins. If you agree, we will form a team. Lin Baici actually didn't care, but the gluttonous god's commentary made him very curious. What secret did this boss have? Fine, I will pay the registration fee. The boss looked at the registration form. Which people do you plan to bring? I'll bring everyone. The more people there were, the more choices they would have. Even for a rookie like Jin Zhenju, there should be a place where she could be useful. The boss was not afraid of spending money. Besides Lin Baici and his group, she also brought 3 clever and capable old employees. Even if they didn't participate in the events, they could handle logistics. For the next few days, Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to collect coins. He just worked at the restaurant, waiting for the variety challenge to begin. Gu Qingqiu did not take the initiative to contact him, and he did not call to ask about her situation. But he could see Xiao Hongyao and Yi Zhisheng on the news every day, because they were constantly holding parades and demonstrations, calling for human rights and environmental protection. In any case, the situation had become quite chaotic at its most intense. Police carrying anti-riot shields even took to the streets. Finally, a week passed. The variety show challenge officially opened. Lin Baici and the others changed into their competition uniforms and arrived at the Gwangju Gymnasium shortly after 8 in the morning. The rest area was bustling with people, packed densely. This show was really popular. Li Yintong stood on her tiptoes and made a rough estimate. There are definitely over 10,000 people. Even so, people wearing competition uniforms were still arriving one after another. The organizers had set up some tables in the rest area, prepared with mineral water and small cookies, which was quite thoughtful. I counted. There are 12 media outlets in total. Han Suing took 2 bottles of water and handed one to Lin Baici. If they were all interviewed by these media outlets, New World would definitely become famous. However, she was too proud and felt embarrassed to try and get interviewed. And like some other contestants who kept walking back and forth around the reporters and cameramen, hoping to get some screen time. The reporters were very experienced. Why would they bother interviewing contestants who had no interesting stories? Thus, less than 5 minutes after Jin Yingxin arrived, a female reporter approached her. May I ask what your name is? The female reporter looked at Jin Yingxin, her eyes shining. The competition uniform provided by the organizers was a blue tank top and shorts, but Jin Yingjin had worn a tight pink yoga outfit underneath. Although her hips were not visible, her long legs were too eye-catching. Furthermore, the Korean girl was wearing red-soled high heels. And since she was already tall, she stood out from the crowd like a crane in a flock of chickens. Many men were secretly sizing her up. "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well," Jin Yingjin refused, habitually raising her hand to cover her face and block the camera filming her. This scene involving the Korean girl infuriated many women who wanted to be on camera. The female reporter was persistent and asked him more questions, but Jin Yingjin ignored her directly. Fortunately, there was a handsome young man nearby who looked like he could debut as an idol on the spot. "May I ask if you are from Juzhou?" The female reporter interviewed Lin Baici. Lin Baici had no interest in answering any questions, but thinking about building up the boss lady's favorability, he could only patiently introduce himself. "I am from Juzhou. I came to Gwangju to learn culinary arts and am currently working at New World. It is a century-old shop, and the boss lady is very kind." After saying a few words, Lin Baici immediately pulled Han Suing over. "What a pity, he's a pauper." The female reporter felt regretful in her heart. If the other party had even a little money, she would have wanted to develop an international romance. The reporters were all sharp-witted and quickly noticed Jin Yingjin and Lin Baici. This combination was naturally eye-catching, so they all wanted to interview them. The boss lady was very happy. She hadn't expected to earn a wave of traffic before the variety show challenge had even begun. At 5 minutes to 9:30, staff members wearing red vests came out, and the gymnasium's loudspeakers began to broadcast. "Will all contestants please enter the gymnasium as soon as possible?" The broadcast repeated 3 times in a row. Lin Baici and his group followed the flow of people, passed through the corridor, and walked into the stadium. This place could accommodate 42,000 people and was usually used for hosting soccer matches and certain track and field events. The green turf was well maintained and had just been watered, making it damp. Lin Baici stomped on it hard. All the contestants had entered. Because there were too many people, the soccer field could not hold them all. So many people were also standing on the track. A quarter of an hour passed. "What are we doing next? Just standing here like fools?" Jin Zhenju was annoyed. Many people were starting to lose patience. Just at this moment, a beep suddenly sounded from the broadcast, followed by the sound of a cruise ship's whistle. And then a strange nursery rhyme began to play, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind and a child's voice that could send shivers down one's spine. Baseball-sized spheres began to shoot out from the ceiling of the stadium. Bang! Bang! These spheres moved very fast, crashing down like hail. Whoosh! The stadium instantly erupted into chaos, like a group of weasels breaking into a chicken coop. "What's going on?" "Aish, you stepped on my foot." "Who touched my butt?" People were shouting. Those spheres were filled with various types of paint, and when they hit someone, they would burst immediately, leaving the person covered in paint. "Be careful, won't get hit," Lin Baici warned everyone immediately, while simultaneously grabbing the boss lady and pulling her toward a large contestant. "What are you doing?" The big man's eyes widened in anger. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Baici grabbed him by the throat, nearly suffocating him on the spot. Lin Baici crouched halfway, and whenever a sphere came flying, he used the big man as a human shield to block it. Bang! Bang! The spheres kept bursting among the crowd. Jin Yingjin and the others were all imitating Lin Baici, and their physical fitness was good enough for them to secure a human shield of their own. "What is this for?" Jin Zhenju looked up at the ceiling. "I feel like a soldier trying to land at Normandy. There are too many contestants. I guess they are using this method to eliminate a batch." Quan Zhonggren analyzed. "Why don't we join in?" Li Yintong's eyes rolled, and just as she was about to grab her human shield to throw it out like a human cannonball, a human body came flying over while screaming, "Watch out!" Lin Baici shouted, throwing the big man he was holding out. The two men collided in midair and fell to the ground, followed by more spheres landing on them, splashing colorful paint everywhere. "Damn you!" Li Yintong cursed. "Are you looking for death?" Lin Baici followed the trajectory of the projectile and saw that it had been thrown by a black man, who was burly and extremely muscular. Chapter 402, North American Dragon Level. The Yellowstone Great Shaman. The stadium was in chaos. The black man was so aggressive that those around him naturally tried to dodge, but they were quickly grabbed and dragged back by a few others. They were the black man's companions. Among them was a black girl with dreadlocks. She was running around, grabbing people, and then tossing them to the black man as if they were balls in a game of catch. Despite her small stature, she looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. A grown man weighing over 100 pounds was no different from a balloon in her hands. Okay, catch. The black girl was very lively, wearing a pair of frayed denim hot pants so short that some of her buttocks were visible. On her upper body, she wore a tight athletic tank top, and her exposed abdomen was covered in colorful body paint. Looking at the patterns extending onto her shoulders, one could imagine that her entire back was covered in designs. Okocha caught the person thrown by Ipaz, tensed his arms, and hurled them like a mortar shell toward those who were trying to block the colorful paint spheres. His intention was clear: to reduce the number of competitors. Wang Jingshan, protect the boss lady. Lin Baici was not the type to swallow his anger. He pushed Han Suing toward Wang Jingshan, darted forward, grabbed the male contestant, and prepared to hurl him at Okocha. Seeing this, Quan Zhonggren and Wang Jingshan were terrified and hurriedly shouted to stop him. God Lin, don't! Jin Zhenju also screamed. That black man is named Okocha. He's from the Yellowstone group. God Lin. That woman with feathers on her head is the Yellowstone Great Shaman, a dragon-level powerhouse. You can't afford to provoke her. When Huan Jingshan saw the woman next to the black man, the hair on his body stood up in an instant. He regretted coming here. Brother Lin, don't be reckless, Li Yintong gasped, wanting to grab Lin Baici's arm. She even thought about throwing someone herself to intercept the human bomb Lin Baici was about to launch. Lin Baici had only been a god hunter for half a year and was a complete newcomer. But they were not. Having encountered a world-renowned dragon-level giant like the Yellowstone Great Shaman, they recognized her at a glance. She was in her 30s, perhaps 40. Her skin was a healthy bronze, not from tanning, but natural. It was said that this great shaman was one of the last remaining Native Americans. She wore a war bonnet woven from brightly colored eagle feathers, a deerskin tunic and trousers, and a pair of brown bear fur boots. Draped over her was a cloak resembling a straw raincoat, painted with various strange and mysterious runic patterns using natural pigments. Around her neck hung a necklace made of the teeth of various fierce beasts. It was summer in Guangzhou and very hot, but the great shaman wore such thick clothing without shedding a single drop of sweat. She had 7 group members, but none of them protected her. When the colorful paint spheres fell from the ceiling and were about to hit her, they were crushed by an invisible force, and the splattering paint was blocked as if by an invisible wall. In any case, not a single drop touched her. Lin Baici did not know who this woman was, but judging by her aura, he knew she was not to be trifled with. But so what? Since Lin Baici started his career, he had won battle after battle and didn't even know how to spell the word fear. Therefore, he grabbed the man, but instead of throwing him at the black man, he hurled him toward the great shaman. His God Lin, Huan Jingshan, and the others were completely paralyzed. Why provoke the great shaman? If you beat up that black man, there would still be room for negotiation, as he was the one who started it. But throwing someone like this was going to get people killed. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Baici made his move, the few people who had been playing around immediately locked their eyes on him and collectively hurled the human bombs in their hands toward the person flying toward the great shaman. Bang! Bang! Those unlucky souls were knocked unconscious instantly. 6 pairs of bloodthirsty eyes, like those of wasteland giant wolves, fixed upon Lin Baici, as if they could tear the flesh right off his bones. Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju subconsciously dodged to the side, distancing themselves from Lin Baici, using their body language to convey that they had nothing to do with this. Huan Jingshan stood his ground. When Li Yintong saw Jin Yingzhen stand beside Lin Baici without hesitation, she stepped over as well. Damn it, what am I doing? This is the Yellowstone Great Shaman. The delinquent girl felt like she had gone crazy. Could it be that she really liked Lin Baici? Otherwise, why would she offend the great shaman for his sake? Was the roast goose at least not delicious enough? Or was the pork knuckle rice at the tea restaurant not fragrant enough? Brother Lin, we're in big trouble. Li Yintong sighed. Lin Baici didn't even glance at the girl. He pushed her aside and looked at the great shaman. She's actually quite pretty, especially with the red and white stripes painted on her face. She was full of wild beauty. Lin Baici felt his aesthetic sense was quite normal. He couldn't appreciate the beauty of many highly touted Western female celebrities. But this great shaman possessed a beauty that transcended race. Beyond her appearance, there was a sense of intellect and wisdom, like looking at a painting by a master artist. The charm that emanated from her made one unable to help but want to explore it. Lin Baici had been full of fighting spirit and incredibly tough. But when the great shaman's pitch-black eyes looked over, he suddenly lost his drive. "Fuck you," Okocha cursed loudly. Preparing to attack Lin Baici. "Oka, stop," the great shaman scolded. After glancing at Lin Baici, she lowered her gaze again, focusing on playing with the shell in her right hand, which had already been polished to a high sheen. Okocha bowed his head in respect, glared fiercely at Lin Baici, and then continued to attack others. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The great shaman is actually quite nice. Quan Sangin was surprised. Who said that great shaman Huangshi likes to collect scalps the most? You must have gotten it wrong. Li Yintong was speechless. The ones who like to collect scalps are the Americans. I heard this great shaman practices witchcraft. God Lin, check yourself. Make sure you haven't been hit by any spells, right? Huang Jingxiang was worried. He grabbed a meat shield and used it as an umbrella to block the spherical paintballs for Lin Baici. What is her name? Lin Baici was curious, preparing to take the pipe wrench from his backpack and tuck it into his waistband. The other party is over 30, which is the age when the pipe wrench can take effect. Alexandra Shakira. North American Dragon level. Quan Sangin now believed even more that Lin Baici was a newcomer, because in the God Hunter circle, no one didn't know the great name of this great shaman. TSK. For a newcomer to perform so excellently, the Kyushu Security Bureau has really found a treasure. So envious, God Lin. You don't need to be discouraged. In a few years, you will also be able to be promoted to dragon level. Kim Jin-soo buttered him up. A few years? Who are you looking down on? Kim Young-jin curled her lips. It will be next year. Do not be deceived by his powerful physique. This is a man who values both wisdom and martial arts. His body is naturally suited for hunting in the wild, the God-Eater commented, referring to that Okocha. Shakira. A North American feast that is both good-looking and delicious. This kind of prey is only worthy of being enjoyed by top-tier predators. Hunt it down, however. It is suggested here to domesticate it and make it your hunting dog. Likes to collect seashells, watch the starry sky, and listen to her father tell stories. Why does this last comment sound so girlish? As for the hunting dog thing, Lin Baici didn't even dare to think about it. Just kidding. That is a dragon level. The great shaman's fingers, which were toying with a seashell, suddenly paused. She looked up and stared at Lin Baici. She always felt that the other party seemed to have seen right through her. Also, there should be an ancient sacrificial item on the other party. In the stadium, some people were protecting themselves, while a small number of people, like Okocha, chose to attack others, trying their best to eliminate some competitors in this round. The spherical paintball shooting lasted for 3 minutes before finally stopping. In the stadium, the contestants were swaying and stumbling, and quite a few people were injured. After a harsh sound of electricity, the broadcast rang out. All contestants who were hit by paintballs, you have been eliminated. Please leave the venue within 5 minutes. Congratulations to everyone for passing the first round of the Grand Challenge. After a short rest, the second round will begin. Although they had already guessed this result, many people were still unwilling to accept it and were cursing. Next was the interview time. Reporters entered the venue, but they all rushed toward Kim Young-jin and Lin Baici, obviously having had their eyes on them for a long time. Handsome men and beautiful women are naturally more topical and can better increase ratings. So we passed the first round just like that. The landlady was still a bit dazed. Appa, may I ask how you feel after successfully passing the first round? Appa, is this young lady your girlfriend? Have you ever been a trainee? Several microphones were thrust in front of Lin Baici. Just as Lin Baici was worrying about how to dismiss these reporters, the black man Okocha walked over, spread his hands, and pushed the reporters away. "The great shaman wants to speak with you," Okocha said in a rough voice. Li Yintang looked at this black man who was nearly twice as tall as her and felt like he was a gorilla. Too terrifying. Brother Lin's holy sword probably isn't as big as his, right? But Brother Lin's stamina must be better. The delinquent girl inexplicably wanted to see the two of them compare. No time. Lin Baici refused. Okocha frowned. If it were someone else, he would have used violence long ago to pick the other person up like a chick. But for this man, his intuition told him that the other party was very powerful. God Lin. It doesn't matter if you go for a bit. Don't easily offend such a giant. Wang Jingxiang persuaded him. Truly for Lin Baici's own good. Li Yintang also wanted to persuade him. And then she heard a familiar shout. "Little Lindsay." It was Jiao Hongyao. Wearing a blue tracksuit, Jiao Hongyao ran over. Her long black hair tied into a high ponytail, bouncing as she moved. Full of vitality, the eyes of the men nearby all fell on Jiao Hongyao's chest. The tracksuit was already very loose, but it was still stretched tight by her massive bust, impossible to hide. "This is definitely a D, damn it. I really want to see what's under that tracksuit." Jiao Hongyao ran over. "Qingqiu said you would definitely come to participate in the grand challenge," and sure enough, thanks to these reporters collectively looking for Lin Baici and Kim Young-jin for interviews, Jiao Hongyao didn't have to waste any effort finding people. "Is everyone okay during this time?" Jiao Hongyao looked at Kim Young-jin. As the team leader, she still had to care about the physical health of her team members. "Hey!" Okocha was ignored and felt very unhappy. He reached out to grab Jiao Hongyao's head. Chapter 403. The Next Door. Lin Baici saw this scene and did not intervene. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he crossed his arms, waiting to watch a good show. Jiao Hongyao had a sharp mind and a great body. And although she wasn't very bright, her combat power was no joke. Or rather, her talent was entirely in fighting. In a rule pollution, if brainpower was needed, Lin Baici wouldn't dare to trust her. But if it came to fighting, Lin Baici would be willing to entrust his life to the high ponytail. The black man Okocha was tall with long legs and looked like a gorilla. In his annoyance, he stretched out his long arm, like grabbing a basketball, and reached for Jiao Hongyao's head. To be honest, after Okocha spread his 5 fingers, they looked like palm leaf fans. And it was quite oppressive, giving a feeling of Buddha suppressing Sun Wukong. Jiao Hongyao had always been simple-minded and hadn't paid any attention to Okocha at all. She just wanted to tell Lin Baici about her experiences over the past few days as quickly as possible. Gu Qingqiu was truly incredible. Instead of thinking about working to earn God coins, she had applied for a job at a law firm with a base salary. Using that identity, she sought out large corporations with dark histories, gathered citizens who had suffered losses, and organized protests and demonstrations. To expand her influence, Gu Qingqiu even bribed reporters and hired people to pose as victims, ultimately securing an opportunity to negotiate face-to-face with the large corporations. The most audacious part was that while everyone expected Gu Qingqiu to fight for the victims' rights, she didn't actually do that. Gu Qingqiu only demanded personal benefits, specifically a payment in ancient coins. What about the victims' interests? Gu Qingqiu didn't care about that at all. Once she completed her mission, she would leave Guangzhou City anyway. Jiao Hongyao had always been a law-abiding citizen, and seeing such an outrageous maneuver from Gu Qingqiu left her absolutely stunned. She simply had to show off to Lin Baici. Look at her eye for talent. Absolutely superb. Lin Baici was great in every way, handsome, capable of being the face of the team, in excellent shape, possessing outstanding combat power, and having a sharp mind, but he was just too kind. Now, with the addition of Gu Qingqiu, who was lawless and didn't mind walking the dark path, Jiao Hongyao felt that the main framework of their team was finally built. As long as these two were around, no matter if it was a 10-year or 20-year God ruins, this team could go and explore it. The girl with the high ponytail was excitedly preparing to share this when a large, dark arm reached out from the side. What the hell? Jiao Hongyao didn't turn her head. Her left hand struck like a cobra, slapping onto Okocha's fingers. As she exerted force to bend them, she used her waist to generate power, her feet springing up like a python, wrapping around Okocha's arm in a flash. and then she twisted her body with force. It was like a crocodile's death roll. Most people would have been thrown to the ground by such an attack, but Okocha had a very stable stance, and his arm twisted a full 360 degrees, completely unaffected by his joints. "You're courting death," Okocha cursed loudly, his other hand slapping toward Jiahongyao. Jiahongyao missed her first strike, but she didn't land. Like a gecko, she zipped up and climbed onto Okocha's back, landing to punches on the back of his head. Bang, bang, Okocha's vision went black, and he stumbled forward. Sensing a mortal crisis, he immediately let out a roar. Okocha was about to unleash his divine favor, but at that moment, the great shaman's voice rang out. "Stop!" Okocha was filled with awe for the great shaman. He would unconditionally obey even in order to die. So, he stood still and stopped moving. He didn't see that Jiahongyao, who had been clamping her legs around his arm, had already maneuvered onto his back. After landing the 2 punches with her right hand, she was holding a short blade in her left, just about to plunge it into the back of his neck. The black man suddenly stopped, and Jiahongyao wasn't one to be aggressive for no reason. Besides, she had also spotted the great shaman, who was dressed in Native American shamanic attire, Alexandra Shakira. Jiahongyao was surprised. She had never met the person in the flesh, but she had seen many photos of this great shaman. The various team leaders in the Dragon Soul group held her in high regard. Shangtian Banzi was an avid fan of Shakira, claiming that the great shaman's divination skills were incredibly precise. Red Ghost, on the other hand, had always wanted to have a cup of tea with her to ask if she had read the chairman's great works and if she wanted to seek justice for the Native Americans. "Hello," Shakira smiled, looking like a kind and friendly ant from next door, instantly making people feel well disposed toward her. The 6 team members beside her were all staring at Jiahongyao. Although they didn't adopt a combat stance, they could provide support immediately if Okocha were in danger. "Is he your man?" Jiahongyao jumped down from Okocha's back. "He feels a bit mediocre." In the high ponytail girl's heart, anyone pulled from the Yellowstone team was an elite, someone capable of wiping out a group single-handedly. This remark caused the previously calm-looking Okocha to flare with rage, his dark face flushing red. He felt he had been humiliated. "Oba," the great shaman scolded. "Sorry." Okocha finished speaking and stepped to the side. "Damn." Huan Jingsheng felt that he had still underestimated Jiahongyao. That gorilla looked very fierce. But once they really started fighting, even if the high ponytail girl couldn't kill him in seconds, she still had an overwhelming advantage. Quan sang and felt fortunate that Jiahongyao's intelligence was average. Otherwise, Kishu would have had another Jiahongmian. The conflict that had just occurred drew the attention of many contestants. Of course, some people were purely there to look at Jin Yingjin. Well, now they had to add the high ponytail girl to that list. Big breasts. They were just eye-catching. Xiaobai, Huo Yu ran over, very happy to see Lin Baici again. She really wanted to give him a hug. Gu Qingqiu walked over in a leisurely manner, her gaze fixed on Shakira the entire time. The great shaman walked over, speaking very fluent Chinese. "Apologies. It was I who asked him to come over and invite you for a chat." Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. "You possess an ancient sacrificial artifact on your person. I would like to borrow it to study. Of course, as compensation, I can provide you with 3 divinations for free." Okocha and the others, who had been indifferent, were stunned into silence upon hearing this, all looking at Lin Baici. "Damn!" Li Yintong blurted out subconsciously, reaching out to pull Lin Baichi's arm. "Agree to it quickly, Aish." Quan Sang and An Kim Jin-soo were so envious they were almost crying. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Judging by these people's reactions, he deduced that this kind ant from next door had definitely offered a high price. Jiahongyao leaned into Lin Baichi's ear and whispered an explanation. "Shakira's prophecies are surprisingly accurate. Her fame has already spread beyond the circle of god hunters and is very well known throughout the entire upper class. Many billionaires and political figures from various countries want to seek her out for divination. But she does not care for money, she only acts according to her mood. As the saying goes, rarity makes things valuable. The more unattainable something is, the more people scramble for it. That is right. My team leader once had to use a heart of a divine remnant just to earn a single chance at divination. Li Yintang quickly reminded him, and even then, my team leader thought he had gotten a great deal. So, Brother Lin, do not pass up an opportunity like this. Heart of a divine remnant. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. A divine remnant, as the name suggests, is the remains of a god. Such items are inherently priceless, and if a specific part can be identified, its value is even higher. A heart of a divine remnant would certainly possess immense research value, and it would carry at least 3 divine graces. Yellow Skin Boy, you have hit the jackpot. Pezzy, the black girl wearing denim hot pants, looked Lin Baici up and down. He is actually quite handsome. Pezzy was often the target of discrimination, but she herself looked down on Asians. Pipe, the great shaman, frowned, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Pezzy stuck out her tongue. 3 divinations. As long as I am not dead, you can come find me whenever you want, the great shaman reiterated. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, dying to know what kind of item it was that made Shakira willing to pay the massive price of 3 divinations just to borrow it for research. Can I take some time to consider? Lin Baici had wanted to refuse outright, but since they would be participating in the grand challenge together, he was worried the other party might cause trouble. Dragging it out like this might help avoid direct competition and bloodshed. Lin Baici was confident, but that did not mean he was an idiot. When facing a dragon-level entity, one must at least maintain a minimum level of caution. Of course you can. The great shaman was very understanding. The item is yours, so you have the final say. Thank you for understanding. Lin Baici felt that this Andy next door was actually quite nice. I will stop bothering you all. Have a pleasant game. The great shaman left, no longer disturbing Lin Baici and his group. Pezzy looked back at Lin Baici and his group every few steps. Once they had moved a certain distance away, she asked curiously, Great shaman, what does that yellow skin guy have on him? Is it a divine taboo item? Shakira nodded. I felt as if a voice was calling out to me. Let us just kill him. Okocha was still angry. Shakira closed her eyes. When she heard that voice, she had originally intended to perform a divination on Lin Baici, but she felt a sense of danger for no apparent reason. It was as if her own fate would be affected if she performed the divination. Before becoming a god hunter, Shakira had been a medium, and her intuition was extremely sharp. In the god ruins, she did not want any major variables to appear in her fate. We will deal with it after we get out. God Lin, why did you not agree? She only wanted to borrow it, not buy it. You would have gained so much. Quan sang and thought Lin Baici was not thinking straight. I know team leader Jin Xian once begged for a divination and could not even get one. What do you think she wanted to borrow? Gu Qingqiu asked curiously. Is it that social death sword? Jiu Hongyao blinked. Aside from the Longchen temple, she had been present every time Lin Baici purified a rule-based pollution, so she knew about all of his divine taboo items. If Shakira gets her hands on that bronze sword, this thing might just reveal a huge secret. Jiu Hongyao laughed with a mischievous sense of humor, such as the possibility that Shakira was actually intersex. Lin Baici rolled his eyes. That was impossible. However, he did have quite a few top-tier divine taboo items, and he could not figure out which one the Andy wanted for the time being. By the way, did the affair pipe wrench take effect? He could not exactly go and pat her on the butt to confirm it, could he? If it had taken effect, she probably would not be angry. Lin Baici introduced the landlady to everyone, chatting and laughing. Before they could finish catching up, the stadium broadcast rang out. Rest time is over. The first event, the Big Eater Challenge, officially begins. Chapter 404 of The Big Eater, Crazy Beef. The broadcast played 3 times in a row. Teams of staff members wearing white lab coats and white hats, typical of chefs, pushed dining carts through the aisles and into the stadium to begin setting up the competition area. Over 20 cameras were set up, and they even used crane arms to ensure that the most exciting moments of the grand challenge could be captured from every angle. Big Eater. Jin Yingshan poked Huayuru with her finger. You should be quite good at this, right? Is it about eating? Huayuru looked at the dining carts the chefs were pushing over. They were covered with silver lids, so she could not see what was inside at all. However, the Little Mermaid was not panicked in the slightest. I can handle this round. Huiyuru rubbed her stomach. My appetite is still pretty good, because the country advocated for food conservation. The live streaming trend of big eaters had long since vanished. The remaining food streamers were either reviewing restaurants or tasting strange foods. In any case, the kind of gluttonous gorging was no longer permitted. This was because most big eaters would find opportunities to induce vomiting. After all, human physiology dictated that it was impossible to consume that much food. The prize is 1,000 divine coins. Our 2 teams are participating, so it does not matter who wins. As long as one of us gets it. Perfect. Jiu Hongyao was very happy. Gu Qingqiu had guessed that Lin Baici would participate in the grand challenge, but she had not notified him, intending to use the 2 teams to ensure a safety net. The dining carts were lined up, 30 per row, for a total of 15 rows. Referees wearing yellow vests, red hats, and whistles around their necks entered the arena. They walked in pairs to each dining cart. They were also holding small red flags in their hands. First battle. Begin. Each team, please choose a dining cart within 1 minute. Those who have not made a choice, you are eliminated. The broadcast blared. The contestants immediately sprang into action. How should we choose? Jiu Hongyao had grown accustomed to relying on Lin Baici, so she instinctively turned her head to ask him. While Gu Qingqiu observed her surroundings and had already walked out, one's own destiny should, of course, be decided by oneself. Choose this one. Gu Qingqiu patted a food cart. I think we should listen to little Lindsay. Jiu Hongyao frowned. His luck has always been pretty good. Are you referring to the fact that since the 2 of you met, you have encountered at least 3 god ruins within half a year? Gu Qingqiu teased. She had learned about their experiences since they met from the girl with the high ponytail. Regardless, one of them was definitely a disaster-level star. The kind that even the goddess of luck would be afraid to get near for fear of being covered in bad luck. Li Yintang and the others were stunned when they heard this. 3 god ruins in half a year. And they came out unscathed. What kind of heavenly deity is this? God Lin, how should we choose? Quan Zhonggren positioned himself correctly. He was just a lackey. Boss lady, what do you think? The food carts were all the same, and the gluttonous god had not offered any commentary. So it did not matter to Lin Baici. He intended to respect Han Suing's suggestion. Should I choose? Han Suing hesitated, wondering if the food under the lids was the same. 1 minute passed very quickly, and the countdown began. Boss lady, hurry up. Jin Jen urged. Han Suing looked around and pointed her finger. Choose that one. Hurry. Let's go. Huang Jingshang signaled to the group. The boss lady was pointing to the 5th cart to the left, starting from Gu Qingqiu's cart. Half of the teams only made their choices before the countdown ended. Please have each team send 1 person to eat all the food on the food cart within 20 minutes. Those who do not finish will be eliminated. After the broadcast finished, with a beep, a timer appeared on the massive electronic scoreboards on the east and west sides of the stadium. 15 minutes 0 seconds and 14 milliseconds 59. Gu Qingqiu immediately looked at the referee. Can we see what the food is before choosing the contestant? You may. The referee nodded. Gu Qingqiu immediately lifted the lid. On the round silver platter sat a large piece of raw meat. With more lean than fat and still stained with fresh blood, it looked as if it had just been cut from the body of some animal. It looks like beef. Jin Zhenju looked at the texture of the raw meat. Damn it, this is about 5 pounds. And we have to eat it raw just like this. Li Yintang felt a headache coming on. The contestants' expressions were not good. Many people could not even finish 5 pounds of cooked meat, let alone raw meat that had not been processed. For those with mysophobia, they probably could not even swallow a single bite. Who is going to do it? Quan Zhonggren was a bit panicked. Team leader Quan, why don't you put in the effort and eat it? Huang Jingshang chuckled. I can't finish it. Quan Zhonggren looked troubled. The meat has been cut from an animal contaminated by divine remains. After eating it, the consumer will also be contaminated. Eating a large amount of pufferfish meat can purify this contamination. Otherwise, the consumer will go insane after a few hours, the gluttonous god commented. Lin Baici was speechless. Isn't this a variety show? How did it turn into rule-based contamination? Or was it a management error, and only the meat on certain food carts was problematic? Han Suing ran a restaurant, and her grandfather was a master chef. So she knew a lot about culinary knowledge. As soon as she saw these ingredients, she frowned. Referee, these ingredients are problematic. This is mad cow meat. Han Suing reported it quickly. She saw that some contestants, in order to save time, had already started eating. I know. The middle-aged referee looked at Han Suing. So, are you going to eat? Or are you going to withdraw from the competition? Everyone was dumbfounded. You bastards. Are you intentionally giving the contestants problematic meat to eat? Huang Jingxiang was furious and wanted to flip the food cart. If you are not eating, please leave. The middle-aged referee was expressionless. After Jin Yingzhen asked the boss lady to clarify the situation, she immediately ran to Jia Hongyao's side to tell them. What if someone dies from eating it? Quan Zhonggren questioned. Every contestant has signed a death waiver, the referee explained. This is murder. Jin Zhenju was very angry. The referee did not explain further. Regardless, when time ran out, those who had not finished would be eliminated. God Lin, what should we do? Quan Zhonggren looked miserable. What will happen if we eat this diseased beef? Jin Yingzhen's question made everyone look at the boss lady. You will go insane. Han Suing explained, in the past, a restaurant accidentally used this kind of beef, and it caused a huge disaster. Should we withdraw from the competition? Jin Zhenju suggested weakly. Withdraw from what? As long as we finish eating, we pass. So wouldn't it be fine to sacrifice one person? Huang Jingxiang snorted. In any case, it would not be him being sacrificed. Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju's expressions immediately turned ugly, because no matter how they looked at it, they would be the unlucky ones. Thus, the two of them looked at the boss ladies to employees. Both of them lowered their heads. No one wanted to die. Can it be cured? Li Yintang asked. This was the most important thing. It can be cured. The boss lady took a deep breath. I will eat it. Can you finish it? Li Yintang was worried. The boss lady's figure did not look like that of a big eater. We have to try. Han Suing prepared to step up. Appa, Yi Zhisheng has started eating the meat. Jin Yingzhen suddenly tugged at Lin Baici. Lin Baici turned his head and saw Yi Zhisheng holding a doll in one hand. Instead of cutting the meat, he grabbed it with his right hand and tore into it with his teeth, as if he were gnawing on a flatbread. Damn! Huang Jingxiang and the others were startled. Was it really necessary to go that hard? Lin Baici was not worried, however. Since Yi Zhisheng was a human mannequin, he would not be contaminated. He couldn't go insane even if he wanted to. This meat is rich in iron blood protein, which can strengthen bones. If consumed in large quantities, it can even allow bones that have stopped growing to continue to develop. The problem is, after growing a few centimeters, the person will also go insane, unless it is consumed in combination with pufferfish meat. As the king at the top of the food chain, you can fully digest this meat without being contaminated, the gluttonous god commented. The landlady had already walked over to the food cart. She wanted to save time and intended to gnaw on it directly, but the chunks of meat were too large. She simply couldn't get her teeth into them. Helpless, she had no choice but to pick up a kitchen knife to cut the meat. Can others help with cutting the meat? Huang Jingxiang asked the referee. Yes, the referee nodded. Landlady, let me help you cut the meat. Li Yintang immediately darted over. With a flick of her right hand, her butterfly knife snapped open, and with a few casual swipes, she shaved off more than a dozen pieces. They were all the size of peanuts. Han Suing picked one up to eat, but Lin Baici grabbed her wrist. I'll do it. Lin Baici pinched a piece of meat and tossed it into his mouth. As he chewed, the bloody taste immediately flooded his mouth. They say that the use of fire represents the progress of civilization, that humans no longer need to eat raw meat and drink blood. Speaking of which, I wonder how some foreigners manage to swallow medium rare steaks. God Lin, Brother Lin, Appa. Lin Baici's act of eating shocked everyone. Even Jia Hongyao heard the commotion over there, and upon seeing Lin Baici eating the meat, they all rushed over. Xiao Bai, why did you start eating? Hu Yuyu was anxious. Didn't they say there was something wrong with this meat? What kind of madness is this? Gu Qingqiu frowned. Lin Baici was not a reckless person. Could it be that he had a backup plan? Xiao Bai, let me eat it. Hu Yuyu went to snatch the meat from Lin Baici's hand, prepared to sacrifice herself. Stop messing around. I'll be fine. Lin Baici reassured everyone, Yintan, keep cutting, Brother Lin. The delinquent girl was speechless. Why not use the cannon fodder instead? Lin Baici signaled for the girl to continue cutting. He wasn't trying to grow taller, he just wanted his bones to grow stronger to avoid fractures. He had a classmate in high school who, right before the college entrance exams, had his right ankle broken while playing soccer. Although he entered the exam room in a wheelchair, his performance was abysmal. Lin Baici raised his right hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to stop talking. While he tossed another piece of meat into his mouth, he looked at the surrounding food carts, wondering if he should take some meat back. As long as he could find some pufferfish to eat with it, it could increase one's height. As long as the effect was good, people would probably buy it even if it cost 10 million per caddy. Over at Shakira's side, a white fat man was eating the meat. He usually liked to eat all kinds of raw meat, vegetables, and fruits, believing it to be healthy. So 5 caddies of raw meat was no problem for him at all. However, the first one to finish was a woman. When she pressed the red button on the food cart, the referee raised a small flag in his hand, and her portrait immediately appeared on the stadium's electronic screen. Chapter 405. Natural Amateur Lin Baici. The contestants all looked over. The woman was in her 20s. Her long hair dyed red and permed into wavy curls that draped over her shoulders. Her facial features were very three-dimensional and exquisite. One could tell she maintained them meticulously every day. Out of 10, she could get an 8. 2 points were deducted because one could see traces of plastic surgery, but because the beautician's technique was excellent, it didn't cause the same aversion people usually felt when seeing artificial beauties. Seeing the camera filming her, the woman raised her hand gracefully and waved to everyone, "Hello." The woman smiled very sweetly. Do all girls in your Korea practice for their debut? Ho Yu was speechless. This woman seemed to be waving casually, but she was very calculating. The angle of her face, her body posture, everything had been calculated to be the best angle. Ordinary people couldn't tell, but it couldn't fool the eyes of a top streamer from Shark Platform. Jin Yingshan shrugged her shoulders. What's wrong? Gu Qingqiu saw that Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju's expressions were not very good. Is this girl a god hunter? And a strong one. They must know this woman. Lin Baici also noticed this and waited for an answer. Her name is Lin Yuzhen. She is a member of Li Shangjing's team, Quan Zhonggren introduced. When Jin Yingshan heard the name Li Shangjing, she looked surprised and turned to look at Quan Zhonggren. Li Shangjing is here too. I think your brother, Jin Xian, is probably also in the Bizan Divine Ruin. Jin Zhenju left one thing and said, do you really think the big shots of Sejongjiang are generous, kind-hearted people? Don't you know there is a saying in our Korea? Everything in the world belongs to Korea. The Dragon Boat Festival, the Spring Festival, Changbai Mountain. Without exception, Sejongjiang allowed foreign god hunters to enter the Bizan Divine Ruin. Firstly, because this ruin was too dangerous. Using these people as cannon fodder could reduce the pressure, allowing Sejongjiang to lose fewer people during their exploration. After all, compared to major powers like Kyushu and the Rakshasa, Korea's foundation was truly too small. Secondly, it was to build relationships with organizations from various countries, making it easier for Sejongjiang's god hunters to go abroad and explore their divine ruins. Strong individuals like Jin Xian and Li Shangjing had all entered the divine ruin with the goal of being the Oriole behind the mantis, taking the opportunity to loot the divine artifacts of god hunters from other countries. Didn't he have other missions? Jin Yingshan was surprised. Judging by what you all are saying, this person is very impressive. Jiu Hongyao stood on her tiptoes, searching for Lin Yuzhen's location, wanting to catch a glimpse of this Li Shangjing. This guy has been in the spotlight for the past year. Catching up fast to Jin Xian, Huang Jingshan introduced. They say he is the new generation leader of Korea. And that is no exaggeration. Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju exchanged a quiet glance, their minds in turmoil. Logically speaking, encountering Li Shangjing should mean this round was in the bag. They might even be able to wipe out all the god hunters, take everything for themselves, and emerge as the final winners. However, the first reaction of both Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju was that Li Shangjing had better not provoke Lin Baici, or he might just get killed. There was no helping it. Lin Baici's track record throughout their journey had been far too dazzling. Even if Jin Xiang came in person, Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenja felt he wouldn't be able to suppress Lin Baici. Just think about the Li Shengju team that had just been wiped out by Lin Baici. Their bodies hadn't even gone cold yet. I can't see him, Jiu Hongyao said with regret. Because the distance was too great, and the contestants were packed together, she couldn't see clearly. On the electronic screen, the second person to finish the raw beef appeared. It was that fat white man from the Yellowstone team. Seeing himself on television, he bared his blood-stained teeth, revealing a terrifying smile. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, extended his thumb, and drew it across his throat in a throat-slitting gesture. This provocative action caused many contestants at the scene to immediately start cursing, and some even threw debris at the screen. Hu Yu turned her head to look at Lin Baici, feeling a bit worried. It wasn't that she was afraid Lin Baici couldn't finish, but she felt that eating this stuff was too much of an ordeal. I should be the one sharing this burden. Great shaman. Is that guy from Kyushu actually the one eating the raw meat? Apazy looked astonished. Although they hadn't interacted much, Apazy had a strong ability to read people and knew that this team leader possessed great prestige and strength. Logically, if he used cannon fodder, no one would dare to resist. Heroism, I suppose. The fat white man wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Men from Kyushu have always been the ones to lead the charge when facing danger. Who cares who eats it? If they can't make it to the end, they aren't qualified to be our opponents, because they had suffered a small loss earlier. Okocha was unhappy with these people. Shakira toyed with a seashell and glanced at Lin Baici before scanning the entire field. With almost a single look, she could gauge how far each team would be able to go. The team with Lin Yuzhen made her gaze linger for a moment longer. Lin Baici finished the raw beef and reached out to slap the red button beside him. The referee immediately raised a small flag. Lin Baici's portrait appeared on the big screen. Ranked 36. The contestants looked up. Those ranked at the top were all competitors who needed to be watched. Brother Lin, you are so photogenic. Li Yintang wasn't just flattering him. The sheer sense of presence brought by the screen enlarging Lin Baici's portrait made her feel that he was even more handsome. That's right. If Xiaobai had celebrity posters, I would definitely buy 100 of them to cover my bedroom walls. Hu Yu nodded. She didn't chase after celebrities, but seeing Lin Baici on screen, she suddenly understood why those young girls like to chase stars and spend money on merchandise of male celebrities. Because he was truly that handsome. Jin Yingjin covered her mouth and giggled. The first time she met Lin Baici, she saw that this guy had great potential and wanted to sign him into her mother's entertainment company as a trainee. For the people before him, the contestants would just look and then lose interest. But when it came to Lin Baici, many women stretched their necks like geese, looking around, clearly searching for him. Once they saw him, they would point and whisper, and some even took the initiative to greet him. Lin Baici had a face full of black lines. It was one thing for women to greet him, but what was up with those few men? It's a good thing Brother Lin doesn't like me, otherwise, how much pressure would there be to be his girlfriend? Li Yintang felt she couldn't afford to love him, otherwise, she would be exhausted every day just fending off mistresses trying to move up in the world. Lin Baici was a man with money, looks, and good stamina. He was simply the man of one's dreams. How do you feel? Han Sui asked with concern, handing a bottle of water to Lin Baici. Jiu Hongyao had intended to go and show concern for Lin Baici, but Gu Qingqiu pulled her back. What's wrong? The girl with the high ponytail asked in confusion. Let them interact. Gu Qingqiu had already asked Jiu Hongyao, in ordinary god ruins, this kind of rule-based pollution would never appear. So only one possibility remained. In this train to Bizan, there was definitely a god. So, Lin Baici was currently equivalent to interacting with an NPC. Let them build up some favorability, and perhaps they would trigger a special plot. Lin Yuzhen turned her head frequently, tossing her long hair. It couldn't be called flirting, it was purely a bad habit left over from her clubbing days. These people are so weak. Lin Yuzhen showed off her contribution. Appa. We will definitely win the championship this time. Those 1,000 ancient coins are ours for sure. Do you think the Yellowstone team is a pushover? A short-haired girl snorted coldly. Do you want to be taught a lesson by Shakira? I think it's Appa who won't let her be a person. Lin Yuzhen casually wrapped her arms around the man beside her. He was a young man of 24 or 25, with a long face, thin eyebrows, and thin lips. He wore a medium-length center-parted hairstyle and 3-ear studs in his left ear, exuding a somewhat effeminate yet bad boy aura. But this kind of pretty boy was currently popular in Goryeo. He was Li Shangjang. Shakira is so old. Why would I have my eyes on her? Li Shangjang chewed gum. His hands in his pockets. His jacket, a patchwork of dark blue and light gray, was left open. And on his feet was a pair of custom-made white Nike shoes, with his name printed on the side in red font, making it very eye-catching. In any case, one word, trendy. Li Shangjang was extremely arrogant. So what if it was dragon level? Once I kill him, I will be dragon level. The group members chatted and laughed, glancing at the big screen at the contestants from time to time. When it was Lin Baici's turn, the short-haired girl couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ish, that guy is so handsome. The short-haired girl was used to seeing Korean-style pretty boys, so she was stunned when she suddenly saw a cute little wolf dog like Lin Baici, especially when he wasn't speaking. Lin Baici's expression was as cold as Arctic ice, coupled with the way he wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. He appeared elegant, cold, and seemed to exude a touch of indifference. The short-haired girl had an urge to be spanked by him. He's just average, not as good as Shangjing Oppa. Lin Yuzhen curled her lip. Although she said that, when the Kyoshu man looked up at the camera, the image displayed on the big screen showed a pair of sharp, spirited eyes, like a hungry wolf foraging for food. He was incredibly aggressive. He was good-looking. A quiet girl nearby couldn't help but shake her head upon hearing this. She liked Li Shangjang, but she didn't think Appa could compare to this young man. Li Shangjang's nose had been filled, and his chin had been operated on, while the one on the big screen was clearly a natural and refined person. As for their temperament, each had its own merits, and it was hard to say who was better. But if she were bored, the quiet girl wouldn't mind having a fling with him to try something new. Is he a god hunter? The short-haired girl guessed. With this kind of temperament, he definitely wasn't a native of the god ruins. HMPH. Li Shangjang was annoyed and spat out the chewing gum in his mouth. Lin Yuzhen keenly sensed her boyfriend's attitude and immediately shouted, "What's the use of being handsome? Doesn't he still have to eat raw beef?" Facing this kind of challenge show, especially in the first round, those who went up first were definitely cannon fodder. Would a team leader take the lead in eating raw meat? Are you kidding? How little prestige would that team leader have? The short-haired girl thought the same, so she felt a bit disappointed. As expected, there were too few men who possessed both good looks and strength. Looking at it this way, Li Shangjang was indeed more outstanding. Li Shangjang had a sharp mind and had deduced this as well. So, although he was annoyed, he didn't take Lin Baici seriously. A piece of small fry cannon fodder wasn't worth his attention. 20 minutes passed quickly, as the long blast of a cruise ship whistle sounded from the broadcast. The competition time ended. Eliminated, eliminated, eliminated. The judges raised their flags to announce Chapter 406, One Blade, One Spring and Autumn. Lin Baici looked around the stadium. Judging by the flags, half of the contestants hadn't finished eating. Is this called a Big Eater Challenge? This is torture. Exactly. Who eats raw meat? They might as well change it to a Doomsday Survival Challenge. If it were cooked meat, I could eat 10 pounds. Noise erupted everywhere, and there were many complaints. Eating raw food was a dietary habit that many people from various countries were not accustomed to. Why didn't the broadcast tell them to leave? Li Yintang immediately spotted the blind spot. Because the broadcast just said this was the first battle, Gu Qingqiu explained. The delinquent girl scratched her head, her mind full of question marks. This is the first battle of the first round, the Big Eater Challenge. I guess there will be several rounds. Lin Baici sized up his fellow alumnus. Gu? Her thinking was truly agile. Damn it. Huang Jingsheng felt things were getting troublesome. Judging by raw beef as an ingredient, what they would eat next probably wouldn't be anything good. The organizers didn't keep the contestants waiting long. Teams of staff wearing white coats and chef hats appeared again. Each of them pushed a trolley carrying a large iron barrel, 1 meter in diameter and 1.5 meters high, to the dining carts. On the barrels, A crab pattern was drawn, with the words Golden Crab Aquatic Products written on them. This must be the sponsor. Are we eating seafood next? This stuff is super expensive. If it's lobster, I can eat until the organizers go bankrupt. The contestants chattered away. As the staff retreated, the broadcast sounded. The second battle of the Big Eater Challenge is called Pufferfish Dance. Those who were eliminated for not finishing the raw beef must eat 20 pufferfish to successfully advance. Those who finish the meat only need to eat 10 pufferfish to advance. The time limit is 2 hours. Begin? The broadcast played 3 times, clear and concise. The contestants immediately ran to the iron barrels next to their respective dining carts. Are the pufferfish alive? Guchingqiu looked at these iron barrels and had already sensed something wrong. Sure enough, when everyone lifted the lids of the barrels and saw the live pufferfish inside, curses and complaints immediately filled the air. These pufferfish haven't been processed. How are we supposed to eat them? Are they making us process them ourselves? Don't you know pufferfish are poisonous? Unless it's a specialized chef or restaurant, selling pufferfish is not allowed, the contestants argued. Lin Baici walked to the side of the iron barrel and saw about 20 pufferfish, each over a foot long, swimming in clear water. They had white bellies and light brown backs covered in spots. Wang Jingshan, do you know how to process pufferfish? Quan Zhonggren looked toward the Hong Kong-style chef. Do you know how niche this ingredient is? Huang Jingshan rolled his eyes. I'm good with shark fin, but this thing, whoever wants to deal with it can have it. Boss lady, Jin Yingzhen frowned. Do your employees know how? We don't sell pufferfish in our shop. Han Su looked at the pufferfish in the barrel. She never expected this to be the ingredient. If not processed correctly, eating it could lead to death. Everyone felt a bit desperate, sensing that things were going south. But then the boss lady spoke up. I did it with my grandfather when I was a child, but my skills have long since rusted. Although I can process them now, they definitely won't be clean. Huang Jingshan felt a turn for the better and laughed out loud. As long as you can process them, that's enough. Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju were completely stunned. Huang Jingshan, what do you mean by that? They aren't expecting us to eat these, are they? Even with the robust physical constitution of a god hunter, no one could survive eating a dozen poisonous pufferfish. Lynch. The Yellowstone team has started processing their pufferfish, Li Yintong reminded him. The subtext of her words was clear. Stop being so kind. Let cannon fodder like Jin Zhenju handle it. And if she dares to refuse, beat her to death on the spot. Lin Baici looked over and discovered that it was actually the great shaman herself taking action. She reached out with one hand, grabbed a pufferfish from the bucket, placed it on the cutting board beside her, picked up a kitchen knife, and began to bleed the fish. Delicious pufferfish meat, when perfectly processed and eaten raw, provides not only a treat for the taste buds but also contains non-lethal toxins that numb the nerves, turning any external stimulation into pleasure and heightening the senses. In short, the consumer will let go of their inhibitions and get high. Lin Baici had originally thought the Great Challenge was a rule-based contamination because of the mad beef, but now he hesitated. Because the pufferfish meat could perfectly purify the contaminated mad beef. Lynch. Your friend is processing the pufferfish, Li Yintong reminded him. In Jia Hongyao's group, Yi Zhisheng was holding a pufferfish, poking it randomly with a knife, and started cutting the meat before the blood had even been drained properly. He hadn't even peeled the skin. Little Lindsay, pufferfish are poisonous. You guys should just forfeit, Jia Hongyao suggested. Yi Zhisheng says he will eat it. Team leader Jia, this is no joke. People will die. Huang Jingshan did not know Yi Zhisheng's true identity and felt somewhat worried. Perhaps he has a divine gift for detoxification. Quan Zhonggren felt relieved and persuaded Lin Baici. Don't let down team leader Xia's good intentions, you eat it. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he opened his travel bag and, using it as cover, took out a mask and an apron from the black altar bowl. Quan Xiongren's face immediately fell, and he wished he could slap his own mouth. Why did I have to open my mouth? Eat without worry. You won't die. Lin Baici put on the butcher's mask. When he picked up the kitchen knife again, it felt as if he shared a telepathic connection with the blade, and he could wield it as easily as his own arm. Lin Baici reached out, quickly grabbed a pufferfish from the bucket, pressed it onto the cutting board, and then, holding the knife in his right hand, tapped the pufferfish's head twice. Whoosh! The pufferfish puffed up in the blink of an eye like a balloon being blown to its limit. This utilized the pufferfish's natural self-defense instinct. Lin Baici drew his knife across the pufferfish's belly. Sizzle! The fish skin split and curled back on both sides. Because Lin Baici's force was perfectly measured, he did not damage the meat or the blood vessels, so no fish blood spilled out. Lin Baici flipped the fish skin upward, pulled it toward the fins on the back, then sliced horizontally, with a forceful stroke. The 10-centimeter-long fin and the attached skin were sliced off. At this moment, the fish was still alive. Lin Baici plunged the knife into the pufferfish's head and immediately lifted it up, pointing the fish head downward. As he pulled the blade out, the fish blood sprayed out. Sizzle! The fish blood, shimmering with a faint blue light, splashed onto the cutting board. The pufferfish, suffering from the injury, began to thrash violently, slapping its tail. This movement actually helped drain all the blood from its body. Huan Jingshan was dumbfounded, as if he were watching a monkey preparing a grand imperial feast. No way. God, Lin, you even know how to do this. Lin Baici's movements were so skillful. It was as if he had been a fishmonger for 30 years in his past life and hadn't drunk the soup of Nengpo when crossing the Nehi Bridge. Retaining all his techniques, beautiful, the punt girl clapped, and even the surrounding teams, upon seeing Lin Baici kill the fish, couldn't help but applaud. His sequence of movements was fluid and natural. Not only was it skillful, but it also exuded an ultimate aesthetic beauty, making those who watched feel as if they were enjoying a palace dance performance. Lin Baici's fish-killing process was more like a performance of ritual and ceremony. Great Shaman, look quickly. The black girl tugged at Shakira's sleeve. The great shaman turned her head and saw Lin Baici killing the fish. It is merely the use of a divine taboo item. Okocha snorted, his expression disdainful. Oba, the sky is vast, the earth is wide, and there are many capable people. The great shaman lectured. The same divine taboo item, in the hands of different people, exerts different effects. Look at the eyes of that young man, focused, giving his all. The butcher's mask was a divine taboo item Lin Baici had obtained in the Mad Maid game. After putting it on, one immediately becomes proficient in anatomy, possessing skills akin to a master butcher dismembering an ox. No matter the creature, it can be dissected, segmented, and perfectly processed. And these processed ingredients will not spoil for 7 days. Wearing this mask adds 1 to intimidation against wild beasts. As the saying goes, the strongest butcher slaughters all things. At this moment, the pufferfish in Lin Baici's hands was no longer just a pufferfish, it was the ocean, the world, and even life itself. Each stroke of the knife represented a season, each stroke a year. The pufferfish was quickly separated and sliced into sashimi, neatly arranged on the platter. In just 3 minutes, one pufferfish was completely processed. Lin Baici performed a flourish with the knife, flicked his wrist, and with a thud, it stuck into the ginkgo wood cutting board. The surroundings were silent for a few seconds, and then applause broke out spontaneously. Bravo! Is he a fish-killing immortal? This knife work is too beautiful, too magnificent. Everyone cheered for Lin Baici's superb technique. Oppa, do another one, a woman, enthusiastic and bold, shouted toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici carried the platter and placed it on the dining cart, then tossed the gluttony apron to Quan Zhonggren. Put this on, and you will be able to eat it. Tying on this apron increases one's appetite. Even when faced with food one dislikes, one will develop a strong desire to eat. The situation of being a picky eater simply does not exist. Wearing it, the food consumed, even if it were fried chicken or raw fish, would carry healing effects, especially for physical trauma, providing full recovery. Why are you still wearing an apron? This sashimi looks so mouth-watering. Li Yintang was not just flattering him, she truly had the urge to have a taste. Eat up, Lin Baici urged. Quan Zhonggren was too embarrassed to ask if it was poisonous, so he gave Jin Zhenju a look, signaling her to speak up. Meanwhile, he took the apron, tied it on, picked up a slice of sashimi with his chopsticks, and put it into his mouth. The fish was cool, springy, and chewy. Most importantly, there was no fishy smell at all. If he hadn't watched Lin Baici slaughter the pufferfish, he wouldn't have been able to tell what kind of meat it was. After swallowing the first bite, Quan Zhonggren immediately felt hungry. The worry about being poisoned was dispelled by the hunger, and he began to eat the meat in large mouthfuls. Damn, is it that delicious? Huan Jingxiang was shocked. Jin Zhenju was also startled, feeling that Quan Zhonggren might have been controlled by a Ru relic. God Lin, is this mask of yours a Ru relic that helps with processing ingredients? Yes, Lin Baici nodded. So, feel free to eat. He walked over to the water bucket, caught another pufferfish, and began to slaughter it. The process was as fluid as flowing mercury, magnificent beyond compare. From now on, if anyone claims to be the ceiling of the culinary world, I will fight them. Clearly, the people of Juzhou are the real deal. Nonsense. When the people of Juzhou were eating the Manchuhan imperial feast, Europeans were still gnawing on black bread and mashed potatoes. If we are talking about who knows how to eat, the people of Juzhou are definitely number one. The contestants discussed it one after another. When it came to culinary arts, if you added up the recipes of all the countries in the world, they probably wouldn't even total as many as those of Juzhou. Chapter 407. The Third Battle, Girls Only Edition. Quan Zhonggren chewed the pufferfish sashimi in large mouthfuls, feeling a natural fragrance and sweetness that not only lingered on his lips and teeth but also permeated his internal organs. Delicious, God Lin, another plate. In just 5 minutes, Quan Zhonggren finished an entire plate of sashimi, still unsatisfied. He licked his lips and asked for more. Lin Baici had already processed the second one and handed it over. Quan Zhonggren took the plate and began to feast. Damn, watching this makes me hungry too. Huang Jingshan licked his lips. Once the competition was over, he would definitely ask for a few slices to taste. Lin Baici continued to process the pufferfish. Because his fish slaughtering technique was so skillful, all the cameras filming the great challenge gathered around. Lin Baici was on camera. This time, even those contestants who couldn't see Lin Baici directly from afar saw his performance. Oh my god, this guy is definitely a Michelin-starred chef, a foreigner exclaimed. Are Michelin-starred chefs that amazing? Someone said with disdain. Look closely. That is a person from Juzhou, a proper Chinese cuisine chef. Baka, this is clearly the way to prepare Japanese cuisine. Someone from the Sakura country was displeased. Shut up already. When the people of Juzhou were eating big fish and meat from bronze cauldrons, you little bakas were still eating rice balls wrapped in seaweed. If you could eat one small dried fish a day, you considered your life to be going pretty well. The Koreans immediately retorted. This guy from Juzhou has really good knife skills. Lin Yuzhen exclaimed in admiration. Even someone who didn't understand culinary arts could see the beauty in this technique. Is it because of the mask on his face? The quiet girl, Zheng Jioran, guessed. Li Yuner brushed back her short hair. Look at his fingers. Then look at his eyes. Even without a Ru relic, a person like this could master the craft after just a year or two of practice. Li Yuner lived by the sea. Her family ran a fish stall. Her father was a fisherman, and she and her mother were Henya female divers who made a living by catching sea urchins and lobsters. Li Yuner had accidentally found a Ru relic on the seabed and absorbed the divine grace from it, becoming a god hunter. However, having caught and slaughtered fish since she was a child, her skills were very proficient. At this moment, she was the one processing the pufferfish. My father is just like that. Li Yuner's father had slaughtered fish his entire life and was best at making sashimi. The aura Lin Baici had right now was very similar to her father's when he was working. To put it simply, he had great talent and was naturally suited for this line of work. Then why don't you hurry up and call him daddy? Lin Yuzhen teased, picking up a chopstick of sashimi and stuffing it into her mouth. Having just eaten 5 pounds of raw beef, she continued to eat the fish sashimi. Moreover, judging by her still flat abdomen, she definitely possessed some kind of divine grace that aided digestion. The contestants, who had been at their wits' end, saw Lin Baici slaughtering the fish. After the initial amazement, they realized what was happening and began to learn from him. Lin Baici's pufferfish processing was to textbook. It was the simplest and fastest procedure. By the time he had slaughtered 3 pufferfish in 6 minutes, everyone had learned enough and began to try it themselves. But as soon as they started, they got stuck at the first step. The control of force was too difficult to master. After all, this was a lively, jumping pufferfish. Trying to peel the skin off alive was just too hard. After Lin Baici finished processing 10 pufferfish, he was just about to take a break when Huang Jingxiang came over with a fawning look, begging him, "God Lin, could you cut another plate?" This Hong Kong-style chef was truly craving it. Everyone looked at Lin Baici with eager eyes. Even Gu Qingqiu and Jin Yingzhen, who had grown up eating delicacies from the mountains and seas, were full of interest. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders, cut another one, and then picked up a slice and put it into his mouth. "This taste, it's quite average." Huang Jingxiang and Li Yintang immediately dove in. After about a minute, Lin Baici suddenly noticed that his skin had become sensitive. The wind blowing across the lawn felt very comfortable on his skin. Even the friction of his clothes against his body felt pleasurable. "Damn, is there something wrong with this fish?" Huang Jingxiang discovered that his sense of touch had become acute. He scratched his crotch, which made him shiver, almost causing him to lose control prematurely. "Why didn't you apply to be a chef when you came to my restaurant?" Han Suing handed Lin Baici a handkerchief, her eyes full of curiosity. Lin Baici used the bloodletting method for live fish, which utilizes the pufferfish's own struggle to drain the blood from its body more thoroughly. However, if not handled properly, it could lead to internal bleeding and damage to the fish skin. If that happened, the entire fish would be unusable, as the toxins in a pufferfish are mostly concentrated in the dorsal fin, liver, skin, and blood. This technique is quite impressive. Relying on this skill alone is enough to ensure one never goes hungry for a lifetime. "I like being a waiter," Lin Baici replied dismissively. His fish was the fastest to be prepared, but Quan Zhonggren was eating a bit slowly. So the first team to complete the pufferfish dance was still Lin Yuzhen's. Following closely behind was the Huangxi group. That big white guy could really eat. Quan Zhonggren hurried and scrambled, managing to secure 18th place. Yi Zhisheng could have made it into the top 5, but at Gu Qingqiu's request, he took 10th place. The ranking didn't matter anyway. As long as they advanced, the waiting time was a bit long. So while no one was paying attention, Lin Baici grabbed some raw beef and also took away more than 30 pufferfish. These were local specialties of the Bizengod ruins, and he probably wouldn't have a chance to come back here again. 2 hours finally passed. The cruise ship's whistle blared once more. Teams that did not finish eating the pufferfish within the allotted time are eliminated. Please leave the stadium as soon as possible. Thank you for participating, the broadcast announced. I checked, and those eliminated are all locals, not god hunters. Thanks to Yi Zhisheng's iron stomach, Gu Qingqiu didn't have to worry about the competition and had the leisure to observe the other contestants. She made mental notes of those who were suspected to be god hunters. About half of the teams had been eliminated. The god hunters who managed to reach this stage must all have some real skills. Che Jingxiuk felt that made sense. Ish, Quan Zhonggren cursed. He thought this kid was really lucky to have avoided being used as cannon fodder. Che Jingxiuk, wearing a brown trench coat with his hands in his pockets, shot a glance at Quan Zhonggren. Ish, is that the attitude you show your senior? Quan Zhonggren cursed loudly as he walked over, intending to slap Che Jingxiuk on the head. But teams of staff members pushed food carts into the arena. On the carts set to black, opaque plastic aquarium tanks. One large and one small. You've got to be kidding me. There's more. Kim Jin-soo felt helpless. This prize money was just too hard to earn. The third round of the Big Eater Challenge, swallowing live octopus. Contestants who have already eaten are not allowed to eat again. And this round is restricted to women. Eat 5 octopuses within half an hour to advance to the next round. You may bite off the tentacles and swallow them first, but you are absolutely forbidden from killing the octopus. Everyone frowned upon hearing the rules. What kind of twisted hobby does the organizer have? Li Yintang was very annoyed. Why make women swallow octopuses? TSK. If this show were abroad, they'd be waiting to be sued into bankruptcy by feminists, Gu Qingqiu teased. Quan Zhonggren stared at Che Jingxiuk, thinking this guy was really lucky. He had originally planned to make the kid participate, but he didn't expect it to be restricted to women. Now Kim Jin-soo was in trouble. Kim Jin-soo clearly realized this too. and her scalp tingled a bit. However, it was fine. She had eaten octopus before when hanging out with friends for barbecue. Huang Jingshang opened the 2 plastic boxes. The large one contained water and held 9 octopuses. The big ones were the size of a fist, while the small ones were the size of a walnut. And they were all alive. Be careful. There's one more on the lid, Li Yintong warned. Huang Jingshang grabbed an octopus and tried to throw it into the box. But the suction cups on the creature were very strong, sticking to his hand as if glued. The landlady lifted another box, which contained 12 cans. After opening them, she found they were all kimchi, spicy cabbage, pickled cucumbers, pickled radishes, spicy green beans. I know your Korean kimchi is famous, but you don't have to bring out so much, do you? Li Yintong looked disgusted. These kimchi are probably from the sponsors, the landlady guessed. Sure enough, the cameras began filming the kimchi intensely. The contestants couldn't see it, but these shots would definitely appear on televisions in every household in Gwangju. You can eat the octopus with the kimchi to enhance the flavor. Kim Jin-soo mocked herself. Start. Following the order from the broadcast, the local contestants began eating the octopus. They weren't very resistant to eating them raw aside from the lack of dipping sauce and the prohibition on removing the internal organs. It was actually fine. The foreigners were all a bit dumbfounded. Of course, the Japanese were an exception. They could eat this too. Lin Baici certainly wouldn't let Han Suing eat it. So, he looked at Kim Jin-soo. God Lin, I've received a lot of help from you along the way, so I'll take this round. Kim Jin-soo bowed slightly to Lin Baici, rolled up her sleeves, reached into the box, and grabbed the smallest octopus. She was sensible and knew she couldn't avoid it, so she took the initiative. This way, she could also boost Lin Baici's favorability and ensure he wouldn't kick her out. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Baici felt it shouldn't be a big problem. The octopus grabbed by Kim Jin-soo began to struggle, its tentacles clinging to the back of her hand. She looked at it, pulled off a tentacle, and stuffed it into her mouth. Crunch! Kim Jin-soo bit down with her white teeth, severed the tentacle, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it with force. She was worried that if she swallowed the whole thing, the octopus would stick to her esophagus. Almost every team was doing the same thing. Lin Baici looked over at Gu Qingqiu's side. The one swallowing the live octopus was a Korean woman. Thanks to you. Jiu Hongyao patted Gu Qingqiu on the shoulder. This woman was hired by Gu Qingqiu with money. The ponytail girl hadn't understood her intention at the time, but now she did. Planning before acting. She really was the Zhuge Liang of Gu Qingqiu. Besides this woman, there were 3 locals. Gu Qingqiu had made an agreement with them. She would pay the entry fee, and the prize money would be split 50-50. It took 5 minutes for Jin Zhenju to finish the first one. Here, have some water. Lin Baici handed her a bottle of water. Thank you. Jin Zhenju gulped down to mouthfuls and began to pick out an octopus. Choose this one, it's smaller. Li Yintong offered advice, and it's almost dead. It lacks vitality, so its struggle will be very weak. Jin Zhenju picked up the octopus and, following the same method as before, ate the tentacles first before stuffing the octopus body into her mouth. Chapter 408. Popping octopus. Lin Shen takes action. As she chewed, amidst the crunching sounds, Jin Zhenju could feel some juices bursting in her mouth, along with the octopus struggling desperately. It was not easy to chew. Although the tentacles had already been eaten, it wasn't thorough. There were still some suckers at the base, so they stuck to her tongue, feeling slimy and very uncomfortable. Jin Zhenju chewed harder and even picked up a piece of kimchi, tore off a slice, and stuffed it into her mouth, hoping to help the octopus go down. Li Yintong found it hard to watch and couldn't understand why people in some countries like to eat this kind of thing raw. I once saw someone eating cold-dressed raw marinated live octopus, and it turned out to be a female octopus that laid eggs directly in the diner's mouth. Huang Jingsheng was considered a brave person who had seen many strange-looking corpses. But even now, thinking about this incident still made him feel physically ill. Stop talking. I'm going to throw up. The delinquent girl covered her mouth. At this moment, she felt very fortunate to be from Juzhou, holding the same nationality as Lin Baici. Otherwise, the one swallowing live octopuses right now would be her. Jin Zhenju was eating very hard. Lin Baici looked around. The Japanese and Koreans were doing okay, but the Europeans were struggling a bit. After all, they were good at eating raw beef. But dealing with this was a bit hard to swallow. However, generally speaking, the contestants were eating in an orderly fashion. After all, this thing was mainly for the novelty, not the terror of death, compared to eating puffer fish, where one might be poisoned to death. Swallowing live octopus was already quite safe. The Huangshi group had switched to a fat white woman to eat. She was smart and also a top-tier foodie. She didn't bite off the octopus's legs like Jinjenju did. Instead, she wrapped it in kimchi, stuffed it directly into her mouth, chewed vigorously a few times, and swallowed it into her stomach as quickly as possible. This way, even if the octopus was still alive after entering her stomach, it wouldn't be able to crawl out. Once the Big Eater challenge ended, she could even induce vomiting to get it out. The black man Okaki looked like an omnivorous gorilla, but he was unexpectedly a germaphobe. He covered his eyes with both hands, not daring to look at this scene at all. In Li Shangjing's group, it was Zheng Jiaran who was eating. Don't let this girl's quiet appearance fool you. Before becoming a god hunter, she had worked as a mukbang streamer, not to mention swallowing live octopus. She had played with even more bizarre ways of eating, so she could handle this small scene completely. First place is secured, Li Yuner smiled. After the game ends, you get to pick all the spoils first. Li Shangjing offered a material reward. Thank you, Appa. After Zheng Jiaran finished speaking, she picked a small octopus from the galvanized bucket. After bringing it to her mouth, she activated her divine grace. A long tongue shot out like a lizard hunting, coiled around the octopus, and dragged it into her mouth. Zheng Jiaran's cheeks puffed up, and after chewing casually a few times, she swallowed it. The fourth one. Zheng Jiaran continued to pick octopuses, but suddenly, a sharp pain came from her stomach, followed by violent spasms. Ishable, what's going on? Li Yuner was startled. Zheng Jiaran's stomach seemed to have grown larger. Ugh. Zheng Jiaran dry heaved and instinctively bent over. By the fifth heave, she vomited out a pool of pale yellow mucus. There were streaks of red inside, which were likely blood. Get water. Lin Yuzhen patted Zheng Jiaran's back and urged Li Yuner. Li Yuner hurriedly handed over the water, but Zheng Jiaran pushed it away. She was still vomiting, and after 7 or 8 heaves, she suddenly vomited out a large pool of gastric juice. Splat. The gastric juice splashed onto the lawn, and inside were dozens of peanut-sized baby octopuses, wriggling and crawling. How do you feel? Li Shangjing looked worried. Zheng Jiaran's face was full of pain, and she couldn't speak. She shoved her hand deep into her throat, trying to pull out the octopus stuck in her esophagus. It wasn't just Zheng Jiaran. The contestants who were swallowing live octopuses had all started to experience such unexpected situations one after another. Ugh, ugh. Listening to the continuous sounds of vomiting, everyone's expression became grave and ugly. No way, right? Quan Zhonggren looked around, his entire body going numb. Smack. Huang Jingxiang raised his hand and slapped himself. It's all my fault for having this jinx mouth. It's okay. Maybe only some unlucky ones ate female octopuses. Li Yintong comforted Jinjenju. Jinjenju's lips were trembling, and she wanted to speak. But when she looked at Lin Baici, she didn't dare to say anything. I look like I'm fine, but if I keep eating like this, who can guarantee that there won't be a problem? Jinjenju wanted to forfeit. Over at Jia Hongyao's side, she was unlucky. The woman she hired started to have a bloated stomach and began vomiting, soon spitting out a large pile of octopus. Compared to Lin Yuzhen, she was in a worse state. A small octopus was stuck in her throat, blocking her trachea, causing her immediate difficulty in breathing. The woman collapsed to the ground in agony. Pry her mouth open and take the octopus out. Gu Qingqiu ordered and rushed to provide aid. Lin Baici wanted to rush over to help, but Jinjenju started vomiting. After 6 or 7 consecutive heaves, she vomited out a large pool of foul-smelling stomach acid. Damn it, it's over. Huang Jingxiang sighed. He still couldn't avoid it. The landlady and Quan Zhonggren supported Jinjenju, wanting to help. Lin Shen. Jinjenju looked at Lin Baici with pleading eyes. I don't want to die. Jinjenju felt nauseous and vomited up a small octopus, with several more still clinging to her esophagus. The suckers on the tentacles of these small octopuses were like razor blades. sharp and piercing. They not only caused Jinjenju a sensation of agony akin to being sliced by 1,000 knives, but the gastric acid she vomited up also began to show traces of blood. Pop Pearl Octopus. When on the verge of death, the brood pouches within their bodies will instantly burst. The octopus eggs nurtured inside will hatch within seconds and scatter to escape. When facing a crisis, this type of octopus secretes a stimulating hormone on its body's surface, causing the creature that consumed it to experience reflex vomiting. When the hormone reaches a certain concentration, it will paralyze the creature's nerves, causing physiological reactions such as spasms, convulsions, and suffocation. The gluttonous god commented on the Pop Pearl Octopus, providing a grand popular science lesson on the ingredient. Lin Baici frowned. This thing must be a species found only in the god ruins, right? He felt he was quite well read, but in any case, he had never heard of this kind of marine creature in the outside world. That said, the gluttonous god did not mention how to process or cook these Pop Pearl octopuses, nor did it say how to save someone who had accidentally ingested them. This is troublesome. Many contestants who had eaten the Pop Pearl octopuses collapsed to the ground, starting to convulse and gradually losing consciousness. The obese white woman did not escape this fate either, but Shakira seemed to have a way. She pulled a handful of herbs from her pocket, squeezed out the juice with force, and dripped it into the big woman's mouth. The white woman immediately stopped convulsing. "Hold on, I'll go get you some herbs." Quan Zhonggren rushed toward Shakira. Jinjenju stared fixedly at Quan Zhonggren. In just over 20 seconds, Quan Zhonggren ran back. "The great shaman said she can lend us the herbs to help us pass the trial, but the condition is that you must lend her that ancient sacrificial artifact." After Quan Zhonggren finished speaking, Jinjenju immediately looked at Lin Baici with a pleading expression. Lin Baici frowned and turned his head to look at Shakira. Their gazes met. "Master Lin." Jinjenju wanted to ask for help, but after saying 3 words, she started vomiting again, followed by convulsions. Unable to speak clearly, "Master Lin," Quan Zhonggren pleaded, "considering that the 2 of us have been quite obedient, please help her, won't you? The great shaman is only borrowing it, not asking for it permanently. You won't be at a loss." Huang Jingshan didn't like hearing this. "How is it not a loss? That's right, we just agreed to it." And there were still 3 divinations left. Now not a single one remains. Li Yintong felt it wasn't worth it for a Jinjenju. Whoosh! Lin Baici did not panic. He knelt on one knee beside Jinjenju and pried open her mouth to check her condition. He couldn't see the situation in the esophagus, but based on the gluttonous god's explanation and the condition of the other contestants, he could infer that there were small octopuses in the esophagus that had to be cleared out as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would suffocate to death. And that stimulating hormone was, for humans, essentially a toxin. In that case, he could use the meat of the beautiful dried corpse to detoxify. "I'll try first. If I can't cure her, then we'll go to Shakira." Lin Baici comforted Jinjenju. "Huang Jingshan, come over and pry her mouth open. Yintong, pay attention. If any octopus tries to escape, kill it immediately. Leave it to me." Li Yintong and Huang Jingshan immediately took their positions. Lin Baici inserted his right index and middle fingers into Jinjenju's mouth. The saliva and exhaled air made the oral cavity wet and slippery. There was also a tongue moving around erratically. Lin Baici focused his mind and activated his divine grace. Grasp of the death god. A small hand condensed from divine power rushed into Jinjenju's esophagus, pushing all the small octopuses clinging to the esophageal wall into her stomach. It did not let go as Lin Baici pulled his fingers out. A full 6 small octopuses were dragged out. "Holy cow!" Huang Jingshan was dumbfounded. "Master Lin, awesome!" The delinquent girl gave a thumbs up. Lin Baici had only been trying it out. He hadn't expected that the grasp of the death god could actually be used this way. This divine grace could use divine power to form a large hand to grab things from a distance. Now it seemed it could also form a small hand to perform some delicate operations. Lin Baici opened his inventory, took out a small box, retrieved some shredded meat from it, and stuffed it into Jinjenju's mouth. "Swallow it quickly." With no more small octopuses crawling in her esophagus, Jinjenju felt much more comfortable immediately, though swallowing the shredded meat was a bit painful. As the meat went down, after just 5 or 6 seconds, Jinjenju stopped convulsing, and her breathing began to return to normal. What kind of meat is this? Quan Zhonggren was curious, feeling that it was even more effective than the great shaman's herbs. Believe me, you will definitely regret it if you find out, Lin Baici didn't say. Although this was the meat of an ancient beauty, it was a dried corpse. It possessed a powerful detoxifying effect, as long as it wasn't an instantly lethal poison. The poisoned person could be detoxified by eating some of the shredded meat. Must use it sparingly. Lin Baici didn't have much left. The current environmental pollution was too severe, leading to unhealthy ingredients, coupled with the massive use of technology and harsh additives by humans. Toxins were constantly accumulating in the human body. Lin Baici decided to eat some of this shredded meat once every year to detoxify. And plus giving some to friends and family, there really wasn't enough. Rest for now. Lin Baici rushed toward Jia Hongyao's side to help that woman. Shakira had been keeping an eye on Lin Baici, seeing that he had actually resolved this crisis. She couldn't help but look extremely surprised. No wonder he rejected her. He really had some tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 409. I am Kai Wen. I greatly admire Master Lin. When Lin Baici arrived, that Korean woman was already suffocating to the point of near death. Xiao Bai, Huo Yuyu had strong empathy. Seeing the woman hired by Gu Qingqiu suffering so much, she felt bad for her. She wanted to help, but was powerless. Jia Hongyao was kneeling on one knee, trying to extract the pop pearl octopus stuck in the woman's throat. Seeing Lin Baici approach, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. It's all yours. After saying this, the girl with the high ponytail froze. Have I already come to trust little Lin this much? Just seeing him come over makes me feel like everything will be fine. Pry her mouth open as wide as you can, Lin Baici instructed. Then thrust 2 fingers inside and activated grip of the Reaper. About 7 or 8 seconds later, Lin Baici pulled his fingers out. Swish! 3 small octopuses were dragged out. The Korean woman's breathing immediately smoothed out, and her violently heaving chest began to calm, though the convulsions did not cease, as the toxins had not yet been cleared. Does this octopus have neurotoxins in its body? Gu Qingqiu's dark brows furrowed. Yes. Lin Baici took out 2 strips of meat, stuffed them into the Korean woman's mouth, and poured in a few mouthfuls of water to help her swallow. Isn't that too wasteful? In such a chaotic situation, Gu Qingqiu remained rational. The meat strips Lin Baici fed to this native woman were undoubtedly products of the god ruins and were very precious. In the eyes of classmate Go, although these natives had human appearances, they should be considered monsters, and thus should be treated as consumables. Should I just watch her die? Lin Baici sighed. Gu Qingqiu nodded, acknowledging this point. Following a team leader with a sense of humanity meant there was no need to worry about being betrayed or abandoned. The female native ate the meat strips and stopped convulsing. Her condition improved immediately, but in this state, she was unable to continue eating the octopuses. Gu Qingqiu looked at the other hired woman. The woman's face was pale, and she shook her head subconsciously. Do you know how to handle the poison glands of these octopuses? Gu Qingqiu looked around. You cannot judge a book by its cover. 6 teams had already resolved this crisis and started eating the octopuses again. Among them was the Yellowstone team. I don't. Lin Baici wore the butcher's mask and could handle the popping octopuses, but the organizers were now requiring them to be eaten alive. Let's just forfeit. Jia Hongyao didn't really care about whether they could get the prize money. The main thing was that Gu Qingqiu's previous plan had been so efficient that a few more protests would easily net them 1,000 coins. We can forfeit, but we have to find a way to get the others disqualified as well. Gu Qingqiu looked at the great shaman. Who knew if this game had a bottom-ranking elimination system? Therefore, keeping more god hunters in the game would certainly be advantageous for their side. Master Lin. A man walked over in a hurry, stopped beside Lin Baici, and cupped his hands in a salute. His attitude was respectful, and he addressed him as Master. Swish. Jia Hongyao and the others all looked over. Who was this? Gu Qingqiu was a bit curious. Why does he call you Master Lin? Kai Wen. A friend I just met. Lin Baici introduced him. He knows a set of winter singing long fist, famous in Gwangju, Korea. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Kai Wen was humble with his words, but his face was full of pride. This was praise from Master Lin, and in front of so many beauties, no less. What when? Guqinkyu couldn't help but chuckle. I'm Kaiwen. Kaiwen cupped his hands. Master Lin is too kind. His martial arts skills are far superior to mine. Who you wanted to ask? Are you imitating the name of IP Man? Kaiwen's eyes couldn't help but drift toward Jia Hongyao, not looking at her chest, but at her limbs, torso, and the muscles exposed. So athletic. This is definitely a great talent for martial arts. I really want to spar with her. Right, I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Then, when Kaiwen's gaze landed on Jia Hongyao's chest, he shook his head with regret. So big. It will hinder martial arts practice. What a pity. If she were flat-chested, her combat power would definitely triple. Are you here to participate in the grand challenge too? Lin Baici thought to himself that these vegetable head people were truly bold. Not even afraid of being discovered. Yeah, there is a prize of 100 million. If I get my hands on it, I won't have to work for at least 10 years. What did you come to find me for? It couldn't just be to catch up, right? Kaiwen looked around, then leaned into Lin Baici's ear and whispered. This kind of octopus is called a popping octopus. It has toxins in its body. If you eat it directly, you will get poisoned and convulse. Didn't the organizers provide a dozen types of kimchi? Among them is a type of seaweed. If you feed it to these octopuses, not only will it knock them unconscious so they won't struggle even when eaten, but it will also neutralize the toxins in their bodies. Humans don't really like eating this kind of octopus, but it is one of the favorite dishes of the vegetable head people. Many vegetable thieves found the vegetable head people by following the trade routes of this seaweed. Over time, the vegetable head people stopped eating the seafood as much. These organizers are so devious. Zhu Hongyao was speechless. Everyone thought this kimchi was meant to be eaten with the octopus to make it easier to swallow. They didn't expect the key point to be this. I knew it. The organizers wouldn't provide ingredients that were impossible to eat. Changing Shuo nodded, looking like he had just realized it, then asked in confusion, but what if the octopus won't eat the seaweed? Kaiwen looked at Changing Shuo as if he were an idiot. Don't you have hands? You can just stuff it into its mouth. Changing Shuo put his hands in his pockets, acting as if he weren't the one who had asked that question. Why are you telling us this? Guqinkyu scrutinized Kaiwen. Because I admire Master Lin. Kaiwen looked at Lin Baici, his eyes full of worship. Master Lin, when you have some free time, I would like to ask for your guidance. Hu Yuyu and Jia Hongyao were completely bewildered. What exactly did you do while we were away? How did you end up with the title of Master Lin again, Master Lin? There isn't much time left in the competition. Hurry up and eat. Kaiwen prepared to leave. Guqinkyu called out to him. I will offer 10 million to buy out this intelligence. Kaiwen was stunned. He had not expected this young woman to be so decisive. Before he could refuse, she raised her offer again. 20 million. Never mind that this was inside the divine ruins where money could be seized by force, even in reality. She would not be flustered. Apologies. Kaiwen shook his head. The price you get from selling it elsewhere will certainly not be as much as what I am offering. Guqinkyu reminded him. What do you mean? Jia Hongyao was completely confused. Why could she not understand what they were talking about? This person's companions are selling information on how to handle the popping octopuses, Guqinkyu explained. When she entered the venue earlier, she had already memorized the members of every team. Kaiwen's companions now only had to left eating the octopus, while the rest had scattered, approaching other contestants. They were clearly planning to make a fortune using this intelligence. Kaiwen was surprised. This girl was very clever, and her observational skills were sufficiently meticulous. Why sell it? Changing Shuo did not understand. The more people who are eliminated, the higher your chances of winning the championship. The variables are too great. Kaiwen chuckled. Looking at the content of this competition, he estimated that the upcoming stages would not be simple either. Rather than gambling on a championship, it was better to make a profit now. Even if they were eliminated, they would still have some extra income. Master Lin, I will take my leave. Kaiwen slipped away. Eat quickly, Lin Baici said, then returned to his group's food cart. Jia Hongyao took a deep breath and rolled up her sleeves. I will eat this time. No need. Guqinkyu stopped Jia Hongyao and instructed one of the local women. You, come eat. You heard it too. There will be no danger this time, and once you finish, I will give you 1 million. The local woman, who had been hesitant, immediately nodded upon hearing this. Ongyao, go help her prepare the octopus, Gu Qingqiu directed, her gaze sweeping over the referees standing nearby. Kai Wen and his group were walking around freely, yet these people were not stopping them. But thinking about it, it made sense. It was only the first round. If too many people were eliminated, this grand challenge would lose its appeal. Of course, there might be other reasons as well. Lin, why did Kai Wen come to find you? Quan Zhonggren had not expected the cabbage head to come over as well. It told me how to handle this kind of octopus. Lin Baici fished out a small octopus, grabbed some slimy seaweed kimchi, pried open the octopus's mouth, and stuffed it inside. Quan Zhonggren looked bewildered, completely unable to understand. You wiped out their entire nest. And it was lucky enough that they did not seek revenge on you, yet they actually took the initiative to give you intelligence. Confirmed. Kai Wen is a masochist. Jin Zhenju had recovered, but in her current state, she was not fit to eat anymore. I will do it. Li Yintong raised her hand. I have to let Brother Lin see that I, a divine hunter from the Kowloon Pavilion, also have guts. Let me do it instead. The proprietress walked over. This was to build a reputation for her own grand restaurant. If she did not contribute, it would be unjustifiable. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Baici did not refuse. The effect of the seaweed was excellent. Once stuffed into the belly of the popping octopus, the little creature stopped moving in less than a minute. Han Sui picked it up with her slightly plump right hand and popped it into her mouth, watching the proprietress's cheeks bulge as she chewed the octopus, with some juices even flowing from her red lips. Quan Zhonggren subconsciously squeezed his legs together. So sexy. Even if the proprietress was a monster, Quan Zhonggren felt that he could handle it. As for how to eat the popping octopus, besides the cabbage head, some Guangzhou locals also knew. It had originally been a difficult task for the divine hunters. But once Kai Wen sold the intelligence, everyone passed the round. I almost crashed here. Lin Yuzhen wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. What a pity. The white, chubby Andy from the Yellowstone group chewed on a live octopus and shook her head with regret. Otherwise, this round could have cleared out many competitors. The cruise ship's whistle blew long and loud. Time is up. Teams that have not finished the octopus are eliminated. The referees immediately began checking the food carts to make a final confirmation. Flag after flag was raised, signifying elimination. Gu Qingqiu looked around and felt that almost all the divine hunters had remained. Without giving the contestants any time to rest, the broadcast sounded again. The final round of the Big Eater Challenge, the Zhajangmyeon Marathon, begins now. Teams of staff members pushed food carts inside. On them were 2 large iron barrels emitting heat, next to which were stacks of bowls and chopsticks, along with some bottled drinks. Chapter 410 Zhajangmyeon Marathon. 1 iron barrel contained boiling hot noodle soup. Although the noodles were not visible, it was definitely that without a doubt. The other iron barrel contained brown meat sauce, diced pork, both fatty and lean, was stir-fried with soybean paste, then simmered with cooking wine, minced garlic, and minced ginger. During this process, it had to be stirred constantly to prevent it from sticking to the pot. Once ready to be served, it was sprinkled with chopped green onions for garnish. At this moment, a rich, savory aroma permeated the entire stadium. If the previous challenges were torture, then this was finally a proper meal that one could actually enjoy. Quan Zhonggren and Jin Zhenju swallowed their saliva. I heard that Koreans love jjajangmyeon the most. Hu Yu glanced into the pot. The sauce did not look very appetizing, but it smelled quite fragrant. Don't Koreans eat barbecue and kimchi? Li Yintong was surprised. What kind of family could afford barbecue every meal? But they definitely never skip kimchi for a single meal. Hu Yu curled her lips. She often bypassed the firewall to watch live streams to find material and inspiration, and among them were Korean mukbangs. The ingredients could only be described into words. Pathetic. We Koreans love jjajangmyeon, birthdays, graduations, landing a good job, getting a promotion or a raise whenever something good happens. We celebrate by eating jjajangmyeon. Kwon sang and spoke of this with great pride. Have you heard of Black Day? April 14th is our own Korean holiday. On this day, Single young people wear black clothes and eat a bowl of black jjajangmyeon. Kim Jin-soo introduced the concept. If she didn't still need to cling to Lin Baici's they and rely on him to clear the god runes, she would have really wanted to add that their holiday was much more high class than any of those dragon boat festivals or lava festivals of theirs. What you are saying is, if it is not your holiday, is it ours then? Jeo Hongmiao did not quite understand Kim Jin-soo's train of thought. Besides, no matter how good someone else's holiday was, it still belonged to someone else. We do not care for it. Alright, the festivals in Kyushu are so numerous that there is almost one every month, and some provinces and regions even have their own unique holidays. It is just a pity that there are so few that actually involve taking a day off to rest. Once the food was ready, the broadcast sounded. Each person must eat to jin of jjajangmyeon. There is no time limit. Once you finish, you may begin the long distance run. The running distance is 40 to 0.195 kilometers. As long as you finished before 12 midnight, you will advance to the next round. Those who are eliminated cannot represent their team again, even if their team advances. A noisy clamor erupted throughout the stadium. This distance was exactly that of a marathon, given everyone's physical constitution. Running it would be no problem, but having to run it after eating so much jjajangmyeon was truly a form of torture. The organizers really do not do a single thing that is remotely human. They are such dogs. Hu Yu pouted her small lips. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Did you really think the 100 million prize money would be easy to get? This is a variety show. They definitely need to boost their ratings to earn it back from advertising fees. Jeo Hongyao grabbed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks, walked over to the noodle barrel, picked up the long chopsticks resting on the rim, and began scooping out noodles. Stop standing around. Let's start eating, Kwon Sang urged. God hunters have strong digestive capabilities and good physics, so their appetites are naturally large. Eating to jin of jjajangmyeon was not a problem at all. Even a small girl like Hu Yu could handle it. Everyone grabbed their bowls, waiting to scoop their noodles. Kim Young-jin and Gu Ching-kyu looked at each other. If you cannot eat it, then don't. Jeo Hongyao was understanding. These two won a Korean chaebol princess. The other a Hong Kong socialite. Both came from billionaire families. Making them slurp noodles in public would likely become a dark history that would haunt them for a lifetime. Slurp, slurp. Kwon Sang-in had already started eating. Beside him, Chae Jing-seok used a spoon to ladle 2 scoops of black bean sauce over his noodles, added some shredded cucumber, and then used his chopsticks to stir vigorously with a flick of his wrist. Once all the noodles were coated in the fragrant sauce, he picked up a large mouthful, tilted his head, and slurped the noodles into his mouth. Slurp, slurp. That was truly a massive mouthful. Chae Jing-seok's cheeks were bulging, and his lips were stained with the black bean sauce. He didn't bother to wipe them. After chewing a few times, he felt something was missing. So, he went to the food cart nearby where the octopus was kept and grabbed a piece of kimchi. He grabbed it. He didn't use chopsticks. He just held the kimchi leaf, which had been pickled in spicy sauce, upright, tilted his head back, and chewed as he lowered it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The kimchi was quite crisp. Kim Jin-soo was starting to feel hungry just watching. Yi Jisheng, hurry up and eat. Once you are done, let's set off and take first place, Gu Ching-kyu urged. Yi Jisheng's physical structure allowed him to digest whatever he ate immediately, without being affected in the slightest. Wait a moment. I need to perform some maintenance on my girlfriend first. Yi Jisheng took out a bottle of alcohol, sprayed it onto the mannequin, and then used a clean handkerchief to wipe it down meticulously. Gu Ching-kyu did not scold him. She understood Yi Jisheng. Ching-kyu. Jeo Hongyao handed Gu Ching-kyu a bowl. Gu Ching-kyu looked at the bowl, which was large enough to fit her head inside, and held it up to compare it with her face. Even my dog's food bowl at home isn't this big. Gu Ching-kyu clicked her tongue. This tableware was truly too crude. Kim Young-jin nodded. To be honest, she was having a hard time bringing herself to eat. The sound of slurping noodles was loud and chaotic, although the amount specified by the organizers was quite large. The jjajangmyeon actually tasted quite good, and the noodles were chewy. From a purely culinary perspective, it was delicious and filling, a very decent commoner's food. Lin Baici ate his noodles, Even though his annual salary was now over 100 million, he had absolutely no image to maintain. Nor did he care about losing face in front of the girls. He ate just as he should. Eating noodles without garlic is like losing half the flavor. What a pity. Tajin of noodles was not a problem for Lin Baici at all. Besides, running a marathon with his current physical endurance was a piece of cake. Therefore, he was in no rush. The cameramen carried their lenses, running back and forth. It had to be said that these people knew their audience. They only chose to film the beautiful female contestants. On the stadium's big screen, a different beauty was shown from time to time, giving the audience plenty to feast their eyes on. Of course, the women were still quite self-conscious. Noticing the lens pointed at them, they would immediately lower their heads or cover their mouths with their hands. If this look of mine gets broadcast, I'm afraid I'll lose hundreds of thousands of fans. Yu mocked herself. However, she did not play the role of a goddess. She often made suggestive jokes and bantered, so losing fans for eating noodles with a big mouth was out of the question. Moreover, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that the image of her eating would be screenshotted and turned into a meme to be spread around. The first glutton to finish their noodles has been born. It is Auntie Susan from the Yellowstone team. The broadcast sounded out on the screen. The white woman who had been eating octopus earlier appeared. Seeing the camera filming her, she held up two thick, short fingers to make a peace sign. Big witch, shall I head out first? The middle-aged woman asked. Shakira nodded, eating her noodles in a slow and leisurely manner. The white middle-aged woman started running. Yijin, hurry up, Li Sangjing urged. He hated this kind of noodle-eating challenge, to avoid it becoming a dark history. He wanted to kill every single god hunter here. Lin Yijin's mouth was stuffed full, so she couldn't spare the time to speak, and just nodded. One after another, people finished their bowls of noodles, grabbed a few bottles of drinks, and set off along the route. The organizers had arranged staff to clear the path and provide directions, so there was no need to worry about accidents. Quan Sangin was the 7th to finish his bowl of noodles. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stood up with a start. God Lin, I am heading out. This stage was simple, so he had to perform well to avoid being considered a loser by God Lin. Good luck. Lin Baici gave a thumbs up. Huang Jingshan was the 2nd to finish. He greeted Lin Baici and set off. Li Yintang estimated Lin Baici's noodle eating speed, preparing to go with him. As for Zhao Hongyao, she was the first to finish her Tajin of Jiajiangmian. Just as she was about to start running, she was stopped by Gu Qingqiu. Wait for Yi Zhisheng and go with him. This guy seemed to lack common social sense, and Gu Qingqiu didn't want him to make a mistake and get eliminated. After all, they would still need him for the upcoming challenges. Yi Zhisheng, hurry up, Che Jingxiao urged. Yi Zhisheng finally finished maintaining his girlfriend. After looking her over with satisfaction, he scooped noodles into a bowl and looked at the referee. Must I pour this sauce on it? You just need to finish the Tajin of noodles, the referee explained. Yi Zhisheng responded. He didn't even use chopsticks. He grabbed the noodles and stuffed them into his mouth, swallowing them directly without even chewing. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the cameramen, who shoved their lenses right in his face. Before they could even get a good shot, Yi Zhisheng had finished his noodles. Thump! Yi Zhisheng placed the bowl on the food cart and called to Zhao Hongyao. Let's go. Wait a little longer. Gu Qingqiu always felt this stage was a bit too simple. She intended to see how Li Sangjing and Shakira handled it. Lin Baici finished his bowl of noodles and let out a breath. He didn't take any drinks, but grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water instead. Just as he was about to start running, the God Eater suddenly spoke. Choose the vegetable juice with the green label. Lin Baici's brows furrowed immediately. Damn it. Had he been set up? Because the God Eater said so. There must be a reason. There are parasite eggs in the Joyang sauce. Once they enter the human body, they will hatch quickly, causing vomiting and sphincter dysfunction. However, it won't be fatal, even without treatment. They will be expelled through feces after 2 or 3 days. Lin Baici felt completely numb after hearing this commentary. These organizers were truly bastards, making people run while vomiting and having diarrhea. Is this something humans would do? At the thought of having parasites in his stomach, Lin Baici felt uncomfortable all over, and goosebumps broke out on his skin. Subconsciously, he reached out to grab the vegetable juice to drink a few sips immediately. This vegetable juice was likely the deworming agent, but just as his hand was about to touch it, Lin Baici switched to a bottle of water next to it. He couldn't leak the information. Lin Baici planned to drink it after leaving the stadium. It's useless to drink it now. You can only deworm after the parasite eggs hatch and you drink the vegetable juice. The organizers had added deworming medication to these drinks. Whether the contestants could get their hands on them depended on luck. Lin Baici saw that Jia Hongyao was about to set off, so he hurried over, leaned into her ear, and told her the secret. Jia Hongyao was someone who had seen big scenes. But upon hearing Lin Baici's words, she still felt physically repulsed. What's wrong? Gu Qingqiu observed their expressions and realized something was wrong. Jia Hongyao whispered into her ear. After hearing this, the fellow student Gu looked at the pot of fragrant zhejiang sauce, then looked at the noodles she had eaten halfway through, and suddenly gagged, bending over to retch. Damn it. I'm going to kill everyone who organized this. Chapter 411 The God's Twisted Sense of Humor. Gu Qingqiu was usually very ladylike, but now she was forced to curse. It was mainly because it was too disgusting. At the thought that this pot of zhejiang sauce was full of parasite eggs, Gu Qingqiu felt completely numb, and goosebumps instantly covered her body. Ugh! Gu Qingqiu bent over, retching uncomfortably. Jia Hongyao had been able to endure it at first, but seeing the state of her fellow student, she also began to feel unwell. What's wrong? Hua Yuyu looked at Gu Qingqiu's miserable state, then at the noodles dangling from her chopsticks. She swallowed nervously and didn't dare to eat anymore. Jia Hongyao muttered in a low voice. Hua Yuyu didn't even wait to hear the end. Halfway through, she started dry heaving. Damn you! Hua Yuyu had the urge to kill someone. Parasites? What kind? Che Jingxiak looked at his nearly empty bowl and smacked his lips, like roundworms. Gu Qingqiu had just retched a few times and felt a bit better, and was just pondering what to do next. But when she heard Che Jingxiak compare them to roundworms, she started feeling nauseous again. Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici. She didn't know either. Lin Baici shrugged and whispered a reminder. In any case, you must bring that vegetable juice with you. Don't drink it now. It's useless. Wait until the worms hatch, then drink it. Otherwise it won't kill the worms. Jia Hongyao originally wanted to ask how the worms would be expelled, but after thinking about it, she decided not to bring up that topic. Woo-woo, it's over. My little princess image is completely ruined. Hua Yuyu was on the verge of tears, looking at the noodles in her hand. What do I do now? Should I still eat it? Gu Qingqiu gritted her teeth, picked up another mouthful of noodles, and stuffed them into her mouth. Ugh, I've already eaten them anyway. Ugh, it's not worth it to give up now. The fellow student Gu ate while dry heaving, which could be described as quite pathetic. But as a rational person, she did not give up. Don't suffer through this, you have us, Lin Baici persuaded. Thank you. Gu Qingqiu did not stop. Che Jingshu watched Gu Qingqiu with appreciation, then glanced at the bowl in his hand and continued to eat. Wait a moment. I will go back and give a few instructions. Then we will set off together. After Lin Baici finished speaking to the girl with the high ponytail, he returned to the food truck. In order to be with Lin Baici, Jin Yingjin had already forced herself to finish the noodles, suppressing her nausea. There is no need for that, really, no need. Lin Baici could guess the Korean girl's motivation. He was both touched and somewhat at a loss. This affection was truly too heavy. Madam, we are heading out now. Remember, you must bring along several more bottles of this vegetable juice. Lin Baici picked out a bottle of vegetable juice and placed it in front of Han Suing. Although the proprietress did not know the reason, Lin Baici was so reliable that she was willing to trust him. Referee, we have finished eating. After Lin Baici and Jin Yingxin let the referee inspect their bowls, they received a thumb-wide name tag, pinned it to their left chests, and then set off. On the other side, Jia Hongyao, Yi Zhisheng, and Che Jingshu also followed. The five of them ran along the player tunnel, exited the stadium, and arrived on the road. They could see staff members wearing green vests holding small flags to guide the way. Let's go. Let's take first place. Jia Hongyao was full of confidence. She actually had a pair of long, shapely legs. But because she always wore sweatpants, they were hidden. Now, as she ran, her posture was vigorous, like an antelope on the grasslands. The ponytail behind her head bounced with every step, full of vitality, youth, and unbridled spirit, brimming with the breath of life. Lin Yuzhen was wearing tight yoga clothes that highlighted her curvaceous figure, with the competition jersey provided by the organizers worn over them. She was very good at drawing attention to herself, even though this was in the god ruins and the citizens on the roadside might just be low-level humanoid monsters. She did not forget to show off her sexy figure. "I'm going to be beautiful," Lin Yuzhen muttered, looking back, but she could not see any other contestants. Beautiful. Lin Yuzhen knew that now only that white, chubby middle-aged woman from the Huangxi group remained in front of her. As long as she overtook her, she would be in first place. If I win the championship, Appa will definitely reward me. Lin Yuzhen prepared to accelerate, but her stomach suddenly cramped, and pain flared up. Actually, she had felt a bit uncomfortable earlier and wanted to pass gas, but she could endure it. Now, however, it was becoming increasingly difficult to bear. Lin Yuzhen retched, a feeling of vomiting rising, which made her subconsciously slow her pace. Aish, what is going on? Lin Yuzhen possessed a divine gift called Great Stomach. No matter what she ate, she could digest it. Even if it were spoiled food, she would not suffer from food poisoning. Therefore, she was completely confused and did not understand what had gone wrong. The urge to retch grew stronger. Lin Yuzhen did not hold back. She immediately ran to the side of the road, and the moment she bent over, she vomited everything out in a messy rush. What was even more troublesome was that she needed to use the restroom, the kind where you have an upset stomach. Aish, that bowl of black bean noodles definitely had a problem, Lin Yuzhen finally realized. Her face was pale as she rubbed her stomach. She had originally planned to vomit, feel better, and then continue running. But now it seemed that would not work. She immediately activated her divine gift, Great Stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Yuzhen's stomach immediately began to growl. Her powerful gastric motility started to function, digesting everything that was rotten or spoiled, including the parasites. 1 minute later, Lin Yuzhen let out a sigh of relief, feeling much better. And then she could not help but laugh. If everyone else has an upset stomach, then with my great stomach, isn't it certain that I will win the championship? Lin Yuzhen laughed heartily and quickened her pace. 10 minutes later, she saw the white middle-aged woman who had finished her noodles and started running first. This person is fine, Lin Yuzhen was puzzled. Susan, hearing the shouts of the spectators on the roadside, knew someone was coming. She looked back and saw it was Lin Yuzhen from the Li Shangjing team, who was as famous as Jin Xian. I cannot let her catch up. Susan immediately accelerated. Lin Yuzhen gradually caught up to Susan. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Lin Yuzhen saw that ahead was a long, straight road, a full 500 meters. So she began to overtake. Susan absolutely would not allow anyone to get ahead. So she also began to accelerate. Soon, the two were running side by side, both putting in their full effort. However, Susan lasted less than 30 meters before suddenly, with a puff, she let out a loud fart. After that, the gas sounded like a floodgate being opened, erupting continuously. Lin Yuzhen frowned deeply, feeling disgusted to death. She had originally planned to save some energy, but now she went straight into a full-speed sprint. Susan's expression changed. She wanted to keep up, but she could not. With a wet, sputtering sound, some watery feces leaked out and ran down her thick thighs. She had diarrhea. Susan chased for a few steps, then stopped. She wanted to clean herself up, but she had no tissues on hand, and she did not see any public restrooms. Keep running. Heaven is helping me. It is impossible for me not to win the championship. Lin Yuzhen was so happy she almost laughed like a pig. The others would definitely have diarrhea too. How could they run a marathon like this? I am sure to win. I am sure to win. But soon, she heard footsteps behind her. She looked back and discovered that the white middle-aged woman was still running. Aish, is she really that masochistic? Lin Yuzhen was shocked. However, in the other person's current state, she was nothing to worry about. There were quite a few contestants who had set off before Lin Baici. By the time they ran over, they saw the miserable state of these people. Some were squatting on the side of the road, holding their heads with both hands to relieve themselves, trying to avoid being seen, while others were simply vomiting while running. For the sake of the 100 million in prize money, these people were truly risking their lives. Jin Yingzhen's face turned pale at the sight. She felt that if she were to end up in such a state, she might as well be dead. Little Lin, you have performed another meritorious deed. Jia Hongyao took a deep breath. Damn it. The organizers are too despicable. They actually have interview vans filming those people suffering from diarrhea. Isn't this just forcing people to suffer social death? Che Jingxiak retched and immediately asked Lin Baici with concern, "Can we drink the vegetable juice now?" It should be fine now, in any case. Everyone had brought several bottles, so there was no fear of wasting them. They should drink it if they needed to. After running for about an hour, while passing by a street park, Lin Baici suddenly heard someone calling him, "God Lin." Lin Baici turned his head and saw Huan Jingxiang squatting in a patch of green holly bushes. "God Lin, do you have any paper?" Huan Jingxiang was full of embarrassment and shame. "Drink this." Lin Baici tossed over a bottle of vegetable juice and a pack of tissues. "Wipe yourself clean and catch up quickly. Are you guys not having stomach issues?" Huan Jingxiang had thought it was a problem with the Zhejiang Mayan, but now it seemed to be a personal issue. "It is fine after drinking the vegetable juice," Che Jingxiak explained. His stomach had been uncomfortable, and he had even wanted to vomit, but after drinking this, he felt better immediately. Huan Jingxiang reached out to catch the drink and took a look. "How did you guys know?" "It was God Lin who said so," Che Jingxiak explained. Huan Jingxiang was speechless. What kind of trump cards does Lin Baici actually have? He even knew about something like this. Following that, he felt fortunate. Following Lin Baici was truly a blessing. "My God, Lin is the #1 in Juzhou," Huan Jingxiang shouted. But he exerted too much force, and his bowels started acting up again. Lin Baici was preparing to leave when he heard someone calling him again. "Hey, give me 2 bottles of the drink." Lin Baici turned his head. "God Lin, over there." Che Jingxiak raised his hand to point in that direction. Lin Baici and the others looked over and discovered it was the Li Shangzhen whom Quan Zhongren had introduced earlier. Beside him, a Korean girl was also squatting. Only their heads were visible above the flower bushes. "I will offer 2 God coins to buy 2 bottles of your drink," Li Shangzhen spoke. After glancing at Jin Yingzhen, he stared at Lin Baici and stated his price. These people were God hunters. They could not be bought with money, so he could only offer God coins. "Is this the expert who is as famous as Jin Xian?" Jia Hongyao was stunned. It feels like he does not live up to his reputation. The girl with the high ponytail did not mock Li Shangzhen, but this evaluation caused Li Shangzhen to lose his composure. "I just ate something bad this morning. Is that not allowed?" Li Yuner was like a criminal caught by the police, squatting on the ground and holding her head tightly. "Damn it. My most pathetic appearance was seen by that handsome guy from Juzhou." Li Yuner wanted to die. It was not that she hadn't thought about pulling up her pants, but the diarrhea was too severe. There was a high chance she would soil them. "You just keep squatting there." Lin Baici would not give vegetable juice to his competitors. Everyone prepared to continue moving forward. But Che Jingxiak suddenly suggested, "Should we take this opportunity to finish him off?" Whish! The atmosphere turned cold. Li Shangzhen, who had originally wanted to curse, suddenly felt a chill run through his heart. If a fight were to break out, he probably wouldn't lose, but he would definitely lose all face. "Appa, what should we do?" Li Yuner was worried. "Should we run?" Li Shangzhen was speechless. "If you run, you are showing weakness. It would be strange if the other side didn't chase you." At a time like this, he had to maintain his dignity. Li Shangzhen prepared to say something harsh, but he heard the young man whom others called God Lin speak. "Let's go. I am afraid of getting shit all over me." Lin Baici was also super confident now. When would it not be possible to kill Li Shangzhen? That is true. Che Jingxiak shuddered at the thought of that scene. Everyone was in a hurry, and Lin Baici did not wait for Huan Jingxiang. Li Shangzhen's face was livid. He did not know whether to be relieved or angry, but soon, his gaze locked onto Che Jingxiak's back. "Damn it, you Korean traitor. When my stomach is better, you will be the first one I kill." Li Shangjian was still worrying about what to do when an interview van pulled up. "There are contestants here." Following the shout, the door opened, and a reporter and a cameraman carrying a camera stepped out. "I have decided. I'm going to kill all the monsters and god hunters in this trial, and I am going to burn down the entire Guangzhou city." Li Shangjian took a deep breath, preparing to snatch the toilet paper from the reporter. "Woo-woo, go away." Quan Zhonggren, a grown man, was actually tortured to the point of crying. There was no other way. What was worse than soiling his pants was having a camera pointed at him, filming the things flowing down his thighs. To be honest, Quan Zhonggren really wanted to forfeit, but what about afterwards? He had survived by clinging to Lin Baici's coattails. If he were of no use at all, he would definitely be abandoned immediately. It is fine. This is a god ruin. No one will know even if I lose face. Quan Zhonggren muttered to himself while running, trying to comfort himself. "No way, old Quan. You are trying this hard." A teasing remark suddenly came from behind. Quan Zhonggren, who had been distracted, turned his head and saw Lin Baici. Jiu Hongyao and Jin Yingjin covered their noses in disgust. There was no helping it. Quan Zhonggren smelled too foul. He was vomiting and having diarrhea, making himself filthy, and there were trails of excrement on the road he had run across. How are you guys fine?" Quan Zhonggren was dumbfounded. He had originally thought that since everyone was having diarrhea and losing face together, he wouldn't feel so bad. But now it seemed that he was the only one suffering. Damn it. Even if it were a case of suffering from the local water and food, it should be you people from Juzhou, right? "It is all thanks to God Lin," Che Jingxiak explained. "Drink this." Lin Baici tossed a bottle of vegetable juice to Quan Sangin and accelerated forward. Quan Sangin hurriedly unscrewed the cap, and a foul stench immediately wafted out. "What on earth is this? Is God Lin playing a prank on me?" However, he drank it anyway. The effect was incredible. His stomach pain vanished instantly, and the urge to vomit disappeared. Quan Sangin looked down at his two thighs, his guts turning green with regret. "If I had started running later and stayed with Lin Baici, wouldn't I have avoided suffering like this?" Suddenly, I really want to be a Juzhou person and hang out with God Lin. It has much more of a future than staying in Goryeo. Quan Sangin felt very dejected. He had originally planned to put on a good performance to make Lin Baici look at him with admiration. But in the end, this was all he had to show for it. Aunt Susan had strong endurance, but she was still affected by the stomach pain, and her speed slowed down. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Baici's small team caught up to her. The white woman looked shocked. "Why are you all so clean?" Chapter 412 Human Motor. Physical monster. The summer breeze blew through the streets, rustling the leaves, making a sound like silkworms munching on mulberry leaves. When Jiu Hongyao and the others ran past the white woman, they couldn't help but cast glances at her. They looked at her face first. Then their gazes slid down, landing on her buttocks, and then her thighs. The white woman's too thick, rolling pin-like legs were soaking wet and seemed to be stained with vegetable leaves, making everyone look at her with disgust. Lin Baici actually didn't like to join in the fun, but this time, it was truly. What kind of twisted hobby does this Bizan deity have? Lin Baici felt his scalp tingle. It was fortunate that he had found the vegetable juice, otherwise, it would have been a psychological trauma for the rest of his life. Just thinking about it made his whole body feel uncomfortable. Aunt Susan noticed their gazes. Her originally bold personality suddenly became coy, and she subconsciously twisted her body, wanting to avoid their stares. If everyone had diarrhea and were losing face together, she could remain calm. But now, it was only her. "Oh God, are you punishing me? I will stop cheating on my husband from now on." A Gaulish woman who loves to sneak a bite. A person can die, but they cannot live without love. Which lover's place is she staying at tonight? Lin Baici suddenly heard the gluttonous god's commentary and was stunned for a moment. Who is it talking about? This white woman. Lin Baici turned his head to take another look. No way, right? She has a lover looking like this. It seems some men have a special preference for driving heavy tanks. Lin Baici had heard that Gaulish people like to have affairs, claiming that they were either cheating or on their way to cheat. It seems that rumor was true. Aunt Susan saw Lin Baici's group run past and tried hard to catch up. Her goal was the top 3, but after chasing for more than 100 meters, She couldn't hold on anymore. Her stomach started acting up again. "Hugo, handsome guy. Why are you all okay?" the white woman shouted. "Guess," Lin Baici chuckled. The white woman was also quite sharp. Seeing Jin Yingxin and Che Jingxiak drinking the same beverage, she suddenly realized. "Can you give me a bottle of that drink? I'll buy it. At a high price." Lin Baici waved his hand and accelerated forward. The white woman watched the group leave, her brows furrowed. It must be that this Zhujo man discovered the key point, right? No wonder the great shaman spoke so highly of him. "Yingxin, are you holding up?" Jia Hongyao asked with concern. The Goryeo girl was covered in sweat, and her tight yoga outfit was soaked through. "I'm fine," Jin Yingxin panted heavily. She usually only did light jogging and Pilates to keep in shape. She had never run a marathon before. Now that she was suddenly doing one, she didn't understand details like pacing. So it was very exhausting to run. However, because she was a god hunter and had a strengthened body, she could still persist. Otherwise, an ordinary person without training would never be able to complete a full marathon. Lin Baici didn't speak, but to look after Jin Yingxin. He slowed down his pace. Jia Hongyao didn't say anything. In any case, there were at least 5 people from her own team in the top 10. 30 minutes later, Lin Baici saw Kai Wen. This Kato person, who loved traditional martial arts, was cursing while running. "Hey, old Kai," Lin Baici called out. Kai Wen turned back, saw Lin Baici, and hurriedly greeted him. "Master Lin." Kai Wen was not surprised at all that Lin Baici had caught up with Master Lin's physical fitness. Running this was a piece of cake. Lin Baici's gaze shifted downward. Kai Wen embarrassedly clamped his legs together and even lowered his hand, wanting to cover his buttocks. "Your obsession with the championship is quite strong," Lin Baici teased. Her. Kai Wen gave a bitter smile. In public, he couldn't explain the reason. In fact, he was doing this to prove that Kato people were no worse than humans. Otherwise, he would have withdrawn long ago. It could be said that at this moment, Kai Wen represented the entire Kato race. "No need to say it, I understand." Lin Baici tossed him a bottle of the drink. "Drink this, and you shouldn't be vomiting or having diarrhea anymore." Kai Wen looked delighted and hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, Master Lin, you're welcome." Lin Baici smiled slightly. After drinking the vegetable juice, Kai Wen indeed felt much more comfortable. "Master Lin, there is only one woman left in front. I heard from that white woman behind that she hasn't been affected. If you want to win, you won't make it at this current speed, I know." Lin Baici had paid special attention to those who had set off before him. And now, the only one he had yet to encounter was Lin Yuzhen from Li Shangzhen's team. "Shall we speed up?" Jia Hongyao suggested. Lin Baici looked at Jin Yingxin and the others. "If you cannot keep up, then slow down. There is no rush, I am fine." When the cabbage man saw Lin Baici's gaze drift over, he immediately shoved his left hand into his pocket and flicked his bangs. Yi Zhisheng held his mannequin and said nothing. As long as he was with his girlfriend, it did not matter where they went or what they did. The small group accelerated. Kai Wen gritted his teeth and kept up. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao strode out with their long legs, covering over a meter with each step, and their cadence was incredibly fast, as if there were engines inside their bodies. After just 5 minutes, Jin Yingxin could no longer hold on. She gasped for air, feeling as if the oxygen was insufficient. Her lungs burned with pain, and her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Every time she lifted a foot, it was an immense struggle. Jia Hongyao looked back and signaled for the Korean girl to slow down. Jin Yingxin slowed her pace, watching Lin Baici move further away, her heart filled with regret and distress. She had wanted to cross the finish line together with Lin Baici. She wanted even more to prove that she was not inferior, that she could become Lin Baici's right-hand assistant, earn his trust, and explore the god ruins with him in the future. Kai Wen raised a hand and wiped the heavy sweat from his forehead. He was now sweating profusely, as if he had just been fished out of water, and his tongue was almost lolling out. "Tired, so tired." Who? Kai Wen panted as he looked at Lin Baici. He discovered that Lin Baici's breathing was incredibly steady. Although he was sweating, it was the kind that came from normal exercise, as expected of Master Lin. "This physique is truly amazing." Kai Wen sighed, then looked at Jia Hongyao, who was running side by side on Lin Baici's left, and was shocked once again. This girl's stamina was also off the charts. These two followers also had great stamina, but it seemed like their brains were not quite right. One was holding a doll and talking to it from time to time. This was definitely a mental case. Right, the other, catching a glimpse of him looking, immediately shoved one hand into his pocket. I see everyone still has energy left. Why don't we go even faster? Jia Hongyao looked surprised. Her physical fitness was among the best in the Kyushu Security Bureau, and she had not expected to run into four people of equal caliber today. Of course, the girl with the high ponytail had not used her full strength either. Lin Baici wanted to test his limits. Whatever. Che Jingshuo kept one hand in his pocket, looking indifferent, but he also had the urge to compete. Yi Jisheng could not be bothered to pay attention to such topics. Kai Wen did not want to speed up, but since the girl had spoken and no one else objected, if he refused, would he not be losing all face for the cabbage men? Ish, are you all iron-lunged? Kai Wen muttered to himself, while still maintaining a calm and breezy expression on his face. Come on then. Whoever does not speed up is a coward. Jia Hongyao zipped up her sports jacket and began to run in earnest. The group hurriedly increased their speed. In the stadium, some contestants had chosen to forfeit and were now sitting on the lawn, watching the marathon on the big screen. How miserable. Hu Yu covered her face, not daring to look. So many people were vomiting and defecating while still trying to run. This was absolutely social suicide. As expected. Money can make the devil push the millstone. Although Gu Qingqiu had long known how immense the power of money was, she had experienced it even more profoundly this time. That alumnus of hers had ultimately failed to finish that bowl of noodles. The small group from Kyushu has started to speed up again. They are truly stamina monsters. As the broadcaster's voice rang out, the image on the screen switched. It was the small team of Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Good. That is good. Seeing that Lin Baici and the others were completely unaffected by the parasites, Hu Yu let out a solid sigh of relief. In front of them, there is only one Korean woman left. The finish line is not far away now. I wonder if the championship will be snatched away by this pair of Kyushu man and woman. Let us wait and see. The scene switched to Lin Yuzhen, who was running quite calmly, though all the contestants felt that the Kyushu small group would catch up to her very soon, because they were running too fast and too gracefully. The championship should be secure now, right? Lin Yuzhen saw the 10-kilometer marker by the side of the road and beamed with joy. This lady, have taken first place. However, she soon became gloomy again. In the future, she would avoid such sports whenever possible. It had caused her makeup to run. It looked quite ugly. As Lin Yuzhen was distracted, thinking about what the next big challenge project might be, she suddenly heard someone speaking. Your stamina is actually about the same as mine. Jia Hongyao was surprised. I am a man. Lin Baici remained calm and composed. But you have only been a god hunter for half a year. Jia Hongyao was shocked, looking at Lin Baici as if she were looking at a humanoid beast. Do you know? At the Kyushu Security Bureau, I'm called the human motor. What did that mean? It meant infinite stamina. Lin Baici chuckled. He thought to himself that while his time as a god hunter was short, he could directly consume digestion star stones. And he had eaten quite a few. Oh right. He had also eaten the remains of gods. That stuff was a powerful tonic. However, Lin Baici also knew that if they kept running, he would likely still be a notch below Jia Hongyao, because the girl with the high ponytail had received a vast amount of resources since she was young. Jia Hongyao was about to speak again when she suddenly shut her mouth, looked up, and saw a beautiful woman a few dozen meters ahead. Looking back, these people also seemed to be fine. Lin Yuzhen scanned the group of people, her brows furrowed deeply. As soon as she locked eyes with Jia Hongyao, she immediately began to accelerate, surpass her. Jia Hongyao was like a supercar, her long legs sprinting, moving with the speed of lightning. Lin Yuzhen had already given it her all, but 2 minutes later, she was still overtaken by Jia Hongyao. In that instant, Lin Yuzhen wanted to kill someone. Damn it, Lin Yuzhen cursed, subconsciously reaching out to grab Jia Hongyao's ponytail. But before she could make contact, a long arm suddenly shot out. Lin Baici grabbed Lin Yuzhen's wrist. What do you think you are doing? Lin Baici's gaze was sharp. Lin Yuzhen was startled and quickly explained, there was a bug. I was helping her catch a bug. HMPH, if you want to play dirty, then bring it on. Lin Baici snorted coldly, threw off Lin Yuzhen's hand, and continued to chase after Xie Hongyao. Lin Yuzhen watched the backs of this pair of lovebirds, dying to attack and finish them off, but in the end, she didn't dare. Wait until the next round. I will have Shang Zhengappa slaughter you both. Lin Yuzhen spat viciously. Forget it. Taking third place is fine too, but soon, Yi Zhisheng also ran past her. Lin Yuzhen was so angry her lungs felt like they were about to explode. She ran with all her might. But because she had wasted a lot of stamina chasing Xie Hongyao earlier, she was struggling now. Don't fight it, otherwise, you might not even be able to keep fifth place. Che Jingxiak ran past Lin Yuzhen with one hand in his pocket. If it weren't for the fact that this woman was Korean, he wouldn't have bothered to remind her. Who do you think you are? Lin Yuzhen started lashing out. Did I ask for your opinion? Che Jingxiak frowned, gave Lin Yuzhen a deep look, and then continued running forward. Tui, Lin Yuzhen spat again. Kaiwen had given up. It had originally planned to let Lin Baici cross the finish line first when they reached the end to do him a favor. But it hadn't expected them to be this strong. Humans, how terrifying. After turning a street corner, a long, straight road appeared ahead, 500 meters away. The finish line was visible. On both sides of the street, many citizens already knew through television and radio that the contestants were reaching the finish line. They picked up flowers and confetti cannons. And as Lin Baici and Xie Hongyao ran past, they began showering them. Go, surpass her. Appa, don't lose to a woman, take first place. Aren't you a woman? Why aren't you cheering for that female contestant? Can't I like handsome guys? The citizens chattered away. Logically speaking, to people sprinting before the finish line, fighting for the championship, would ignite the heat of the competition and the enthusiasm of the audience. But Lin Baici and Xie Hongyao were taking it leisurely. When they were about to hit the line, the two of them unexpectedly stopped at the same time. Xie Hongyao was surprised. Ladies first, Lin Baici gestured politely, signaling for the high ponytail girl to cross the line. I am the team leader. I should leave the honor to the team members. As the high ponytail girl spoke, she shoved Lin Baici, pushing him across the finish line. Then she ran across herself and, with a flying leap, hung onto Lin Baici's back. Yay, we won, champions. The high ponytail girl rode on Lin Baici, caught a bouquet thrown by a citizen, and waved it vigorously. Did you let me cross the line just so you could ride on my back? Lin Baici teased. He could feel the weight pressing against the top of his head. Next time, I will let you ride. Xie Hongyao was very happy. Being on a team with Lin Baici is truly great. I can always taste the flavor of victory. Che Jingxiak crossed the line, hands in his pockets. Watching Lin Baici carrying Xie Hongyao and pulling Yi Zhisheng over to celebrate, he felt a bit envious of their friendship. How lonely I am. I really want to go and see the big world on the television screen. Lin Baici was displayed. Congratulations to this young man from Kyushu for winning the Big Eater Challenge. Let us give him a round of applause. Huoyu listened to the broadcast and clapped happily. 5 hours later, as the last contestant crossed the finish line, this socially awkward Jajangmyeon marathon came to an end. Please, all contestants, gather at Gwangju Port before 12 p.m. tomorrow. The second grand challenge journey will begin. Every contestant received a notification from the organizers. There was no rest. The second round was starting immediately. Chapter 413, Island Thriller. Gwangju Port, near noon. The sun was scorching. I wonder what the content of the next round will be. Li Yintang hooked her collar with her right index finger, fanning it constantly, trying to let some wind in. It was too hot. Whatever it is, we will deal with it when it comes. Anyway, with God Lin here, we are guaranteed to win. Quan Zhonggren wasn't buttering him up, but offering sincere praise. Looking at the contestants around, most of them were listless, their eyes dull. It made sense, no matter who it was. After running a marathon while vomiting and having diarrhea, they wouldn't be able to hold up without resting for a few days. Quan Zhonggren counted. There were only about 10 people who hadn't been affected. A small portion of them belonged to Lin Baiqi's team. and the rest were just lucky enough to have chosen the vegetable juice. Why did the organizers notify us to come too? Well, you couldn't understand. She and Gu Qingqiu hadn't finished the Jajangmyeon and hadn't run the marathon. So according to the rules, they had already been eliminated. Could it be that we are cheerleaders? The delinquent girl guessed. I suspect there is a resurrection round. Gu Qingqiu's expression was calm. Well, Yu was stunned, then became happy. That would be great. Being able to continue participating in the grand challenge with Xiaobai is simply amazing. I think you all should leave. Lin Baici was worried that if there were gods in Bizen and they appeared in Guangzhou, then the death risk of this grand challenge would be extremely high. I know what you are worried about. Gu Qingqiu was fearless. With the roar of a ship whistle, a luxury cruise ship sailed into the harbor. It docked, and the gangway was lowered. Some staff members wearing yellow vests appeared. Please line up and board the cruise ship in order. Do not crowd. The organizers have arranged a buffet in the restaurant on the 3rd floor. The staff members shouted through megaphones. Lin Baici and his group stepped onto the deck via the gangway. A woman wearing a red vest and a work badge on her chest stood to the side, handing everyone a thumb-wide nameplate. This is your number tag. Please pin it to your left chest. The buffet was very rich. In addition to common Chinese and Western food, there were various kinds of mushy pastes that looked like Indian food. Not to mention how it tasted. Just the mushy texture instantly brought back everyone's terrible memories from yesterday. Let alone eating it. It was a miracle they didn't vomit on the spot. After finishing the meal, just as everyone was about to go to the deck to catch some breeze, the cruise ship's broadcast sounded. The artificial island has arrived. Please disembark as soon as possible. Contestants. It was another round of hassle. Half an hour later, all the contestants stood on the beach of the artificial island. The azure seawater washed over the beach with a splashing sound, leaving behind winding, moist curves. In front of everyone was a large coconut grove. Hello everyone. My name is Jin Yunai, and together with my 4 younger sisters, I will serve as the host for the 2nd round of the grand challenge. Far cry from the isolated island. Please take care of us. Jin Yunai, wearing a very revealing bikini, held a microphone and bowed to everyone. I am the 2nd sister, Jin Ermai. I am the 3rd sister, Jin Sanshin. The 5 sisters introduced themselves, bowing after each one finished speaking. Are the 5 of them actually identical? Could they have had plastic surgery? Do you even know what quintuplets are? This is Korea. With their plastic surgery technology, they could even create septuplets for you. The contestants whispered among themselves. The men's gazes couldn't help but size up the 5 Jin sisters. They had great figures, and they were daring enough to wear such outfits. They really didn't treat everyone as outsiders. There was no need for the cameramen to hunt for shots. Every frame was a feast for the audience's eyes. Damn it, why is it them? Quan Xiongren's scalp went numb, and he didn't have the slightest desire to enjoy the view. The quintuplets they had encountered at the snack street that day had appeared. They were monsters that would bring about rule-based pollution, capable of making people explode like overinflated balloons. Could this round be rule-based pollution? Jin Zhenju regretted it. She shouldn't have come if she had known. Please, contestants and alternates, go to the temporary lounge by the coconut grove to change your clothes. Jin Yuna pointed with her hand. The alternates are the contestants who were eliminated yesterday. Godlin. Jin Zhenju was terrified. Let's go. Gu Qingqiu was the first to step forward. After another half hour of fuss, everyone met again and saw that they were all wearing swimwear. Godlin, you have such a great physique. Che Zhengshu looked at Lin Baici with envious eyes. He raised his left hand, subconsciously wanting to put it in his pocket. But after poking around several times and failing to find one, he remembered he was wearing swimming trunks. Your abs are just too beautiful, aren't they? Han Suing was shocked. The landlady had a voluptuous figure, and even in a simple style of swimsuit, she exuded a ripe, fleshy charm. Jin Yingxin was tall with long legs, but without stockings. Her bare legs weren't as attractive as Jia Hongyao's. Almost all the contestants were stealing glances at her big breasts. That's just how invincible they are. Gu Qingqiu wore a floral one-piece swimsuit, and her figure was unexpectedly well endowed. Huo Yuyu knew she couldn't compete with Jin Yingxin and Jia Hongyao. So she simply played to her strengths and wore a cartoon swimsuit that highlighted her cuteness. Lin Baici wore square-cut swimming trunks, while Che Shua and Quan Zhonggren were more flamboyant, wearing triangular ones. "I'll take you to play in the water later." Yi Zhisheng didn't want to expose his body, so he wore a wetsuit. Besides that, he also put a swimsuit on his girlfriend. "Please follow me." Jin Yunai led the way in front. The youngest sister, Jin Wuyu, drove a beach buggy, shouting and screaming as she dashed back and forth, the thick tires kicking up a large amount of sand. Passing through the coconut grove, there was a slope of more than 60 degrees, over 30 meters long, followed by a muddy pit, just like a swamp. "Damn it. The second round is going to take place in this mud pit." Jin Yingxin was very angry. Is this organizer doing this on purpose to torture people? That's the only way to get ratings. Huo Yu finally understood why the organizers invited amateurs. Even third-tier artists would refuse to participate if they saw a show that toyed with people like this. Lin Baici sniffed. Fortunately, the mud pit didn't stink. Have you all heard of mud baths? It's a new type of health and beauty method popular in the West. Jin Yunai introduced. It's about applying mud rich in organic matter and minerals to the body to achieve a beauty effect. Jin Sanshan explained. The mud in this big pit has been artificially supplemented with over a dozen minerals, as well as rich algae, powdered seashells. Jin Ermai held an exquisite bottle and explained to the camera. If this were packed into boxes, 100 grams would sell for at least 500 yuan. As expected of Koreans who sell cosmetics to the whole world, Huo Yu sighed. Even her roommates, who were still college students without income, were finding people to buy cosmetics for them through proxy shopping. What you contestants need to do is catch swamp eels within the specified time. Jin Yunai held the microphone and explained the rules for this round. If you catch 10 swamp eels, you can advance to the next round. If you catch 20, you can revive one substitute to continue participating in the grand challenge, and so on. Every 10 swamp eels will revive one person. Jin Yunai's words caused an uproar at the scene, and it became noisy. So that is why they let us come too. Huo Yu suddenly realized, the more people there are, the livelier it is, and the higher the ratings. Jin Yingxin felt that the organizers were truly calculating, otherwise, with only a few people left, who would still watch? Lin Baici frowned, feeling that it was not that simple. "Wait, we are at a disadvantage," Quan Zhonggren shouted. In the Big Eater Challenge, the two teams of Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao combined had taken the top for spots. And there were many of them. As a result, with the organizers pulling this stunt, their advantage was gone. "I want to file a complaint." Jin Zhenju was indignant. "If you have the energy for that, why not think about how to catch more swamp eels?" Jia Hongyao rolled up her sleeves, revealing her two fair arms. "Whether it is fair or not does not matter. Winning is all that counts. As long as the number of swamp eels is sufficient, the substitute can immediately join the competition. So do not miss this opportunity to increase your team size." Jin Yunai took out a starting pistol and held it up toward the sky. "Contestants, get ready." The gunshot rang out, and the white smoke from the muzzle was blown away by the sea breeze. Jia Hongyao took long strides, taking the lead as she rushed toward the large mud pit. Once she reached the edge, she picked up a bamboo basket from the side and jumped in. Splash! The people behind her were not only running but also shoving, causing a large group to fall. Squish, squish, mud splattered everywhere. Lin Baici did not rush to the front and jogged down. Che Shua, on the other hand, walked down in a leisurely manner. Seeing the camera lens turn toward him, he immediately wanted to put his hands in his pockets, but he was wearing swimming trunks and had no pockets. This annoyed him a little. "Abba, fighting!" Jin Sanshan cheered for Lin Baici in the mud pit. Some people were walking unsteadily toward the distance, wanting to choose a spot with fewer people, while others were not fighting yet but were pushing each other. The depth of the soft mud was at the knee level, making it quite strenuous to walk. "Little Lin, let us go over there," Jia Hongyao called out to Lin Baici, and black mud spots quickly splattered onto her fair skin. There was a belt on the bamboo basket. Lin Baici picked one, tied it around his waist, and then walked into the mud pond. Squish, squish. Every time his feet stepped in, Thin mud would ooze out from between his toes, like clusters of muddy grass. I have to say, although it was a bit dirty, it was quite fun. Lin Baici walked more than 10 steps, suddenly stopped, hurriedly bent down, and thrust his hand into the mud. After grabbing for more than 10 seconds, when he pulled his arm out, there was a swamp eel in his hand. Oh yeah, I caught one. Hu Yu cheered, raised her hands toward Guqinkyu, and wanted to high-five her. Childish. Guqinkyu curled her lips, but still responded to the little fish girl. The swamp eel catching challenge had begun. The organizers had released a large number of swamp eels, and with so many people stepping into the pit, the eels were startled and flipping around everywhere. Everyone did not even need to dig through the mud. They could just pick them up directly. Lin Baici looked at those swamp eels and really wanted to grab a handful using the grip of the Reaper. The contestants were having a lot of fun. Several camera lenses were constantly filming the women. Knowing full well which scenes could boost ratings, the 5 sisters also came down, entered the mud pond, and began hosting on site. If you catch 10 swamp eels, you can let us check. After confirming the number is correct, the substitute player can immediately enter the field, Jin Yunai reminded them. Half an hour later, as the swamp eels on the upper layer of the mud pond were caught, the remaining ones became difficult to catch. Damn it. Where are the swamp eels? Huan Zhonggren was depressed. He had been bending over and digging in the mud for several minutes, but he had not caught anything. Jin Yingxian was digging for mud with her butt stuck out. As a young lady, this kind of work was really difficult for her, and so far, she had not caught a single one. Xiu Hongyao, on the other hand, had a full harvest, with 7. She recalled the time she spent at her grandfather's house in the countryside during summer vacations when she was a child, going down to the river to catch fish and going up the mountain to hunt birds. It could not have been happier. Lin Baici straightened his waist and looked at the 8 loaches in the bamboo basket. These were all caught by being quick with his hands earlier. Once the loaches on the surface of the mud pond could no longer be seen, he was at a loss. There was no way around it. Catching swamp eels still required some experience. Lin Yuzhen was startled and let out a cry. Her leg went numb, and she fell into the mud pond. What is wrong? Li Shangjin was worried. Something shocked me. Lin Yuzhen gasped out gradually. People were constantly being shocked. The damage was not great, but it would make people's legs go numb, causing them to lose their footing and fall into the mud pond. This was clearly also intentional by the organizers. Lin Baici's left ankle suddenly went numb. He immediately bent down, and his left hand plunged into the mud pond like lightning. Squelch! When Lin Baici pulled his hand out, a swamp eel over a foot long was struggling in his hand. Please keep up the good work, everyone. There is not much time left for you, Jing Yunai reminded them. Lin Baici observed the swamp eel in his hand and even brought it to his nose to smell it. There was no smell, but he could hear it chirping. It was just that the sound was very faint. With the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one, Lin Baici activated ear for recitation. His hearing immediately skyrocketed. Squish, squish. The sound of every foot stepping into the mud pond immediately crashed against his eardrums like a tide. Lin Baici frowned. So noisy, however, distinguishing carefully. There was also a gurgling sound. Lin Baici reached his hand into the mud pond toward the source of the sound. He could not reach it, but it did not matter. He activated Death Grip and dug his hand in with force, pulling up a large clump of mud. Inside it was an eel. Lin Baici immediately reached out and grabbed it. He understood now. That squelching sound was the noise of eels burrowing through the mud pond. Lin Baici tossed the eel into his bamboo basket. There were too many people here, and the noise was affecting his hearing. So, he walked toward the edge and corners of the mud pond. He tilted his head to listen. Hearing a sound, he quickly reached out, activated Death Grip, and with a grab, caught another eel amidst the splashing mud. 3. Lin Baici began to catch them in earnest. Although he tried his best to avoid attracting attention, he was still spotted by Jin Yunai. She walked over, glanced into Lin Baici's bamboo basket, and was immediately shocked. So many. Are you an eel assassin? How many are there? Let me see. Jin Weiyu also came over, stretching her neck to look. Oh my god. Are you the reincarnation of the Eel King? Do these eels listen to you? Otherwise, How could you catch so many? Because of the five sisters' behavior, everyone noticed Lin Baici, seeing his bountiful harvest. Many thick-skinned people immediately crowded over. They assumed there were simply more eels in this part of the mud pond, revived. They're revived. Huo Yu had been watching Lin Baici, counting the numbers. Lin Baici alone could revive the entire team of substitutes. Che Jingxiak tossed an eel into his bamboo basket, wiped the mud off his hands onto his thighs, and then turned his head to watch Huo Yu pull Guqinkyu down from the hillside. Come here, there are more eels. Che Jingxiak raised his hand to beckon them. Chapter 414 Island Survival. Death Battle Royale. Spending this time together had made Che Jingxiak feel very favorably toward Guqinkyu. He felt that this girl was completely different from the flashy, cheap women often seen on the streets. Besides being beautiful, she had thoughts of her own, and her way of thinking was different from ordinary people. For the same event, Guqinkyu always viewed it from a different perspective. Of course, the thing Che Jingxiak liked most about Guqinkyu was her crazy streak. In Che Jingxiak's view, those who followed the rules were simply too boring. Studying step by step as a student, living in and changing life after graduation, decades of a dull and tedious life had no meaning at all. Only Guqinkyu's craziness made Che Jingxiak feel that she was a living person with a unique vitality, rather than a walking corpse. Guqinkyu glanced at Che Jingxiak but ignored him entirely. After entering the mud pond, she walked straight toward Lin Baici. There were too few men who could catch the eye of a fellow student like Guqinkyu. Not to mention Che Jingxiak's habit of always wanting to keep one hand in his pocket to look cool. Just this Korean face alone made her uncomfortable. Who knew if he had gone under the knife? Guqinkyu still preferred natural looks. Whether someone was ugly or not didn't matter. What was important was health. Haha. Che Jingxiak didn't take offense. He laughed freely and then trudged over, his steps uneven in the mud. Xiao Bai, is that enough? Huo Yu looked at Lin Baichi's bamboo basket and suddenly shivered. Her lower leg had been shocked. It went numb and lost all strength. And with a splat, she fell into the mud pond. Hiss, Huo Yu gasped. Although it didn't hurt much, it was still uncomfortable. Why do eels have electricity? Could it be that they were crossbred with electric eels in the divine ruins? Everything is possible, Quan Zhonggren replied. He was bent over, both arms buried in the mud, trying to catch eels as he moved forward. But his harvest was meager. This made him somewhat irritable. Why was Lin Baici catching eels so fast, while he couldn't even find a single hair? Others couldn't figure it out either. Everyone saw that guy from Kyushu catching one every minute and assumed there were more eels in his area. But after coming over, their harvest remained low, while that guy from Kyushu showed no signs of slowing down. Consequently, some thick-skinned people walked near Lin Baici to catch eels. How can you all be like this? The landlady was indignant. Shang Jing Appa, I'm going next to that guy. Lin Yuzhen carried her bamboo basket at her waist, deliberately swaying her hips as she walked in front of Lin Baici, then bent over to feel for eels. Her waist and hips, wrapped in a bikini, were pointed right at Lin Baici. Can look but can't touch. Must be dying of frustration, right? Lin Yuzhen smiled triumphantly. She glanced back while her head was lowered, only to find that the guy from Kyushu had moved to the side. What was the meaning of this? Looking down on her, Lin Yuzhen was annoyed. No way, with that figure. You dare to seduce Brother Lin? Li Yintong was speechless. Was Jia Hongyao's chest not big enough? Or were Jin Yangzhen's long legs not slender enough to make you think you could beat them? With that plastic face of yours, I could take you down in a second. The delinquent girl curled her lip, wishing she could press Lin Yuzhen into the mud and suffocate her. Asshole. Huang Jingshan spat. Ish, don't spit. Someone complained to Huang Jingshan. If you say another word, do you believe I'll pee in here? Huang Jingshan glared fiercely. Half an hour left. This round ends soon. Will all contestants please hurry? Jin Yunai suddenly announced. Lin Baici had already caught a sufficient number of eels to ensure every substitute could be revived and participate in the upcoming competition. So, he walked toward the edge of the mud pond. Most contestants, having ensured they wouldn't be eliminated, started to play around. After all, most adults rarely had the chance to play in the mud, so they took the opportunity to relax. Appa, Jin Yunai came over. Are you not catching eels anymore with your current harvest? If you put in a little more effort, it's very likely you'll take first place in this round. I've already taken first place before. I'll leave this one to someone else. Lin Baici said with a faint smile. Wow, so confident. I hope you can win the championship of the Grand Challenge, Jinyina said. Splat. A clump of mud hit Lin Baici on the back. Lin Baici turned his head and saw Li Yintong grabbing another handful of mud, calling out to Zhao Hongyao and the others, "Get him?" Huoyu and Li Yintong responded immediately, scooping up a handful of mud from the pond, kneading it like a grenade, and throwing it at Lin Baici. Jin Yingxian joined the battle without hesitation. Zhao Hongyao wanted to ask if they could have a little sense of urgency. This was a god ruins, after all. Splat. A clump of mud hit her on the back. The girl with the high ponytail just turned around, wanting to see who did it, when several more clumps of mud flew over, heading straight for her chest. Big bear, go to hell. The ones who attacked were several women, and they used a lot of force, wishing they could flatten the high ponytail girl's big bear. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Hongyao was confused. Why are you hitting me? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More mud balls flew over. The proprietress saw this and couldn't help but laugh. You are so big. Do you know that you are a natural enemy to women? Of course. Many male contestants saw this and started moving toward this side, throwing mud clumps at Zhao Hongyao. Little Lindsay. Zhao Hongyao was very close to Lin Baici. So when she encountered something like this, she immediately called for his help. Lin Baici was already overwhelmed. Besides Huoyu, Li Yintong, and Jin Yingxian, quite a few other female contestants were throwing mud balls at him, and these women were using quite a bit of strength. Soon, everyone stopped catching eels and started a mud pond battle. For a time, mud flew everywhere, people were tumbling over, and everyone rolled into mud balls. But no one complained. Instead, laughter and cheers erupted one after another. Lin Baici had a good physique and a handsome face, and coupled with the fact that he won the championship in the first round, he was very eye-catching, which led most of the female contestants to be interested in him. So they attacked him. As for the male contestants, most of their targets were Zhao Hongyao, Jin Yingxian, and even Huoyu had fans. After all, there were perverts who liked her type of legal minor. Damn it. What are these men doing? Have they never seen a woman before? Lin Yuzhen was panting with anger, her chest heaving violently, and the implants she had filled were almost falling out. Stop being angry. The quality of these few women is indeed very high. Li Yuner was envious. They could also be considered pretty girls. When they walked on the street, men would hit on them, and talent scouts would give them business cards, asking if they wanted to be girl group stars. But now standing together with Zhao Hongyao and the others, they were slightly inferior. To put it bluntly, everyone's charm was different. Some were sexy and cute, others were youthful and energetic, and liked their side, which had nothing but sexiness. And this sexiness was artificial. Li Yuner turned her head and saw Li Shangzheng staring at that Lin Baici with a livid face, then glancing at that Zhao Hongyao from time to time. She reckoned that Li Shangzheng just couldn't bring himself to do it. Otherwise he would also go and hit that female big bear to attract her attention. Damn it, Li Shangzheng was depressed. His team was full of women, and their looks and figures were quite good. He had always been proud of this and even felt that he had more style than Jin Xiao. But today, seeing Lin Baici, he was hit hard. The quality of the female members in that guy's team is really damn high. Decided, kill him and turn these female team members into my slaves. A clump of mud hit Lin Yuzhen on the chest. Are you looking for death? Lin Yuzhen immediately retorted, cursing with foul language. But between her brows, there was finally a hint of joy. I am not bad either. Quick, let more people come and hit me. Oh yeah, mud pond battle. The five sisters cheered and joined in as well. The chaotic battle began, but generally, it was still divided into three groups. Lin Baici, Zhao Hongyao, and Jin Yingxian were the main targets of the siege. This was like a snowball fight or water fight in student days. Boys always chased after the pretty girls or the girls they had a secret crush on to hit them. And girls, likewise, had a soft spot for handsome and excellent boys. Zhao Hongyao had a cheerful and open-minded personality and could play with anyone. She chased Lin Baici for a while, felt that too many people were hitting her, and started to fight back. Jin Yingjin was different. She just wanted to play with Lin Baici. So after a few minutes, the male contestants who cared about their image stopped attacking the Korean girl and went to find Jia Hongyao, leaving only the perverts throwing mud clumps at the Korean girl. A mud clump hit Gu Qingqiu on the stomach, and she immediately looked over. It was Che Jingshu. Che Jingshu noticed Gu Qingqiu's gaze and felt embarrassed to throw again. So, he walked over. "Aren't you going to play?" Che Jingshu raised his hands, instinctively wanting to put them in his pockets. "Childish." Gu Qingqiu curled her lips. "Yeah, it is quite childish." Che Jingshu agreed and nodded. "What kind of games do you like?" Cough cough. "Competitive." With the pressure of death fully loaded. Gu Qingqiu coughed twice. She liked the trembling of the soul when facing death. It would make her very excited. Che Jingshu nodded and was about to speak when he saw Gu Qingqiu knead a mud ball and then trot toward Lin Baici. Che Jingshu looked at Gu Qingqiu's slender and slim back, speechless for a moment. Who was it that said this game was childish? Che Jingshu's gaze fell on Lin Baici. At this moment, the sea breeze was refreshing and the sunshine was just right. Lin Baici was running wildly, chased by the crowd. Che Jingshu suddenly felt very envious. "Little Lindsay, come and help me," Jia Hongyao shouted, grabbing a mud ball, and while running, she fought back. "The enemy's firepower is too fierce. Let's join forces and break out. Do you think I can get over there?" For the first time in his life, Lin Baici experienced that when women go crazy, it is also quite terrifying. Che Jingshu looked at Jia Hongyao, a smile spilling from the corners of his mouth. This woman was quite interesting. Being a member of her team, at least one would never be bored. Beep, beep. Jin Yinai held the whistle and blew it hard. "The second round is over. Will all contestants please come over, line up in an orderly fashion, and have your results checked one by one." After Jin Yinai finished speaking, Jin Sanshin chimed in. "Contestants who have finished tallying their results, please head this way. You may go take a shower. The organizers have arranged afternoon tea." Lin Baici had caught too many swamp eels. Although a few had escaped during the mud pit battle, there were still enough for Gu Qingqiu and the others to rejoin the competition. By the beach, parasols were lined up in a row, looking like giant mushrooms that had sprouted after the rain. Lin Baici and his group gathered here after showering. "I wonder what the next round will be." Hu Yuyu was eager to try, ready to put on a good performance. She couldn't just keep coasting like this. Otherwise, next time, Xiaobai definitely wouldn't take her along to play. "Yu Qingqiu, you two shouldn't participate in the next round," Lin Baici suggested. Hu Yuyu was startled. "Woo-woo. Was he really disgusted because I'm too much of a noob? Is it because almost all the substitutes made it into the next round, and you think there's a problem?" Gu Qingqiu countered. She had guessed it too. Lin Baici nodded. "If that's the case, what was the point of the results from the first round of the gluttony contest? I feel like cruel corruption might be coming." Lin Baici looked out at the sea. Quan Zhonggren and the others heard this, and their expressions turned grave in an instant. "God Lin, don't scare me." Huang Jingshan was terrified. "Yeah, competing on this island, there's nowhere to run." Gu Qingqiu looked indifferent, holding a coconut and sipping the juice inside with a straw. In any case, you two should not participate. As for the others, if something happens, rendezvous with Hongyao as soon as possible. Lin Baici glanced at Jia Hongyao. Everyone's equipment was in the black alms bowl, and Jin Yang's Chanel lambskin handbag was also currently stored inside the World War II badge. "I'm not that fragile." Gu Qingqiu took a sip of coconut juice, savoring its sweetness. "But thank you for your concern anyway." Che Jingshu rested his head on his right hand, lying on a beach chair, watching these people. Beep, beep. The sound of the whistle rang out. A fleet of 10 sightseeing vehicles appeared. "Will all contestants please board the vehicles? We are heading to the venue for the next round." Jin Yinai jumped down from the lead vehicle and urged everyone. "Host, these two are not feeling well. They won't be participating," Lin Baici shouted. Jin Zhenju felt envious. If only God Lin cared about her like that. How nice would it be? "Where are they not feeling well?" Jin Yinai walked over, eyeing Gu Qingqiu and Hu Yuyu. My stomach." Hu Yuyu wanted to say her period had come, but before she could speak, she was interrupted by Jin Yinai. Will they die? If they won't die, then they participate. When Jin Yinai said this, her tone was harsh. Clearly not the attitude that should be held by the organizers, which made everyone's heart sink. Get on quickly, Jin Yinai roared. Go and urge the others. It's over. It really seems like real corruption. Li Yintong felt a headache coming on. God Lin, what do we do? Jin Zhenju panicked, as expected. The prize money wasn't so easy to get. We'll have to play it by ear. Gu Qingqiu walked toward the sightseeing vehicle. Let's go. After the sightseeing fleet departed, Gu Qingqiu looked back and saw that more than 20 people were still left on the beach. Why are these people allowed to stay? Jin Yingzhen didn't understand. She remembered that everyone had caught plenty of swamp eels. Is it because they didn't get the right to revive? Jin Zhenju sighed. God Lin is too strong. Which actually became a disadvantage. God Lin. I'm not complaining about you, Jin Zhenju quickly explained. Lin Baici didn't pay her any mind, looking at the sea as if bored, but in his mind, some details and clues he hadn't noticed before seemed to be connecting. The sightseeing vehicles left, leaving 26 people behind. I want to watch the competition. Is anyone coming with me? Let's go find the staff and ask where we can watch it. A young woman with a nose job asked. She had sprained her ankle in the mud pit, otherwise she wouldn't have forfeited. I'll go with you. I'm going too. I wonder who will win the championship. That guy from Kyushu, I guess. He seems pretty strong. Yeah, he's handsome and has a great build. He actually has an 8-pack. Everyone was chattering away. I have an 8-pack too. The young man in his 20s boasted. He was a fitness trainer. As he spoke, he walked over to the woman who had the nose job. I see you have a nice figure. You work out often, right? The fitness guy tried to strike up a conversation. He knew he had no chance with a beauty like Jin Yingzhen, but someone like the one in front of him was easy pickings. Everyone turned their heads to look at the fitness guy. His build was decent, but compared to that guy from Kyushu, he was still lacking quite a bit. I opened a gym. If you have any free time, you can come and work out for free. The woman who had plastic surgery hadn't been interested in this man, but upon hearing that he owned a gym, her heart stirred. A smile immediately bloomed on her face, and she was just about to respond. The fitness guy's upper body exploded. Blood, shredded flesh, and various internal organs splashed out in an instant, spraying onto everyone like water. The woman with the plastic surgery was dumbfounded, watching as the fitness guy, now reduced to nothing but to mangled legs and half an abdominal cavity, collapsed to the ground. The woman with the plastic surgery was so terrified she turned and ran. But after only a few steps, her entire body went bang. It exploded. A surgically altered nose fell onto the sandy beach. What is going on? Damn it. It is real contamination. These people who chose to withdraw scrambled in a panic, rushing to save their lives. But they did not get far before they all went bang, bang, bang and exploded. Among them was even a god hunter, who still could not escape the same fate. Sigh. I really want to withdraw. Jin Zhenju sighed in her heart, her resentment toward Quan Zhongren deepening. If he were strong enough, Lin Baici would be the one acting like a dog right now, and he would be the one bossing him around. Jin Yinai saw that the first drop-off point was approaching, so she picked up the microphone and broadcasted, "Please pay attention, contestants. I will now explain the competition details. The third round is called Island Death Battle Royale. Before being dropped into the rainforest, every contestant will receive a card of a random color. Once you collected other 4 colors, you can combine them into a map. Following the route on the map will allow you to reach the finish line. 100 supply crates have been randomly dropped throughout the tropical rainforest. They contain survival supplies, weapons, and cards of various colors. As long as you find the supply crates, you will be one step closer to the championship. There is no time limit for this round." This last point made everyone a bit worried. Everyone looked at the plastic card holder in their hands, which had been handed out after boarding the vehicle. The cards were inside. What should we do about food and drink if we cannot find the supply crates? Lin Yuzhen raised her hand to ask. She had to apply a facial mask for her beauty routine every night before bed. "I believe you all possess the ability to survive in the wilderness," Jin Yinai teased, her answer dodging the core issue. "Can we withdraw?" a woman asked. "You can." Jin Yinai smiled, looking very friendly. But she added a thought to herself, trust me. If you knew the consequences of withdrawing, you would rather die in this battle royale game than choose to withdraw. Stealing cards will inevitably lead to fighting. What happens if there are casualties? The black man Okocha asked in a rough voice. He did not want to look for supply crates to get cards. That was too much effort. Robbery was much faster. To increase the excitement of the Grand Challenge program, the organizers encourage combat. Therefore, the organizers will provide corresponding compensation for all casualties. However, please do not engage in criminal acts, such as molestation or rape. This statement caused an uproar among the contestants, although they had guessed there would be competition. The host stating it so bluntly made everyone feel heavy-hearted. Is this not just survival of the fittest? It is in the bag, Huan Jingshan beamed. If there is one thing God Hunters are best at, it is fighting. Lin Yuzhen leaned toward Li Shangjing's ear, covered her mouth with her hand, and looked at Lin Baici's group on the sightseeing vehicle in front, whispering, should we mess with them? Does that even need asking? Li Shangjing sneered. Find an opportunity to kill all the God Hunters. Though that great shaman of the Yellowstone group will be difficult to kill. To encourage you to play the game with more dedication, the supply crates contain cash, gold bars, and diamonds. If you find them, they are yours. Jin Yi and I scattered money generously. Sure enough. Once these words were out, greed overcame their worries, and the contestants were instantly filled with motivation. A sightseeing vehicle left the convoy and drove toward the artificial tropical rainforest in the west, where it would drop off the contestants one by one. Time passed second by second, and the sightseeing vehicles kept leaving until it was finally Lin Baici's turn. The tropical rainforest had arrived. Drop off one person every 500 meters, the driver reminded. Do not try to be clever. There are surveillance cameras installed in the rainforest, and we can monitor the battle situation at any time. Reach, the sightseeing vehicle stopped. The first one, get off, the driver urged. Quan Zhongren, you get off first. Baici, do not be in a hurry. You get off in the middle so that the distance to the people on both sides is about the same. Gu Qingqiu arranged immediately. Our plan was sound, but the driver did not allow it. No, according to the game rules, contestants must get off the vehicle in order, starting from the back seat. Damn it, Jin Zhenju cursed. She was the first one. Do not drag it out, the driver reminded. The slower you get off now, the slower you will be compared to others, and the smaller your chance of finding supply crates. Get off, Huan Jingshang urged. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The sightseeing vehicle stopped at intervals to drop off the contestants. Xiao Bai, do not run around. Wait for me to come find you. Guo Yuyu shouted worriedly after getting off. You stay put. I will come find you. Lin Baici instructed. It is too troublesome. You are responsible for picking up Yuyu. Han Yao is responsible for picking up me. Yai Jishang is responsible for Yingchen. And Huan Jingshan and the delinquent girl are responsible for the landlady. Then we will gather at Yingzhen's location, Gu Qingqiu ranged, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Is anyone here bad with directions? What is bad with directions? Yai Jisheng looked unhappy because, apart from swimwear, no extra items were allowed in this round. So his girlfriend had been temporarily placed inside Jia Hongyao's World War II badge. You stay where you are and do not move. Huan Jingshan, you are responsible for him. Gu Qingqiu did not explain. Huan Jingshan originally wanted to say, who do you think you are, giving orders here? But seeing that Lin Baici had no objections, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Che Shingshuo had wanted to tell Gu Qingqiu that he could go pick her up, but after thinking about it, he did not speak. The sightseeing vehicle could seat 40 people, and their expressions changed when they heard the plan of Lin Baici's team. There is definitely strength in numbers. Screech. The tires of the sightseeing vehicle screeched against the ground, and before it had even come to a complete stop, Lin Baici had already jumped off. Brother Lin, hurry up and come. Li Yintong waved goodbye. Lin Baici made an okay gesture, then turned and dashed into the rainforest. He needed to find Huoyu as quickly as possible. It was currently summer, and the island was covered in dense vegetation. As soon as Lin Baici ducked inside, he felt as if he had stepped into a sauna. A wave of stifling, humid air rushed toward him. Swish, swish. The tropical plants had lush branches and leaves. As Lin Baici ran past, They whipped against his body, causing some pain. There were also swarms of mosquitoes and insects. Lin Baici moved forward rapidly for over 100 meters before suddenly stopping. His flip-flop had fallen off his left foot. He turned back to pick it up, but suddenly, a venomous snake coiled on a tree trunk lunged down, aiming for the back of his neck. Lin Baici heard the rush of wind, but it was too late to turn around. He swung his hand back in a chopping motion. Smack! The hand chop struck the snake's body. Because the angle wasn't right, it wasn't a fatal blow, only paralyzing the snake. The serpent then lunged forward, biting at Lin Baici's arm. Lin Baici still didn't look back, but through the sensation on his arm, he already knew what it was. He instantly shifted from a chop to a grab, catching the snake with lightning speed before throwing it away. The snake hit a tree trunk and was knocked unconscious instantly. Lin Baici put his flip-flop back on and ran over. The venomous snake was brightly colored and nearly a meter long. Lin Baici snapped off a tree branch, pierced the snake's head with it, and then coiled it around his arm. It could serve as food or as a rope. Lin Baici kept Huoyuyu's approximate location in mind. To avoid wasting time searching, he activated one breath, 100 flavors to heighten his sense of smell. 3 minutes later, Lin Baici caught the scent of Huoyuyu and followed it. Huoyuyu was debating whether she should walk a bit further ahead to save Lin Baici some energy, but she was worried they might miss each other. After all, the plants here were very dense, beyond 20 meters. Figures became vague and difficult to spot. Yuyu. The sudden shout made Huoyuyu's expression brighten. She was far too familiar with that voice. Xiaobai. Huoyuyu looked around, and soon, she saw Lin Baici pushing aside the green branches and leaves to appear from her right. Are you okay? Lin Baici looked Huoyuyu over. You came so fast. No one even had time to try anything against me at this moment. Huoyuyu felt a deep sense of security, especially with Lin Baici standing in front of her. His height of over 1.8 meters, his broad chest, and his sturdy muscle definition made him look like a god of war. Even if the Grim Reaper came, he would have to die once. What color is your card? Lin Baici had already torn open his card pack. Inside was a black card with patterns on the back, and it even seemed to have a built-in chip. A red card. Huoyuyu handed the card to Lin Baici. Keep it yourself. Lin Baici identified the direction and headed off to find Jin Yingxin. Huoyuyu hurried to follow. The black man, Okocha, was sprinting through the rainforest in the direction of Lin Baici. Finding other contestants to snatch cards from was too slow. His plan was to wait until Lin Baici finished collecting the cards, then snatch them directly from him, and incidentally beat the guy up to vent his frustration. The great shaman had warned him that this Lin Baici was very strong. But so what, with everyone lacking equipment? Okocha considered himself invincible in hand-to-hand combat, till Lin Baici wouldn't be enough to take him on. The great shaman is too polite to these yellow-skinned monkeys. If you want a divine item, you just take it. Okocha licked his lips with his thick tongue, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a violent bear. Lin Baici, wait for your death. Chapter 415. You can doubt yourself, but you cannot doubt Brother Lin. The sea breeze blew through the tropical rainforest, making the leaves rustle. Over 500 contestants began the island survival challenge for the massive prize of 100 million. Lin Baici ran through the forest for a while, then stopped and looked back. Huoyuyu was struggling to trek forward. Her body coordination was decent, and her movements were quite agile. She moved through the dense rainforest without complaining or calling it tiring, trying her best to adapt. However, her equipment was terrible. She was wearing a swimsuit, which offered almost no protection. The lush branches and leaves scraped against her skin, causing pain. Even just having leaves brush against her skin was uncomfortable, not to mention the mosquito bites. But the most painful part was her feet. Walking in this terrain while wearing flip-flops was pure torture. Xiaobai, don't wait for me, I can keep up. Seeing Lin Baici stop to wait for her, Huoyuyu felt a jolt in her heart and immediately picked up her pace. She didn't want to be a burden. No rush. Lin Baici comforted her and slowed his pace. He didn't waste the time, though, and listened intently to the movements around them. 20 minutes later, he found Jin Yingxin. Appa? Jin Yingxin was squatting on a large tree branch, waving at Lin Baici. Yi Zhisheng had woven a straw hat out of green leaves and weeds and was wearing it while squatting in a bush, providing excellent camouflage. It was just that the color of the hat wasn't exactly pleasant. The others haven't arrived yet. Well, Yu sat down, but the slippery tree trunk felt uncomfortable against her bottom. So she quickly stood back up. They're here. Jia Hongyao's voice rang out. She appeared from the northwest, followed by Gu Qingqiu. Surprisingly, Chaejing Xiao was also with them. However, after thinking about it, Lin Baici realized that if Chaejing Xiao had walked in a straight line from where he got off the vehicle, he would indeed have encountered Jia Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu first. Hongyao, give me the external pipe wrench and the Colossus strength gloves. Give the high heels to Yingchen. Lin Baici scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no cameras. Didn't the organizers say, except for swimwear, carrying or using any items is prohibited, especially hiding equipment, which will lead to immediate disqualification? Chaejing Xiao was worried. That's right. With the two of us here, even without weapons, we should be enough to handle any crisis, right? Jia Hongyao felt that Lin Baici was being too cautious. Are you worried about that Yellowstone group led by Li Shangjing and Shakira? Gu Qingqiu guessed that because Lin Baici had rejected the great shaman, many people in that group were very unhappy with him. Better safe than sorry. And even if I get eliminated, it will only be me. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. The host never said that if one person uses a weapon, the entire group gets penalized. Lin Baici had deeper considerations. The Jin sisters were all monsters, and since they were acting as the hosts for this round, the game would most likely not end easily. Jia Hongyao had always trusted Lin Baici's judgment. Upon hearing this, she reached her right index and middle fingers into the cleavage of her chest and pulled out a World War II medal. The medal was gold, with a red pentagram as the main design. Behind it were a cavalry saber and a rifle crossed, while the front featured a sickle and hammer crossed in an X shape. Just the design alone made one feel the overwhelming power of the people. Take it yourself. Jia Hongyao tossed the medal to Lin Baici. Lin Baici caught it. The medal was warm, still carrying the body heat of the girl with the high ponytail. Lin Baici was speechless. Do you really not treat me as an outsider? Lin Baici shouted softly, and the medal immediately projected a rust-colored light. After the light dissipated, it left behind a T-30 for tank. It was already rusted, with marks left by artillery shells passing over it. Lin Baici jumped onto the tank, opened the hatch, took out the red-soled high heels from inside, and handed them to Jin Yingchen. The Korean girl took them and put them on. Wearing these shoes in a tropical rainforest, isn't it easy to sprain your ankle? Well, Yu was worried, yet at the same time, she couldn't help but feel envious. After the Korean girl in her swimsuit put on the high heels, her long legs looked even more slender. Che Xingshu glanced at her and then looked away, without an interesting soul. She is nothing but a lump of meat. Lin Baici took out his gloves from the black alms bowl and put them on, then took out his pipe wrench and tucked it into the back of his waistband. For convenience, he put his commonly used items into his travel backpack and threw it into the tank. God Lin, Quan Zhongren arrived, and upon seeing Lin Baici, he let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, I finally caught up. As soon as he got off the sightseeing bus, he ran toward this side with all his might, terrified that Lin Baici would leave him behind and start moving. He had self-awareness. He knew Lin Baici definitely wouldn't waste time waiting for him, and that once people like Jin Yingchen were ready, they would leave. Take some time to rest. Lin Baici nodded toward Quan Zhongren. He thought for a moment and put on his hiking boots as well, since he had already violated the rules. A pair of shoes wouldn't make a difference. Quan Zhongren looked around. Jin Zhenju hadn't arrived yet. Everyone waited for 20 minutes. But they still didn't see the other team members arrive. Jin Zhenju didn't matter, but Huan Jingshan and Li Yintong were responsible for the landlady. Lin Baici didn't know why the gluttonous god had him working in the New World, but Han Sui should be an important native of the god ruins. Let's go. We need to find Han Sui, Lin Baici urged. If we leave and they arrive, what should we do? Quan Zhongren was full of worry. In this kind of tropical rainforest with dense vegetation, you might not even spot each other if you were more than 20 meters apart. Of course, Quan Zhonggren said this mainly because he wanted the team to leave some people behind to wait for Jin Zhenju. Otherwise, she would definitely end up alone. No one is staying behind. We move together. We have to find people to snatch cards anyway. Lin Baici possessed the 100 flavors of a single breath, and his hearing was also excellent. So, he was confident he could find Li Yintang and the others. The team set off. Huan Jingshang took a punch to the shoulder and was sent flying, snapping several branches before landing in a clump of bushes. His burns hadn't fully healed yet, and now, being scratched by the broken stubs of the bushes, he grimaced in pain. "You bastard! Is the Yellowstone group so great? Do you know who I am? I am from the Kowloon Hall," Huan Jingshang roared, his voice filled with bluster to hide his fear. If he could win, he wouldn't waste a single word. Kowloon Hall. Okocha clenched his fists, sizing up Huan Jingshang and then glancing at Li Yintang. To be honest, he was face blind and couldn't tell the difference between people from Hong Kong and people from Kyushu. "That's right. My Uncle Nine has a deep friendship with your team leader." After Huan Jingshang found the landlady, he waited for Li Yintang to arrive before setting off to find Lin Baici. Who would have thought that while waiting for a moment, they would be found by this Okocha? Huan Jingshang really didn't want to fight. First of all, he was injured and not at his peak, so he couldn't perform well in a fight. Furthermore, Lin Baici was just ahead. Once they reunited, Lin Baici would handle anyone. This black gorilla looked sturdy, and his combat power was quite fierce. But in front of God Lin, he was still just a piece of cake. "If I fight to the death and win, it's still a loss." "Are you talking about Kowloon?" Okocha had heard of this man's reputation. The great shaman had said not to provoke him, or he would die. "What is your status? Is Kowloon a name you can just call out?" Li Yintang scolded. "Call him Uncle Nine." She held a butterfly knife in her hand, spinning it around and playing with the blade. Where did she pull that knife from? Okocha was puzzled. "Our chest." "No, it's so flat. There's no cleavage. Nothing could be hidden there. So that means..." Okocha's gaze shifted downward, looking at Li Yintang's swimsuit bottoms. "I say, Yintang, why are you provoking him?" Huan Jingshang was on the verge of tears. "Are you trying to get me killed?" "Don't worry. With the intelligence of Brother Lin and that crazy Chinkyu, seeing that we haven't arrived for so long, they will definitely come looking for us immediately." Li Yintang comforted him. "You don't have to believe in yourself, but you must believe in Brother Lin." Huan Jingshang felt completely numb, looking at the girl with a mournful expression. "How did I not notice before that your IQ is so low? To think you would actually become a brainless fan of someone else. If Lin Baici were willing, you would probably be on your third abortion by now, wouldn't you? As for Feng Chinkyu, it should be Gu Chinkyu. That female college student's brain is indeed not quite right. 2 against 1. What are you afraid of besides? I have a divine taboo item." Li Yintang sniffled. "Who gave you that courage?" Huan Jingshang sighed. "This, for God's sake, is a core member of the Yellowstone group. Brother Lin, of course." Li Yintang's tone was matter of fact. "We don't need to kill him, just stall for time," Li Yintang suggested. "Boss lady, when the fight starts in a moment, find a place to hide. Don't go too far, or it will be hard to find you. I can help too." Han Suyu's tone was firm. She had never been the type of person to abandon friends and run away on her own. "What are you going to help with?" Li Yintang rolled her eyes. "Don't you know how much you weigh?" Okocha slammed his fists together, leaned his body forward, and charged at Li Yintang like a cannonball. "This spicy girl is the weakest. Kill her first." Huan Jingshang was a decent guy. If he were more shameless, he could have let Li Yintang wear Okocha down first, but he didn't. "Blackie, your opponent is me," Huan Jingshang shouted loudly. Being racially insulted made Okocha furious. He turned around and lunged at Huan Jingshang. Damn it! The opponent's impact was too strong. It felt like a silverback gorilla crashing into him. Huan Jingshang's eyes darted around, and a look of terror appeared on his face. "HMTH, small fry," Okocha sneered. "A coward like this dares to insult him." Later, he would twist his neck off and hang it on a tree to air dry. Just as the two rushed within 3 meters and were about to clash, Huan Jingshang suddenly bent his waist, rolled to dodge, and at the same time, flicked his right hand. A handful of sand exploded like scattered flowers, spraying toward Okocha. Whoosh! Okocha hurriedly closed his eyes, but some sand still got into them. Immediately after, he heard wind behind him and quickly turned to swing his leg, but he was still too slow. Huan Jingxiang kicked Okocha in the lower back, then used the rebound force to quickly distance himself. Okocha stumbled, shouting in anger. To think he was actually toyed with by a yellow-skinned monkey. This is truly outrageous. Brother Xiang, well done, Li Yintong clapped. Are you trying to make me die faster? Huan Jingxiang complained, feigning a war-weary attitude to confuse Okocha. However, his footwork was not slow. As Okocha lunged over, he dodged immediately and threw another handful of sea sand. Li Yintong was right, just stalling for time was enough. Wait for God Lin to come and deal with him. Fuck you. Okocha was about to go crazy with rage. Coward. Come over and fight me. Huan Jingxiang gave him the middle finger directly. Do you think I'm stupid? Okocha screamed, punched a nearby tree until it snapped, picked it up with both hands, and swung it at Huan Jingxiang like a battering ram. The tree knocked down another tree, and leaves flew everywhere. Okocha wanted to continue the pursuit, but after his ears twitched, he stopped and looked to the right. A group of people was coming. Leading them was that Juzhou man, Brother Lin. Li Yintong was overjoyed. They had really waited for him. God Lin. Huan Jingxiang greeted him respectfully, letting out a sigh of relief. Are you stupid? Jia Hongyao looked at Okocha, feeling speechless, shouting so loudly. Were you afraid that our side wouldn't be able to find you? Okocha sized these people up. Aren't you running yet? Quan Zhonggren sneered. He was worried that Lin Baici would make him cannon fodder. So, he was eager for Okocha to run away quickly. Why should I run? Okocha retorted. Just because there are more people doesn't mean you'll win. This is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. Quan Zhonggren was so angry he laughed. Do you know I was being kind? So, you've seen it now. Okocha spat on the ground. He wasn't stupid either. He stared at Lin Baici and issued a challenge to Juzhou man. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Capture the bandits by capturing their leader first. Okocha had also read The Art of War. Brother Lin, don't fall for his provocation. Let's all go together and kill him. Li Yintong never cared about martial virtue. No need, I'll do it myself. Lin Baici walked toward Okocha. Muscles are firm with high fiber density. Recommended for barbecue. Add plenty of cumin. Strength is off the charts, especially the right fist. Not only is the defense super strong, but it can also shatter a tank in one hit. Though it has a charge-up time, recovery ability is formidable, the gourmet god commented. Quan Zhonggren saw that Lin Baici had no intention of using him as cannon fodder and suddenly felt ashamed. He had judged a gentleman's heart with a villain's measure. Okocha grinned hideously and walked forward. When the two were 5 meters apart, Okocha suddenly accelerated. This time, he was fully focused and guarded with all his heart, absolutely refusing to let Lin Baici dodge past him like Huan Jingxiang did earlier. I'll hammer you to death with one punch, Okocha gritted his teeth, his black iron-like fist swinging toward Lin Baici. If you have the guts, don't dodge, Okocha roared, the sound waves making the surrounding leaves rustle. Lin Baici hadn't even thought about dodging. He quickly reached his right hand behind his back, and when he brought it back, he was already gripping the pipe wrench, smashing it fiercely toward the gorilla's arm. Whoosh! The pipe wrench descended with a whizzing sound. What? Okocha's eyes bulged in anger. He hadn't expected Lin Baici to suddenly pull a weapon from behind his back. Even more terrifying was that the opponent's attack speed was shockingly fast. It was already too late for Okocha to change his move. The pipe wrench slammed heavily into Okocha's left hand. A crisp sound of bone fracturing rang out. Okocha's left forearm was shattered, held together only by a few strips of flesh and skin, preventing the severed limb from falling to the ground. This was only thanks to Okocha's muscle tissue being sufficiently tough. Had it been anyone else, the bone and flesh would have been pulverized into a pulp. Okocha gritted his teeth, neither screaming nor retreating, and threw a punch with his right hand. Divine Grace activated. Metallic patterns emerged across Okocha's right arm. His defensive power increased instantly, capable of withstanding shots from large-caliber bullets. Jia Hongyao was stunned. What is he doing? Is he looking for death? Even a dog would shake its head at this. Right. Going head-to-head with little Lin is just disliking that he isn't dying fast enough. Lin Baici gripped the pipe wrench in his right hand and smashed it down. Divine Grace activated. Shredding strike. Bang, bang. 3 consecutive strikes bent Okachi's arm, sending shards of flesh as hard as metal flying, scattering the surrounding leaves and branches, with some even embedding themselves into the tree trunks. Okachi could no longer hold on and stumbled backward. Lin Baici stomped his foot hard against the ground and lunged forward. Metallic patterns lit up across Okachi's entire skin. He had consumed a massive amount of divine power to activate his trump card Divine Grace. Body of steel. Bullets cannot pierce it. Explosions cannot harm it. At the same time, the flesh at his severed arm writhed frantically, rapidly sprouting granulation tissue to begin healing the wound. Damn, this guy is tough to deal with. Should I help? Li Yintang licked her lips and looked toward Gu Qingqiu, waiting for an order. Should we all go together? Quan Zhonggren had been worried and cowardly just a moment ago, but seeing Lin Baici gaining the upper hand, he was itching to jump in and show off, eager to beat a drowning dog. No need for a small scene like this. Little Lin has it well under control. Jiu Hongniao had great confidence in Lin Baici. Didn't you see he hasn't even broken a sweat? Lin Baici didn't know what kind of divine grace Okachi was using, but he guessed it was likely for enhanced defense. So, he switched his own divine grace as well. Overlord sheds armor. No clothes to cover the body. Lin Baici put his full strength into a pipe wrench strike. Bang, bang. Another 3 strikes landed on Okachi's chest. Okachi's skin split and flesh tore, and he retreated in a sorry state. Blood splattered like raindrops onto the flowers and grass. Okachi's expression was ugly. He knew he had underestimated his opponent, but he still spoke tough. You cheated. You used a divine taboo. You could have used one too. Lin Baici chuckled. Did I stop you? Okachi was speechless. All his equipment was stored in the Great Shaman's spatial divine taboo. He had believed his own martial prowess would be enough to crush everyone present, which was why he hadn't bothered to retrieve it. He hadn't expected to suffer such a massive setback the moment he came out. I was careless. Hey, Blackie. You aren't thinking of running away, are you? Huang Jingshang intentionally provoked Okachi. If you have the guts, don't use a weapon. Okachi goaded him. All right. Lin Baici casually tossed the pipe wrench aside, lunged into Okachi's chest, and unleashed a flurry of punches. Thud, thud. Lin Baici's punching speed was incredibly fast, and white freezing mist rose from his arms. With every strike that landed, a patch of frost appeared on Okachi's body. Crack, crack, the ice layer spread, freezing muscles and sealing blood. Okachi began to shiver. It was as if he were standing shirtless in the middle of a Siberian winter. Frost quickly appeared on his eyebrows and the corners of his eyes, and even the breath he exhaled turned into white mist. Because his limbs were frozen stiff, his movements slowed down. Lin Baici had originally been cautious, preparing to activate Lightning Flash at the critical moment. But now it wasn't necessary. He clenched his right fist and pulled it back behind him, like a longbow drawn to a full moon, before firing it forward. Okachi's head was blown apart. His skull spun through the air and landed in the grass. Long live Brother Lin. Li Yintang clapped and cheered. Hu Yu glanced at the delinquent girl with resentment. I'm the team's mascot and cheerleader. If you shout 666. What am I supposed to do later? Chapter 416. Dear friend and kin, Lin Baici. The air in the rainforest was humid and hot, making one's body feel sticky and very uncomfortable. Hu Yu was under a lot of pressure. Li Yintang had a figure similar to hers, both following the cute route, but the delinquent girl was just too seductive. Little Fishy at most just talked dirty during her live streams, but in reality, she could never actually do it. She was a king of talk, but nothing more. Moreover, Li Yintang was a god hunter from the Kowloon Pavilion, and her seniority was even higher than Lin Baici's. Someone like this, once they lowered their posture, was a qualified thug. While Hu Yu was still caught in her own insecurities, Li Yintang had already run toward Okachi's corpse. Brother Lin, I'm going to loot the body. The delinquent girl rushed to Okachi's side. Seeing that this guy was wearing nothing but swimming trunks, she frowned in disgust. However, her hands were quick. She rummaged through the gorilla-like corpse and soon found a card tucked inside his underwear near his buttocks. "Brother Lin, I got it. It's a red one." Li Yintong held up the card and shook it, then gave Okacha another kick. "Dead loser, dirtying my hands." Huo Yu secretly swore to herself that she couldn't be afraid of getting dirty. Next time, she had to be the first to loot the corpse. At the very least, she had to do a good job with chores like this. Jiao Hongyao didn't have mysophobia, but she still tossed a bottle of mineral water to Huo Yu, telling her to wash her hands and rinse off the card while she was at it. "God Lin, why don't you come to our Kowloon pavilion? Our pavilion master would definitely treat you like his own son." Huang Jingxiang watched Lin Baici kill Okacha as easily as slaughtering a chicken and couldn't help but blurt it out. "What do you mean by that?" Jin Yingzhen immediately retorted. "Who does your pavilion master think he is?" Huang Jingxiang realized he had used the wrong words and hurriedly explained. "That's not what I meant. I wasn't looking down on God Lin. Xiong means that our pavilion master intends to focus on cultivating you, treating you like his own son." Li Yintong ran back to help explain, lest Lin Baici misunderstand. Given the influence of the Kowloon pavilion, being favored by Uncle Ju was equivalent to a prince being named the heir apparent. His future would be limitless. Golden Xiong. "Do you think I don't exist?" Jiao Hongyao cracked her knuckles. "Trying to poach someone right in front of me. Do you want to be beaten to death? Don't you know that little Lindsay is currently my most precious and favorite team member? My dearest friend. The kind I wouldn't give up even if you offered more money." Gu Qingqiu covered her mouth and chuckled. Golden Xiong had no idea how important Lin Baici was in Jiao Hongyao's heart. If he were looking for a woman and managed to seduce Jiao Hongyao's husband, or even had a child with him, she might not pursue it if the reason was sound, and might even pay child support. But Lin Baici, whoever targets him dies. "Team leader Jia, I was wrong." Golden Xiong apologized immediately. "Damn it, I forgot about this one." It couldn't be helped. Lin Baici was just too strong, making Golden Xiong unable to resist the urge to recruit him. If he joined the Kowloon pavilion, how much would that boost the organization? And his own status would rise along with it. If there is a next time, even if your pavilion master comes, he won't be able to protect you, Jiao Hongyao warned. Understood, understood. Golden Xiong nodded and bowed. He felt disdain in his heart, wanting to say that if our pavilion master came, there would be no room for you to talk back. But he suddenly remembered that Jiao Hongyao's sister was the famous Jiao Hongmian, and he felt that even if the pavilion master came, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Quan Zhonggren stood to the side, watching these Kyushu people talk. He felt out of place, a sour feeling rising in his heart. At this moment, how he wished he were a Kyushu person. He understood Golden John's mentality, because he knew that even if he couldn't poach Lin Baici, he would still want to try. Quan Zhonggren looked at the black man's corpse. This was Okacha, a main force of the Yellowstone team, quite famous in the God Hunter circle. Yet he was killed by Lin Baici just like that. Of course, because Okacha didn't have a God-forbidden item as a weapon, Lin Baici had taken quite a bit of advantage. But that fact didn't change anything. Who told Okacha to underestimate his opponent? However, if it were him, he wouldn't have imagined that a newcomer who had only become a God Hunter for half a year would have so many top-tier God-forbidden items. If he hadn't seen Lin Baici purify the rule pollution with his own eyes, Quan Zhonggren would definitely have thought that Lin Baici was just a boy toy kept by Jiao Hongmian. Team leader Jin Xian, your decision to let Lin Baici enter the Bizan God ruins will probably be the most wrong and regretful decision of your life. Quan Zhonggren sighed, thinking about the good treasures at home being taken away, and his heart ached with frustration. Boss lady, let's go. Lin Baici called everyone to set off to collect cards. Han Suing replied twice and followed. Though her eyes glanced at Lin Baici from time to time, she was gradually realizing that these people seemed different from the ones she usually saw. Jinjenja still hadn't come, but as a Korean, no one cared if she was lost. Under Gu Qingqiu's suggestion, the team spread out in a line, 10 meters apart, to conduct a net-like search. Unfortunately, half an hour later, let alone people, they hadn't even encountered a few birds. This won't work. The efficiency is too low, Jiao Hongyao shouted. She lifted her chest up and wiped her brow. The skin underneath was covered in sweat. Damp and uncomfortable. How about we split into groups to search? Better not, right? Golden Xion was worried about running into other god hunters. And he felt that if Guqinkyu split the groups, he would definitely be the one responsible for leading a team. Golden Xion didn't want to bear that kind of pressure. How troublesome is it to look for people yourself? Following Lin Baici and being a thug is safe. Isn't that better, Yingshan? Give me a bottle of water, Lin Baici said as he walked toward the Korean girl. Who else wants some? Golden Xion raised his hand. Give me one. Li Yintang licked her lips. If only I could drink an iced cola. He Zhengshuo frowned slightly. Although the weather was a bit hot, the game hadn't started long ago. Why drink water? Guqinkyu's expression tightened, and she immediately scanned the surroundings. Lin Baiqi's entrance was definitely the best among these people. His sudden request for water meant an unexpected situation had occurred. Could we be seen by monitors? Will it be judged as a violation? The boss lady worriedly observed the surroundings, wanting to see if there were any monitors hidden in the trees. As long as the organizers don't see it, we aren't violating the rules. Quan Zhonggren was not a person who followed the rules. Especially after becoming a god hunter, he knew that rules were only made for the weak. No ice cola, but there is ice water. Lin Baiqi's black alms bowl contained not just cola, but also herbal tea, soda, and beer. But he was too lazy to take them out. Although taking things out wasn't difficult either. Lin Baici walked to Jin Yingzhen's side, took 3 bottles of water from the travel bag she was carrying, and then used the winter chanting long fist, striking them one by one. Bang, bang, crack, crack. The mineral water in the bottles visibly froze, and even cold air escaped, just like it had been taken straight out of a refrigerator. Yintang, Quan Zhonggren, Lin Baici called out and tossed the mineral water over. Thanks, Brother Lin, Li Yintang said, catching the bottle with a slap. A chill hit her, quite freezing to the hands, and the girl immediately pressed it against her forehead. Quan Zhonggren unscrewed the bottle and took a sip of the ice water. He felt a chill go straight through his heart, refreshing him from his crown to his heels, and he couldn't help but feel envious. God Lin, this fist technique of yours is too practical. In the future, during summer, if you want to drink cold drinks, iced beer, or watermelon, you can just punch it. Do you want to learn? Lin Baici teased. I'll teach you. Lin Baici walked past Huang Jingshan and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Huang Jingshan took it, and just as he was about to say thanks, he saw Lin Baici gripping a pipe wrench and swinging it toward him. What is going on? Huang Jingshan was scared out of his wits. His instinct was to fight back, but the moment he remembered the scene of Lin Baici obliterating Okocha, he wisely chose to cover his head and beg for mercy. God Lin, don't hit the face. Huang Jingshan didn't even complain or ask Lin Baici what he had done wrong. Since God Lin wanted to deal with him, he just had to stand at attention and wait for the beating. The pipe wrench grazed Huang Jingxiang's left arm and shot past, smashing into the patch of bushes behind him. Branches and leaves snapped, wood chips flew, and then came a shrill, miserable scream. Huang Jingshan jumped in fright, immediately lunged forward, and looked back at the same time. A young man scrambled out of the bushes, fleeing for his life. His right arm was dangling, clearly broken by the pipe wrench. Damn, an ambush. Li Yintang was shocked. Kill him. Seeing that the opponent was injured, Quan Zhonggren immediately pounced. Opportunities like this to beat a drowning dog and show off were rare, so he had to seize it. Damn your mother, Huang Jingshan cursed. And after seeing the situation clearly, he immediately chased after the male contestant. That scared the hell out of me. So God Lin wasn't trying to deal with me, but was using me as cover. Che Zhengshuo had self-awareness. Without waiting for others to drive him, he had already taken the initiative to pursue. Though he couldn't help but glance at Lin Baici. This guy, what a schemer. He used the water to lull the hidden contestant into a false sense of security, and then used the act of handing the mineral water to Huang Jingshan to launch a sneak attack. Be careful. This guy is a god hunter, Quan Zhonggren warned, while also feeling a bit puzzled. How exactly did Lin Baici find him? The guy ahead was a European, quite tall, and they had been searching in a line, yet no one had discovered him. which meant he must have used some kind of concealment-type divine favor. Yet even so, he was still found by Lin Baici, God Lin. How did you find him? Che Xingshu asked curiously. Intuition, Lin Baici replied dismissively. Though in reality, it was the scent. William ran wildly. Suddenly diving into a dense patch of bushes, Quan Zhongren came over, using a branch as thick as a wrist to poke around a few times. Eesh! God Lin, the person is gone. Lin Baici sniffed the air and pointed in the 9 o'clock direction. Over there. Che Xingshu and Huan Jingshan immediately flanked him from the left and right. William's combat ability was average. He relied on a chameleon-like mimicry divine favor and was responsible for scouting and gathering intelligence in his team. Now that his divine favor was useless, and with the opponents closing in rapidly, he decisively gave up on running. I surrender, William shouted at Lin Baici. He could tell that this Jujo man was the leader and the one in charge. If it were before, he could have run a few dozen meters and dived into dense bushes where no one could see him. But not this time. I ran into a natural predator. William felt depressed. The other party must have some kind of tracking divine favor. Quan Zhongren rushed over and kicked William hard in the stomach. William glanced at Lin Baici in the distance and didn't dare to resist. After all, any movement now could lead to his death. Where is the card? Quan Zhongren barked. Hand it over. William was very obedient, reaching behind his underwear and pulling out a card, a blue one. Give it here. Quan Zhongren snatched the card, ran to Lin Baici, and handed it to him with a fawning bow. Lin Baici didn't take it. Give it to Qingqiu. Leader, my divine favor is of the scout type. With me here, you can quickly collect all the cards and win the championship. William held up his hands, hurriedly recommending himself. It had to be said that this white man was tactful and knew that at a time like this, stating the value he could bring to the team was the most important thing. If you can't find the next contestant within half an hour, you die, Lin Baici said expressionlessly. No problem, William promised, letting out a light sigh of relief. He had survived after all. He glanced at the gloves on Lin Baici's hands, then looked at Jin Yingzhen's backpack and the high heels on her feet, knowing that they possessed space-type divine taboos. Seeing so many god hunters gathered together, he knew these were people he couldn't afford to provoke. Leader, my name is William. I'm from Gaul. William introduced himself. Haha, is surrendering your tradition? Quan Zhongren teased. Insulting Gaul Kung Wan. Li Yintong burst into laughter. William glanced at Quan Zhongren. You damn dog. What right do you have to mock me? Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and find someone, Huan Jingshang urged. With William tracking like a hound, the group stopped wandering around like headless flies. They followed him, but after 20 minutes, they had gained nothing. Hey, are you actually any good? Quan Zhongren questioned. You don't have much time left, Che Xingshu threatened. Don't be impatient. We're almost there. William twitched his nose hard, sniffing the lingering scent in the air, because the target had been gone for a while. The scent was quite faint. This way. Lin Baici suddenly darted toward the 11 o'clock direction. Huan Jingshan, Quan Zhongren, follow me. How? William was startled. What did that mean? Had this leader found the trail? By the time everyone ran over 100 meters and saw Lin Baici again, he had already obtained the card, and a native of the divine ruins lay unconscious at his feet. Leader, what is your divine favor? William was curious. His divine ability, bloodhound tracking, granted him a sense of smell comparable to that of a hunting dog. So why was he still not as sharp as this man from Jujo? Continue. Lin Baici did not offer an explanation. William walked at the very front, putting even more effort into searching for the traces of the other contestants. Lin Baici watched as the sun gradually sank toward the west, his patience slowly dissipating. Let us split up and search. Lin Baici decided to act alone. I will go with you, Jin Yingzhen volunteered. Brother Lin, count me in. Li Yintong pleaded. I can run errands. Huan Jingshang said with a fawning smile. The others did not speak, but aside from Gu Qingqiu, Zhu Hongyao, and Yi Zhisheng, who did not seem to care, everyone wanted to stay with Lin Baici. No need. I will be fine on my own, Lin Baici refused. Then let Yingzhen accompany you. Someone has to do the dirty work, Gu Qingqiu suggested. In truth, there was something she left and said. as long as Lin Baici was ruthless enough. He could even use Jin Yingxin as cannon fodder or bait. Jin Yingxin did not want to be separated from Lin Baici. Lin Baici agreed. "We are going this way. Wait, someone is coming." William suddenly spoke up. Chapter 417. Today is a beautiful day, not suitable for killing. On hearing William's words, everyone immediately became fully alert. Lin Baici activated Breath of 100 Flavors. Sure enough, 6 scents, distinct from those of his own team members, drifted over from the west. "Your divine ability is quite something," Lin Baici praised. "You are even more impressive." Seeing Lin Baici gazing toward the west, William knew that he had also discovered them. Lin Baici cast a subtle glance around with the corner of his eye. Gu Qingqiu had been the first to discover the enemy's position. Though she had not relied on any special ability, she had relied on her intellect. When William said someone was coming, everyone else was busy searching for people. But Gu Qingqiu's first reaction was to look at William, and then, based on the direction his gaze was fixed, she determined where the enemies were coming from. Jiu Hongyao was the second, relying purely on her own keen hearing. And Li Yintang was the third. As for Yi Zhisheng, he simply did not care about such things. Great shaman, should we spread out answer on them? The white woman, Susan, wiped the sweat from her forehead. She was very stout, and after putting on her swimsuit, she not only looked like a ball of flesh, but the swimsuit was also digging into her skin, making it look almost as if she were wearing nothing at all. No need. They have already discovered us. The great shaman had no intention of launching a sneak attack and walked forward openly. "Sir, on them. You are overestimating these people." The fat white man spat into his palm, wiped it over his head, and styled his hair into a slick-back look. "Caution is never a mistake. I feel like that man from Juzhou is quite formidable." Auntie Susan worried. Shakira and her 5 companions pushed aside the dense branches and leaves, appearing before everyone. "Aish, it is the Yellowstone team." Quan Zhonggren felt his entire body go numb, and he began to tremble. Huan Jingshan and Li Yintang were also terrified, like wild cats that had had their tails stepped on, fully alert and ready to flee at any moment. William was even more direct. When he had first encountered Lin Baici, he had tried to run for his life, but now, seeing Shakira, he immediately raised his hands and surrendered. "Do not kill me." William fell to his knees with a thud. The movement was clean and practiced, clearly something he did often. "God Lin, do not be impulsive." Quan Zhonggren whispered a reminder. "Watch your tone." Alexandra Shakira and the Yellowstone team she had personally assembled were simply too famous. People like Quan Zhonggren, who had never met her, gave up all resistance the moment they heard the name. Jiu Hongyao knew of this great shaman. Furthermore, because of her sister and her frequent presence in the Dragon Soul WeChat group, she knew even more about Shakira. However, she was not afraid. Instead, she was eager to try her hand and test her strength. "Do you have nothing to say to us?" the fat white man teased, his gaze sweeping over the women before finally landing on Jiu Hongyao. "What a great figure. She is my type. Say what?" Jiu Hongyao retorted. "Obviously. Beg for mercy." The black girl with dreadlocks, Apez, looked surprised. "You have encountered our Yellowstone team. If you do not beg for mercy quickly, are you waiting to be wiped out?" Jiu Hongyao looked at Apez with an expression that clearly said, "Are you mentally challenged?" "What the fuck?" Apez was so angry she felt like vomiting blood. If it were someone else, she would have known the other party's words were a provocation intended to make her lose her cool. But this big-chested woman looked so innocent that it was clear she had no such tactical awareness. She truly thought Apez was mentally challenged. "Do I look like an idiot?" The black girl, however, thought this woman from Juzhou was all chest and no brain. Team leader Jia, watch your attitude. Quan Zhonggren was speechless. How had they managed to provoke the other side before even saying a word? "Get lost." Jiu Hongyao was angry. She hated these spineless people the most. "Are you lot newcomers?" The fat white man looked them over, a look of contempt appearing at the corner of his mouth. "What do you mean by that?" Huo Yuyu was displeased. "Are you looking down on us?" Anyone who has spent any time in the God Hunter Circle knows what kind of existence our Yellowstone team is. Do you understand?" The fat white man snorted coldly, staring at the girl who looked like a bean sprout and appeared underage. You lack all. It seems I need to give you a military training session. After the fat man finished speaking, Quan Zhonggren and the others immediately tensed up, and the atmosphere became fraught with tension. Jia Hongyao was completely unfazed. They had not fought yet, so who knew what the outcome would be? The fat man did not need to signal his companions, as they had been working together for so long that a single movement from one was enough for the others to know exactly how to coordinate. As the big fat man walked forward, the others spread out and pressed in. They were very confident, and the formation clearly showed they intended to annihilate their opponents completely, leaving no one behind. The other side was clearly determined to finish them off, which made Lin Baici very annoyed. He pulled the pipe wrench from his lower back, preparing to kill that big fat man first to set an example. Shakira, wearing an Indian-style eagle feather headdress, spoke up. She was not wearing a swimsuit, but was still in her great shaman attire, draped in a flax-colored cloak as if she had wrapped a blanket around herself. The big fat man and his group hurriedly stopped, waiting for instructions. Today the weather is fine and the sun is bright. It is not a day for killing. The great shaman looked at Lin Baici, her full lips parting slightly. Her voice was not loud, but it was very majestic, raspy, and carried an air of desolation and vicissitudes. People as sensitive as Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu felt as if they were witnessing the history of the Native Americans. The white big fat man wiped his nose with his finger. Consider yourselves lucky. The great shaman's attitude was clear, no fighting. So, they withdrew. Quan Zhonggren and Huang Jingshan let out a sigh of relief. Li Yintang looked at Lin Baici, thinking he was truly fearless because of his ignorance. After the great challenge ended, she would have to properly tutor him. A dragon-level god hunter was such a powerful titan that was definitely not an opponent one could defeat just by relying on hot-bloodedness and a tenacious fighting spirit. Shakira fumbled with the fossilized seashell, walked more than 10 meters, then suddenly stopped. She turned back and looked into Lin Baici's eyes. Did you kill Okocha? This sentence made the gazes of Aunt Susan and the others snap onto Lin Baici. Damn it, God Lin. You must not admit it. Quan Zhonggren was scared to death. Damn, Buddha bless. Don't let God Lin admit it. Huang Jingshan prayed to gods and Buddhas, but his expression was pessimistic because he knew that a proud person like Lin Baici would disdain to lie. Are you talking about that black man who looks like a gorilla? Lin Baici asked in return. If his name is Okocha, then yes, I killed him. Fuck you, damn you. The members of the Yellowstone group cursed, even throwing in a Chinese profanity. The gunpowder smell that had originally faded ignited once again. Huang Jingshan slapped his forehead and covered his eyes. I knew it. Huang Jingshan was in despair. Holy shit, William was dumbfounded. Why admit it? Was this guy tired of living? Or was he mentally disabled? He hurriedly shuffled to the side and shouted at the great shaman. It has nothing to do with me, God Lin. Can you not be so arrogant? Quan Zhonggren was on the verge of tears. I know you are very strong, but you are not dragon level after all. It is over. It seems we are going to brag the loudest and get beaten the hardest. Li Yintang muttered. Although she said that, watching Lin Baici standing proudly and confronting the famous Shakira, she felt that this Suzhou man was truly cool. A man should be more domineering. Li Yintang couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. Damn it, I have fallen for him. I want to be slept by him. What should I do? Li Yintang smoked, drank, and went clubbing. She didn't think she was a good girl, nor had she ever thought about being one. Just living her life freely was enough. But now, she wanted to quit all of that for Lin Baici. She wanted to be a devoted wife and mother. The delinquent girl tugged at her swimsuit. I wonder if tattoos can be washed off. It was that Okocha who provoked us first. Che Jingshuo took the initiative to explain. His eyes, scanning Lin Baici, were a bit surprised, then a bit relieved, and immediately turned into admiration. This Suzhou man was better than any of the Koreans he had ever met. What is the point of all this talk? If you want to fight, come on, Jia Hongyao roared. Shakira stopped her subordinates again. Great shaman. Aunt Susan was confused. The great shaman clearly had no intention of fighting. Let us go, Shakira ordered and turned to leave. Everyone was confused, but this was the great shaman's order. They dared not argue. so they could only glare fiercely at Lin Baici a few times before following Shakira away. Why did they leave? Although Quan Zhongren was dying for these people to leave, seeing them actually go left him speechless and puzzled. Could it be that Lin Baici had nude photos of Shakira? But foreigners were bold enough to sunbathe naked on the beach, so they probably wouldn't care about such a threat. God Lin, honestly, do you have a charm-type divine grace? Huang Jingxiang asked sincerely. It couldn't be that Shakira has taken a fancy to you, right? I suppose so. Lin Baici nodded thoughtfully. Damn, God Lin, you really let it go to your head when someone praises you. Huang Jingxiang was between laughter and tears. What, does Appa not deserve it? Jin Yingzhen stared at Huang Jingxiang with dissatisfaction. It is not that. Huang Jingxiang didn't know how to explain. In North America, Shakira might not be the strongest in combat, but because her divination was exceptionally miraculous, she was a titan whose influence ranked in the top 10. Would such a big shot let someone who killed her team member go just because of personal preference? Impossible. There must be a deeper reason. Could it be that she divined something? Gu Qingqiu guessed. Actually, that great shaman doesn't look too bad. Jiu Hongyao thought that if Shakira fell in love with Lin Baici, couldn't their team merge with hers? She wasn't familiar with those people. Exploring the gods' ruins was only fun with people she trusted. So as long as Shakira was the one, it would be fine. That was a dragon level. It could bring a huge boost to the team. The girl with the high ponytail suddenly wanted to encourage Lin Baici to flirt with Shakira. If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it, Lin Baici instructed. You all head straight forward, Yingzhen, William, and I will move together. Once we have enough cards, we will come to find you, understood? Xiao Hongyao cautioned. Be careful with everything. The ones who should be careful are those God Ruins natives and God Hunters. Quan Zhongren muttered. Even Shakira had let Lin Baici go. It could be said that apart from Li Shangjiang, Lin Baici had no rivals left. Wait, the quintuplets counted too. But they probably wouldn't get involved, right? Everyone went their separate ways in the tropical rainforest. It was humid and sweltering. The ground was covered in moss and fungi, making it incredibly slippery. William walked in front, his nose constantly sniffing around like a hound, searching for the scent of enemies. God Lin, this way. William had found another target. He shouted and immediately picked up the pace. Lin Baici and Jin Yingzhen quickly followed. The three of them made no attempt to hide their tracks. They were hunting normally, so they made quite a commotion. The target ahead heard them and, realizing there was more than one person, immediately began to flee. In order to earn a chance at survival, William worked very hard. But the guy in front was clearly also a god hunter and ran very fast. Fuck! William gave it his all. Thick, lush branches whipped against his body, cutting his skin. And the sting of sweat made it very painful. When I catch you, I'm going to beat you to death, William swore to himself. But suddenly he heard an exclamation from ahead, followed by the sounds of combat. What was going on? Were there others? William intended to warn Lin Baici, wondering if they should slow down and play the role of the Oriole behind the mantis to reap the benefits. But he saw Lin Baici charge forward without a moment's hesitation, pushing aside the branches. He saw Jin Yingzhen waving her fists, which were emitting freezing mist, as she launched a fierce attack on a short-haired man. The short-haired man didn't know Jin Yingzhen's background. Seeing her suddenly appear at his side had already startled him, and now, facing such a wild assault, he was even more cautious in his defense. The opponent definitely had a teleportation-type god relic. The short-haired man's gaze swept past Jin Yingzhen's long legs and landed on her feet. This kimchi girl was wearing a pair of red-bottomed high heels. They were very sexy, but they were also incredibly vicious when kicking someone. Jin Yingzhen punched the short-haired man's arm, instantly freezing a patch of frost over it. The bone-chilling cold made him shiver involuntarily. The man retreated to avoid the brunt of her attack. Jin Yingzhen tapped her heels on the ground twice in quick succession. Click, click, whoosh! Jin Yingzhen vanished from where she stood and reappeared behind the short-haired man, slamming a fist toward the back of his head. The short-haired man was in the middle of retreating, carrying a lot of momentum, and caught off guard. He couldn't dodge in time, even though he tried his best. His shoulder still took the hit. The short-haired man was sent stumbling. Holy shit! William arrived just in time to see this scene. His eyes filled with shock and envy. She could actually teleport. He didn't know if it was a divine favor or a god relic. But regardless, this Korean girl had a high degree of freedom whether she was fighting or running. Because others couldn't catch her, I surrender. The short-haired man knew he couldn't escape and wisely chose to give up. Lin Baici had originally intended to summon the red clay figurine to shatter the opponent's ankles. But now it wasn't necessary. Throw the cards over, Lin Baici barked. The short-haired man threw the cards out, his eyes fixed warily on Jin Yingjin. Worried that she might teleport and ambush him, Lin Baici caught them. Appa! Jin Yingjin panted, her expression excited. This feeling of suppressing an opponent, it felt so good. Well done. Lin Baici gave her a thumbs up. The Korean girl beamed, seeing the short-haired man's wary gaze. Clearly mistaking her for a powerhouse, she felt very happy. This was the charm of power, and she had finally been able to help Appa. The short-haired man's gaze kept darting between Jin Yingjin and her feet, then looked at Lin Baici. No way, right? Such a beautiful and elegant Korean girl who could also fight was apparently this guy from Kyushu's dog. Let's go. Next one. Lin Baici moved out. God Lin, aren't you going to kill him? William stared at the short-haired man. Chapter 418 Lin Baici, the ruthless flower crusher. It's meaningless. Lin Baici looked at the short-haired man coldly. He wanted to keep a few more god hunters around to stir up trouble. Right now, there were at least 4 factions on the island: the Huangshi group, the Li Shangzhen group, their own side, and the 5 Jinyina sisters. Lin Baici didn't know what would happen in the end, but the more people there were, the more chaotic the situation would be, and the more opportunities there would be to fish in troubled waters. Otherwise, if too many people died, once the 5 sisters decided to cause trouble, they would likely target him first. Thank you for sparing my life, boss. The short-haired man quickly bowed and smiled obsequiously. You're the leader. You call the shots. William secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't a Kyushu man who loved killing. And he had a brain. It seemed his life was safe. Continue, Lin Baici urged. Woof woof. William was very submissive, even mimicking the dog's bark to curry favor. Lin Baici didn't want to consume his divine power, so he relied entirely on William to find people. Though his efficiency wasn't slow either. A quarter of an hour later, he smelled the scent of humans again. It's a Siamese person. William rubbed his nose, leading the way with a quick pace. How do you know? Jin Yingjin asked curiously. Do Siamese people smell different from people of other countries? I smell a hint of Tom Yum Goong, William explained. Tom Yum Goong was a representative delicacy of Siam. Then do I smell like mapo tofu? Lin Baici teased. William grinned broadly. You have too many dishes in Kyushu. I can't smell them out. By the way, I like shredded pork with green peppers. The Siamese person ahead discovered the tracks of Lin Baici and his group and immediately began to accelerate, trying to escape. Jin Yingjin, wearing red-soled high heels, lifted her right heel and tapped it quickly on the ground twice. Click-clack. And then she vanished from her spot in a flash. The next moment, William heard a battle erupting ahead. Compared to the short-haired man from earlier, this Siamese person was much less experienced and skilled. He was struck in the back of the head by a punch from Jin Yingjin, who had suddenly appeared behind him, and he nearly died on the spot. Die. The Siamese person roared to bolster his courage, but his feet stumbled and his head spun. Although this was Jin Yingjin's first time fighting someone, she was bold and aggressive. Knowing that Lin Baici was backing her up and that she was in no real danger, she attacked fiercely. Bang, bang. The Siamese person was struck by Jin Yingjin's winter-singing long fist, causing his blood flow to stagnate and his limbs to freeze. Furthermore, the Korean girl's punches themselves carried significant power. After 3 punches, the Siamese person fell to his knees with a thud. He had been KO'd. Spare me. The Siamese person surrendered, took a card out of his underwear, and handed it to Jin Yingjin. Jin Yingjin frowned and kicked the short Siamese man in the face. The Siamese man flew backward, his mouth and nose covered in mud, leaving a footprint on his face. William walked over, looked at Jin Yingjin's long legs and fair ankles, and blurted out, "Why did you reward him? What a pity. She wasn't wearing black silk stockings." Or it would have been even sexier. Jin Yingxin glared at William. William hurriedly twitched his nose. It seems like there's the scent of people over here. I'll go check it out. Well done, Lin Baici praised her. Jin Yingxin took a bottle of mineral water from her travel bag, cleaned the card, and handed it to Lin Baici. Her eyes fixed on the unconscious Siamese man. He should be a god hunter, right? The opponent had passed out too quickly without putting up a fight, leaving Jin Yingxin unsure of his identity. Although Gwangju was not a famous tourist city like Jeju Island or Seoul, there were still foreigners there. So there were people from other countries among the natives of the god ruins. A rookie, a god hunter who relied on connections to sneak into Bizen, longing to become famous in one battle and get rich overnight. He is a relative of a Siamese person you killed earlier in the monster apartment. Yes. After Lin Baici finished speaking, a look of excitement and disbelief immediately appeared on Jin Yingxin's face. Appa, did I defeat a god hunter? This was her first time. Jin Yingxin had never imagined her life would head in this direction. She thought she would spend her whole life without financial worries, yet also without achieving anything, living out her days as a wealthy second-generation heir. Dull, tedious, and boring, yes. Lin Baici smiled at the Korean girl, encouraging her. You have great talent. It's all thanks to Appa's guidance. Jin Yingxin did not become arrogant. She knew that if it weren't for the surprise attack with her high heels and the explosive power of the winter singing long fist, she wouldn't have won so easily. Thinking of this, Jin Yingxin couldn't help but hug Lin Baici and kiss his lips. As a member of the decent conglomerate family, Jin Yingxin knew that to be above others, one must possess power. Why was her mother still fighting for the inheritance even though the assets she had already received were enough to last 10 lifetimes? Because she was fighting for the position of president of the decent conglomerate. Only by sitting in that seat would she have the qualifications to have tea with the president. Jin Yingxin had always felt her mother wouldn't succeed and that she should just be a wealthy housewife and live out her life. But now, she had the capital to help her mother. Furthermore, she was now qualified to join the Sejongjiang and become an official god hunter. If she were promoted further, she could reach a status like Jin Xian's. Even if she lost her identity as an heir to the decent conglomerate, she wouldn't have a bad life in the future. This was the value of power, and this power was given to her by Appa. Lin Baici noticed that the hand Jin Yingxin had wrapped around his waist was tightening, and it was about to slide into his underwear. So he hurriedly patted the Korean girl's arm. Don't mess around. The timing wasn't right, and they were still in the wilderness. Aha, Appa, aren't you a bit too innocent? Jin Yingxin hugged Lin Baici, looking into his eyes. For you, I'm willing to do anything. Like out here in the wild. There are only a few hours left until dark. Hurry up and get the cards. Lin Baici changed the subject, not daring to listen any further, afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. Jin Yingxin continued to hold Lin Baici, her fingers tracing the contours of his back muscles. That William has gone far away. He won't see. As Jin Yingxin spoke, she prepared to squat down. Lin Baici smacked Jin Yingxin on the bottom. Stop playing around. We still need to save our strength to fight Li Shangjiang, and maybe even add the 5 sisters to that. Jin Yingxin stopped while she was ahead. She hadn't actually intended to do anything. She was just teasing Lin Baici. After all, couples should play little games in moderation to deepen their feelings. Let's go. Lin Baici went to catch up with William. Sorry, little fish. All of Appa's firsts belong to me. Jin Yingxin didn't have much guard against Huo Yuyu, but someone like the busty and naturally airheaded Jia Hongyao could unintentionally trigger Lin Baici's protective instincts. William's God-given bloodhound tracking was extremely useful. In this remote tropical rainforest, the scent left by human bodies would linger for a long time, enough to ensure William could find the prey. Sometimes, he could even smell more than to sense. And there were so many targets that Lin Baici had to make a choice. On average, Lin Baici could harvest 1 card every half hour. The difficult terrain in the rainforest, which slowed down their tracking speed, became the biggest obstacle. As for snatching cards from the contestants, it was actually quite simple. After all, there were very few people who could withstand Lin Baici's punches. However, he intended to train Jin Yingxin, so he had not made a move yet, staying back to hold the line for her. The sun gradually sank into the west. Lin Shen, Over here. William led the way in front, calling out to Lin Baici, Miss Jin, stop charging ahead. There are quite a few people this time. It does not matter. Jin Yingzhen's self-confidence was currently overflowing. 10 minutes later, through the branches and leaves of the forest ahead, the shadow of a man could be seen. Worried that the opponent might run away, Jin Yingzhen immediately activated her high heels and teleported over. However, the man did not flee. Instead, he began to shout, Goddess Lin, there is someone here. The man had a round face, small eyes, and single eyelids. He was not tall and possessed the typical appearance of a Korean. He also saw William running over and immediately called out. Just as he finished shouting, a beautiful woman in a swimsuit appeared beside him, which gave him a start. However, a lecherous expression immediately surfaced on his face, and he reached out to grab Jin Yingzhen's chest. This small-eyed man was a native of the God Ruins and had less experience than the God Hunters. He assumed that Jin Yingzhen had been hiding here all along and had rushed out from his blind spot to take him down. He never imagined it was teleportation. Seeing the small-eyed man's lecherous movements, Jin Yingzhen immediately lowered her right fist, which had been aimed at his nose, and smashed it into his arm, followed by a kick. The small-eyed man took a high-heeled kick to his lower abdomen and felt as if his testicles were about to shatter. He let out a miserable scream and was sent flying. Jin Yingzhen chased after him, raised her right foot, and stomped fiercely toward his head. Bang, bang! William came over and, seeing this scene, felt so envious that he withered inside. I really want to be rewarded by this Korean girl. Shadows flickered all around, and sounds of movement echoed. Soon, more than a dozen people appeared, forming a hunting encirclement. Goddess, there are 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. Should we attack now? The crowd chattered and shouted toward the back. Goddess, William was puzzled. What is the situation? It seemed that these contestants had been organized by someone called Goddess and had formed a temporary team. Lin Yizhen walked out with a leisurely stride. Her gaze swept over Jin Yingzhen, and she curled her lips in displeasure before sizing up William. Hey, do you want to join my team? Lin Yizhen winked. She stood there, deliberately puffing out her chest and pulling in her stomach, one hand on her hip, and turned her body with calculated intent. From William's perspective, this was exactly a 45-degree side angle, which perfectly highlighted the most beautiful curves of her body. William refused very bluntly. He could not help but reveal a sneer at the corner of his mouth. With your looks, you dare to seduce me. If Jin Yingzhen had said that, I would be damn near ready to kneel down and lick her feet immediately. Of course, although Lin Yizhen's face showed traces of cosmetic enhancement, she was not bad-looking and had a good figure. If she were offering herself, William certainly would not mind. The main problem was that the Juju man with the surname Lin was right there. If I betray him, I will die. William had finally managed to trade his life for a chance to survive by acting like a dog, and he did not want to waste it. Ashiba, I gave you a chance and you did not know how to take it. Lin Yizhen cursed with foul language, feeling very annoyed. Her gaze returned to Jin Yingzhen, scanned her, and landed on her high heels. Are these shoes of yours a god-forbidden item? Lin Yizhen was curious. In this kind of rainforest, even flip-flops were more comfortable and easier to wear than high heels. This woman was clearly not stupid, so if she was wearing them, it must be because they could enhance her survival capabilities. You guess. Jin Yingzhen suppressed the urge to turn and look at Lin Baici, as that would draw the opponent's attention to Appa. Ashiba, why are you playing riddles with me? Lin Yizhen roared. All of you, attack together and snatch the high heels off her feet from me. When Lin Yizhen was poor, she used to buy second-hand goods from vintage shops. Ever since she became a god hunter, she began to spend money like water. Some clothes she had even bought and never worn once, let alone wearing something someone else had used. But god-forbidden items were an exception. I wonder what their effect is, Lin Yizhen speculated. Miss Jin, step back. William lunged forward, intercepting these people. Be careful. There should be a god hunter among them. Jin Yingzhen's right heel tapped the ground rapidly. Swish. The Korean girl suddenly disappeared from where she stood, startling everyone. When they turned their heads to look, they saw that the beauty with the long legs had already appeared beside Goddess Lin. Teleportation. Lin Yuzhen's pupils dilated instantly, and she was so pleasantly surprised that she almost let out a squeal of joy. With these high heels, I can run away if I encounter an enemy I cannot beat in the future. Who would be able to catch me? Haha, thanks for the delivery. Facing the punch thrown by Jin Yingzhen, Lin Yuzhen was not afraid in the least. She delivered a hand blade strike to her wrist, knocking her arm aside, then transformed the blade into a claw and swiped at Jin Yingzhen's throat. Go to hell. Golden light flickered on Lin Yuzhen's fingers. She had clearly activated some kind of offensive divine grace. Jin Yingzhen retreated. Is that it? Lin Yuzhen mocked aloud. How much soju has she been drinking? She is such a weakling, yet she dares to take the initiative to attack. Could she be a fool spoiled by a man? Lin Yuzhen inexplicably thought of that handsome Jujo man. Come to think of it, with the strength this woman had displayed, it was impossible for her to obtain such a top-tier god-forbidden item. It must have been given to her by someone else. Aishiba. I heard that men from Juju are truly good to their girlfriends. And it seems that is not just a rumor, Lin Yuzhen muttered, her gaze involuntarily falling on Jin Yingzhen's high heels. If Li Shangzheng had obtained such a top-tier item, he certainly would not have given it to her, but would have used it himself. Yes, even for a women's item like high heels, Li Shangzheng would use it himself. After all, that was teleportation. Jin Yingzhen saw that Lin Yuzhen was rushing toward her too quickly. Her expression shifted slightly, knowing she could not dodge it. So she lifted her right foot, intending to activate her high heels. Thinking you can get away with that, Lin Yuzhen sneered, preparing to activate her bird claw divine favor to tear this woman's throat and beautiful face apart from a distance. Damn it! Lin Yuzhen admitted that she was jealous. That Juju youth was not only handsome and dashing but also generous. She wanted a man like that too. Right, his name is Lin Baici, isn't it? His physique was also excellent. Lin Yuzhen recalled the way Lin Baici looked in his shorts. So big. Compared to him, Li Shangzhen was just an earthworm. Lin Yuzhen thought she had already won, which was why she let her mind wander. However, at the very moment she was about to kill Jin Yingzhen with a single strike, a sound of wind being broken suddenly came from behind her. Before she could react at all, her back was struck solidly, flesh-shattering strike. Lin Yuzhen felt as if she had been hit by a speeding dump truck. She spat out a large mouthful of blood, flew back over 10 meters, and crashed onto the grass. Are you okay? Lin Baici glanced at Jin Yingzhen a few times. I am fine. Jin Yingzhen looked ashamed. She had been saved by Appa again. You cough. Lin Yuzhen was filled with horror. When did this guy appear behind me? Why didn't I hear any movement at all? Lin Yuzhen was not a careless person. Although those team members had shouted that there were only two people, a man and a woman, she had still observed her surroundings very cautiously and only felt at ease after confirming there was no third person. This was also why she dared to let her mind wander while fighting Jin Yingzhen. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. He had smelled over a dozen scents, which meant that someone had definitely gathered several contestants together, and such a person was 9 times out of 10 a god hunter. So Lin Baici had activated Zombie Walk immediately and hidden himself. This divine favor would cause Lin Baici's entire body to emit an aura of death, making any living creature perceive him as a corpse and subsequently ignore him. He discovered that after activating it, those annoying mosquitoes and flies flew away, and the insects on the ground would not even take a second look as they passed by him. In open areas, this divine favor had its limitations, as people were not blind after all. But in this dense tropical rainforest, it was perfect for sneak attacks. Moreover, Lin Yuzhen had been distracted by the high heels on Jin Yingzhen's feet, which was why Lin Baici had succeeded in one strike. However, this divine favor had a drawback. When walking through the world using Zombie Walk, most of the 7 emotions and 6 desires in one's heart would fade away, leaving one with no attachment to the world. The uncomfortable memories in Lin Baici's mind surged out from the deep sea of his memory like a carousel, the waves crashing, making him suddenly feel world-weary and giving him an urge to commit suicide. Compared to the Buddhist chants that merely made people enter a state of sage-like detachment, the intensity of this divine favor was truly too great. I should use it less in the future. Why is there another one? Damn it. Is this guy a chameleon? How is he so good at hiding? Kill him. 5 or 6 people abandoned William and rushed straight at Lin Baici, while 2 others went to grab Jin Yingxin, preparing to use her as a hostage. Lin Baici watched these people. When the fastest man rushed over, he gripped the pipe wrench in his right hand and swung it out. Whoosh! Amidst the sound of wind being broken, the pipe wrench smashed into the man's temple, shattering his skull as if it were a walnut. The top of the man's skull flew off, and most of his head was crushed. His entire corpse, due to momentum, rushed forward a few more steps before falling to the ground. Within a few seconds, flies and ants crawled onto him. Swish! The other few people stopped instantly, staring at Lin Baici with faces full of terror. Lin Baici walked forward, split up and run. Several people chose to turn and run without prior agreement. Lin Baici chased after them and smashed the pipe wrench down onto the back of the neck of the youth who had shouted. Because the force was too great, the pipe wrench not only broke the youth's cervical spine but also tore through the skin and flesh, causing his head to roll off. William looked at that young face, which still held a look of disbelief even in death, and clicked his tongue. That really was splitting up and running. Stop, or die, Lin Baici roared, his voice causing the branches and leaves to rustle, except for 2 cowards. The others did not listen. Thus, Lin Baici threw the pipe wrench in his hand toward a burly man. Swish! The pipe wrench shot out like a cannonball, hitting the opponent's shoulder and knocking him to the ground. William rushed over and stomped hard on his neck. Crack! The cervical spine snapped. This action made everyone behave, and they all stood where they were. Where are you going? Lin Baici looked at Lin Yuzhen. She was struggling to stand up, attempting to flee. Her back had been severely injured, and her spine was damaged, so her whole body hurt whenever she moved. I am useful. Lin Yuzhen tried hard to squeeze out a smile, wanting to bat her eyes at Lin Baici. She also habitually wanted to sway her waist and puff out her chest to flirt, but it hurt too much, and her movements became distorted. What divine favors does Li Shangjing have? Lin Baici asked. I don't know. Lin Yuzhen gave a bitter smile. Please, don't disbelieve me. Li Shangjing only treats us as toys and maids. He would never tell us about such trump cards. Does that mean keeping you is useless? Lin Baici retorted. Lin Yuzhen immediately panicked. Is this man really this ruthless? I dance very well, I know. Many Korean women are good at that. Lin Baici nodded. His childhood friend Li Wei loved watching those kinds of dance videos and even asked if this was a racial talent of Korean women. It's not the kind that girl groups dance, Lin Yuzhen explained anxiously. Give me another reason. Lin Baici walked over, stood beside Lin Yuzhen, and looked down at her. Is this reason enough? Lin Yuzhen gazed at Lin Baici with affectionate eyes while extending her foot to rub against his calf. However, after only 2 strokes, Lin Baici stepped on her lower leg, pinning it firmly into the mud. Appa! Lin Yuzhen shrieked, revealing a pitiful expression like a wounded fawn waiting for treatment. It is waiting for you to reveal a flaw so it can launch a fatal strike. Top-tier predators do not give their prey any chance to counterattack. Make it despair and fear your power, the food god commented. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. A rotten peach that has already been gnawed on by others. You wouldn't want to take a bite, would you? She is just a plate of kimchi that looks unappealing and tastes mediocre. Consumption is not recommended. Lin Baici was speechless. Could the food god have thought he was greedy just because he didn't act immediately? How could that be? He would rather eat a street punk than this woman. Yingxin, take care of this. Lin Baici turned and walked away, intending to let Jin Yingxin get blood on her hands and adapt to killing. Seeing Lin Baici turn around and shift his gaze away from her, Lin Yuzhen immediately lunged, attempting a sneak attack. However, a flying stone struck her, smashing into her left eye. The flying stone shattered her eyeball and embedded itself deep into her skull. Lin Yuzhen's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground as hot, wet blood flowed out. William gasped. This guy from Kyushu was truly ruthless. He could even bring himself to strike such a beautiful woman. And that remark about letting Jin Yingxin handle it must have been to divert the woman's attention, making it easier for him to launch a surprise attack. William exhaled a breath of stale air. He looked at Lin Yuzhen's corpse and searched around, but couldn't find what had smashed her head. This only made him feel even more toward Lin Baici. It turned out that the combat power the man had displayed so far was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was fortunate that he had been cowardly enough to submit quickly, otherwise, he would be rotting in this rainforest right now. William, collect the cards, Lin Baici ordered. He had originally intended to wait until he had all the cards before proceeding to the next step. But that guy over there seemed scared and was about to run. So he had no choice but to speak up. Come out, Lin Baici barked. Chapter 419. A little shock from the gods. William was startled and followed Lin Baici's gaze. It was a tall tree, very thick and with lush foliage. Come out, William roared, otherwise, I will slaughter you. Jin Yingxian lifted her high heel, ready to stomp the ground and teleport. Lin Baici did not stop the Korean girl because the guy hiding there hadn't made a move yet, and the fact that he was trying to flee meant he was a cautious coward. He was not worth worrying about. Big boss, don't be impulsive. I have no malicious intent. A voice with a not-so-authentic Kyushu accent rang out, and a man with a crew cut rose from behind the large tree and walked out. He was in his 30s, wearing swimming trunks, a sun-protective shirt, and sunglasses on his face. No malicious intent. Then why were you hiding? William scolded. The crew-cut man ignored William because he knew this guy was just a lackey and Lin Baici was the one in charge. He looked at Lin Baici and explained with a bitter smile. If I say I was just passing by, would you believe me? Lin Baici scoffed. Do you think I would believe that? The crew-cut man shook his head. He was sensible enough to quickly take out the cards he had on him and place them on a low branch nearby. Can I go now? The crew-cut man glanced at the pipe wrench in Lin Baici's hand. Then his gaze fell on Jin Yingxian, looking at her high heels with envy. Very sexy, and also very terrifying. One-on-one, the crew-cut man wasn't confident he could win, let alone one-on-two. And they both had divine taboo items. So, he admitted defeat quickly, hoping he might still survive. Lin Baici waved his hand. The crew-cut man, who had been looking tense, felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He let out a sigh of relief, nodded at Lin Baici, and backed away into the rainforest. Once he was over 70 meters away, he immediately bolted. God Lin, you are too amazing, William said with envy. Not having to fight, just suppressing a god hunter and getting the cards, it was simply too impressive. Hurry up and get to work, Lin Baici urged. Seeing this, the captives dared not resist even more. As William collected the cards, he marveled at how meticulous Lin Baici was, being able to discover even those who were hiding. And his divine grace was far more sensitive than his own dog-like nose. Lin Baici looked up at the sky. Although the sun had not yet set, the light could not penetrate the branches and leaves in the tropical rainforest. So it already looked much darker. Let's go. Head back. Lin Baici prepared to call it a day and fight again tomorrow. William immediately ran to the front, twitching his nose like a hound, tracking the trail. After walking for about half an hour, William suddenly stopped. God Lin, there is someone over there. William pointed in the 3 o'clock direction and sniffed hard. Such a strong smell of vegetables. William was puzzled. Was this guy raised in a vegetable jar? Go take a look. Lin Baici ran over first. About 5 or 6 minutes later, he saw Kaiwen squatting on a thick tree root that had bulged from the soil. In front of him was a silver supply crate. The crate was open, and several stacks of cash, mineral water, and bread were placed beside him by Kaiwen. Clearly, he was counting his spoils. The supply crate. William's eyes lit up. His fists clenched immediately, and he couldn't wait to rush up and kill this contestant. It's Kaiwen. Jin Yingxian whispered a reminder. Lin Baici signaled to Jin Yingxian that there was no need for a sneak attack, while simultaneously shouting, Kaiwen, Kaiwen, who was excitedly counting his supplies, was startled by the sudden voice. His body shuddered, and he nearly wet himself. He immediately turned around to look in the direction the voice came from. And then he saw Lin Baici. Master Lin. Although the lighting was somewhat dim, Kaiwen still clearly recognized Lin Baici's face and immediately called out in pleasant surprise. You know him? William quickly unclenched his fists. You've got pretty good luck. Lin Baici teased. Haha, not at all. Just pure luck. Kaiwen laughed proudly. However, he quickly realized the situation and hurriedly stuffed his items into the supply crate before carrying it over. God Lin, I have food and drink here. William was stunned, then nodded in realization. He understood now. This was also one of Lin Baici's sycophants. No wonder Lin Baici didn't launch a sneak attack on him. There isn't much, but everyone can make do with it. Kaiwen generously offered to share. Do you have any cards? Jin Yingjin asked. She wasn't interested in food or drink. They were just a few pieces of stale bread, and she had all sorts of delicious things in Appa's black alms bowl. After hesitating for a moment, Kaiwen looked at Lin Baici with a firm expression. Master Lin, I can give you the card, but I have one request. Speak. They have been getting along quite well during the Gluttony Challenge. Kaiwen had even taken the initiative to come over and inform him of the key to clearing the level, so Lin Baici was willing to grant him this favor. I hope you will spar with me one more time. Kaiwen handed the supply crate to Jin Yingjin. Once she had taken it, he cupped his hands and bowed to Lin Baici, still not satisfied. Lin Baici chuckled. I haven't been idle during this time, and after fighting you, I realized a lot. I have gained a new understanding of the path of martial arts. Kaiwen bowed again. Please, enlighten me. You don't even have the eye to discern the strength of your opponent, yet you dare to challenge him. William looked at Kaiwen as if he were looking at an idiot. This guy was clearly a native of the God Ruins. How could he possibly beat Lin Baici? I know I am not as good as Master Lin, but that is not a reason for me to give up. Kaiwen's tone was resolute. Fine. Lin Baici didn't mind. Sparring with someone like Kaiwen, who knew martial arts, would allow him to gain some combat experience. Besides, the guy was a native. Interacting more might help with clearing this God-forbidden game. Jin Yingjin and William stepped aside. Lin Baici and Kaiwen took their stances. But just as they were about to duel, Lin Baici heard the gourmet god's commentary. A hunter has entered the arena, intending to be the oriole behind the mantis and devour you all. Wait a moment. Lin Baici raised his hand to signal a pause. After scanning his surroundings for half a circle, he looked toward the 2 o'clock direction. Get out here. There are so many sneaky bastards. It was fortunate that no one had firearms, otherwise, in this island survival game, it would be hard to say who would be the last one standing. The other party dragged his feet, and just as Lin Baici was losing patience and preparing to attack, the person emerged. How did you find me? Cha Pan asked curiously, tugging at the camouflage hat woven from leaves on his head. He was also wearing a straw raincoat made of leaves, and combined with his own concealment divine grace, it should have been impossible for anyone to discover him. Intuition. Lin Baici shrugged. Do you think I'm stupid? Cha Pan eyed Lin Baici with a hostile gaze. He had grown up in the rainforests of Southeast Asia and possessed superb survival skills. When it came to camouflage, even a snake crawling past him wouldn't be able to detect him. A hunter with despicable, sinister, and shameless methods. You must kill him as quickly as possible. The longer you drag this out, the more miserable your death will be. You actually have self-awareness, Lin Baici teased, hoping to provoke him and make him lose his composure. Cha Pan grinned, turned around, and ran. Who are you trying to fool with this childish psychological warfare? In truth, Cha Pan had intended to play the role of a God Ruins native to lure Lin Baici in and kill him, but he felt the other party wouldn't fall for it, so he chose to flee instead. I'll trick him into closing the distance first. Jin Yingjin immediately prepared to teleport to intercept him. Yingjin, stay where you are. Lin Baici barked. William, help me surround and kill him. Because of the gourmet god's commentary, Lin Baici didn't dare let the Korean girl take any risks. This man with Southeast Asian features was definitely a tough nut to crack. Understood. William couldn't gauge Cha Pan's true strength, but he had seen how powerful Lin Baici was. Now that he saw Lin Baici taking action personally, he felt this battle was in the bag. So, he naturally put in his best effort. Lin Baici strode forward with his strong, sturdy legs. After sprinting for more than 30 meters, he caught up to Cha Pan and immediately pulled the pipe wrench from behind his back, swinging it toward his head. Go to hell. Cha Pan's eyes narrowed. A god-forbidden item. Haha, jackpot. This guy must have a spatial type god-forbidden item. Cha Pan, who had originally intended to test the waters and flee immediately if he couldn't win, abandoned that plan. He decided he had to kill this guy, even if it meant suffering heavy injuries in the process. There was no other way. Spatial-type God-forbidden items were simply too valuable. They were worth risking his life for. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All three of Lin Baici's strikes missed. Chapan's dodging speed wasn't fast, but his body moved like a venomous snake. A simple, irregular twist of his waist and shoulders was enough to evade the attacks. God Lin, I'm here. William arrived and activated his divine grace. Bloodhound, William's teeth protruded. Hair grew across his skin, and he entered a beast-like state, his physical capabilities skyrocketing. Chapan glanced at William and didn't pay him any mind. He could take on 10 god hunters who specialized in melee combat like this one. The dangerous one was still this Jujo man. Chapan adjusted his positioning to avoid being pincered by the two, while simultaneously pondering how to feign weakness, lure the opponent in, and kill him with a single strike from his poison glands. However, the opponent seemed like someone who used his brain, so Chapan didn't dare to act recklessly. Damn it. If only all the opponents were muscleheads like William. How great would that be? If it weren't for Lin Baici being nearby, Chapan would have already finished William off. William, pin him down, Lin Baici roared, activating his divine gift. Death's grasp, a giant hand condensed from divine power, lunged toward Chapan. At the same time, a fine, misty rain began to fall in the twilight air. As the droplets landed on Chapan and William, two flames ignited a foot above their heads, flickering like lit torches. It wasn't just the two of them. The heads of various insects and ants nearby, and even to snakes and several geckos, were also set ablaze. Because they were so small, the flames were tiny. A solemn and majestic Buddha appeared behind Lin Baici. It lowered its head, looked down, and exhaled a breath, floating life night rain. Wild Buddha blows out the lamp. Is this an area of effect skill? Chapan's expression turned grave. 9 years of experience as a god hunter told him that this divine gift was incredibly powerful. But looking at William in front of him, he thought that this person from Jujo wouldn't kill his own companion, would he? This foreigner named William might not be his companion at all. Just a sycophant working hard to perform, desperate to join his team. So, whether he lived or died meant absolutely nothing to that guy from Jujo. Thinking of this, Chapan's muscles tensed. He sank his body down, intending to burrow into the mud to escape, but it was already too late. From the moment Chapan realized this conclusion in his mind to the moment he attempted to escape, only a fraction of a second had passed, but he had already missed his chance to survive. Whoosh! The wild Buddha's sigh blew past. The soul flame on Chapan's head, which looked like a candle flame, went out with a soft puff, leaving behind a wisp of lingering smoke. Chapan's waist had already sunk into the mud. With his death, his upper body collapsed downward like a stalk of straw blown over by the wind and rain. Swish, swish, swish. Those insects and ants caught in the blast died instantly, falling like rain. The snakes and geckos also dropped to the ground, creating a dense pattering sound. Pop, pop. William didn't die. The death's grasp that Lin Baici had unleashed, which looked like an attack on Chapan, had actually grabbed William's head just before the wild Buddha's sigh blew over, yanking him away like pulling a radish. William flew more than 10 meters away, slammed into a large tree, and fell down, feeling completely disoriented. William let out a cry, then subconsciously clamped his mouth shut, because he saw that the Southeast Asian man was dead silently and instantly. Moreover, the sight of all those insects dying was exceptionally terrifying. William gasped. What kind of divine gift was this? How could it be so horrifying? William's hands and feet began to tremble. If he had been hit, he would be cold and dead by now. Indeed, not resisting God Lin was the most correct choice. Lin Baici walked over to Chapan's side. He didn't bother with a finishing blow. He went straight to searching for the card. There was no need. Once touched by the wild Buddha's lamp-blowing breath, the soul's flame would be extinguished, and the target would be thoroughly dead. Beneath the gods, all are ants. Why bother caring about the life of such a crawler? The God-Eater commented. Lin Baici paused for a moment, understanding what the God-Eater meant. He shouldn't have wasted divine power to use death's grasp to save William. People like him were just cannon fodder. Once used, they could be discarded like a rag. If you want to eat meat for a lifetime, your heart must harden. The law of the jungle. The weak are prey to the strong. Hunting dogs are consumables. Do you care about the thoughts of the dogs you keep? I don't keep dogs. Lin Baici shrugged. He appeared nonchalant, but in reality, he was reflecting on his own actions. He just felt that since William had surrendered, he had been dutiful and obedient, which was why he thought about pulling him out of danger. God, Lin, you are truly amazing. William climbed up, patted the dirt off his body, and ran back. There wasn't a hint of resentment on his face. Instead, he showered Lin Baici with flattery. This time, he was truly relieved that he could survive, because Lin Baici had absolutely no need to go out of his way to save him. Yet he had done it anyway. What a good person. William felt a pang of regret. It was a pity he wasn't from Juzhou. Otherwise, he would really want to follow him. Lin Baici put away the card and looked at Kai Wen. Kai Wen looked left and right, then followed him to Lin Baici's side and bowed, admitting defeat. Jinmem. Lin Baici was surprised. You're not fighting anymore. Not fighting. Not fighting. Kai Wen shook his head repeatedly. I just remembered. Today is Sunday. I'm eating vegetarian, and violence is forbidden. Jin Yingxin and William looked at Kai Wen with disdain. If you're scared, you're scared. Why look for excuses, Master Lin? The supply crate. Please take it. Kai Wen felt awkward, but losing face was better than losing his life. Thinking of the domineering move Lin Baici used to instantly kill that Southeast Asian man just now, even his 9 lives wouldn't be enough to block it, Master Lin. What is that move called? Where a Buddha statue appears behind you? Kai Wen asked curiously. As far as I know, there is no such thing in Juzhou martial arts. That's because your experience is too limited. Lin Baici replied dismissively. Are you alone tonight? Or are you coming with us? If Master Lin doesn't mind, I would like to follow you. Kai Wen bowed, his tone respectful. He wanted to follow Lin Baici to watch his battles and accumulate experience. Lin Baici nodded and told William to set off to find Jia Hongyao. Night had shrouded the horizon. There were stars and a bright moon, but the light they cast was too dim, blocked by the canopy of leaves. The night in the tropical rainforest seemed like an entirely different world. All kinds of insects emerged, emitting a chorus of chirps, and there were things flickering with fluorescent light drifting in the air. It was hard to tell if they were spores or fireflies. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Baici found Jia Hongyao. They had already found a spot on higher ground and set up their camp. 5 large tents stood tall, their camping lights casting a glow that reached quite a distance. Insects flew back and forth in front of the bulbs, creating a flurry of large shadows. You all returned just in time. Freshly roasted crocodile meat. Have a taste. Jia Hongyao tossed a bottle of water to everyone with a grin, then handed Lin Baici a piece of crocodile meat she had just taken a bite of. Lin Baici looked at the sizzling, oily crocodile meat and took a small bite. It was so hot. It was quite chewy and had a flavor similar to chicken. How was the harvest? Gu Qingqiu asked with a smile. We gathered 2 sets of cards. Lin Baici sat down. So many. Huang Jingshan was surprised. Your efficiency is just too exaggerated, right? Huo Yuyu was struggling with herself. If she went over to take care of Xiaobai, would she look too much like a sycophant? Would others look down on her? Brother Lin, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. Li Yintang did not have any of those concerns like the little fish girl. She ran straight behind Lin Baici, clenched her small fists, and began pounding and kneading his shoulders. Damn it! The delinquent girl glanced at Huo Yuyu. So what if I am a sycophant? If you encounter a good man, why not snatch him up quickly? Are you waiting for other women to take the lead? We just happened to run into a temporary team. Lin Baici chuckled. What is the plan for tomorrow? Gu Qingqiu wanted to play for a few more days. She liked this kind of exciting life. Che Jingshuo used a twig to skewer a piece of roasted crocodile meat and handed it to Gu Qingqiu. Gu Qingqiu waved her hand to signal she didn't need it. She felt that sitting too far from Lin Baici made it inconvenient to talk. So she simply stood up and sat over their little brother. Don't you know your own worth? Huang Jingshan felt this guy's brain wasn't working right. Even if a Lumigu took a fancy to me, she wouldn't take a fancy to you. Che Jingshuo swept a glance at Huang Jingshan and smiled indifferently. Yes, you are more outstanding than me. Right, in the circle of uncles in Hong Kong, I, Huang Jingshan, am the best. Huang Jingshan laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up. Since you know how to talk, I will look after you in the future. If you are not happy staying at Sejongjiang, you can come to the Kowloon Hall. Is the Kowloon Hall very powerful? Che Jingshu asked in return. In terms of strength, the Kyushu Security Bureau is number 1. After that, it is the Hong Kong Kowloon Hall, the Korean Sejongjiang, and the Japanese Dayu. Those 3, Huang Jingshan introduced. Just think about it. How many people are there in our Hong Kong to be mentioned in the same breath as Korea and Japan? How powerful must that be? Quan Zhongren glanced at Huang Jingshan, feeling disdain in his heart. The Kowloon Hall is indeed very famous, but that is mainly because of what that hall master won back. Kai Wen sat by the campfire, looking at the roasted crocodile meat stuffed into her hands by Jia Hongyao, her face full of confusion. Where am I? What am I doing? Other contestants are struggling to survive on the island, but these people are having a great time, playing at island camping and enjoying the summer vibes. By the way, where did you guys get all this food, drinks, and these big tents? I dare not say anything, and I dare not ask anything. Everyone had been tossing and turning all day and were exhausted. Moreover, they had to continue the grand challenge tomorrow, so after dinner, they went to rest. As the team leader, and since he was the one who prepared the supplies, Lin Baici naturally had the right to enjoy a tent to himself. The rest of the men squeezed into one, and there were 3 left, which the girls like Jia Hongyao could distribute among themselves. In the tropical rainforest at midnight, the insects chirped noisily. The firewood burning in the campfire made popping sounds from time to time. A petite shadow snuck into Lin Baici's tent. Just as she reached the sleeping bag, Lin Baici opened his eyes. What are you doing? The light in the tent was dim, but with Lin Baici's enhanced vision and the scent on the person, he could tell that the visitor was the delinquent girl. The night is long, and I have no desire to sleep. Li Yintong giggled and tugged at Lin Baici's sleeping bag, trying to crawl inside. Brother Lin, make some room for me. Lin Baici didn't move. Li Yintong tugged a few times, but couldn't move it. Sensing Lin Baici's rejection, her expression couldn't help but turn a bit awkward. Brother Lin, do you hate me that much? I don't hate you, Lin Baici said truthfully. Then why do you always reject me? The delinquent girl pouted her little lips. I'm not sick, Lin Baici thought to himself. Is this a matter of being sick or not? Don't you see that Jin Yingjin and Huoyu are sleeping in the tent right next door? Lin Baici also cared about his reputation. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't have much interest in the delinquent girl, because he didn't like this type. If it were the landlady who came, forget it. Better not test a comrade's revolutionary will, Brother Lin. It's only exciting in an environment where we could be discovered at any time. The delinquent girl actually wished everyone knew what Lin Baici had done to her. She had seen it long ago. This was a good man with a bottom line. Once there was any physical contact, Lin Baici would definitely take responsibility. He was handsome, had a good physique, and possessed outstanding strength. How much face would it give her to take him out shopping? If she had nothing to do, she could post on her social media to show off her daily life with a dragon-level boyfriend. Damn it! Just thinking about it was thrilling. Lin Baici closed his eyes, turned over, and scolded, "Get out, Brother Lin." Li Yintong acted spoiled, pushing Lin Baici's shoulder. "Get the hell out." The delinquent girl heard the severity in Lin Baici's voice and didn't dare to pester him anymore. With a disappointed expression, she left the tent. "She's gone." Jia Hongyao was squatting by the edge of the tent, watching the outside through a gap. Seeing Li Yintong leave, she turned back to report, "Are you bored?" Gu Qingqiu was tucked into her sleeping bag, looking at Jia Hongyao speechlessly. Lin Baici is an adult. Whatever he does is his own freedom. I'm just curious. Jia Hongyao explained. Curious about what? Gu Qingqiu teased. How many women and how many men went to sneak attack Lin Baici last night? What? Jia Hongyao was startled. There were men too. Who was interested in little Lindsay? That Cheijing Siak. PFFT. Ha! Gu Qingqiu couldn't hold it back anymore. She laughed until tears came out, her small fists pounding the ground hard. They didn't actually do anything, did they? Huoyu muttered, feeling worried. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about little Lindsay's stamina? Jia Hongyao rolled her eyes. That delinquent girl was inside for a minute. Is that enough time for him to even get started? With Lin Baici's current physique, he is absolutely at the level of a magical beast. Only she herself could handle him. When girls get together, they always have endless things to talk about. Not to mention someone like Xie Hongyao who has an abundance of energy. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. So she simply dragged Gu Qingqiu and Huoyuru to Jin Yingzhen's tent to chat with Han Suing. She wanted to know about the living conditions of a native of the god ruins like the landlady. That way, when they got out, she would have the bragging rights in their WeChat group. The next morning, insects chirped, birds sang, and the air was thick with mist. Lin Baici had breakfast ready and saw Gu Qingqiu and the others coming out of a tent, except for Xie Hongyao, who was still full of vigor. The other girls all had dark circles under their eyes. "What did you guys do last night? Have an orgy?" Huang Jingxiang joked. "Eat your food," Lin Baici urged. The breakfast was very hearty: milk, bread, fried eggs sprinkled with salt and pepper, plus a plate of fruit. Having a spatial type god taboo item is truly comfortable. Huang Jingxiang rubbed his stomach, feeling incredibly envious. After the cards were collected and pieced together, they formed a map. After everyone finished eating, they followed the route on the map toward the finish line. This had been discussed the previous night. Everyone planned to wait for the rabbits at the finish line. It took half a day for the team to reach a spot about 500 or 600 meters from the finish line, where they stopped. "Yuru, Yintang, you to go to the finish line first," Lin Baici instructed. Huoyuru dawdled. Not wanting to go, she wanted to stay with Lin Baici. "Hurry up and go. Let's hope first place is still there." Gu Qingqiu urged. "Let's go." Li Yintang pulled Huoyuru away. "William, it's up to you. If anyone comes from the nearby road, warn us immediately." Lin Baici found a tree branch, lay down on it, and closed his eyes to rest. Everyone found their own spots and began to rest. 30 minutes later, Li Yintang and Huoyuru rushed back in a panic. "Brother Lin, something big is wrong." Swish. Everyone stood up at once. "What happened?" Huang Jingxiang saw the delinquent girl running back drenched in sweat. "Didn't you go to the finish line? Did you run into trouble on the way?" Li Yintang ignored Huang Jingxiang and reported directly to Lin Baici. "There is nothing at the finish line." "What do you mean?" Quan Sangan interjected. "We followed the route on the map and found the finish line, but it's just a small hill about 100 square meters where the vegetation has been cleared." Huoyuru explained. "There is no finish line, and there are no staff members either." "Did you take the wrong path?" William analyzed. "Do you think I look like a fool?" Li Yintong retorted sharply. "Then what is going on?" Han Suing was completely confused. The expressions of the others darkened, because they had thought of a possibility. Had a rule pollution begun? "I think we should go to the finish line and see for ourselves," Quan Sangan suggested. Che Jingxiang rubbed his chin. "Let's go." Lin Baici took the lead to clear the path. 10 minutes later, the team arrived at the finish line. It was desolate here. There was nothing at all. "What exactly is going on?" Han Suing looked around blankly. Is this great challenge show a scam? The sun was bright, and the sea breeze was gentle. On the golden beach, a row of parasols was set up. The 5 Jin sisters were wearing sunglasses, bathing in the sea breeze, and enjoying their vacation. Jin Sanshin held a glass of watermelon juice, her lipstick-coated lips biting on a straw. Slurp. The watermelon juice was icy and refreshing as it entered her mouth, soothing her heart. Suddenly, the 5 sisters froze in unison, like robots that had lost power. After being stunned for a few seconds, Jinyina stood up. "Sisters, it's time to go." Jinyina called out to her 4 younger sisters. "Island survival officially begins. Yay, we can start hunting now." Jin Wuyu cheered. "Let's go." Jin Sanshin stood up and stretched. "Let's go give those outsiders a little shock from the gods." The 5 sisters, dressed in swimsuits and wearing flip-flops, moved with the speed of cheetahs, sprinting into the dense rainforest, just as Huang Jingxiang and the others were at a loss. A voice echoed over the island. "True island survival begins now. Only 10 people can leave the island, so contestants, start the slaughter. Reduce the number of people to 10 as soon as possible, otherwise, once you are found by the girl group, you will surely die. I wish you a chicken dinner tonight. Good luck." This announcement made the god hunters on the island instantly nervous. It really is rule pollution. Quan Sangan's expression was ugly. This kind of rule pollution shouldn't be caused by the radiation of a god taboo item, Jiu Hongyao analyzed. It seems the only way to purify it is to kill those girl group members. Don't dream about it. Those 5 sisters are incredibly strong. I think it's faster to kill people. Huang Jingshan immediately stared at William, deciding to start with him. William became instantly nervous and took a few steps back. No rush. Let's observe the situation first. Lin Baici's calmness made Huang Jingshan and Quan Zhongren feel less anxious. William, do you remember the scent of the Jin sisters? As soon as they appear nearby, alert us immediately so we can relocate at once. Jin Zhenju was trekking through the rainforest. She was already anxious because she hadn't found Lin Baici, and now, upon hearing the game announcement, she was terrified to the point of panic. Lin, where are you? Jin Zhenju shouted, as she stepped onto a tree root. The bark was slick with moisture, and she slipped instantly. Jin Zhenju landed hard on her backside. Damn it, Jin Zhenju cursed. Just as she was about to scramble up, a fair, slender right hand reached out toward her. Thank you, Jin Zhenju said instinctively. But then her entire body tensed up. Who is it? How could someone stand right beside her without making a sound? Jin Zhenju wanted to run, but that right hand snapped out and grabbed her by the throat. You seem very afraid of me, Jin Yuna asked. Jin Zhenju's neck was being throttled, cutting off her air. Her face turned crimson instantly. She gritted her teeth, intending to activate her divine gift. But Jin Yuna swung her arm in one fluid motion. Jin Zhenju was slammed into a nearby tree. Crack, wood splinters flew everywhere. Her lumbar spine shattered. Her sphincter muscles lost control immediately, and she soiled herself. Jin Zhenju felt despair. Why wasn't she with Lin Baici? Haha. Seeing this, Jin Yuna laughed. She tightened her grip, and with a sharp snap, she crushed Jin Zhenju's cervical vertebrae. I remember this woman as a companion of that handsome youth from Juzhou. Jin Sanshin grabbed Jin Zhenju by the hair, lifting her up like a pulled radish, and examined her face. I like that handsome guy. Jin Wuyu raised her hand to suggest. Shall we go eat him? I want to eat his heart. Jin Ermai licked her lips, then closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and sniffed deeply. A few seconds later, Jin Ermai opened her eyes. This way, Jin Ermai dashed off. The sisters followed one after another, their targets set on Lin Baici. Chapter 420 God Lin. Is it? I'm so scared. Jin Yuna watched her sisters head off into the distance, speechless for a moment. That Juzhou man with the surname Lin was incredibly delicious. But if they ate him now, he would be gone forever. It would be better to keep him in captivity and make him produce offspring continuously. Although the meat quality and flavor of his descendants might not be as good as his, they would have a steady supply of food. Right. If the sisters got bored, they could also use that Juzhou man for amusement. After all, he wasn't bad looking. So, why am I the oldest sister and you are the younger ones? Jin Yuna sighed, glanced at the lifeless Jin Zhenju in her hand, and tossed her aside like a piece of dirty rag. Afterward, she hummed a little tune and dashed off. The chicken dinner begins. Jin Zhenju lay with her head tilted, her eyes wide open in death. Large flies immediately flew over, landing on her eyes, crawling around and rubbing their feet together as they laid eggs, deep in the rainforest. The Yellowstone group was hunting. When the group members heard the island-wide announcement, they immediately looked at Shakira. There was no panic on their faces because as long as the great shaman was with them, she could purify any rule pollution. From now on, kill every contestant you encounter, Shakira commanded. The speed at which her left hand toyed with the seashell increased significantly. Should have done this long ago. The fat white man spat on the ground and muttered. He had wanted to kill people for a long time to end this island survival game quickly. Because of his obesity, moving around on this island made him sweat profusely, and the insect bites were simply unbearable. The great shaman led the team forward, but after walking a short distance, she suddenly stopped. The group members instantly perked up, staring at their surroundings and assuming combat stances. About 3 minutes later, Jin Wuyu leaped through the rainforest like an ape, rushing in from the 3 o'clock direction. Seeing people, she stopped. Big sister, second sister, third sister, hurry. I see a lot of people. Jin Wuyu pointed her finger at the great shaman and her group. 1, 2, 3. Attack. The fat white man wanted to move, hoping to kill one before the enemies could regroup. But he was stopped by the great shaman. Wait, Shakira scrutinized Jin Wuyu. A few seconds later, the sisters arrived in a flash. Who do you want to kill first? Jin Wuyu looked at them as if choosing lambs for the slaughter, her gaze devoid of emotion. How about this woman holding the seashell? Jin Sanshin suggested, staring at Shakira. The loyal group members all stood in front of the great shaman to kill Shakira. They would have to take these people out first. This woman's meat quality is decent, but not as good as that Jujo man. Jin Ermai glanced at Shakira and immediately proposed. Let's go kill Lin Baici first. If someone else kills him, the meat won't be fresh anymore. Oh my. How could I have forgotten that? Let's go immediately. I want to eat his heart. The one just dug out. Jin Wuyu agreed with her second sister's suggestion. You are not allowed to fight me for it. What's so good about a heart? Jin Sanshin looked down on her sister's taste, charcoal grilled kidneys. With plenty of cumin and a side of kimchi, that is the real delicacy. What are you eating kidneys for? You woman, Kin Yino was speechless. And that's not how kidneys are used. They are only truly delicious when they are inside a man's body. Big sister, is that delicious of yours appropriate? Jin Wuyu teased. After the five sisters reached an agreement, they set off immediately. Unless these contestants completed the mission, they had no way of leaving this island. Watching the five sisters leave, the members of the Yellowstone group looked at each other. That works too. The fat white man was speechless. As veteran god hunters, they were not afraid of battle. But if they could let others exhaust the monsters first, that would naturally be better. That Lin Baici is in trouble. Not only is he going to die, but he is going to be eaten. Auntie Susan shook her head. To be targeted by a monster like that, what kind of bad luck is this? He must have stolen the goddess of luck's underwear and earned her hatred, right? Great shaman, should we follow them? A man smoking a cigar looked grave. Why follow them? The fat white man disagreed. Let them fight it out, and we can reap the benefits. Follow them, Shakira ordered. The fat white man shrugged his shoulders. Since the team leader had spoken, even if everyone was unwilling, they would execute the order unconditionally. At the finish line, everyone was arming themselves as quickly as possible. Previously, their equipment had been stored in Jia Hongyao's World War II metal, but now they all had them in their hands. Lin Baici wore hiking boots, mummy bandages wrapped around his left wrist, and after changing into jeans and a t-shirt, he draped his kasayo over his shoulders. It was the middle of summer, and it was too hot. He had only been wearing it for a few minutes before he was drenched in sweat. He tucked a pipe wrench into his waistband, held a bronze sword in his hand, and in the backpack on his back, he kept nothing but the black altar bowl and the pine torch to save energy. Jia Hongyao bit down on her black-bladed short knife, using a hair tie to tie her ponytail with both hands. Can we hurry up and go kill people? William urged, noticing that these people really had no sense of urgency at all. It is a waste of energy. Gu Qingqiu sat on a camping moisture-proof mat, flipping through a copy of selected works of Mao Zedong, while the Japanese sword Red Ghost lay beside her. The faster we reduce the number of contestants to 10, the sooner we won't have to face that girl group, and the safer we will be, William explained. Even with his toes, he could think that encountering the members of the girl group would definitely be a brush with death. The odds were heavily stacked against them. Quan Zhonggren looked dejected. Jin Zhenju was almost certainly dead, and the team he had brought was completely wiped out. After returning, the evaluation he received would definitely be extremely low, and he could forget about ever getting ahead in the Sejong sect in this lifetime. Damn it, Quan Zhonggren felt depressed. It was his own arrogance that had led him to underestimate the Bizan divine runes. Thinking of this, Quan Zhonggren looked up and glanced at Lin Baici again. Why is he so capable? Actually, he himself had not lost out. If it weren't for him, he would have died back at the monster apartment, or even at the corpse Korea stage. What are you panicking about? With Godlin here, the sky won't fall. Huang Jingxiang cursed, then took the opportunity to flatter Lin Baici. Li Yintong rolled her eyes and couldn't help but poke Huang Jingxiang's arm with her finger. Big brother Xiang, how come I never noticed before that you are so smooth at bootlicking? That is because there was no need to, Huang Jingxiang sighed. Actually, purifying divine runes is like a final exam. In those outside divine runes, I can also get 100 points. Compared to many people, I am not bad. And I am worthy of being called an elite. But when I encounter a 10-year level major divine rune like Bizon, I am not good enough. Even passing is a struggle. But God Lin, he still gets full marks. To put it bluntly, only in such high difficulty divine runes can the true level of a god hunter be distinguished. Huang Jingshan was genuinely impressed by his own flattery. Brother Lin is indeed amazing. Li Yintong sighed. If he came to the Kowloon Pavilion, he would even be qualified to compete for the position of Pavilion Master in the future. Then you are underestimating the god of gamblers and fishbowl boy too much. Huang Jingshan chuckled. The Kowloon Pavilion also had a few powerful experts. But 10 years from now, that might not be the case. What is Lin Baici's greatest strength? It is his youth. If it weren't for the fact that Jiao Hongyao and the others had admitted it themselves, he would never have believed that Lin Baici had only been a god hunter for less than half a year. This growth rate was simply terrifying. And this was without any dragon-level big shots guiding him. If he had a few big shots mentoring and looking after him, his achievements, I dare not even imagine it. Yeah, Li Yintong agreed with this assessment. She even wanted to join the Kyushu Security Bureau and become a member of Lin Baici's team. By the way, look at that Japanese sword of Guchinkyu's. It feels very powerful. Most divine items cannot be judged for strength when they are not activated, but there are exceptions. For example, this Japanese sword of classmate Gu did not look like an ordinary item, and for some reason, ever since classmate Gu drew the sword once, Li Yintong always felt a chill down her spine, as if something was staring at her, wanting her life. Yeah, staying near this sword gives me the same chilling feeling as watching a horror movie. Huang Jingshan was dying of curiosity, but inquiring about other people's divine items was a major taboo in the God Hunter circle, so he could only endure it. Jin Yingshan remained silent, gripping her kukri knife and then releasing it, repeating the action over and over, because of its shape, which resembles a dog's leg. This knife is also known as a dogleg knife and is very suitable for jungle warfare. Yi Jisheng and his girlfriend sat on a tree branch more than 3 meters above the ground, whispering to each other. Lin Baici had given it weapons, but it did not like to use them. Its reasoning was, if I am holding a weapon, how can I hug my girlfriend? Che Jingshuo squatted alone to the side, watching a line of ants carrying a bug carcass back to their nest. Suddenly, he poured the mineral water in his hand onto them. Watching the ants being scattered by this heaven-sent flood, he burst into laughter. Gradually, everyone lost interest in talking and waited in silence. I don't know how much time passed, but footsteps suddenly rang out in the forest, along with the rustling sound of people crashing through the lush branches as they ran past. Swish, swish, swish. 3 people rushed out of the rainforest and arrived at the clearing at the finish line. It was Li Shangzheng and his 2 female team members. Damn it! Li Yuner cursed when she saw so many people here. She subconsciously brushed her short hair and remained on high alert. Shangzheng Appa, Zheng Jiaran, who had a quiet air about her, now showed concern on her face. Don't be afraid, Li Shangzheng reassured her, very confident. What is the use of having many people? It is all about strength, Li Shangzheng. Quan Zhonggren stood up with a start, his entire body going numb. Why did it have to be this guy who arrived? God Lin must not let me take the lead. Li Shangzheng's reputation had been soaring lately, his fame rivaling that of Jin Xian. Someone like him was not a person he could afford to offend. Being a dog for the people of Juzhou, does it taste good? Li Shangzheng looked at Quan Zhonggren, sneered, and mocked him. Quan Xiongren's expression turned ugly. This guy is really arrogant. William stared at Li Shangzheng, a pretty boy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. God Lin, let's all attack together and kill him. Haha, I thought you were going to challenge me one-on-one, Li Shangzheng mocked. After all that, is it still a group fighting tactic? You don't need to provoke us. This is a death game. Only a fool would fight you one-on-one. William sneered. It's not that you're afraid, is it? Li Shangzheng laughed loudly. Just as William was about to speak, something unknown swooped in from behind, grabbed his neck, and instantly choked him, cutting off his breath. Damn your mother! Huang Jingshan was startled. Did this attack come from a divine favor, or a divine taboo item? There was nothing behind William. Yet he was being lifted into the air by his throat. Save, save. William struggled to call for help, kicking his legs wildly. He attacked behind him, but hit nothing. Lin Baici performed a sword flourish, preparing to strike. Don't be impulsive. Quan Zhongren hurriedly blocked him. God Lin, don't be impulsive. Li Shangjiang is very good at fighting. He was known as the Star of Tomorrow, and that was a title he had earned with his own fists. William's head suffered a violent, heavy blow. Like a baseball hit by a home run, it snapped off his neck with a bang and flew away. The head traced an arc and landed in front of Lin Baici. Li Shangjiang looked at Lin Baici, raised his eyebrows, and curled his lips in a sneer. God Lin, is it? I'm so scared. Damn. Brother Lin, blast him. Li Yintang was furious. The head landing in front of Brother Lin was clearly a provocation from this guy. Ghost House Evil Spirit can summon an evil spirit invisible to others to carry out attacks. Physical strikes are ineffective. It fears water and fire. Indoors, its combat power is doubled. A man who has undergone plastic surgery and is very self-conscious about his kidney function. His longest time performing with his girlfriend is 5 minutes, which is the shame of his life. He kills anyone who mentions it. Oyster killer. To increase his performance time, he eats 10 oysters every morning when he wakes up. Yintang, don't make trouble. Huan Jingshan scolded. God Lin, when facing an enemy with such bizarre attack methods, you must not be too hasty. He glanced at Quan Zhongren, signaling to Lin Baici. The subtext was to use Quan Zhongren as cannon fodder to gather intelligence. God Lin, I have never disobeyed your orders. Quan Zhongren was panicked. He really couldn't beat Li Shangjiang. Haha, are you feeling panicked inside? Li Yuner saw that these people didn't dare to move and curled her lips. So the people of Juzhou are nothing more than this. They are afraid when facing death. That's right. If I could only last 5 minutes, I would definitely be scared to death. Lin Baici spread his hands. After all, what kind of man is a guy who can't even satisfy his girlfriend? Lin Baici suddenly blurted out these words, leaving everyone confused. But Li Shangjiang's expression changed drastically. Even Li Yuner and Zheng Jiaran had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This kid is just making things up, right? He must be making it up. After all, how could anyone else know about such things besides the couple involved? Eating 10 oysters every morning. Don't you get sick of it? If it were me, I would definitely throw them up, Lin Baici teased. I seem to remember that donkey meat is good for the kidneys. Do you want to try it? Aishibo, Li Shangjiang cursed loudly. This was the secret he was most afraid of being known. His divine favor, Ghost House Evil Spirit, was activated, pouncing toward Lin Baici. Appa, be careful, Jin Yingxin shouted, immediately holding her dog-leg knife and rushing behind Lin Baici to act as a human shield. Huan Jingshan saw this scene and was so envious he felt withered. He also wanted such a loyal bitch. Does your evil spirit fear fire? As Lin Baici spoke, he reached back and pulled a pine torch from his travel bag, bent down slightly, and rubbed it against the ground. Whoosh. The torch ignited like a large match being struck. The firelight swirled, revealing a psychedelic color that made anyone who looked at it want to rush over and embrace it. Lin Baici's words caused Li Shangjiang's pupils to shrink violently. He not only stopped the evil spirit's attack but also hurriedly moved away from Lin Baici. How did this guy know his trump card secret? Li Shangjiang was able to become the star of tomorrow for the Sejong sect and a leader of the new generation because of this divine favor. With an elusive and invisible evil spirit, who could stop him? Yet, this stranger from Juzhou knew about it. Strange. Li Yuner and Zheng Jiaran looked at Lin Baici, who was still alive and well, and couldn't help but look at Li Shangjiang with surprise. Shangjiang Appa, what's wrong? Li Yuner was puzzled. Given Li Shangjiang's temper, he would have already killed the other party in the face of such mockery. Could it be that the guy from Juzhou was right? But Li Yuner and Zheng Jiaran, Li Shangjiang's closest girlfriends and team members, didn't even know his trump card. What evil spirit? Li Shangjiang feigned confusion. I don't know what you were talking about. In Li Shangjiang's view, Lin Baici might just be holding the torch to intentionally scare him and fish for information. I'll cut off his arm first and snatch that torch away. Li Shangjiang's experience told him that this torch was likely a very powerful divine taboo item. However, After he issued the command to attack, the evil spirit remained rooted to the spot. Clearly, the pinewood torch in Lin Baici's hand terrified the evil spirit. This only made Li Shangzhen want it even more. Then go ahead and send your evil spirit over. Besides fire, I also have water. Lin Baici laughed, appearing relaxed, though he was actually fully focused and on high alert. Damn it, these invisible evil spirits are such a nuisance. When Li Shangzhen heard the word water, his heart skipped a beat. He realized the other party wasn't bluffing. He truly knew his secrets. This made Li Shangzhen feel as if he had tripped and landed his right hand directly into a pile of dog feces. It was incredibly disgusting. He didn't dare to fight, but to leave, he was unwilling. Brother Lin is mighty. Li Yintong cheered. Although she didn't know what had happened, it was clear that this guy, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, had been suppressed by Brother Lin. Gu Qingqiu's eyes were thoughtful as she sized up Lin Baici, pondering his background. Jiu Hongyao didn't have so many complicated thoughts. She just felt that little Lin was amazing. As his team leader and confidant, she felt a sense of pride. Once little Lin has a little Lin, I must insist on being the godmother. Che Jingxiao had originally been quite interested in Li Shangzhen, but seeing him lose his nerve and abandon the attack, Che Jingxiao sighed in disappointment. He shoved his hands into his pockets and looked away. Koreans, they really are pathetic. Huang Jingshan saw Lin Baici holding Li Shangzhen in check and originally wanted to curse at him to get lost. But as the words reached his lips, he saw William's severed head and immediately shut his mouth. You can't compare people to people. Li Shangzhen didn't dare to touch Lin Baici, but that didn't mean he wouldn't dare to touch him. Shangzhen Appa, Li Yuner asked. Let's go, Li Shangzhen said first. Let's wipe out that girl group, EFFT. Li Yintong burst out laughing. The rising stars of Korea. Is this all they've got? Quan Zhonggren felt very awkward. In his mind, he recalled the few sentences Lin Baici had spoken, trying to deduce Li Shangzhen's background from them. Experience told him that these few sentences, if sold to Jinxian or other big shots of the Sejong sect, would fetch at least 1,000 meteor coins. I'm rich, I'm rich. Li Shangzhen and his two companions retreated. Brother Lin, what did those words of yours mean? Li Yintong asked. Everyone else pricked up their ears as well. Nothing much, just mockery. Lin Baici extinguished the pinewood torch, tucked it back into his backpack, and then picked up William's head, placing it back beside the corpse. Just as Quan Zhonggren was refusing to give up, trying to figure out how to probe for more information, Li Shangzhen and his two companions returned. What's the situation? Huang Jingshan frowned. Do you need to get beaten up again to learn your lesson? There are others besides them, Li Yintong shouted. Less than a minute after Li Shangzhen and his group rushed out, Jin Weiyu also appeared from the rainforest, strolling along leisurely. Quan Zhonggren and Huang Jingshan gasped. The thing they feared most had happened. The most terrifying girl group had appeared directly. Weren't you going to wipe out this girl group? Quan Zhonggren was very annoyed. Why are you running away? Li Shangzhen ignored him. He wasn't an idiot. When facing monsters, of course, you lead the disaster to others. Only a fool would stand and fight. Big sister, second sister, come quickly. The kidney no. The guy surnamed Lin isn't dead yet. He's still jumping around. Jin Weiyu shouted happily. What does kidney mean? Jiu Hongyao was confused. Team leader, is your focus in the wrong place? Huang Jingshan was speechless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jin Yuna and the other three rushed out of the rainforest and stopped outside the finish line. After their gazes swept over the group, they landed on Lin Baici. Big sister, this woman's meat also looks very fresh and delicious. Jin Weiyu eyed Jin Yingshan, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. They say you are what you eat. If I eat her long legs, will my legs grow longer? And this one? Jin Sanshun stared at Jiu Hongyao's chest. Don't any of you fight me for her. Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yu looked down at their own figures, feeling a bit angry and offended by this girl group. Wait until they start fighting with that guy surnamed Lin. Then we'll find a chance to run. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of Li Shangzhen's mouth. Li Yuner and Zheng Jiar nodded. It seemed the girl group's target was Lin Baici and his group. Delicious food should of course be saved for last, Jin Yuna declared. Clear out the other small fry first, as you command, Big sister. The four sisters scattered and lunged, each pouncing on a target. Damn your mother, Li Yintong felt miserable. They don't like my figure, yet they want to kill me first. Is there no humanity left? Brother Daxian, what do we do? Li Yintong muttered softly. She and Huang Jingshan were both from the Kowloon Pavilion, so they naturally stayed together. Don't be stupid. Huang Jingshan had no intention of being cannon fodder. He turned and ran toward Jia Hongyao. Li Yintong watched Jin Wuyu pouncing toward her. She could see Lin Baici out of the corner of her eye, and after a moment of thought, she felt too embarrassed to run. The girl flicked her wrist, opening her butterfly knife, ready to fight. However, Jin Wuyu passed right by her and chased after Huang Jingshan instead. Ah! The girl was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this female idol had been hurt by men? So she wanted to kill all the men first. Jin Yinai and Jin Ermai rushed toward Li Shangjing and his group, while Jin Sanshun stared at Quan Zhonggren, and the fourth sister targeted Che Jing Siuk. Ish! Let's attack together, Quan Zhonggren shouted. Run! Li Shangjing roared, turning and running to confuse the enemy. But the haunted house evil spirit had been activated and intercepted them halfway. A sharp claw sweeping across and slashing at Jin Yina. Chapter 421 Die. Massive casualties, Jin Yinai flashed, accelerating instantly. While dodging the sweeping claws of the haunted house evil spirit, she left a trail of afterimages and appeared beside Li Yuner. Her right hand formed a blade with her fingers, thrusting toward Li Yuner's eye socket. Li Yuner tilted her head to dodge, bending her upper body backward. Using the strength from her waist, she lifted her fair, slender right leg, her entire body spinning rapidly like a wheel. Swish! Li Yuner's right leg whipped out like a steel lash, striking toward Jin Yinai's head. Divine favor activated. Thunder God leg. Crackle, crackle. Blue electric arcs flickered on Li Yuner's right calf. Before she even made contact with Jin Yinai, these arcs had already leaped onto her opponent. If this were a normal human, they would have been shocked by these arcs by now, their muscles numbed and their movements sluggish. But Jin Yinai remained completely unaffected. Jin Yinai blocked with her left hand, and with a loud bang, she parried Li Yuner's kick. Li Yuner attempted to change her move, but Jin Yinai curled her 5 fingers, grabbed her ankle, and slammed her fiercely into the ground. Dust billowed into the air. Li Yuner spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuner, Li Shangjing shouted. The haunted house evil spirit moved to rescue her, but Jin Yinai used Li Yuner as a human mace, swinging her around incessantly. Bang, bang, a few times. She clearly collided with something invisible, causing Li Yuner to wince in pain. Appa, help me, Zheng Jiarn screamed. She had faced off against Jin Ermei, but she was at a disadvantage from the very first exchange, falling into a losing position and now forced to dodge in a panic. Jin Ermei was like a rubber ball, rapidly landing and springing back up. Her 2 long legs were like windmills, constantly lashing out at Zheng Jiarn. Zheng Jiarn dodged 5 kicks and retreated 7 meters. Her body already losing its balance, facing another incoming kick. She realized she couldn't dodge it, and could only cross her arms, trying her best to block. Crack! Zheng Jiarn's left arm snapped and hung limp. One could see the jagged bone piercing through her flesh and skin. Zheng Jiarn shrieked as she was sent flying. Before she could even land, Jin Ermei caught up to her. The second sister clasped her hands together, raised them high above her head, and smashed down toward Zheng Jiarn's skull like a warhammer. Zheng Jiarn's head shattered. Blood, bone, brain matter, and fragments of flesh splattered outward in a radial pattern. Zheng Jiarn's corpse hit the ground and bounced once. Jin Ermei delivered another kick to her back. Crack! Zheng Jiarn's spine snapped, her upper body bending into a V shape, and she was launched toward Li Shangjing like a soccer ball kicked with immense force. Blood sprayed along the entire path. Asshole! Seeing this, Li Shangjing's eyes split with rage. He wished he could tear these 5 sisters into 10,000 pieces. Zheng Jiarn was a female group member he had meticulously cultivated. Not only could she assist in battle, but she was also useful for entertainment. Now, she was dead. Asshole! Li Shangjing cursed. These 2 stinking women were so slow to react. He wanted to go back to rescue them, but it was too late, and he might even get himself trapped in the process. Li Shangzhen glanced at Li Yuner, driven by cold logic. He immediately abandoned the fight and sprinted at full speed toward the depths of the tropical rainforest. Run first. Let these people kill each other, and he would pick up the scraps later. Shangzhen Appa. Behind him came Li Yuner's desperate cry. Li Shangzhen hardened his heart and chose to ignore it. It doesn't matter. With my talent and strength, I can just create a few more female group members. Li Shangzhen sprinted away quickly. Zheng Jiaran being killed in a single exchange had terrified Li Yuner, making her legs tremble. Now, seeing Li Shangzhen ignore her and run away, her last bit of courage dissipated. Warm, wet urine flowed uncontrollably down her fair thighs. No way, he's that cold-blooded. Hu Yuyu was stunned. Li Shangzhen's selfishness truly opened her eyes. Wasn't this guy known as the star of tomorrow? A super rookie on par with Jin Xiao. Why did he run away? The monsters were a bit strong, but surely they hadn't pushed him to such a desperate state. Look at Xiao Bai. Even though he wasn't close with Huan Jingshan, he didn't use him as cannon fodder but instead took the initiative to provide cover. Thinking back to the past, even when Lin Baici was still a rookie, he had never abandoned his companions to run away when facing monsters. For your mother. Li Yintong cursed out loud. She had been counting on Li Shangzhen to hold back one of the monsters to reduce the pressure on the team. But she hadn't expected this guy to just run away. What an exquisite egoist. God Lin. Huang Jingshan was overjoyed to see Lin Baici coming over from now on. You are my father, my real father. God Lin, help me too, Quan Zhonggren shouted. He was being suppressed by Jin Sanshan until he couldn't even breathe. Hong Yao, help Baici. Let's kill one of them with full force first. Gu Qingqiu held the red ghost Maru and issued orders calmly. Jiu Hongyao felt that Lin Baici could handle Jin Wuyu and had originally intended to go kill the one fighting Quan Zhonggren. But upon hearing this, she immediately changed her mind and lunged toward Jin Wuyu. Yu, come here. Gu Qingqiu pulled the landlady behind her. Yingchen. Plank, you to stay out of this. Big brother Daxiang, don't panic. You'll lose face for the Kowloon Hall. Li Yintong didn't listen to Gu Qingqiu and joined the fray. Huan Jingshan, full firepower. Lin Baici scolded. This guy had chosen to retreat at the first sign of the monster's attack. He was just so damn cowardly. He didn't even have the guts of the punk girl. If Jin Wuyu weren't the most suitable target to kill first, Lin Baici wouldn't have helped this guy at all. There was no choice. The remaining two, Che Shengshua and Quan Zhonggren, were both Koreans, and they were even worse than Huan Jingshan. Hearing the tone of Lin Baiqi's voice, Huan Jingshan knew he was furious. If he continued to slack off, even if he survived this girl group encounter, he would be killed by Lin Baici. Therefore, he gave it his all and unleashed his trump card. Divine favor activated. Lecherous Sky. Whoosh, from Huan Jingxiang's body, as if his soul had left its shell. A figure identical to him darted out. However, this figure was soaking wet, slathered in olive oil, wearing only a pair of briefs, and sporting a bald, Mediterranean-style hairstyle. Walk. The greasy man grabbed Jin Wuyu. I can restrain her for 0.1 seconds, as Huan Jingshan shouted. He flicked his fingers in rapid succession. Snap, snap. 3 fingernails snapped off and shot toward Jin Wuyu, striking her directly in the eyes. Bang, bang. The fingernails exploded, sending flesh and blood flying. Jin Wuyu shrieked. This Mediterranean man was holding onto her, making it impossible for her to move or dodge. Enough. Although it was only a 0.1 second window for an attack, for Jiu Hongyao, it was enough to deliver a fatal blow. Sizzle. The black short blade plunged from top to bottom into Jin Wuyu's neck. Half-life. Snap, snap. Jin Wuyu's entire body began to twist unnaturally. On the surface of her skin, fine arcs of electricity, like fish swimming in an ornamental pond, rapidly surged and spread across her entire body. The next instant, Jin Wuyu's perfectly proportioned, swimsuit-clad body began to wither visibly, shrinking a size like a dehydrated plant. Lin Baici had originally prepared to activate Lightning Flash to unleash the Hand of Great Impression, but seeing this, he decisively abandoned the idea and decapitated her with a single sword strike. Whoosh! The bronze sword swept across Jin Wuyu's neck, and her head rolled off the vine like a ripe watermelon. Jin Wuyu's head hit the ground, Huan Jingshan flew up and kicked it far away. Phew, that's one down. Huan Jingshan let out a sigh of relief, his tensed muscles suddenly relaxing. He was just about to say a word of thanks when he saw Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao charging toward Quan Zhongren without the slightest hesitation. No way. Are they really that reckless? Big brother Daxian, you're so pathetic. You're really a disgrace to the Kowloon Hall. Li Yintong pouted and complained in a low voice, watching the delinquent girl who once looked up to him as a big brother now looking at him with utter disdain. Huan Jingshan couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile that was both emotional and helpless. Yintong, I was injured in the previous round. Huan Jingshan made an excuse. Li Yintong replied perfunctorily, her gaze fixed on Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. She suddenly wanted to join the Kyushu Security Bureau. She wanted to join Jia Hongyao's team. Entering the God Ruins with people like the High Ponytail Girl and Lin Baici meant she wouldn't have to deal with backstabbing and could devote herself entirely to exploration. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the delinquent girl had long since figured out the High Ponytail Girl. She was a girl who was all brawn and no brains. No, rather, she was simply pure-hearted. When there was trouble, this big-chested girl really stepped up. Just like now. Even Gu Qingqiu could command her. Quan Zhongren, who had been forced into a miserable state and was retreating step by step under the pressure of Jin Sanshan, was already on the verge of despair. Now, seeing Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao rushing over, he felt like a lucky man who owed millions in usury and suddenly won $100 million lottery. He was so happy he almost fainted. God Lin, team leader Jia. Quan Zhongren wept with joy. Thinking about it, it made sense. He was Korean. So God Lin and team leader Jia would surely save their compatriots first. At the very least, his priority was ahead of Che Jongseok. After Jin Ermai blasted Jung Jiaran to death, she went to assist Jin Yina. Help! In her desperation, Li Yuna shouted at Lin Baici. Even if it was a final, futile struggle, she had to try. Jin Yina pressed her right fingers together, thrusting them like a spear toward Li Yuna. Li Yuna parried and dodged in a panic. She wanted to run toward Gu Qingqiu to shift the disaster onto her, but Jin Ermai's right leg suddenly swept in from behind with a low kick. Li Yuna's right ankle was struck, and with a crack, it snapped. Li Yuna screamed and fell to the ground. Before she could land, Jin Ermai delivered a front kick, slamming into her back and sending her flying toward Jin Yina. Jin Yina's right foot, clad in a flip-flop, kicked toward Li Yuna's body, much like the tiger shot from Captain Tsubasa. Li Yuna vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back in front of Jin Ermai. Jin Ermai delivered a knee strike from bottom to top, slamming into Li Yuna's waist. Li Yuna spat out a large mouthful of blood. Amidst the sound of breaking bones, her entire body rapidly flew upward, reaching over 10 meters high in the blink of an eye. Jin Ermai first crouched down, then jumped from a standstill, shooting straight up into the air. She caught up to Li Yuna, arriving before her, and followed up with an aerial bicycle kick that struck Li Yuna's body. Li Yuna flew toward Che Jongseok like a human cannonball. The fourth sister, who was suppressing Che Jongseok, caught a glimpse of Li Yuna flying over and swung her leg. "Watch my aerial volley," the fourth sister shouted. Li Yuna's right hip bone was struck, and a bone-chilling cracking sound of a fracture instantly rang out. Her bent body flew back toward Jin Yana. Li Yuna shrieked, her cry as shrill as if she were enduring the torture of the 18th level of hell. Jin Yina and Jin Ermai, who had originally intended to go and rescue Jin Sanshan, who was being besieged by Lin Baichi's trio, stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. "Big sister, let me handle it." Jin Ermai took a stance, and as Li Yuna flew over, she unleashed a powerful kick. "What kind of kick was that?" the fourth sister complained. It was so far off. She abandoned Che Jongseok to chase after Li Yuna, and before she could land, she delivered another kick. Li Yuna continued to fly. Because of the powerful strikes, her skin tore and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it all! Huan Jingshan and Li Yintong felt their scalps go numb watching this. Li Yuna had essentially become a human soccer ball, being kicked back and forth by the three sisters for fun. Bang! Every time she was kicked, more of Li Yuna's bones would shatter. Soon, her entire body went limp, resembling a tattered rag doll. Even Jia Hongyao, a god hunter accustomed to death, felt a chill run down her spine at this sight. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Huo Yu muttered to herself, forcing her eyes to stay fixed on the flying form of Li Yuner. If she wanted to follow Lin Baici to explore the god ruins in the future, she had to get used to such brutal scenes. Gu Qingqiu watched this scene with indifference. There was no fear in her heart, instead, she found it exhilarating. Only this level of difficulty was worthy of a 10-year level great god ruin. Che Jingshuo stepped back, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Lingering on Gu Qingqiu for a few seconds, the woman's boldness surprised him. Stop playing around. I'm going to die, Jin Sanshin shouted. Squelch! Lin Baici, having activated his lightning flash, severed her right arm. Jiu Hongyao seized the opportunity to plunge her blade into the monster's neck and pulled it across with force. Slash! Half of the neck was severed, and hot, wet blood sprayed out with a hiss. Quan Zhonggren kicked Jin Sanshin in the crotch, and then slashed his blade across her face. Damn it! Die for me! Quan Zhonggren roared. Jin Yina and Jin Ermai stopped, their eyes locked onto Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Li Yuner's corpse hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The fourth sister looked at Che Jingshuo, who had already taken the chance to flee, but she did not pursue him. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Clearly, she intended to kill them both first. This is trouble. This is trouble. Xiao Bai is being targeted, Huo Yu worried. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao were completely unfazed, one holding a sword, the other a blade. Little Lin, which one do you choose? The monsters were strong, but it didn't matter. As long as she was with Lin Baici, the girl with the high ponytail felt that even if she were holding nothing but a watermelon knife, she could hack her way from the southern heaven gate all the way to the Hall of Supreme Harmony and slaughter her way through the entire heavenly court. Whatever, Lin Baici was indifferent. If they didn't all look exactly the same, he would have picked a pretty one to hack. But looking at the remaining three sisters, he felt a sense of dissonance. What was wrong? Quan Zhonggren had almost been killed by Jin Sanshin earlier and was filled with pent-up rage. Now that she was dead, he still wasn't satisfied. He stood by her corpse, repeatedly stomping on her face. Damn it, Quan Zhonggren was venting. Why are they not sad that their sister is dead? Gu Qingqiu wondered. Because they are monsters, right? Huo Yu speculated. In her view, monsters were just like NPCs in a video game. How could they have any emotions? Han Suing's breathing was heavy due to fear and tension. Gu Qingqiu heard the sound and glanced back at her. Monsters. The monsters in this Bizan god ruin must be different from those in other god ruins. Thinking of this, Gu Qingqiu was struck by a sudden realization. Everyone, be careful. These monsters might have 2 lives, or perhaps even more. Gu Qingqiu shouted urgently. Until this possibility was ruled out, they should remain cautious. Just as Gu Qingqiu shouted this, Lin Baici also spoke up. Be careful, the corpses might revive. Lin Baici realized what felt wrong. When they first met these girls on the street, they were so loving toward each other. Why were they so indifferent now? It meant they knew their sisters wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, just as Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu shouted their warnings, Jin Sanshin, who had been killed by the blade, suddenly opened her eyes. She grabbed the right foot that Quan Zhonggren was using to stomp on her and pulled it to the side with force. Quan Zhonggren had not expected the corpse to come back to life. His soul nearly left his body in terror. Then, his right leg was yanked, forcing his legs apart and causing him to lose his balance. God Lin, save. Quan Xianggren's plea for help turned into a shrill scream halfway through. Jin Sanshin lay on the ground, her right foot kicking upward like a rabbit striking an eagle, slamming into Quan Xianggren's crotch. His balls were crushed. In that instant, Quan Zhonggren felt as if his soul had flown away. His skin and muscles tightened, and his entire body went numb. Jin Sanshin performed a sweeping leg kick, knocking Quan Zhonggren down. She then grabbed his other leg and, with both arms, pulled them apart. Die for me. Jin Sanshin tore Quan Xianggren's legs off as easily as if she were tearing apart a chicken leg. Quan Zhonggren was split in 2, his belly ripped open, and his internal organs spilled all over the ground. Jin Sanshin casually threw the 2 mangled remains at Lin Baici. Blood dripped along the way. On the other side, Huang Jingshan and Li Yintong heard the shouts from Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu and instinctively looked back at the corpse of Jin Wuyu. Jin Wuyu, whose body had shrunk after being hit by Jia Hongyao's divine grace, had already stood back up, and even her severed head had been restored. She lunged at the two of them. Huang Jingxiang roared. He didn't need to shout. Li Yintang's short legs were already moving at full speed as she dashed toward Lin Baici. Jin Wuyu was lunging at Huang Jingxiang, but this time, although Huang Jingxiang had shouted to run, he did not run himself. He stayed behind. He wanted to buy time for the young girl to survive. And he wanted to prove that a god hunter from the Kowloon Pavilion had integrity and backbone. Yintang, watch big brother Xiong kill her. Huang Jingxiang gritted his teeth. He had his pride, too. Li Yintang's earlier whispered complaint and her look of disdain had stung him deeply. Divine grace activated. Lecher. Huang Jingxiang used his old trick. A bald figure leaped from his body, hugging the charging Jin Wuyu. And then he took a long stride, rushing past her. Watch my trump card, Divine Grace. Huang Jingxiang extended his right hand and swiped across Jin Wuyu's head. Monkey scoops the moon, slash. Huang Jingxiang and Jin Wuyu crossed paths, stopping more than 10 meters apart. After Jin Wuyu's lower body surged forward a few steps, her torso swayed. Sizzle. Fresh blood sprayed from her half-severed chest, and then, with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Dead this time, right? Huang Jingxiang looked back at the twitching corpse, then smiled at Li Yintang. Yintang, was Brother Daxian impressive? Huang Jingxiang lifted Jin Wuyu's upper body. He knew this action might provoke an attack from the other girl group members, but to prove how sharp Brother Daxian was, he had to do it. Yintang had followed him since her debut and had worshipped him for 4 years. So even if he were to die, he could not lose face in front of her. Brother Daxian, what are you doing? Li Yintang was horrified. Hurry up and throw that half-corpse away. Who knew if this thing still posed a danger? Haha, I've already killed the person. Why would I care about a head? Huang Jingxiang had just wanted to strike a nonchalant pose and say something boastful when the half-corpse in his hands exploded like a tank mine. Under the impact of the explosion, bone fragments shot out in all directions like bullets. Huang Jingxiang, who was less than half a meter away, had his side facing the head embedded with hundreds of bone shards, especially his face, which was covered in them. It was a bloody mess, and a rib had even pierced through his cheek. Brother Daxian. Li Yintang cried out and immediately ran toward him. Damn it, my showing off backfired. Huang Jingxiang fell to the ground, staring at the sky, his heart filled with lament. He had truly been arrogant. If only he hadn't brought Yintang to the Bizengod ruins. Yintang was still young. He wanted to beg Lin Baici to make sure he took Li Yintang out, but as soon as he opened his mouth, only blood flowed out. Brother Daxian. Li Yintang threw herself down beside Huang Jingxiang. Huang Jingxiang looked at the anxious face of the punt girl and revealed a smile, wanting to tell her not to be sad, that he was still there and had killed that monster, and no one had helped him. But his mouth was full of flowing blood, and he could no longer speak a word. This can happen, Huoyu gasped, her face filled with terror. She hadn't expected that the monster could not only resurrect but that its head could also self-destruct. Jin Yingxin took a deep breath, gripped her curved blade tightly, and prepared for a fight to the death. Gu Qingqiu held her red ghost blade, saying nothing. There was no shock or panic on her face. She remained as calm as ever. She was thinking of a way to break the deadlock. Yi Zhisheng, who had been holding his girlfriend the entire time, also sensed the gravity of this crisis. He tied her to his back with a belt and stared at the 4 members of Jinyina, ready to fight. Che Jingshu returned to Gu Qingqiu's side and glanced at her. We're in big trouble. If there's a chance, you guys run. Run where? I stand or fall with Xiao Bai. Huoyu kept taking deep breaths. Stay calm, screw them. Lin Baici looked at the torn corpse of Quan Zhonggren and then glanced at Huang Jingxiang, whose face had been blown to pieces. His brows furrowed deeply. The situation had been so good, yet it had suddenly taken a sharp turn for the worse. A god ruin containing a god was truly terrifying, in truth. Everyone had done well enough. By taking advantage of the time the 5 sisters were separated, they had already killed 2 of them, but unfortunately, the enemies could resurrect. Everyone, don't lose heart. Let's go again. Jia Hongyao cheered everyone on. She even took 5 steps forward, passing Lin Baici to face Jinyina directly. At a time like this, The team leader had to step up. This action made Chae-Jing-shuo take an extra look at her. Are people from Kyushu even a woman this fearless? Although Lin Baici didn't move forward, Chae-Jing-shuo knew that he wasn't afraid. The four sisters of Jinyina were not in a hurry to attack. It wasn't because they were afraid, but because they were choosing their targets. For the first one, who should we kill? Jinyina asked her sisters. Chapter 420. To my heart and my body, clear as a mirror, in the air. The smell of blood permeated. On the ground, blood and remains were scattered. We definitely can't kill the Appa. The more Jinyina looked at Lin Baici, the more she liked him. Big sister, can I have a romance with him first before we eat him? A romance? That's too much trouble, isn't it? Jin Sanshin had died once and was very annoyed. Let's just fast forward to the power generation and ruin both of his kidneys. The fourth sister looked at Yi Jisheng with a face full of disgust. This guy is carrying a doll. It's disgusting. Kill him first. I, on the other hand, find this guy with one hand in his pocket very annoying. Let's slaughter him first. Jinyina shook her right foot a few times, kicked off her flip-flop, then stood on her left foot and rubbed her right foot against her left calf. Besides his swimming trunks, Chae-Jing-shuo was also wearing a sun protection shirt. At this moment, with both hands in his pockets, he still didn't forget to show off. Not to mention Jinyina. Even Kaiwen wanted to beat him up. There are only a few men left, and you still want to kill them? Jinyina disagreed, her gaze scanning the remaining people. Let's kill the women, this big-chested one, or that woman in high heels. Just pick one. Are you guys not afraid? Chae-Jing-shuo was curious. Except for the slight panic on Huo Yu's face, these people from Kyushu remained very calm even after being singled out by the girl group members. Even that little fish person was calming down. Of course, Kaiwen was terrified, but he was ignored by him. Why should we be afraid? Yi Jisheng didn't understand. I won't die anyway. With Appa here, there's nothing to be afraid of. As long as Jin Yingxin stood with Lin Baici, she was fearless. That's right. And there's Sister Hongyao do, Huo Yu added. Jiu Hongyao had originally wanted to say to the Korean girl, did you forget about me? But hearing the little fish person mention her, she immediately beamed with joy. That feels good. That's more like it. Does my team leader Xian not deserve to have a name? Master Lin's kung fu is very good. That may be true. But Kaiwen felt that Lin Baici could not defeat these 5 women. I do not believe they can resurrect infinitely. As long as we find the correct way to kill them, it will work. Guqingqiu racked her brains, recalling every scene where she had seen these 5 girl group members, trying to find a flaw in the details. Even if they can resurrect infinitely, it does not matter. We will just keep killing them. Lin Baici held his bronze sword, his expression calm. Chae-Jing-shuo curled his lips in a sneer, wanting to say that Lin Baici was too naive. But as the words reached his lips, seeing Lin Baici standing in front of him like a towering mountain, completely fearless, he swallowed the words back down, because mocking such a person would make him look low class, like a clown. This is a hard choice. The fourth sister was conflicted. The sisters were not in agreement. Except for Appa Lin. Pick anyone. Jinyina licked the corner of her mouth, wanting to kill. Anyway, Appa must not die. That was something everyone agreed on. Little Lin, your popularity with women is truly high. First, it was the head-wrapped office lady and the cute spider from the monster apartment. And now it is these girl group members. They all have a special fondness for you. Jiu Hongyao said with envy. Team leader, hurry and unleash your charm to capture their hearts. Take them down without shedding a drop of blood. Guqingqiu teased. If you had a girl group of fighters like this, you could walk sideways in the God Hunter circle, right? At least below the dragon level. You would definitely have nothing to fear. You to have such big hearts. Still in the mood to joke, Lin Baici rolled his eyes. The head-wrapped office lady probably really liked him. The cute spider just needed a playmate. And as for these 5 currently for what they were after was likely his body. What else can we do? Guqingqiu shrugged her shoulders. Despair does not solve problems, does it? Jinyina saw that her sisters could not make up their minds. So she simply made a unilateral decision. Listen to me. After Jinyina finished speaking, she looked at Lin Baici and his group. I do not want Appa Lin to hate us. So for the sake of Appa, I will give you a chance to escape. Within 5 minutes, choose one person and kill them. If you do that, we will allow you to run for an hour before we start the hunt. After Jin Yina finished speaking, Che Shengshua and Kai Wen immediately took a few steps back, their expressions grave. Because they were the only two outsiders left. Li Yintong gasped out, "No way. They are this ruthless." The delinquent girl's heart rate accelerated, her expression anxious. Because among the remaining 8 people, Lin Baici and his 5 companions were a team. Although she was closer to Lin Baici than Che Shengshu was, her relationship with the others was average. What if the other team members suggested killing her? Currently, it did look like she was weaker than Che Shengshu. Naturally, people pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Damn, they want to kill us and break our spirits too. Jia Hongyao was shocked. These monsters had such high intelligence, they were actually inciting internal conflict among everyone. Sister Hongyao, that is not how you use the phrase kill and break the spirit. You mean something more like the story of the Tapiches and 3 warriors. Hu Yuyu corrected her, her gaze drifting to Jia Hongyao's chest. If I could grow that big, I would not mind being a complete failure in life. What is the point of trying to leap over the dragon gate? Big breasts are the truth. Hongyao, come back, Lin Baici called out. Thank you. What do you think? Che Shengshu was surprised. Lin Baici's demeanor did not seem to suggest he had any intention of killing him to buy time. My lord, I feel there is something suspicious about this matter. Gu Qingqiu cupped her hands. Hu Yuyu was stunned. She had long noticed that this alumnus of Lin Baici's was a bit crazy, and now it was confirmed. Her brain is definitely not normal. Jin Yingxin was confused. She was not from Kyushu, had never watched Judge D, and did not know this was a meme. Gu Qingqiu laughed twice before giving a serious suggestion. The most cost-effective approach is to kill Che Shengshu to buy time for escape, and then find a way to kill this girl group as soon as possible. But there are 2 problems. First, will the other party keep their promise? Second, is Che Shengshu easy to kill? After all, I have not seen him go all out yet. This girl group will keep their promise, but if you try to kill Che Shengshu, you will suffer casualties. At the very least, small fry like Hu Yuyu will not survive. Jin Yingxin will also be severely injured. Lin Baici was surprised to hear this commentary. Was Che Shengshu actually that strong? Hey, did you forget about Kai Wen and this landlady? Che Shengshu spoke up. You can kill those 2. That is right. Li Yintong suddenly realized. We have all fallen into a blind spot in our thinking. They did not say the person killed had to be a god hunter. Once you make a move against the landlady, except for you and the big-breasted one, no one else will survive. Killing the vegetable-headed person is possible, though. Well, this is definitely a boss-level threat. Lin Baici turned his head to glance at Han Suing. She looked panicked, shrinking in the back, showing no signs of being a big boss at all. Gu Qingqiu had been watching Lin Baici's expression. Seeing that he showed no signs of killing the landlady or Kai Wen, she began to wonder if Lin Baici had obtained more intelligence than she had. Hu Yuyu raised her hand. Could it be like in video games, where these 5 female artists need to be killed together to die completely? Impossible. Li Yintong immediately rejected this judgment. That situation is too hard to achieve. If even one of them runs away, you cannot do it. It is not about killing everyone, it is about killing Jin Yina. They are quintuplets, but their consciousnesses are all parasitic in Jin Yina's mind. The 4 sisters split off from her body. Jin Yina is the main body. As long as you kill her, the other sisters will die. Lin Baiqi's eyes lit up. He almost instinctively looked at Jin Yina, but to avoid alerting the enemy, he held back. Do not be fooled. The titles they call each other by might not be correct. The gluttonous god added. Lin Baici frowned. What did that mean? Fortunately, Lin Baici's mind was still sharp, and he reacted within a few seconds. Because they were quintuplets with identical figures and appearances, everyone judged their birth order based on how they addressed each other. In reality, however, they were very likely to call each other by the wrong names. For example, the next time they met, if the sisters called the one here Jin or my 3rd sister, then everyone would surely assume she was Jin Sanshin. It was even possible that the current Jin Yina was not actually Jin Yina. Lin Baici suddenly thought of a key point. since killing Jinyina would wipe out this girl group. The quintuplets naturally knew this secret as well. To avoid death, Jinyina would almost never be left alone. Lin Baici recalled the process of the five sisters' surprise attack just moments ago. The distance between Jinyina and Jin Ermai had remained very close the entire time. That's right. Jin Ermai is the true main body. Kill her, and you can clear this island survival game and successfully win. Little Lin, did you think of something? Seeing Lin Baici suddenly fall silent, Jia Hongyao immediately perked up. She had great confidence in Lin Baici's intelligence. Lin Baici shook his head to avoid giving anything away. At the same time, he activated one breath, 100 flavors, intending to memorize Jin Ermai's scent to identify her through that. But the problem was, even knowing who the main body was, it was still incredibly difficult to kill her. He had to find a way to separate them, or at least ensure there were only two of them. Otherwise, if the other sisters provided support, it would be too hard. Jinyina looked at the watch on her right wrist. Once the 5 minutes were up, she immediately spoke. Time is up. Have you made your decision? Wish. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, waiting for him to make the choice. Master Lin. Kaiwen's eyes were filled with pleading. She didn't want to die. All right. Lin Baici took a deep breath. In reality, he was racking his brains to think of a way to break the deadlock. So, who is the unlucky one? Jin Ermai teased. Lin Baici spoke up. But instead of announcing a name, he activated Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo, beginning to chant the Diamond Sutra. Why is that? Because this person has no concept of self, no concept of others, no concept of sentient beings, and no concept of lifespan. If one seeks me through form or pursues me through sound, that person is walking a heterodox path and cannot see the Tathagata. All phenomena are illusory. If one sees that all phenomena are not phenomena, then one sees the Tathagata. Lin Baici's eyes were slightly closed, his hands pressed together in prayer, and his expression was devout. Coupled with the Bodhi messenger Kasaya he was wearing, he truly possessed the aura of an enlightened high monk. The other girls knew that Lin Baici's chanting sounded pleasant, so they weren't too surprised. But Che Zhengshua and Li Yintong were completely bewildered. Why was he chanting now, however? They soon stopped focusing on that question, instead feeling that the scripture was truly powerful. The grime and worldly dust covering their souls seemed to be washed away in an instant. Their entire beings became transparent, bright, and clear as a mirror. Li Yintong's grades had been average, and she had entered society early, learning to smoke, drink, and go clubbing. Later, after becoming a god hunter, she often thought about how much better it would have been if she hadn't been so indulgent during her student days. If they had a choice, many girls still wanted to be good women and find a good husband. Thus, Li Yintong would feel regret and sadness if she had become a god hunter a day earlier. Perhaps her life would have turned out better. Now, under the influence of the Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo, Li Yintong finally moved past it completely, no longer dwelling on the matter but instead focusing her energy on her future life. Amitabha. Li Yintong pressed her palms together and bowed to Lin Baici. Master Lin, I have attained enlightenment. Beside her, Che Zhengshua was dumbfounded. What kind of divine grace was this? It was quite interesting. He had actually been affected by it as well. Che Zhengshua's greatest wish was to go out and see the world. But now, listening to Lin Baici's chanting, he felt that this obsession was no longer so urgent. Jia Hongyao gripped her short blade, staring at the five sisters to guard against them attacking Lin Baici. But the effect of the scripture was a bit too strong. The fighting spirit of the girl with the high ponytail was gradually being weakened. The chanting was grand, solemn, and carried a profound flavor that made one see through the mundane world. It should work, right? Lin Baici remembered the gourmet god's commentary on this Bizan god ruins when they were eating barbecue by the roadside that day. These citizens of Guangzhou were polluted by divine radiation and acted like NPCs. Even if they died, they would be resurrected when the next train arrived to restart their lives. But in the end, their underlying nature was human. And just like the general public, they worked hard every day to earn their 3 meals and support their families. Think of the landlady, even as a boss. She worked hard to manage the restaurant well. This girl group was no exception. Going out to the streets to hand out flyers, perform, and work hard to gain fans, even if they were monsters. they would be affected by the Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo. So since they were so much like humans, the degree of influence would surely be even greater. Big sister, I'm so tired. I want to go back to the countryside. The fourth sister sighed deeply, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. There were so many girl groups in Korea, it was simply too hard to stand out and rise to the top tier. I want to go back too. Performing every day is so exhausting. Jin Sanchin looked at Jin Ermai. How about we just become housewives? We've been in Gwangju for 5 years, eating half-price bento boxes, living in basements, and accompanying people for drinks and singing. We've suffered so much, yet we've achieved nothing. If we go back with our tails between our legs, what will the people in the village think of us? Jin Yina cursed loudly. Big sister, say something. The fourth sister complained to Jin Ermai. You are the oldest. You have to make the decision. Gu Qingqiu frowned upon hearing the fourth sister's address. Was it just a simple slip of the tongue? She prepared to observe a bit more. But Lin Baici was already making gestures to urge them to leave. Go quickly, Lin Baici urged. If they didn't escape while the 5 sisters were arguing, when would they? Let's go. Che Jingshu went to pull Gu Qingqiu's arm. Gu Qingqiu dodged and looked at Lin Baici. I think that Jin Ermai is suspicious. What will you do? Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu were worried because Lin Baici showed no signs of leaving. I am staying. As the team leader, Jiu Hongyao would certainly not abandon any of her members. She had to be the last one to leave. Go quickly. I have a way to escape. Lin Baici gave Jiu Hongyao a push. Who knew how long the effects of the scriptures would last? If it ended within a few minutes, it would be troublesome. Chapter 423. What tier are you? You like the same girl as me. The hot and humid sea breeze blew over, mixed with the stench of blood, making one feel like vomiting. Gu Qingqiu looked at Lin Baici intently, determining that his expression was calm and that he truly had a way to escape rather than preparing to sacrifice himself for everyone else's sake. She immediately dashed into the rainforest. Everyone, go quickly, Gu Qingqiu urged. Hongyao, don't cause trouble for Baici. He will be fine. Little Lindsay. Jiu Hongyao felt distressed. She was the team leader. This kind of task should have been hers to handle. Go, if you feel bad about it. Treat me to a big meal when we get back. Lin Baici waved his hand. Xiaobai, please be careful. Huo Yu bit her lip, deeply hating her own incompetence. Appa. Jin Yingjin gripped her machete tightly, looking back every few steps. She decided that if anything happened to Lin Baici, she would hack Gu Qingqiu to death and feed her to the dogs. Master Lin, take care. Kaiwen slipped away. Although the battle had been brief, he could already tell that he couldn't defeat any of the female team members if he had to pick one. He felt he shouldn't be called Kaiwen, he should be called a coward. Team leader, Yi Zhisheng hugged his girlfriend. Are you sure you are okay? Except for Lin Baici and his girlfriend. He wouldn't listen to anyone else. Lin Baici made an okay gesture. The chanting of the scriptures rose and fell, like a high mic or a great Buddha saving all living beings. Lin Baici waved his hand impatiently, signaling for these people to stop talking and leave immediately. Che Jingshu glanced at Lin Baici, didn't reply, and followed closely behind Gu Qingqiu. Before entering the rainforest, he looked back at Huang Jingxiang's corpse. What did Brother Daxiang say just now? That he is better than me, that I don't know my own worth, and that he would protect me. A curve appeared at the corner of Che Jingshuo's mouth, filled with mockery. And this is the result, actually. Che Jingshuo didn't care much about those taunts. What he found most annoying was Huang Jingxiang's remark. Even if Gu Qingqiu took a fancy to me, she wouldn't take a fancy to you. Damn it, what tier are you? You like the same girl as me. In the blink of an eye, Jiu Hongyao and her group left, leaving only Lin Baici and the 4 sisters. The forest rustled, and tree shadows swayed. The 4 sisters saw these people leave, but because their minds were influenced by the Sanskrit sounds, they were currently in a state of having no desires, and their urge to kill had greatly diminished. Of course, more importantly, Lin Baici, the prey, had not left. So the 4 sisters did not go to hunt down the others. The eyesores are gone. Who goes first? The 4th sister smiled ambiguously and bumped her shoulder against Jin Ermai. I have always respected the oldest sister. Why don't you eat first? Should we revive Wu Yu first? Jin Yina suggested. Let's wait until everyone has eaten before reviving her, otherwise, with Wu Yu's personality, she will definitely want to enjoy double the time. Jin Sanshin disagreed. Lin Baici felt that the four sisters were too arrogant, as if he were already meat on the chopping block. Didn't they want to ask for his opinion? But then again, these four sisters were quite good in terms of looks and figure, otherwise, they wouldn't have been female entertainers. These female team members were currently wearing very revealing bikinis, with fair skin, beautiful faces, and long legs, even with flip-flops on their feet. They were very eye-catching. Jin Yina noticed Lin Baici's gaze and gave him a wink. As a king at the top of the food chain, you should try more rare ingredients. They were once female entertainers, but after being radiated and polluted by gods, they became radiated entertainers. Their bodies may have undergone an unknown mutation. In any case, the texture and taste are definitely different from before. They belong to rare monsters. You won't encounter them in most divine ruins. Recommendation: taste them. The gourmet god recommended. What kind of hellish joke is this? Lin Baici was speechless. And this tasting of yours, is it even decent? They are born of the same mother. Not only do they look and have figures exactly the same, but they are also sisters, all 5 of them. The probability of you encountering such ingredients in the future will be very, very low. Highly recommended to taste. No. Lin Baici felt that people's tastes could be niche, but they shouldn't be perverted, at least not towards monsters. And there was another biggest problem. He couldn't take down these 5 sisters. Although Lin Baici was confident, he wasn't arrogant. 1 against 4, are you kidding me? The 4 sisters whispered for a while, seemingly finished discussing, and looked at Lin Baici in unison, like 4 grizzly bears eyeing a honey cake, wondering where to take the first bite. Lin Baici finished reciting the Diamond Sutra and was chanting the Heart Sutra. The moment the 4 sisters started to charge, he immediately turned and rushed into the tropical rainforest. Swish, running at full speed. Lin Baici was like an agile Tibetan antelope. Please, don't go after Jia Hongyao and the others. Lin Baici hadn't left all this time just to buy more time for the ponytail girl and the others to escape. Fortunately, the influence of the Sanskrit sounds was still there, and the 4 sisters' main target was Lin Baici, so they chased after him in unison. His hiking boots trampled on the wet green grass. With every step, a footprint as deep as a fingernail was left, and when he lifted his feet, they would kick up splashes of mud. These boots have excellent defensive capabilities, so naturally, they are made with plenty of material, weighing at least 3 pounds. However, for Lin Baici, this is still acceptable, and when running through the jungle, they are much better to wear than flip-flops. Jin Sanshin suddenly tilted her body and cried out, "Big sister, my slipper fell off. You guys go ahead and chase." She had been tripped by a tree root protruding from the ground. By the time you find your slipper, he will be long gone. Just chase him barefoot, Jin Yina urged. Lin Baici was sprinting wildly, like a cheetah in a dash. His speed was so fast that when he collided with the lush branches and leaves, they whipped against his body like lashes. Snap, snap. It was quite painful, but fortunately, the Bodhi messenger Kasaya blocked them. Otherwise, Lin Baici would definitely have been covered in whip marks from the branches, leaving him with a zebra stripe pattern. Hoo-ha! Lin Baici's chest heaved. 5 steps for an inhale, 5 steps for an exhale. He maintained a steady breathing rhythm to ensure sufficient oxygen intake. He did not look back, but instead activated eidetic hearing, using his sense of hearing to judge the positions of the 4 sisters. There were 4 sets of footsteps. Jin Ermai's were the lightest and most composed, clearly showing she had energy to spare. But she was very cautious and did not rush to the front line. Jin Yina was filled with killing intent. Her speed pushed to the limit, and she was constantly closing the distance with Lin Baici. 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters. Big sister, it's up to you. The 4th sister cheered for Jin Yina. Once you catch him, you get the first bite. Although the 4 sisters hadn't discussed it, their division of labor was clear. Jin Yina would spare no effort to charge at full speed. And once she caught Lin Baici and held him down, the others would join in. At that point, Jin Yina could step back to rest. This brat is running so fast. Jin Yina was very angry. Seeing that the distance to Lin Baici had finally closed to 10 meters, she immediately activated her divine favor. Nobody, swish, Jinyina, who was sprinting wildly, suddenly vanished from where she stood. Lin Baici was shocked. The set of footsteps closest to him behind had disappeared. He immediately wanted to accelerate again to put more distance between them, but it was already too late. Jinyina appeared in front of Lin Baici, swinging her leg in a horizontal sweep. Whoosh! Jinyina's slender right leg struck like a steel whip, whizzing through the air as it headed straight for him. Because Lin Baici was accelerating too fast, he couldn't dodge it. It was as if he had run right into her leg. Lin Baici did not raise his arms to block, because judging by her kicking technique and force, if he blocked it, his arm bones would likely be snapped or even shattered. He could try to bend backward into a bridge to dodge, but it would be difficult to defend against Jinyina's follow-up attacks. So, Lin Baici activated the mountaineering boots. Dog King Slide. Lin Baici was terrified, not knowing if there were any hidden dangers in using this cursed object while sprinting at high speed. It would be disastrous if he broke his leg. Swish! Lin Baici's body instantly entered a swaying, dodging stance, facing the beautiful leg kicking in from the left. He leaned rapidly to the right just before it could strike his head. Whoosh! Jinyina's leg slid past the top of Lin Baici's head. He didn't fall. Instead, like a roly-poly toy, he sprang back upright with a swoosh. Moreover, during this process, the momentum of Lin Baici's charge had not stopped. So before he could even straighten his body and return to his original position, he had already slammed into Jinyina. Lin Baici's combat instincts were still very strong. He didn't have time for a shoulder strike, but he managed to adjust his body posture in time. Thus, his right shoulder slammed into Jinyina's chest. Jinyina was sent flying as if she had been hit by a dump truck. Before she could land, the muscle Buddha appeared beside her, its bull-sized fist hammering down onto Jinyina's head. Jinyina stretched out her hands to hug the muscle Buddha's thigh, intending to dodge the strike like a pole dancer. But the red clay little mud man threw a stone. The walnut-sized stone struck Jinyina's right hand fingers, causing her to lose her grip. Because of this delay, the muscle Buddha's heavy fist landed. Jinyina's upper body fell like a shooting star, crashing into the ground. A large amount of mud and grass debris splashed everywhere, while her two legs stuck straight up into the air. Whoosh! Both slippers flew off her feet. Big sister, Jin Sanshin shouted, "It's over." Her shoes fell off. There's no saving her now. The fourth sister looked at the burly, muscular Buddha and felt her scalp tingle. Jin Ermai narrowed her eyes as she saw this scene. This guy from Kyushu was even more formidable than she had expected. After Lin Baici knocked Jinyina away, his path forward was clear, and he continued to charge ahead. His waist and calves were aching, clearly a result of the intense burst of speed causing muscle strain. But that didn't matter. Divine favor activated. Muscle burn. The pain in his body immediately subsided. This divine favor could rapidly repair all physical injuries by burning fat. As long as a person was fat enough and had enough fat, even a near-fatal injury could be fully healed in a very short time, returning them to peak health. The only side effect was that the weight loss would be visible to the naked eye. However, for an overweight person, this was actually a benefit. Jin Sanshin stopped to look after Jinyina. Jin Ermai and the fourth sister continued to pursue, but soon, they lost sight of Lin Baici. Aish, where did that big kidney go? The fourth sister cursed. The tropical rainforest on this artificial island was very dense, as long as one ran far enough. It wasn't easy to spot them. Why are there no footsteps? Jin Ermai tilted her head to listen, searching for any sign of Lin Baici, but she heard nothing at all, which made her frown deeply. Lin Baici had activated Zombie Walk. At this moment, in the instinctive perception of other living beings, he was nothing more than a corpse, and they would not pay him any attention at all. The greatest effect of this divine gift was the concealment of one's presence, causing others to subconsciously ignore the user. It was much like a person walking down the street who would never spare a single glance at the corpse of an ant on the ground. Second sister, Jin Sansun came over, supporting Jinyina. Jinyina's chest was sunken, and her neck and torso were stained with blood. That big kidney man ran away. The fourth sister was very angry, looking at Jinyina with a reproachful expression. "You were too careless. I wasn't careless. Asterisk cough, cough asterisk. He was just too strong, Jin Yunai explained. No body was a divine gift that all 5 sisters possessed. It allowed them to teleport at will within a 10-meter radius to launch surprise attacks, whether for offense or escape. It was an incredibly powerful divine gift. It could be said that once nitrogen monoxide body was used, they were guaranteed to seize the initiative. He is fully armed, and we are in swimsuits. How are we supposed to fight? Jin Ermei did not blame Jin Yunai. After saying that to defend her, she suddenly walked over, grabbed her head, pulled her close, and kissed her on the lips. As divine power was injected, Jin Ermei's injuries healed rapidly. Once she was fine, Jin San's son immediately crowded over and hugged Jin Ermei. I want it too. After the healing ended, Jin Ermei did not stop. She rubbed her stomach, and then her abdomen visibly swelled, as if she were 10 months pregnant. Following that, she began to retch. Asterisk ugh. The 3 sisters were accustomed to this. While waiting for her to resurrect Jin Wuyu, they discussed what to do next. Since we are on the island, that big kidney man can't run away. Let's go kill everyone else first, then slowly hunt him down. The 4th sister proposed. Seconded. Jin San's son had no objections. After the chase just now, she knew that Lin Baici was very strong. Aside from that great shaman wearing the eagle feather crown, everyone else was likely just fodder for him to slaughter. Jin Ermei suffered for a full 3 to 4 minutes before finally spitting out a basketball-sized egg, covered in mucus, saliva, and streaks of blood. Asterisk plop. Asterisk then cracked open, revealing an infant. Jin Ermei picked her up, kissed her on the lips, and injected divine power. The infant immediately began to grow. In just over 10 minutes, she became identical to the other 4 sisters, though her skin remained fair and smooth, just like a baby's. Wuyu, welcome back. Jin Yunai walked over, intending to hug her sister. Ashiba, I'm going to kill those Kyushu people. Jin Wuyu wiped the mucus off her face, so angry that her entire expression turned ugly. Let's go. Jin San's son darted out, unable to wait any longer. Continue the hunt. Asterisk swish, swish, swish. The sisters immediately followed. Lin Baici was quite bold. After fleeing for a distance and hearing that the movement behind him had ceased, he stopped running. He waited for a few seconds, then began to head back. He needed to find an opportunity to kill the real Jin Yunai and purify this rule contamination. That Lin Baici has been targeted by those girl group monsters. He must be dead for sure. Right, the black girl. Ipez calculated the time and felt it should be ending soon. I hope he can kill 2 or 3 of them to lighten our burden. What if he kills all the monsters? And Susan had a decent impression of Lin Baici. Are you joking? The white fat man chuckled, his mouth full of mockery. I reckon that Kyushu team is headed for total annihilation. After saying this, he glanced at the great shaman behind them. He couldn't understand why the great shaman had let Lin Baici and his group go when they had encountered them earlier. And that was even after knowing that Okocha had been killed by them. Could it be that the great shaman had foreseen something? Just as the fat man was hesitating whether to ask, Shakira suddenly stopped in her tracks and spoke up. Monsters are coming. Shakira looked ahead. Prepare for battle. Asterisk swish. The Yellowstone team members immediately took their positions, forming a combat formation with Shakira protected in the center. Asterisk swish, swish, swish. The 5 sisters burst through the foliage, charging out from the woods with aggressive momentum, and stopped more than 10 meters away. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. Jin Wuyu's gaze swept across their faces, filled with intense disgust. I hate these Europeans. Can you stop shopping and read a book for once? Jin Yunai said, speechless. They are from North America. Is there a difference? They're all white-skinned anyway. Jin Wuyu's words provoked the black girl's dissatisfaction. Yellow-skinned monkey. Are you looking to die? Ipez hated it when others talked about skin color. It made her feel like she was being discriminated against. Didn't you say you were going to kill that Lin guy from Kyushu? Did you succeed? Aunt Susan asked. But the 5 sisters ignored her. I think the one who is going to die is you. Jin Wuyu snorted and charged toward Ipez. Come on then. Ipez flipped her wrist, and a military knife appeared in her hand. Kill, Jin Yunai roared. and the remaining 4 sisters each charged toward a target. The Yellowstone team had been waiting in comfort and intended to support each other. However, when the 5 sisters charged and were within 10 meters of the white fat man in the lead, they all teleported simultaneously. Divine gift activated. Nitrogen monoxide body. Asterisk swish, swish, swish. When the 5 sisters reappeared, they had already surrounded the white fat man. He used his 2 hands to block the beautiful legs kicked by Jin Yinai and Jin San-sun respectively. But he couldn't guard his back. Jin Wuyu crouched on the ground and delivered a sweeping kick that struck the fat man's left ankle, causing a bone fracture and knocking him to the ground. Jin Ermei appeared behind the fat man, hugging him like an octopus and twisting with all her might. Having already lost his balance, the white fat man had no way to control his posture during this takedown. The 4th sister appeared, her slender, fair arm stabbing toward his eye socket. Asterisk crack, squelch. The 4th sister's arm, sharp as a spear, pierced through the skull of the fat white man. He did not even have time to let out a scream before he died on the spot. His limbs went limp like noodles, and his 250-pound body crashed heavily onto the ground. It flattened a large patch of weeds. The Yellowstone team had not expected to lose a core member in the very first exchange. They were immediately thrown into a state of panic, as if facing a formidable enemy. Having learned from the previous battle, the 5 sisters had become smarter. Now, encountering a team that clearly looked even more powerful than the previous group of kidney-obsessed maniacs, they chose to focus their fire, 5 against 1, pinning down a single target to kill. Next up, the middle-aged white woman. Susan, the middle-aged woman, cursed. She possessed a healing-type divine favor and served as the team's healer. She had intended to help Bruce, but who could have known that before she could even make a move, Bruce would already be dead, as expected of a divine ruin containing a god. The monsters born within were truly strong. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 sisters teleported. After reappearing, they scattered around Susan, surrounding her for the kill. Auntie, watch out. Apezi had a very close relationship with Susan. Seeing this, she immediately moved to rescue her. Her body swayed left and right, turning into a wisp of smoke. By the time she reappeared, she was already crouching horizontally on Jin Wuyu's back. Apezi's feet seemed to be coated with strong glue, sticking to Jin Wuyu's back without moving an inch. She looked just like a female Spider-Man. Fuck you. Apezi cursed as she plunged her military knife into the back of Jin Wuyu's neck, then pulled it forcefully to the right. Swish. Jin Wuyu's neck was sliced halfway through. SSS. A massive amount of blood sprayed out, splashing onto leaves more than 3 meters away. Auntie, having succeeded in her strike, Apezi exerted force with her legs, intending to jump off Jin Wuyu's back to rescue Susan. However, the supposedly dead Jin Wuyu twisted her right hand at an unnatural 180-degree angle, grabbed Apezi's right ankle, and then, with a windmill-like motion, slammed her violently into the ground. Apezi felt as if her internal organs were about to shatter. Enduring the excruciating pain, she activated her divine favor again, turning into a wisp of smoke. Whoosh. Apezi reappeared behind Jin Wuyu, this time, holding the military knife in her right hand. She slashed with all her might, severing Jin Wuyu's head. Let's see if you die this time. Having learned her lesson, Apezi retreated rapidly after decapitating the member of the female group. But it was already too late. Jin Wuyu self-destructed. Blood mixed with shredded flesh splattered in all directions under the shockwave of the explosion. Even more terrifying were the bone fragments inside her body, which possessed greater destructive power than bullets. At such close range, Apezi had no time to dodge. Struck by those bone fragment bullets, she was instantly shredded to pieces. Apezi collapsed to the ground, looking as if she had been mowed down by a machine gun. Rumble! The soil beneath Susan's feet surged rapidly, wrapping around her to form a cocoon. Then, a blue bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Crack boom! The lightning branched out, striking the monsters like Jin Yina. Seeing the great shaman make a move, the entire Yellowstone team felt their suppressed morale instantly boil over, and they were filled with fighting spirit. Tear them to shreds, everyone roared. The 4 sisters teleported, arriving around the great shaman. The great shaman remained unmoved, her right hand still fiddling with a seashell as she stared at Jin Yina. The moment their eyes met, Jin Yina's entire body suddenly burst into flames, just as Jin Sanshin and the fourth sister kicked out with their beautiful legs. The soil on the ground rose rapidly, forming to giant hands that swatted them onto the ground like flies. Bang! Bang! Jin Ermai pressed her fingers together into a blade, stabbing toward the great shaman's eye socket. Her hands had smooth skin and were manicured, looking soft and weak, but they were as sharp as blades, capable of piercing a rhinoceros's skull. The great shaman flicked the seashell in her hand. The shell struck Jin Ermai's chest, instantly erupting with a bolt of lightning that spread across her entire body. From the moment the ambush began, the great shaman's expression had never changed, and she had not taken a single step. With a flick of her finger, she suppressed all four sisters. Damn it! Hiding under a bush in the distance, Lin Baici watched, dumbfounded, and could not help but curse. Is this the combat power of a dragon-level god hunter? Truly strong. This is your prey. Whoever snatches the kill. Even a dragon level must die. Chapter 424, Great Harvest, Divine Remains Heart. The moment the five sisters appeared, they crushed their opponents with overwhelming force, instantly killing the fat white man Bruce and the black girl Apesi. It was terrifying to an extreme degree. However, after Shakira made her move, the situation immediately reversed. The great shaman fought for at once, firmly controlling the flow of battle. Lin Baici was also shocked as he watched. The combat power of a god hunter, aside from their own combat intelligence, mainly depended on physical fitness, divine power reserves, the number of divine favors, and divine taboo items. Divine taboo items might be restricted by rule-based pollution, but divine favors certainly would not be. Therefore, the more divine favors one possessed, the higher the chance of winning. Watching Shakira erupt, Lin Baici felt an urgent desire to possess more divine favors. When that time came, he too could be this powerful. Through Shakira's activities in Guangzhou City and the announcements from the gods, the five sisters of Jin Yina knew she was formidable. They had come this time to test her. But now that they saw she truly lived up to her reputation and could not be killed, they immediately chose to retreat. Nobody. Swish, swish. The five sisters teleported twice in succession, moving 20 meters away, and fled in four different directions: southeast, west, north, and south. Chase them down and hack them to death. Susan, the middle-aged woman, roared. It was one thing that Bruce had died, but Apesi, whom she treated like a niece, was also gone. This was simply intolerable. Blood must be paid for with blood. Do not pursue them. Shakira reached out, and the shell that had fallen to the ground flew back into her hand with a whoosh, as if drawn by a magnetic force. The great shaman stroked the shell. I know you are all indignant, but the Father God told me that if you chase after them, more people will die. Great shaman, haven't you already suppressed them? And Susan did not understand. Because of the existence of the Bizan deity, this god-forbidden game is governed by its rules. Who says that death is necessarily the end? Shakira looked at the shattered corpse of Jin Wuyu. She did not know that the five sisters could be resurrected, and that only by killing the true oldest sister, Jin Yi, could they be permanently eliminated. However, her sixth sense told her not to pursue. The group was filled with righteous indignation, but they dared not defy the great shaman's words. Collect the remains and continue moving. Shakira looked up, peering through the gaps in the treetops at the sky. Reduce the number of people to 10 as soon as possible and complete the mission to get out. Although Shakira had not yet met that deity, she could sense that the other party had appeared on this island and was even more powerful than she had anticipated. Human strength is invincible? No way. Are they really that cowardly? Lin Baici had been waiting to pick up the scraps, but he had not expected that even after losing several team members, Shakira could still remain calm and refrain from a relentless pursuit. With no other choice, Lin Baici had to take action himself. He continued to use his zombie-like gait, tracking Jin Ermai as she fled. In the eyes of others, Jin Ermai was the second sister, and her sisters addressed her as such, but in reality, that was a deception to mislead others. She was the true oldest sister, Jin Yi. Lin Baici accelerated. He had to kill her before the four sisters could regroup. Jin Yi fled for 7 or 8 minutes, covering about 3,000 meters. After confirming that no one was following her, she stopped. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, then hooked her fingers into the edge of her swimming trunks to adjust them. She found a tree branch, jumped up, and sat down to rest. Lin Baici set down his backpack and the bronze sword, then activated the bandages wrapped around his left wrist. They immediately elongated, coiling around his entire body like pythons. Once they had covered him almost entirely, they snapped, the bandages contracting violently to wrap Lin Baici up completely. Only his eyes remained exposed. Lin Baici shouldered his backpack again, took the bronze sword, and crept forward using his zombie-like gait. Jinyi sat on the branch, humming a little tune, her legs swinging back and forth with a leisurely air. Suddenly, she extended her legs forward and slid downward. Lin Baici stood frozen. What was going on? Had he been discovered? Fortunately, Lin Baici had a steady mindset and did not rush to launch a sneak attack. He saw that Jinyi had not discovered him. Rather, as she was about to land, she grabbed the branch with both hands. Like someone on a pull-up bar, she swung her body back and forth a few times, then let go and performed a backflip, landing steadily on the branch. Jinyi looked around, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, she jumped down. She pressed her back against the tree to guard against a sneak attack from behind, then began to rub her stomach. Since she had nothing better to do, she might as well resurrect Jinwoo first, but this time, she would have to warn her not to self-destruct at every turn. After all, giving birth to an egg like that was very uncomfortable. Lin Baici had been prepared to launch a sneak attack, but seeing this, he immediately stopped. No way. Is my luck really that good? Then, I will wait a little longer. The perfect opportunity has not arrived yet. Jinyi's stomach visibly swelled rapidly, and then she hunched over, beginning to spit out an egg. Lin Baici waited patiently. The round, bulging egg rose from her abdomen. Because it was so large, it stretched her belly, chest, and even her throat. As the egg reached her throat and mouth, Jinyi tilted her head back. Squish, squish, some liquid, thicker than saliva, was squeezed out, flowing down the corners of her mouth and neck onto her chest. Never mind Lin Baici, even an ordinary person would know that this was the moment she was at her most vulnerable. Lin Baici threw the bronze sword with one hand. Whoosh! The dragon-tooth flying sword was bronze-green in color, providing excellent camouflage in this tropical rainforest. Although there was a whizzing sound as it flew, it was already too late by the time Jinyi heard it. Swish! The sharp bronze sword first pierced through the tree trunk, and amidst the flying wood chips, it stabbed into the back of Jinyi's neck. Squelch! The egg and her neck were pierced through by the bronze sword. Much like being skewered by a large fishbone, Jinyi was carried forward by the momentum of the flying sword. Stumbling a few steps, there is an enemy. Jinyi's face was filled with terror. When did the opponent arrive? Why didn't I hear any sound? Could it be that they were hiding here all along? That shouldn't be. I checked the surroundings carefully before I started laying the egg, but it was too late to say anything. Jinyi ran for her life. She wanted to shout to tell her sisters to come quickly, but with the egg stuck in her throat and mouth, and the bronze sword impaling her, she could not make a sound. The red clay mudman appeared, spinning its sling and firing stones in rapid succession. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 walnut-sized stones struck Jinyi's knees and ankles. Jinyi lost her balance and fell to the ground. Before she could crawl up, the muscle Buddha appeared beside her, its massive foot stomping down ruthlessly. Jinyi's head was driven into the mud. Bang! Bang! The muscle Buddha unleashed a triple strike. By the time Lin Baici arrived and retrieved the bronze sword using the grip of the Reaper, the upper half of Jinyi's body had already been planted into the ground. Impressive. Lin Baici had originally intended to pierce Jinyi's skull, but she had dodged it by instinct. The muscle Buddha grabbed Jinyi's left ankle, pulled her out, and began to smash her against the ground again. Bang! Bang! Weeds and dirt splattered in all directions. Jinyina's bones were fracturing, the crunching sounds incessant. The safest approach would have been to let the muscular Buddha fight first before joining in, so as to avoid Jinyina detonating herself in a mutual destruction attempt before she died. However, time was of the essence, and Lin Baici was not a timid person, so he charged in recklessly. Swish! The muscular Buddha flung Jinyina over. So it was you. Seeing Lin Baici, Jinyina's eyes split with rage. Instinctively, she clenched her right fist, wanting to fight for her life. Lin Baici did not wait for Jinyina to fly over. He threw his bronze sword directly, at a distance of 7 meters. The bronze sword arrived in an instant, with a squelch. It pierced into Jinyina's chest. It failed to hit her heart. Jinyina had dodged it, but that did not matter. Lin Baici arrived, took a stride, leaped into the air, and rushed to Jinyina's side. Die, you bastard! Lin Baici gripped the pipe wrench and smashed it fiercely toward Jinyina's head. Meat grinder strike. The pipe wrench slammed heavily onto Jinyina's head. If this were any other monster, its head would have shattered like a firework display. But Jinyina was fine. She only plunged headfirst toward the ground. So tough. Lin Baici landed and followed up with another strike. Meat grinder strike. The bronze sword traced an arc and flew back. Lin Baici reached out, caught it with a slap, and then stabbed it into Jinyina's chest, pinning her to the ground. Ah! Lin Baici felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Moreover, time was tight, and he didn't have the luxury to ponder. Bang, bang, continuous meat grinder strikes. Jinyina's skull was so hard it made one doubt reality. Her heart is a divine remnant. As long as the divine remnant does not leave the body, life does not cease. Hearing this commentary, Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. He immediately held the sword and sliced open Jinyina's chest. Swish! Without the obstruction of the sternum and muscles, the divine remnant's pollution radiated outward. The surrounding vegetation immediately began to grow wildly, and the leaves rustled and trembled. A line of ants crawling past while carrying food was instantly polluted, immediately beginning to slaughter and tear at each other, devouring the flesh and blood of their own kind. Ordinary people facing this kind of pollution would go insane at the first moment and then rapidly lose their human form, turning into dead flesh creatures. Gurgle. Lin Baici was fine. Instead, his stomach began to growl. A massive sense of hunger flooded him like a tidal wave, making him feel as if he had lived alone on a deserted island in the middle of the ocean for 20 years without ever having a full meal. Gulp, gulp. Lin Baici swallowed his saliva, thrust his right hand into Jinyina's chest, grabbed the heart, and then pulled it out with a violent tug. Swish! The heart, still attached to blood vessels and muscle fascia, was ripped out by Lin Baici. It was the size of a Fuji apple. Even though it had left the body, it was still beating. And combined with the blood-drenched appearance, it was simply brimming with surging vitality. However, its color was somewhat abnormal. Some parts were glowing with a golden light. A heart from a god, still alive because it was preserved inside a rare monster. Thump, thump, thump. The divine remnant heart was beating. Lin Baici stared at it, and a few seconds later, his own heartbeat frequency synchronized with this heart, beginning to resonate. Eat it. Once digested, you will take a huge step toward the next form of life, below the gods. All are ants, and your body is finally about to be a notch higher than an ant. Lin Baici held the divine remnant heart and brought it to his mouth. Chapter 425. Good fortune, eating chicken tonight. In the tropical rainforest, the vegetation was lush, and the air was hot and humid. If a person stayed there for a while, they would be drenched in sweat. Lin Baici held the divine remnant heart, preparing to eat it. But before he could take a bite, 3 tree roots on the ground suddenly wiggled like pythons launching a sneak attack. They arched out of the ground and wrapped around Lin Baici's ankles. Enemy attack. This attack was clearly caused by a divine gift. Lin Baici did not know if he had been tracked by a god hunter all along or if he had just happened to run into one. But he had been ambushed regardless. He held the sword in his left hand and slashed backhand at the tree roots behind him. Swish! The bronze sword missed. The 3 tree roots pulled back violently, dragging Lin Baici to the ground. Just as they were about to exert force to tear him apart like a roasted chicken, the muscular Buddha appeared. It kicked the python-like tree roots, 1 for each, preventing them from continuing their attack, and then bent down to grab them. Thump! Lin Baici was dragged to the ground by a 3rd tree root. He slashed backhand, and at that moment, the branches hanging from the tree in front of him suddenly came to life. Like a whip, they lashed out at Lin Baici's right hand, which was holding the divine remnant heart. Lin Baici's fingers felt a sharp pain from the strike, but he endured it and did not let go of the divine remnant heart. Damn you! The flat-headed man hiding in the shadows cursed loudly. He hadn't expected Lin Baici to be so resilient. He knew that if he dragged this out any longer, he would lose his chance. So, he unleashed his trump card divine gift. Tree God World. Swish, swish. The large trees around Lin Baici seemed to turn into tree demons, all coming to life in an instant. Their branches, like whips in the hands of a slave driver, lashed down at Lin Baici's head and face. Lin Baici instinctively raised his hand to protect his head. Unexpectedly, one of the branches, as if it were a fishing hook cast by a master angler, precisely cove around the divine remnant heart in Lin Baici's hand and snatched it away with a snap. Damn it! Lin Baici missed his chance and was so angry he nearly vomited blood. But he quickly forced himself to calm down. It wasn't over yet. Muscular Buddha. Lin Baici swung his sword in continuous slashes. After these trees turned into tree demons, the toughness of their branches and roots increased. But they still could not withstand the sharp bronze sword. The muscular Buddha grabbed 3 true roots and, with a burst of brute force, tore them apart. Lin Baici watched as that tree branch, acting like a fishing line, dragged the divine remains heart away and dropped it into a bush over 30 meters away. A figure caught it and immediately bolted, fleeing at full speed. Lin Baici saw clearly that it was the man with the flat-top haircut he had met once before, who seemed to be from Singapore. Too amazing. After getting the heart, the flat-top man ran for his life, never once considering taking the opportunity to kill Lin Baici, because it was impossible. He lowered his head to glance at the divine remains heart wrapped in the tree branch and quickly pulled out a black textured metal sphere. This was a black coffin, a device specifically designed to seal divine taboo items. I am so lucky to be able to snatch a piece of divine remains. And the heart at that. The flat-top man felt he had hit the jackpot. He had originally been in the vicinity looking for prey, but who would have thought that Lin Baici and that girl group member would run over, scaring him into hiding immediately. Then came Lin Baici's bombardment and killing of that female monster. It had to be said that Lin Baici was truly strong. His decision to act cowardly when he met him earlier was the right one. In fact, if Lin Baici had only obtained a piece of meteor stone, the flat-top man wouldn't have dared to steal it, because offending such a promising newcomer would mean having to sleep with one eye open for the rest of his life. But this was a divine remains heart. In the circle of god hunters, it was universally acknowledged that the most valuable loot in a divine ruin was the divine remains. If it was a clearly defined part of the divine remains, it was worth a fortune. Even a newcomer without much experience would know that this heart had immense research value. If sold to those large organizations, it wouldn't just be about getting rich overnight. The proceeds could benefit 10 generations. Coupled with the fact that the flat-top man's divine grace was plant manipulation, which gave him a home field advantage in the tropical rainforest, he decided to make a move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so reckless in any other environment. Damn it! Once I finish this job, I'm retiring. The flat-top man sprinted wildly, the branches whipping against his face, causing excruciating pain. But he couldn't care less. He just wanted to seal this divine remains heart as quickly as possible. Ever since this thing left the female monster's body, it had begun to emit radiation pollution. Even from dozens of meters away, the flat-top man had felt dizzy and nauseated. Now that he was holding it in his hands and in close contact, he felt even more lightheaded, unable to stop the urge to vomit. The flat-top man recalled Lin Baici holding this heart with his bare hands earlier and really wanted to praise him. Brave. He truly wasn't afraid of being polluted into a piece of dead meat, but it seemed the guy really hadn't been affected much. The flat-top man recalled Lin Baici's final movements and felt a bit confused. What did he mean by bringing the heart to his mouth? He wasn't actually going to eat this thing, was he? Wait, what am I thinking? I've never heard of a god hunter eating divine remains raw. Is he trying to see how fast he can die? However, that Lin Baici didn't show much reaction to the pollution. His physical constitution was truly excellent. The flat-top man felt that this piece of information could also be sold for money. He quickly pressed the black metal sphere against the divine remains heart and pressed the activation button. Snap, snap, the metal sphere opened, ejecting black mechanical ribbons that quickly wrapped around the divine remains heart. But they also wrapped around his left hand along with it. What is going on? The flat-top man was startled. then discovered that the side of the heart facing his palm had already fused with the tree branches wrapping it. And then, without him realizing it, it had bonded with the muscles of his palm. Thump, thump, the heart was beating. The veins on the flat-top man's arm swelled up, and one could see a large amount of blood surging and pumping into this heart. Holy crap! The flat-top man's face turned ashen instantly. Was he being parasitized? Why so fast? The flat-top man was a ruthless person. Without hesitation, he pulled out a wooden stick over a foot long that was tucked into his swimming trunks. Divine grace activated. Woodification. Swish. The wooden stick turned into a sharp short blade in the blink of an eye. The flat-top man swung it, hacking at his left arm. Poochie, the wooden blade, which could normally cut through bone, only broke the skin and flesh this time. Thump, thump, thump. The divine remains heartbeat as the blood in the flat-top man's body flowed through it and back into his body. His physique began to change rapidly. First, the flesh on his left arm began to squirm, bulging into fist-sized balls of meat, dense and numerous enough to cause someone with trypophobia to die of shock instantly. Save. Save me. The flat-top man stopped running and turned to call for help from Lin Baici. Lin Baici chased after him and was shocked when he saw the flat-top man's condition. At this moment, the flat-top man's limbs and torso were all swelling, and the flesh was surging toward his left arm, trying to wrap the divine remains heart in layers. Lin Baici swung his sword at the flat-top man, unleashing a series of slashes. Fortunately, the divine remains heart had only just begun to parasitize and had not yet fully taken control of the corpse, so it couldn't fight back and could only passively take the hits. Save me. The flat-top man was calling for help, but his head was already melting away, and his voice had turned into a wailing sound, no longer forming clear words. Lin Baici couldn't understand him at all. He reached back into his backpack, took out a pine torch, rubbed it against a large tree nearby, and then began to burn the flat-top man. After struggling for more than 3 minutes, Lin Baici finally severed the flat-top man's left hand and then set him on fire. The flat-top man, now turned into a bonfire, let out a shrill scream. He couldn't understand why Lin Baici had held the divine remains heart with his bare hands and been perfectly fine, while he had been polluted. If he had known the intensity of the pollution was this high, he would have been absolutely cautious. The flat-top man's left hand fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, it actually grew a dozen small legs, like the abdominal feet of a centipede, and immediately began to crawl away into the distance. Holy crap! Lin Baici felt his scalp tingle, and during the nausea, he pinned it to the ground with his bronze sword, then took a knife and dissected the divine remains heart from the fatty tissue wrapping it. Lin Baici could not bring himself to eat it in this state. It was too disgusting. Furthermore, having witnessed the flat-headed man being corrupted into a dead flesh creature, Lin Baici did not dare to touch this thing with his bare hands again. He quickly took out the black coffin to seal it first. It possesses 5 divine favors, known as nitrogen monoxide body. Once activated, it allows you to teleport to any position within a 10-meter radius at will. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. This divine favor was very powerful. While the gourmet god was commenting, a starlight condensed arm extended from each of Lin Baici's shoulders. They brushed over the heart and plucked out a ball of light. Inside the light, there was a small golden sphere, as dazzling as the sun. Thank you for the deity's gift. After the gourmet god finished speaking, it shoved the ball of light toward Lin Baici's mouth. Lin Baici opened his mouth. The ball of light melted the moment it touched his tongue. There was no need to swallow. It turned into a warm current and surged into his stomach. A few seconds later, Lin Baici's head felt as if it had exploded. A sudden, intense pain made him want to slam his head against a wall. However, the pain came and went quickly. After a dozen seconds, the agony vanished, replaced by mysterious knowledge that settled into his neurons. Nobody mastered. Lin Baici took a deep breath and looked at the heart lying in the mud. Even though it had left the body, the thing still twitched every few seconds. Lin Baici suddenly had a thought. Could this thing be transplanted into someone else? But they would probably be corrupted to death, right? The gourmet god did not force Lin Baici to eat this heart, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Watching the black coffin seal the heart and turn it into a black metal sphere, Lin Baici felt at ease and solemnly placed it into the black alms bowl. Then, Lin Baici looked around. After confirming there was no danger, he sat down, took out a bottle of water, and screwed the cap, and drank a few mouthfuls. This divine taboo game should be over now, right? Just as this thought crossed Lin Baici's mind, an island-wide announcement rang out across the entire island. Congratulations to the contestant from Juzhou, Lin Baici, for killing the sister girl group and clearing the island's survival. Congratulations on your great success. Winner winner, chicken dinner. Everyone may proceed to the port and board the cruise ship to return to Guangzhou. Chapter 426. Do not answer calls from strangers. The island-wide announcement rang out 3 times in a row. Shakira was leading her team to track a member of the girl group. Upon hearing the announcement, she stopped in astonishment and looked up at the sky. What is going on? Aunt Susan's face was full of confusion. Didn't the remaining members of the girl group scatter and flee? Why were they killed so quickly? The announcement stated that Lin Baici had killed the sister girl group, which meant he must have wiped them all out. But the problem was that, analyzing it from the perspective of time and logic, it simply did not make sense. Then, only one answer remained. That Lin Baici discovered the key point to killing that girl group. Shakira analyzed. Aunt Susan nodded. She thought the same, and could not help but sigh with emotion. He is truly strong. It seems Juzhou has produced another super rookie. Susan had seen with her own eyes how strong the girl group was, coupled with the fact that the great shaman had not been able to find the key to purification in the first instance. One could infer just how outstanding Lin Baici was. Let's go back to Guangzhou. Shakira's brow kept twitching. She felt that something bad was about to happen. Li Shang was hiding in a tree hollow, holding a dagger and repeatedly stabbing the ground. The ferocity on his face was enough to scare away evil spirits. This time in Bizan, he had wanted to purify this divine ruin. If he had succeeded, he could have surpassed Jin Xian, become the most brilliant god hunter of the Sejong order, and become the leader of the younger generation. But he had failed. His team members were all dead. Next, he had to achieve a stunning record, otherwise returning like this would definitely make him a laughingstock. Just as Li Shang was silently waiting for an opportunity, he heard the island-wide announcement. He froze for a moment, then rushed out, attacking the surrounding trees frantically. Li Shang screamed, so angry he spat blood. What the hell was Lin Baici? Damn it, I'm going to kill him. Li Shang headed toward the pier. The 5 sisters were so terrifying, they must have dropped divine favors, right? At the thought of such precious spoils being taken by Lin Baici, Li Shang wanted to tear him into pieces immediately. Will Xiaobai be alright? Hu Yuyu was worried, her small face full of dejection. If only she could have been of help. You have already asked that 3 times, Li Yintong complained. She had originally been very confident in Lin Baici, but after hearing the little fish girl say that, she also began to panic. It will be fine. Gu Qingqiu turned her head and glanced at the proprietress. If Baici cannot win, he will have no problem running away. What are we doing? Just wandering around like this? Chen Yingxin was unhappy, feeling it was a waste of time and energy. Before Gu Qingqiu could answer, the island-wide announcement rang out. After hearing it, Hu Yu immediately cheered. Yay, Xiaobai won. I'll be damned, that fast. Li Yintong was shocked. How long had it been since they separated? If it were her, she feared she wouldn't have even found the monsters yet. But Lin Baici had already finished the kill. Jia Hongyao was also dumbfounded. She trusted Lin Baici and knew he would definitely be fine. But surely it would take a day or 2, right? But now the announcement had sounded. Jia Hongyao was super curious about how exactly Lin Baici had managed to do it. I feel like little Lin is hiding something from me. Jia Hongyao looked at Gu Qingqiu, hoping she would analyze it for her. Gu Qingqiu spread her hands, indicating she could not help. Let's go. Head toward the pier and meet up with Baici. As expected of Master Lin, Kaiwen cupped his hands and bowed toward the empty air, determined to ask for more guidance whenever the opportunity rose. Chejing Siak looked back with every step he took, his face etched with profound disbelief. So fast. Is he really this ridiculously strong? If it weren't for the time they had spent together, which convinced Chejing Siak that Lin Baici was indeed a human, he would have suspected this person from Kyushu was a god. However, Jing-seok soon felt relieved. If Lin Baici weren't outstanding enough, he wouldn't be following him. After 2 hours, Guqinkyu and her group arrived at the pier. What do we do now? Jing-seok crouched in the coconut grove, looking at the cruise ship by the sea. Are we going on board? Go up for what? To throw our lives away. The delinquent girl spun a butterfly knife in her right hand. Of course. We are waiting for Master Lin. Li Yintong wasn't afraid of running into others. But what if they encountered the Yellowstone group aboard the ship? Guqinkyu gave the order and was the first to jog over. Jinkyu, you are being too reckless. Li Yintong tried to persuade her. What if there is loot on the cruise ship? Guqinkyu countered. Lin Baici had taken care of the final boss. It would be too tragic if they couldn't get any loot. The group boarded the ship. In the coconut grove, some people watched them step onto the gangway and reach the deck. A large group has arrived. It looks like a team. No matter how many people come, or how many teams there are, it's useless. They will have to get off exactly how they got on. Look, that Li Shangjang is here too, and the coconut grove. There were several god hunters who had arrived earlier and had already boarded the ship, but they had been kicked off shortly after. They looked extremely disheveled. The cruise ship deck was spotlessly clean, with over a dozen sun umbrellas set up. Beneath them were lounge chairs, and on the small tea tables beside them sat drinks and beers that no one had touched. Jing-seok licked his lips. Is it okay to drink this? I think you should be concerned about why there is no one here, Li Yintong said worriedly, peering across the deck. They weren't far from the coastal pier, but they certainly weren't the closest. Surely others had arrived before them. So why were there no people to be seen? Could they all be lying in ambush in the coconut grove? Jin Yingjin gazed into the distance. Could they have gone into the cabins to rest, or hidden away in advance to avoid fighting? Jiu Hongyao reasoned. With so many of us, what are we afraid of? Kaiwen felt these people were being too cautious. He walked over to a lounge chair, sat down, picked up a canned beer from the small table, and popped the tab. Sshhh. A large amount of beer foam bubbled out, and Kaiwen quickly took 2 sips. Don't panic. Our team leader is Master Lin. As long as the other contestants have a brain, they won't dare to provoke us. As Kaiwen said this, he noticed that everyone, except for the landlady, was looking at him as if he were an idiot, which left him completely confused. Isn't that right? On this island, you can beat Master Lin. Kaiwen felt aggrieved. Master Lin could definitely take on 100 of them. Huo Yu wanted to explain it to him, but Jin Yingjin suddenly shouted, "Watch out! Someone is coming!" It was Li Shangjang, wearing only swimming trunks. Li Shangjang emerged from the coconut grove. He glanced at the cruise ship, and upon seeing Jiu Hongyao and the others, he immediately accelerated, rushing toward them like a bolt of lightning. His posture looked hostile no matter how you viewed it. Jiu Hongyao stood directly at the front. This move made Jing-seok and Li Yintong look at her with newfound respect. Jiu Hongyao is a reliable person, Li Yintong sighed. If it weren't for the fact that Uncle Nine had been a benefactor to her, she would have wanted to leave the Kowloon Hall right then and there to join Jiu Hongyao's team. A bit silly, but quite cute. Jing-seok curled his lip. Li Shangjang rushed more than halfway up the gangway, pushed off with his feet, performed a 720-degree mid-air flip, and landed gracefully on the deck. Where is Lin Baici? Li Shangjang scanned the area, looking for a fight. Jiu Hongyao stepped forward. I'll keep you company. Li Shangjang squinted at the girl with the high ponytail, his expression disdainful. I don't have the gentlemanly manners to avoid hitting women. If you say one more word, I won't be so polite, damn it. This girl's chest is huge. Li Shangjang had never touched such natural ones. So, his hostility toward Lin Baici grew even more, because he felt that Lin Baici must have touched them already. After all, judging others by himself, these girls in front of him were all top tier. If he were Lin Baici, he wouldn't let a single one go. The party would have started long ago. Jiu Hongyao crooked her finger at Li Shangjang. If it came to using her brain, the girl with the high ponytail might get stage fright. But fighting? Sorry, but everywhere's my home turf. Just as Li Shangjang was about to make a move, blue electric arc suddenly surged from the deck beneath his feet, spreading up his legs. This pop! Li Shangzhen was immediately shocked into jumping up, as if the deck were scorching hot. PFFT. Ha! Che Jingxiak burst into laughter, finding Li Shangzhen's reaction hilarious. Despicable, Li Shangzhen cursed, thinking Zhu Hongyao had ambushed him, but immediately after, a voice rang out from the ship's loudspeakers. Please leave the cruise ship as soon as possible. The first group of VIPs to depart is Mr. Lin Baici, and the guests he has invited, other contestants. Please board the next cruise ship. Those who linger will be punished with electric shocks. I repeat, please. Li Shangzhen's expression turned awkward instantly. It was like going to a banquet only to be kicked out because you didn't have an invitation. It was incredibly embarrassing. Go on, go on. Didn't you hear them telling you to leave? Kaiwen waved his hand. What kind of status do you think you have to be on the same cruise ship as Master Lin? Damn it. Li Shangzhen's face turned livid instantly. He wanted to tear Kaiwen to pieces. But electric arcs began to spark on the deck again. Easy pop. This time, the intensity of the electric shock was clearly a notch higher, leaving Li Shangzhen's legs numb. He glared fiercely at Kaiwen before turning around to disembark. There was no choice. He had to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be shocked into incontinence. Should we go down too? Li Yintang didn't quite understand the rules. Do we need to wait for Brother Lin to invite us? No need. We weren't shocked, Gu Qingqiu explained. Upon hearing this, Li Yintang slapped her forehead with her right hand. Oh right, in the coconut grove. The god hunters who were crouching down saw Li Shangzhen come down, but the beautiful women did not, which made them very envious. Are those people Lin Baiqi's teammates? Duh. If they weren't, they would have been shocked down long ago. Fuck, this Lin Baici must be a total lecher. Otherwise, why would there be so many beautiful women in his team? Everyone was whispering and discussing. Regardless of what kind of person Lin Baici was, they had certainly memorized his name. More than an hour later, everyone saw a handsome young man, wearing hiking boots, draped in a kasaya, holding a bronze sword, and carrying a travel backpack, walking through the coconut grove and appearing on the shore. I thought Li Shangzhen was handsome enough, but compared to this guy, he's completely blown out of the water. The looks are similar, but Li Shangzhen's face has clearly been under the knife. While this one looks completely natural, he is Lin Baici. You know him, I don't, but this guy is fully armed. So, he must be Lin Baici. Otherwise, without a god-forbidden item, how could he have killed the sister group? Everyone muttered, all eyes fixed on Lin Baici, wanting to imprint his appearance into their minds. If they met him in the future, they must never offend him. He actually has a spatial god-forbidden item. Everyone was so envious they felt withered. After arriving on the island, everyone was in swimwear. There was only one answer for how Lin Baici could produce such equipment. He possessed a spatial god-forbidden item, something that was priceless and rarely seen in the god hunter circle. When Li Shangzhen saw Lin Baici, he had originally intended to launch a sneak attack, but upon seeing that he was completely unscathed, he chose to give up, feeling shocked. I'll look for another opportunity. Li Shangzhen was worried that even if he won, he would be besieged by others. Xiao Bai, Appa, Brother Lin, on the deck. The girls were full of excitement, waving at Lin Baici. When Lin Baici came up, the delinquent girl's short legs were the fastest. She lunged forward and hugged him. Brother Lin, you're too amazing. The delinquent girl jumped up and kissed Lin Baici. You are the no one in Asia. I said so. Why not include Europe and the Americas? Zhu Hongyao felt that the delinquent girl's evaluation of little Lin was too low. Everyone gathered around, asking after his well-being. Hu Yu watched Lin Baici and the delinquent girl standing together and suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, because she and the delinquent girl were about the same height, which meant that if Lin Baici didn't bend down, she couldn't even reach his lips while standing on the ground. Welcome, distinguished guest Mr. Lin Baici. Congratulations on your successful victory. We have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you. Please enjoy it to the fullest. After this sentence was spoken over the loudspeaker, it was replaced by melodious jazz music. After the cruise ship's long whistle sounded, it pulled away from the pier and headed toward Guangzhou. To ensure Lin Baici enjoyed a wonderful journey, the cruise ship drifted at sea for the entire night. In the cruise ship's banquet hall, the dinner party lasted until late at night. Not only were there singing, dancing, plays, and concerts, but the casino was also open to Lin Baici and his group for free. More than 400 indigenous crew members served Lin Baici and his team members all night long. The next morning, the cruise ship arrived at the Gwangju Pier. That was so awesome. I can brag about last night's experience for 3 years. Huo Yuyu was very excited. She came from an ordinary family and had never seen such a grand scene. Jiu Hongyao was very calm because she wasn't interested in such things. Gu Qingqiu and Jin Yingjin felt the same. It was mainly because they had experienced too much. Eating, drinking, and having fun are secondary. The main thing is that while others were blowing in the sea breeze and feeding mosquitoes on the island, we played all night. Just thinking about it feels great. Li Yintong sighed. This was the benefit of following a powerful leader. After everyone disembarked, the cruise ship left the port, clearly to pick up other contestants. Where are the organizers? We won the championship. Don't we even get a welcome ceremony? Han Suing was still thinking about taking the opportunity to promote her grand hotel in front of the major media. Let's go home. Lin Baici smiled. When the five sisters appeared as the boss, this grand challenge had already lost its original meaning. Just as everyone was preparing to hail a taxi, Han Suing's phone rang. She answered it, listened for a few sentences, and then handed the phone to Lin Baici with a puzzled expression. It's for you. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Who could find him through Han Suing? Lin Baici took the phone and put it to his ear. Hello. Chapter 427, the final task from the gods. Grand chapter. Please purchase a communication device as soon as possible. A mobile phone, walkie-talkie, radio. Any kind will do. Ensure the battery is fully charged so you can receive tasks in a timely manner. We are not responsible if you miss a task announcement and it leads to your death. The phone contained a warning from a cold, emotionless female mechanical voice. After the other party finished speaking, the call ended. Lin Baici handed the phone back to the landlady. Who called you? Jiu Hongyao asked curiously. Lin Baici glanced at the landlady. I don't know, but it should be understood as the creator of the God-forbidden game, a god. Li Yintong gasped out, oh my god. The difficulty of this 10-year level Great God Ruin was indeed off the charts. From now on, even if they killed her, she would never touch one again. What did the other party say? Gu Qingqiu walked to Lin Baici's side and asked in a low voice. Lin Baici has such a big heart that he remains as calm as an ancient well no matter what major events occur, making it extremely difficult to discern any clues from his expression. Let us hurry and prepare communication equipment. Lin Baici relayed the contents of the phone call to everyone. Understood. Gu Qingqiu thought for a moment and added, to ensure we do not miss any messages, I think we should try to prepare a mobile phone, a walkie-talkie, and a fax machine if possible. What do you plan to do next? Lin Baici looked around. More people had died by the time the game finally ended. It was hard to say how many would still be alive. Jiu Hongyao looked toward Gu Qingqiu. Continue the parade and earn coins. Gu Qingqiu hoped Lin Baici would join them, as that would significantly increase their efficiency. What about you? You are not still planning to go work at the New World, are you? Out of politeness, Han Suing walked a few steps away, not eavesdropping on the conversation between Lin Baici and the others, but the words New World immediately made her prick up her ears. If you make the proprietress happy, Gwangju City will be your home. The goods in the mall. If you see something you like, just take it. No need to spend money. The girls on the street, if you like them, take them home. And the police will absolutely never come to your door to arrest you. The food god commented. I quite like this job at the New World. Lin Baici smiled slightly, though his heart was filled with confusion. What exactly is the proprietress's identity? She couldn't possibly be the Bizan deity, could she? Or perhaps the deity's woman? No, that shouldn't be it. Unless that deity is a guy who enjoys wearing a green hat. Who could stand another man getting close to his woman? Could she be the deity's mother? Looking at her age, that doesn't seem right either. Then I wish you every success. Gu Qingqiu rolled her eyes internally. You have only worked at the New World for a few days in total, and you already like it. Who would believe that? Fortunately, Gu Qingqiu still highly regarded Lin Baici's character. Otherwise, she would have suspected he had some ulterior motives regarding this proprietress. This kid has discovered something again. 9 times out of 10, Guqingqiu guess, Xiaobai. Working to earn coins is to slow. Why not join us? Huo Yuyu did not want to be separated from Lin Baici. Lin Baici shook his head. All right, it is getting late. Everyone go back to your own places and get some rest, Master Lin. Then I will be off. If you need anything in the future, come find me at the Yongdong Club. Kai Wen left an address and took his leave. The group went their separate ways. In Lin Baici's team, Quan Zhonggren, Jin Zhenju, and Huang Jingxiang had died, leaving only Jin Yingzhen and Li Yintang. The group suddenly seemed quite thin. The 4 of them took a taxi back to the Grand Hotel. Along the way, Lin Baici quietly observed Han Suing. I am sorry, because of my hotel. Your friends died. The proprietress apologized, her face filled with guilt. The grand challenge was something we chose to participate in ourselves. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Baici comforted her. When passing by a large shopping mall, Lin Baici went in to buy mobile phones. Han Suing insisted on paying. Considering it a gesture of apology, Lin Baici could not refuse and had to accept. The salesperson was a young man who looked at Lin Baici with great envy. He also wanted to be a kept man like this. Mainly because the proprietress was very beautiful and had a great figure. Being her boy toy would definitely not be a loss. Baici, I will give you 3 days off. Then come back to work afterward. Han Suing had the taxi drop Lin Baici and the others off at the hotel first before returning to the Grand Hotel. Brother Lin, this woman wouldn't have fallen for you, would she? Li Yintang was very curious. Tell me, do you think there is reproductive isolation between us and these inhabitants of the God Ruins? If not, what would they give birth to? I have only been a god hunter for half a year. How would I know if you ask me that? This type of intelligence should be very important, unless one is a high-ranking member of a major organization. They certainly wouldn't have access to it. Lin Baici's current sources of information, besides Jia Hongyao, were limited to the origin forum, and that was only because the high ponytail girl was relatively simple-minded and told him things that should have been kept confidential. Alright, I forgot you are still a newcomer. Lin Baici's performance was so outstanding that Li Yintang had forgotten he was still a rookie. This is the territory of the Sejongjiang. 10 years have passed. They must have brought back some live samples of monsters, right? I think they must have conducted in-depth research on this issue. Lin Baici glanced at Jin Yingzhen. Her brother, Jin Xian, must certainly know something. The food god might know as well. But it clearly had no intention of explaining. Your Kowloon Pavilion seems quite powerful too. Do you not have a similar research department? Lin Baici was still very interested in this organization. After all, it seemed capable of going toe-to-toe with the Korean Sejongjiang and the Japanese Dao. Our Kowloon Pavilion is similar to a mercenary organization. We take money to do work. Some god hunters who cannot stand the constraints of national official organizations are all willing to come to us. After all, once a person has power, they become arrogant and do not want to be disciplined. Li Yintang shrugged her shoulders. So, the pavilion master would certainly not do things that cost money, and we wouldn't be able to recruit professional talent to do it either. In short, the Kowloon Pavilion served those billionaires, putting money above all else. They would even take on dirty jobs that some countries did not want to be publicly associated with. Research. They wouldn't even touch that money-burning endeavor. The delinquent girl hesitated for a moment, then decided to drop a bombshell, hoping to gain Lin Baici's respect. This time, coming to the Bizan God Ruins, our Kowloon Pavilion sent a total of 5 teams, 25 people in all. Each one has over 3 years of experience, and each team is led by a dragon-level expert. If it weren't for the fact that the Qin Palace God Ruins, which had been dormant for over 5 years, started expanding again, the people the pavilion master sent would have been even stronger. Both Bizan and Qin Palace were major god ruins that had existed for over 10 years. But when it came to fame, pollution intensity, and the number of divine taboo items, Bizan could not even be mentioned in the same breath as Qin Palace. The treasures in Qin Palace were more numerous and more precious. Why did the Sejongjiang choose this moment to open the Bizan God Ruins? First, Sejong is worried that if the area is opened up and the dragon-level experts truly purify the Bizan God Ruins, they will suffer a massive loss. So they are riding the coattails of the Kin Palace hype. Now that the dragon-level experts are all gathered at the Kinling Mountains, focusing their energy on the Kin Palace, those coming to the Bizen God ruins are lower-tier god hunters. This way, Sejong can ensure there are people to act as cannon fodder and collect enough intelligence, without having to worry about them purifying this god ruin. Jin Yingjin had been standing silently by Lin Baici's side, and upon hearing this, she felt a bit puzzled. That is not right, is it? Since the Kin Palace is more important, why did your pavilion master still send so many people over? Because our pavilion master accepted an exorbitant commission, so high that it would have been embarrassing not to send a dragon-level expert. Li Yintong wore a mysterious expression. Do you know who paid it? Lin Baici played along. The Jindai Corporation. The delinquent girl blurted out a name, but as soon as she saw Lin Baici's completely indifferent expression, she knew he had no idea about the Jindai Corporation. Everyone has only heard of companies like Mitsubishi, Toyota, and Sony, but in reality, the Jindai Corporation has even greater influence than them. Jindai Corporation holds shares in over 70% of the large companies in Japan, and that is actually just a minor detail. Jin Yingjin provided some background. This conglomerate secretly controls many religions. We have quite a few religions in Korea that have intricate ties with them. As for politics, I do not need to say anything. You just need to know that this is their home turf. Li Yintong nodded. I heard the pavilion master say that if companies like Toyota and Sony were to collapse, Japan's economy would face massive turmoil, and millions of people would go hungry. But if the Jindai Corporation were to collapse, the nation's destiny would be gone, and Japan could change its name. Does that Doyao have any connection to this corporation? Lin Baici remembered the few Japanese people he had killed. There definitely is one, but I am not sure about the specific situation. However, I suspect it is definitely power held by different factions. Li Yintong analyzed. In short, the Kin Palace is currently the center of attention and it is hard to stir up trouble there. So it is better to take advantage of the fact that everyone's attention is drawn away to sneak into the Bizen God ruins and reap the benefits. Li Yintong left, however, the big shots at Jindai, despite spending a fortune and making full preparations, still underestimated this god ruin. Lin Baici nodded. To call a god ruin where gods exist a paradise for the god of death is no exaggeration. The dragon-level expert from my side might have already died at one of the stations. Li Yintong thought of the deceased brother Daxiang, felt distressed, and sighed. Go get some rest. To get out as soon as possible. We will continue working in the new world tomorrow. Lin Baici returned to his room. After a refreshing shower, he lay on the bed, picked up his phone, and browsed the worker app. Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded. It was Jin Yingjin. Lin Baici opened the door. The Korean girl, who had just showered and changed into jeans and a tight t-shirt, smiled and extended an invitation. I cooked some instant noodles. Do you want to come to my room and have a bowl? Having been in Korea for so long, Lin Baici already knew that if a girl invited someone to eat instant noodles, it meant she was interested in him and he could stay the night. Top-tier predators do not look for food every single day. After being well-fed, they also need to strive to reproduce the next generation and expand their pack as much as possible. Let's go. Lin Baici's heart rate quickened, but before the two could return to the room, their phones rang at the same time. Jin Yingjin felt secretly annoyed. Who is so annoying? Ruining my good time. Lin Baici answered. Hello. Task correction. Please fall in love with a Gwangju native. As long as the other party falls in love with you, you can pass the level, obtain a ticket, and leave the Bizen God ruins. If you do not fall in love, you will stay in Gwangju City forever. Your self-awareness will be polluted, and you will become a new native. The voice on the other end was still a female mechanical tone, devoid of any emotion. After listening, Lin Baici frowned deeply. Love is the kind of thing that does not have a clear standard for judgment. Right, do not worry. 7 days from now, at 6 in the evening, at the Queen's Western Restaurant, an exquisite candlelight dinner will be served for couples. If this couple is truly in love, they will enjoy a romantic evening. If they are harboring ulterior motives, then Cupid's iron fist will teach them how to be human again. Wishing you find a soulmate soon. Goodbye. The call was disconnected. Appa, the other party issued a task, telling me to fall in love. Jin Yingxin looked at Lin Baici. Are you the same? Lin Baici nodded. I will not like anyone except you. After Jin Yingxin finished speaking, she hugged Lin Baici and kissed his lips. Brother Lin, something is wrong. The task has been corrected. Li Yintong ran out of her room and saw Lin Baici and Jin Yingxin kissing in the hallway. Are you serious? So impatient. The delinquent girl was speechless. It was only a few steps to the room, and you couldn't wait. Or do you like doing it in the open? Because of the task correction, Kuchinkyu and the others' plans were all disrupted. More than an hour later, they rushed to the hotel to meet up with Lin Baici. I wonder who issued this task. Huo Yuyu was very angry. If I find her, I will strip her naked and write the word miserable all over her body. Isn't it the word correct? Li Yintong teased. Can any god-forbidden item cause such large-scale pollution? Gu Qingqiu asked Jia Hongyao and Li Yintong. Both girls shook their heads. The two teams were separated by more than half the city and received the task at the same time. This pollution range is simply too large. So it was issued by a god, Gu Qingqiu analyzed. Although they had anticipated it, hearing the word spoken aloud still sent a jolt of shock through everyone. Even someone as reckless as Jia Hongyao, who was always itching to pull off a big stunt, felt her scalp tingle. Their team did not even have a single dragon-level member. Encountering a god was practically serving themselves up on a platter. What do gods even look like? Jia Hongyao asked, curious. You do not even know. Yet you are asking us. Kuchinkyu teased. My sister definitely knows. But she will not tell me, Jia Hongyao said, feeling frustrated. Otherwise, I would not be so clueless right now. Do not scare yourselves. It might just be a piece of divine remains, or something caused by a rare divine taboo item. Che Jingshuo comforted the group. Besides, even if it is a god, as long as we complete the mission, we should be able to leave. That is true. Rule contamination. The key is in the word rule. Jia Hongyao nodded. As long as we follow the rules, we will not die. Then, the girl with the high ponytail began scratching her head. But I do not know how to do things like falling in love. Are you serious? You are so pretty and have such a great figure. Did no one pursue you when you were in school? Huo Yuyu asked in surprise. Jia Hongyao answered very earnestly. Huo Yuyu was dumbfounded. Are the men at your school blind? Or did you go to an all-girls school? Even if it were an all-girls school, there would still be people who liked her, Li Yintong added. Does that even need asking? It must be that her sister protected her too well. Or she is just too dense to sense other people's affection. Gu Qingqiu rolled her eyes. Oh right, I did receive a love letter in my second year of high school, but I was in a rush to go see some divine remains at the time. And by the time I got back, I had forgotten all about it. Jia Hongyao was annoyed. This mission was completely outside her area of expertise. If only it were about dating a god hunter, she could just go find little Lin. You are a streamer. You must be quite good at dating, right? Because they were friends now. Li Yintong changed her phrasing. She had originally wanted to use the words tricking men. Huo Yuyu was startled immediately. She instinctively stole a glance at Lin Baici and quickly waved her hands to clarify. I cannot. Do not talk nonsense. I still have my first kiss. When Huo Yuyu was in school, many boys pursued her, but she did not like any of them. Later, when she became a streamer, she spent every day thinking about making money and achieving financial freedom as soon as possible. So she had no time to date. Is that so? Let me have a taste. After saying that, Li Yintong went to hug Huo Yuyu. Gross. The little fish girl covered her head with both hands and hid behind Lin Baici. Let me kiss you, and I will teach you how to hook a man. The delinquent girl laughed out loud. What about you two? Che Jingshuo asked curiously. No one dares to pursue me. Jin Yingxin shrugged. It was not that no boys wanted to be kept men, but they had all been dealt with by Jin Yingxin's bodyguards. Same here. One of Gu Qingqiu's favorite games was to reject boys who pursued her in public, turning it into a public execution. Watching those boys either run away in a panic or get angry and start spewing profanities was truly interesting. She wondered how Lin Baici would react if he faced such a situation. Oh, everyone, stop making such worried faces. I think we are set for this divine taboo game. Li Yintong comforted the group. Everyone here is quite good looking. Even the worst of us, which is me, is a 7 out of 10 beauty. And the delinquent style is something many people like anyway. Li Yintong felt that the ones most likely to complete the mission were Zhao Hongyao and Jin Yingzhen. One had a great chest. The other had long legs. What man would not like that? Brother Lin, Chasing Shuo. You to go to the school and find those naive young girls. You will definitely make them fall head over heels for you. I do not want to date. Jin Yingzhen shook her head. If she did not want to make things difficult for Lin Baici and drag him into a harem drama, she would have added that she only liked Appa. I am not dating either. Huo Yu quickly stated her position. Even the kind where we do not hold hands is a no. I would rather go and hack a god. Zhao Hongyao was eager for action. Delinquent. You are thinking of the problem too simply. The mission says true love. Do you think men like your body more, or love you more? Gu Qingqiu retorted. This, Li Yintong was speechless. The word love is simple to say and simple to do. But wanting a lover who is devoted until death does not seem easy at all. Baici, Chasing Shuo. This mission is up to you too. Try it out first, Gu Qingqiu ranged. Chasing Shuo did not expect Gu Qingqiu to mention him. You are Korean. You have a huge advantage. As for Baici, you should make your move on that landlady. I can see she is interested in you. Gu Qingqiu was a rationalist. We will collect intelligence through you two as samples first. It is impossible for me to fall in love with the landlady. Lin Baici frowned. It was not that he looked down on the landlady for being a native of the God Ruins. It was mainly because he was not the type of person to treat feelings like a game. It is fine. Just try it. Consider it gaining experience. Gu Qingqiu patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. Making the landlady fall in love with you is the fastest way to get a ticket. Lin Baici suddenly realized. The food god told him to go to the new world to work. Could it be for the sake of Han Suing? Do not worry. It does not matter if you do not love her. As long as she falls in love with you, she will give you the tickets. Enough tickets for all of you to leave, damn it. This is forcing me to be a scumbag. It is settled then. Team leader. Let us go. First, go to the barbershop to get a haircut. Then go to the mall to buy a few outfits and pick out a dozen gifts. Gu Qingqiu became excited. You are the team leader. You should take responsibility. Han Yao is the team leader. Lin Baici corrected her. Don't try to coerce me with responsibility. She has stepped down. Gu Qingqiu was dictatorial, pushing Lin Baici's back as they walked downstairs. And besides, with the landlady's beauty, you are not losing out at all. When Gu Qingqiu took Lin Baici to get a haircut, she was just helping him figure out what to say to ask Han Suing out for a date tomorrow. When the landlady called first, it is Han Suing. Gu Qingqiu handed the phone to Lin Baici. Lin Baici answered. And everyone immediately leaned their ears in. Are you free tomorrow? To thank you for your contribution to the new world, I would like to invite you to a meal. The landlady's voice sounded a bit distorted through the receiver. No way. Brother Lin hasn't even made a move yet. And the landlady has already fallen for him. Li Yintong was shocked. If anyone tells me Han Suing doesn't have other intentions, I wouldn't believe it even if I died. Huo Yu pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. It was clearly me who was first, whether it was kissing, hugging, or falling for little Lindsay. Zhao Hongyao patted Lin Baiqi's back hard. Don't be afraid, go all out. If there is a child, I will help you raise it. I should be the one thanking the landlady for taking us in. Lin Baici chatted with Han Suing for a few sentences and agreed on a time. The next morning, at 8:30, at the entrance of the Go, conquer the landlady. Gu Qingqiu waved her fist at Lin Baici. Why do I feel like you are waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Lin Baici was not wearing the clothes Gu Qingqiu had bought. He was just in simple jeans paired with a t-shirt. His hair cut to an inch long, looking very spirited. Why would I laugh at you? You are the hope of the whole village, Gu Qingqiu urged. Go quickly. Remember, love should be as sweet as sugar. Your task today is to press the landlady into a honeypot and sweeten her to death. Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to deal with this crazy woman and went to the roadside to hail a taxi. Just as he sat in, Gu Qingqiu chased after him, pulled a box out of her pocket, and handed it to Lin Baici. Forgot this? Take it with you. When Lin Baici saw the word Okamoto on the box, his face turned black. Drive. Damn it! Why would I need this thing? Remember, Love must be as sweet as sugar, Gu Qingqiu shouted, watching the taxi carrying Lin Baici leave. Hu Yu felt very lost. What are we going to do? Of course, we are going to follow them and watch the show. Gu Qingqiu reached out to hail a taxi, her eyes full of anticipation. I really want to see what a straight man like Lin Baici looks like when he is in love. It must be very interesting. Chapter 428 Love must be as sweet as sugar. When Lin Baici arrived at the new world, Han Suing was already waiting on the side of the road in front of the big hotel. Landlady, over here. Lin Baici rolled down the window and shouted at Han Suing. Baici. Han Suing brushed the hair from her forehead and walked over. This steel straight man. He should get out of the car and open the door for the lady. What is the point of sitting in the car? Gu Qingqiu was speechless. She was sitting in the passenger seat of a yellow taxi, urging the driver to go faster the whole way. Having already caught up to the one Lin Baici was riding in halfway there. Lin Baici had never been in a relationship, but he knew the most basic gentlemanly manners. Seeing the landlady walk over, he got out of the car. Is the hotel not busy today? Logically, he should compliment Han Suing's outfit, but Lin Baici really couldn't bring himself to say such things. It is all right. Han Suing stood by the car and looked at Lin Baici's attire, feeling slightly disappointed because he was dressed too casually, which meant the other party did not take this matter seriously. Let's get in the car first. Han Suing climbed into the taxi. Gu Qingqiu saw Lin Baici glance at the front passenger seat, as if he was about to sit there. She immediately covered her forehead with her hand, speechless to the extreme. She felt that Lin Baici was doomed. Lin Baici felt that sitting in the front would make it inconvenient to turn his head to talk. So, he sat in the back. It is not even 9 o'clock yet. It is too early for a meal. How about we go to the amusement park for a stroll? Han Suing suggested. Whatever you say. Lin Baici rubbed his nose. He could smell a faint, elegant perfume wafting from Han Suing. The landlady had clearly dressed up carefully today, wearing a beige short-sleeved dress with the hem reaching an inch above her ankles. It had no patterns, looking simple and elegant. On her feet were nude-colored stockings paired with white low-heeled open-toed sandals, and she wore a handmade fisherman hat on her head. There were no gold ornaments like necklaces or rings, only a small shoulder bag on her left shoulder. To be honest, Lin Baici quite liked this fresh style of dressing, like a neighbor's aunt. His childhood friend Li Wei was the exact opposite, liking the kind of heavily made-up streetwalker style. Every time they rode their bikes past the hair salons on Salming Road in high school, his friend would look from the beginning to the end. Especially those women around 40 with permed wavy hair. His friend was obsessed with them to death, swearing that once he made money, he would definitely treat them to a meal. The taxi drove very smoothly. Lin Baici did not know what to say, and the landlady seemed a bit awkward, remaining silent. Fortunately, the driver was a chatterbox, talking incessantly, which kept the atmosphere in the car from being dull. 50 minutes later, they arrived at the amusement park. I will go buy the tickets. Lin Baici ran toward the ticket office. Han Suing watched Lin Baici's back and touched her shoulder bag. She had actually already bought the tickets, but if she took them out, wouldn't it mean she had premeditated this? Today was the weekend, and there were 2 universities nearby, so one could see many young couples in the amusement park today. Lin Baici and Han Suing strolled slowly. As time passed, Han Suing gradually opened up and began to take the initiative to talk to Lin Baici, asking him about various things. Gu Qingqiu and her group followed far behind. I also want to go to the park with Xiao Bai, Hu Yu muttered to herself, so envious that she felt like she was withering away, about to turn into a mummy fish. Che Jingshuo, go buy some melon seeds and soda. Gu Qingqiu took out her wallet and handed a stack of cash to Che Jingshuo. No need, I have money. Che Jingshuo ran off happily. Qingqiu, he seems to like you a little. Jing Yingzhen guessed. So what? Gu Qingqiu was not interested in romance at all. She had been protected by her family for 19 years, and now that she was out in college, she could finally enjoy an exciting life. Soon, Che Jingshuo came running back, panting while carrying a huge pile of snacks. Here, ice cream. Che Jingshuo distributed the food to everyone. Lin Baici and Han Suing walked for a while and arrived at an entertainment area. On the roller coaster, The girls were screaming at the top of their lungs, showing off their impressive lung capacity. An employee dressed in a Pirates of the Caribbean costume stood by a pirate ship, soliciting tourists. In the distance, the Ferris wheel was rotating slowly. At a glance, it looked like the eye of a demon. Lin Baici noticed the landlady staring at the carousel, which was filled with a fairy tale aesthetic. Do you want to ride it? Lin Baici didn't think there was anything fun about these spinning wooden horses, but it seemed like all girls liked them. Perhaps sitting on this thing made them feel like they were a princess. Han Suing shook her head. I am not a little girl anymore. The landlady looked a bit disappointed. If she wasn't a little girl, she no longer had the right to yearn for romance, and she would never wait for her Prince Charming. Lin Baici didn't know how to flirt, but he was very gentle. Even though the landlady had refused, he still bought the tickets. I already said I didn't want to. The landlady couldn't stop Lin Baici in time. Since we are here, let's have a good time. Lin Baici stepped onto the carousel platform and picked a unicorn. Which one are you sitting on? The landlady looked her on and climbed into a golden pumpkin carriage. Pleasant Christmas music began to play, and the carousel started, moving up and down as it spun. Lin Baici thought this thing was so silly. The landlady had been full of refusal earlier, but once she got on, her face was filled with a happy smile. She then rested her chin on her hands, watching Lin Baici sitting in front of her. Even his back looked so handsome. Why aren't they sitting together? Gu Qingqiu hid behind an inflatable children's castle, cracking melon seeds while sighing. A child who cannot be taught. Xiaoyu, make sure to film this well. This might just be Baichi's dark history, and we can use it to tease him later, Gu Qingqiu instructed. Huoyu held a DSLR camera, half squatting on the ground, secretly filming Lin Baici. Inside the god ruins, all electronic devices would malfunction and could not be used normally. But this camera was a god-forbidden item. Lin Baici had obtained it after killing the otaku monster in the monster apartment, so it still worked. Among them, Huoyu had taught herself photography and had the best skills. Plus, since she was a streamer, Lin Baici had given the camera to her. The beautification effect on this camera is too exaggerated. Huoyu checked the photos and found that Lin Baici looked incredibly handsome, and Han Suing looked devastatingly beautiful. Even she felt her heart skip a beat. With this camera, even if her career as a streamer faded, she could make a fortune as a photographer. After all, most cosplayers and streamers nowadays relied on photo editing to survive. Everyone gathered around to look at a few shots and found them to be truly excellent. When we get out of the god ruins, take a few photos of me too. Li Yintang wanted to keep some mementos. Seeing that the landlady enjoyed it, Lin Baici wrote it to more times. Thank you. After they both got off, Han Suing bowed slightly to thank him. You helped me fulfill a dream. Does this even need fulfilling? Lin Baici laughed. It only costs a few dozen yuan to ride once. It is not about the money, it is about the state of mind and the age. Han Suing looked back at the carousel. A woman in her 30s riding this alone would be laughed at. Of course. The most important thing was that back in her student days, Han Suing had wanted to ride this with a boy she liked. But she had never found that person. Alright, then let's play through all of these today. Lin Baici walked toward the bumper cars. I will be your dream fulfillment ambassador today. Whatever you want to do, I will help you complete it. Pay, get in. In an area the size of a basketball court, there were 15 bumper cars. Most were occupied by couples, and there were 3 lonely single men. Lin Baici had originally intended to sit in one by himself, but Han Suing grabbed his sleeve. I don't know how to drive. Han Suing lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. It wasn't because she was embarrassed about not knowing how to drive a bumper car, but because she was lying. She wanted to sit in the same car as Lin Baici. This thing should be pretty simple, right? Although Lin Baici said that, he still got into the same car as the landlady. The space in the car was quite small, and Lin Baici was quite large, so half of his body was immediately pressed tightly against Han Suing. The landlady was very soft and fragrant, and a faint scent of perfume drifted over. Upbeat music started playing, and everyone stepped on the gas pedal at the first opportunity. The bumper cars started. Lin Baici turned the steering wheel, preparing to head to the side, but before he had driven even a few meters, Another bumper car slammed into them. The force wasn't great, but the inertia still made the landlady's body sway, causing her to bump into Lin Baici. Lin Baici immediately began to counterattack. Bang! Bang! The bumper cars collided into a chaotic mess. The landlady couldn't sit steady at all, constantly bumping into Lin Baici. The three single men watched Lin Baici with envy, jealousy, and hatred, mostly because, even though Han Suing was the oldest, she was the most beautiful and sexy of all the women there. Moreover, when the bumper cars collided, the landlady's chest would also sway, which was very pleasing to the eye. So the three bachelors all started ramming toward Lin Baici. Bang! Bang! Bumper cars, after all, are meant to be crashed into each other. Lin Baici didn't pay much attention at first and was still counterattacking, but he soon realized that these three men had ill intentions. So, he began to dodge. Relying on his excellent predictive ability, Lin Baici was always able to avoid the collisions from the three single men in advance. So after a minute, it evolved into a 3-on-1 chase. Lin Baici drove his bumper car like a loach, darting back and forth across the arena. The people around soon noticed this and came over to watch. The couples in the same arena, if the woman was driving, would immediately start rushing toward Lin Baici, wanting to intercept him. If the man was driving, he would also start ramming, because they discovered that their girlfriends were all eyeing that gigolo, which made them very unhappy. So they didn't want to let Lin Baici steal the spotlight. The difficulty of Lin Baici's dodging increased immediately, but fortunately, the music stopped, and the round ended. Lin Baici unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to leave. Appa, play another round. A girl chewing a lollipop shouted at Lin Baici. Handsome, you are not Korean, right? Are you here in Gwangju for a vacation? Play another round. I will pay for you. Appa, your skills are really good. Show us again. Quite a few people were egging him on. Lin Baici looked at Han Suing. Do you still want to play? Han Suing was not interested in bumper cars. She mainly enjoyed the pleasure of being close to Lin Baici. It was hard to refuse such kindness. And the lollipop girl even paid for 3 rounds for Lin Baici. So, he felt embarrassed to decline. The music started, and a new round began. This time, everyone stepped on the gas pedal and headed straight for Lin Baici. Lin Baici persisted for 5 minutes, but he couldn't dodge anymore and was rammed. The landlady was pressed against Lin Baici, soft and fragrant. It wasn't that Lin Baici's skills were lacking, but that the bumper car's operating system was too rudimentary. It didn't even have brakes, so he could only rely on prediction to dodge. Everyone cheered, feeling the excitement of finally defeating the big demon king. When everyone got off the cars, -1 or 8 girls ran over. Appa, can we take a photo together? Are you an international student? Are you boarding at this auntie's house? Everyone was chattering. Han Suing, who had been quite happy, felt her expression stiffen upon hearing the word auntie. It was just a photo, and Lin Baici felt there shouldn't be any danger. The lollipop girl was the last one. She leaned her head on Lin Baici's shoulder, hugged one of his arms, and made a V sign. Appa, can we exchange Kakeitalk accounts? The lollipop girl was very bold, and her companions, seeing this, all started clapping and whistling to cheer them on. Sorry. Lin Baici gave an apologetic smile. I am already an adult. The lollipop girl understood the subtext of Lin Baici's words, that they were people from 2 different worlds, but she was unwilling to give up. Is it because of her? The girl looked at Han Suing. Because everyone was taking photos with Lin Baici. The landlady had gone to the side to wait. Lin Baici originally wanted to say no, but after hesitating for a moment, he changed his answer. Lin Baici took out 10,000 won bills and handed them to the lollipop girl. I'm treating everyone to these rounds of games, and also, I like mature women. The lollipop girl watched Lin Baici leave, feeling that her romance had withered before it had even begun. Shall we go ride the Ferris wheel? Lin Baici wanted to try that. I want to go boating. Lin Baici had been too eye-catching just now, and the landlady didn't want to see any more women clinging to him. So she decided to go boating on the lake. 10 minutes later, the two of them were already sitting in a pedal boat, drifting on the large lake of the amusement park. A summer breeze blew by, carrying heat, the sound of cicadas, and the vast, clear blue sky of July. After a moment of silence, Han Suing muttered, "I am not a mature woman." Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. What did she mean? "I have never been married," Han Suing explained. "I am not a mature woman." Lin Baici felt a headache. "Why are you telling me this?" The weather was very hot, and the landlady had broken into a sweat, soaking parts of her dress and causing it to cling to her body, revealing the outline of her undergarments. Lin Baici wanted to change the subject when he suddenly heard a scream. "A child has fallen into the water." Lin Baici turned his head to look. Beside a pedal boat, a child was struggling violently. On the boat, a young woman with a panicked face tried to pull him up. But as a result, she accidentally fell in as well. Splash. Water sprayed everywhere as both of them fell into the water. Lin Baici stood up in a flash, kicked off his shoes with the fastest speed, took off his t-shirt and jeans, and then dove headfirst into the water. Baici, be careful. Han Suing was worried, especially when she saw that after Lin Baici jumped into the water, a full 20 seconds passed without him coming back up, which made her even more anxious. "Baici," the landlady shouted. Chapter 429 The Mysterious Portrait. The summer breeze blew across the surface of the amusement park lake, creating ripples. Cries for help rang out in unison, and the tourists and pedal boats were all paddling hard toward the child who had fallen into the water. The landlady couldn't see Lin Baici and was worried to death. She even wanted to jump into the lake to look for him. Whoosh! More than 60 meters away, Lin Baici surfaced and then swam with all his might toward the two people in the water. His powerful arms cut through the water, breaking through the waves, his speed comparable to a swordfish. In less than a minute, Lin Baici swam to the side of the child, reached out with his large hand, grabbed the child's clothes, and pulled him up. With Lin Baici's arm strength, he could have easily tossed the boy onto the pedal boat more than 7 meters away. But considering that doing so might cause secondary injuries, he abandoned the idea. Lin Baici swam to the side of the boat, set the little boy down first, and then dove headfirst into the water to save the young woman. However, once submerged, he discovered that the woman was holding her breath and diving. Her posture clearly indicated that she was a skilled swimmer. Lin Baici was taken aback and instinctively prepared to attack, as he felt this was a trap. The person was either a god hunter or a monster. The young woman made an okay gesture toward Lin Baici and then began to feign drowning, thrashing her arms and legs vigorously. What the hell? The other party showed no hostility, which made Lin Baici frown deeply. But his mind was sharp, and he quickly realized what was happening. Could this be someone hired by Gu Qingqiu to help him display heroism in front of the landlady, to boost his favorability? Right. A common native of the god ruins, no threat at all, the food god commented. It was confirmed. This was definitely Gu Qingqiu's doing. Otherwise, what woman would be bored enough to pretend to drown for fun? Lin Baici was speechless. In reality, the effect was excellent. Han Suing was pedaling the boat frantically, rushing over at top speed. Even a fool could see that she had feelings for Lin Baici. Lin Baici held the young woman with one arm, surfaced, swam to the side of the pedal boat, and helped her up. Cough, cough. "Thank you." The young woman thanked him. She hadn't expected Lin Baici to be so handsome and suddenly felt that this transaction would have been worth it even without the money. "You are welcome." Lin Baici grabbed the gunwale with both hands, pushed his body upward with force, hooked his right foot onto the boat, and vaulted up with ease. The little boy was clearly a good swimmer as well and showed no panic from drowning. He was currently blinking his large eyes, sizing up Lin Baici. This big brother swims so fast, and his physique is amazing too. How did he train to get those 8-pack abs? So envious. The young woman looked at Lin Baici, who was wearing only his underwear, and blushed. Could I have your phone number? I want to treat you to a meal to thank you for your kindness. If something more could happen, that would be even better. No need, Lin Baici refused. "Baici, are you okay?" The landlady arrived in her boat. Because she had been pedaling so hard, she was panting and drenched in sweat, her dress clinging to her body. Lin Baici walked to the bow of the boat and, with one long stride, crossed the 4-meter gap back onto the pedal boat. This effortless display left the young woman stunned. She was an athlete, a swimmer, and she knew that this single step represented a level of physical prowess far beyond that of an ordinary person. I am fine. Sorry to have worried you. Lin Baici saw their boats approaching and, not wanting to linger, quickly departed. In the distance, on another pedal boat, Jiu Hongyao and the others were watching. Did you get the shot? Gu Qingqiu asked. Huo Yu nodded, checking the photos. Close-ups and all. Brother Lin looks so cool when he saves people, Li Yintong praised. This is in the bag. Look at how worried the landlady looks. If you tell me she doesn't like little Lindsay, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Jiu Hongyao fanned herself with her hand. The weather was scorching, and her skin felt sticky. She really wanted a shower. Do you think God Lin realized the person drowning was someone we arranged? Che Zhengshu asked curiously. If Lin Baici felt smug about being a hero, wouldn't he be mortified if he found out later that it was all a staged performance? That would be a dark moment in his history. Probably not, right? Li Yintong thought for a moment. Lin Baici's performance had been very natural. He realized it. Jiu Hongyao said with certainty. What is your reasoning? Che Zhengshu countered. With little Lindsay's intelligence, he would definitely see through it. Jiu Hongyao explained. Che Zhengshu was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense reasoning was that? Are you a die-hard fan of Lin Baici or what? Baici saw through it. Gu Qingqiu watched Lin Baici's pedal boat moving away and explained to the group. The way that young woman acted after falling into the water didn't look like a drowning victim. Baici would definitely be able to tell. And he would likely think, is this a trap set by an enemy? Baici didn't launch an attack but chose to save her instead, which means he guessed that this was someone I had bribed. Money makes the world go round. The money Gu Qingqiu gave the young woman amounted to 500,000 RMB, equivalent to 2 years of her salary. So, even choking on a few mouthfuls of water was worth it. Exactly. That is what I thought. Jiu Hongyao nodded vigorously. Che Zhengshu rolled his eyes at the bear-like girl, as if you had the ability to deduce that. Under the shade of the trees by the lake, Lin Baici carried a travel bag containing the black alms bowl, but he could not take it out in front of the landlady. Fortunately, the weather was hot enough that he didn't need a towel. After wiping himself off with some tissues, he was dry in less than 15 minutes. Let's go ride the Ferris wheel, then go get something to eat afterward, Lin Baici arranged. The landlady followed by Lin Baici's side. Dappled shadows from the trees fell upon them, and Lin Baici's tall, sturdy frame gave Han Suing a great sense of security. They bought tickets and entered the cabin. As the Ferris wheel turned and the cabin rose, their field of vision expanded toward the horizon. The city of Guangzhou, with its towering skyscrapers, came into full view. A railway line, like a scar left by a celestial blade, cut across the entire city, dividing it in two. Lin Baici gazed into the distance, but he could not see any black mist. If they were outside, the god ruins would be shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see anything inside. The two sat in silence, watching the scenery, each lost in their own thoughts, not saying a word. Enter the Ferris wheel. In a gazebo not far away. How is it? Did they kiss? Che Zhengshu asked curiously. No. Huo Yu could clearly see everything inside the cabin through the camera lens of her SLR. Lin Baici really is hopeless when given an opportunity. Gu Qingqiu sighed. Small, private space like a Ferris wheel is the easiest place to bridge the gap between two people. She handed the binoculars to Che Zhengshu and started walking toward the exit of the park. Counting on a dense guy like Lin Baici to take the initiative was impossible.